Chapter 1. Indeed. Ningzhou University of Technology, Grand Auditorium. Despite the air conditioning operating at full capacity, it could not dispel the heat generated by the presence of over 2,000 individuals. Xiao Lin sat amidst the crowd, listening intently as an elderly gentleman on stage spoke eloquently. On July 17th, an incident occurred at Renei Eye Hospital in Ning City, where a deceased individual was resurrected, their skin peeling away, driven to madness, and began to feast upon the corpses. And that very hospital is but 5 kilometers from here. That 5 kilometers represents the distance between you and the mysterious invasion. He rapped his knuckles against the blackboard. Our world is becoming increasingly alien to us. How shall we respond to these changes? The elder's voice was steady and commanding, while Yang Qi, seated beside Xiao Lin, was flushed with excitement. Goodness, this is incredible. I can't believe I'm attending a lecture by Professor Yu Taizhou. My heavens, is it truly that exhilarating? Xiao Lin cast him a sidelong glance, unfazed. Of course it is. Professor Yu is the founder of modern mysticism, called upon to represent humanity in the face of mysterious threats, and is regarded as the most likely savior of our world. If only I could meet him in person, it would be worth my life. Observing Yang Qi's fervent demeanor, Xiao Lin felt a shiver of discomfort. He suspected that if Professor Yu were to stand before him, Yang Qi would undoubtedly rush forward to embrace him. Yet, a flicker of sympathy arose within Xiao Lin for Yang Qi, for no matter how he yearned, the likelihood of such an encounter was slim. Scholars of that caliber inhabited a realm entirely distinct from their own. Had it not been for Professor Yu's serendipitous visit to their university for the professional inauguration ceremony, Xiao Lin would likely never have had the opportunity to meet him in his lifetime. The lecture lasted a mere 40 minutes, yet it resonated deeply with many students, including Yang Qi. As soon as the ceremony concluded, Yang Qi impatiently rushed to the registration desk, eager to enlist in the noble endeavor of saving humanity's destiny. Watching him squeeze through the throngs of people like a sardine, Xiao Lin felt a sense of amusement and decided to return to his dormitory. Upon leaving the auditorium, the sun shone brilliantly outside, and the campus appeared tranquil, as though the mysterious threat encroaching upon the world was but a figment of imagination. As Xiao Lin contemplated his lunch options, he descended the steps amidst the flow of students when a voice called out from behind him. "Xiao Lin, please hold on." He turned to see a young man in a tailored suit standing on the steps, his expression grave and solemn. The man looked somewhat familiar, yet Xiao Lin could not recall where he had seen him before. "May I ask who you are?" "I am Qi Haisheng, Professor Yu Taizhou's assistant," came the calm reply. Suddenly, Xiao Lin remembered. It was indeed Qi who had been adjusting the microphone prior to Professor Yu's address. But how did he know Xiao Lin's name? "Is there something you need?" Xiao Lin inquired. Qi Haisheng regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, and after a moment's pause, he said, "The professor wishes to meet with you." Xiao Lin was taken aback, unable to recall any prior interaction with Professor Yu. In the recent lecture, he had merely been one among 2,000 minds. "He has come specifically to find you and wishes to discuss matters concerning that door," Qi Haisheng continued, and a chill instantly erupted within Xiao Lin, coursing through his entire being. Approximately a month prior, Xiao Lin had experienced a mysterious assault. His dreams had become ensnared, each night conjuring visions of a colossal stone door standing resolutely in the darkness. A narrow crevice had slightly opened, releasing a cascade of dazzling colors. This dream had never been divulged to anyone. How then did Yu Taizhou come to know? 5 minutes later, Xiao Lin found himself in a temporary office, facing Yu Taizhou. The elder was engrossed in a report, a photograph of Xiao Lin affixed to the corner. Judging by the report's thickness, it seemed the other party was well acquainted even with the number of undergarments he possessed. Yu Taizhou remained silent, merely gesturing for him to take a seat, his focus unwavering on the documents. Xiao Lin, too, said nothing, quietly contemplating as he awaited the elder's words. "You must be quite perplexed as to how I am aware of your dreams, am I right?" Yu Taizhou suddenly inquired. Xiao Lin was taken aback and nodded in acknowledgement. "If you wish to know, you must answer me 3 questions." "Please proceed," Xiao Lin replied with measured composure. Yu Taizhou closed the folder containing the documents, intertwining his fingers atop it. "First question, what do you believe lies beyond the door?" Xiao Lin found himself at a loss for words, having never pondered this before. Simply describe your feelings, the professor urged. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Lin replied, of force, of immense power, of utmost significance. Yu Taizhou regarded him with a tranquil gaze. Second question. Do you believe in the existence of a singular entity capable of shaping the world and influencing the course of civilization? I am an atheist. Xiao Lin answered succinctly this time. Yu Taizhou offered no comment, pausing before presenting the third question. Final question. Do you wish to become an extraordinary being, a savior of the world? Were it Yang Qi, he would likely be overwhelmed with emotion at this moment. Yet, Xiao Lin felt quite the opposite. He intended to refuse. Xiao Lin was a man devoid of family. His relatives had long since established new lives. His own existence was narrow, driven by the necessity for survival. He seldom squandered time, meticulously calculating every expenditure, eschewing dreams and love in favor of the most economical forms of entertainment. Yang Qi often jested that he lived like an animal, a comparison Xiao Lin found rather apartment. He was a creature adrift in the city, aimlessly existing. Why should such an animal be tasked with saving the world? He had not garnered much from this world. Shouldn't the responsibility of saving it fall to those who are more fortunate? I'm afraid I cannot accept, Professor, Xiao Lin declared, rising and bowing slightly to Yu Taizhou. Do you not wish to inquire further? I believe it unnecessary. The notion of saving the world does not appeal to me, and my relationship with this world is rather tenuous. Very well, let us consider it from another angle. Your perspective, the professor proposed, his gaze profound. Have you ever contemplated what it means to refuse? What does that imply? Xiao Lin queried, perplexed. It is akin to, in 1969, you had the potential to become the first astronaut to land on the moon, yet you chose to forego that opportunity. Xiao Lin's body trembled violently, as if something had detonated in his mind. The room was enveloped in silence, with faint melodies wafting in from the school's broadcasting room. It was David Bowie's Space Oddity. This is ground control. To Major Tom, you've really made the grade. And the papers want to know whose shirts you wear. Xiao Lin recognized the song. In 1969, when the first manned spacecraft to the moon took flight, Major Tom also ascended into the cosmos. His remarkable journey captured the world's attention, yet did not bring him the fame that others enjoyed. He became disconnected from Earth, eternally lost in the vastness of the universe. Embarking on a grand adventure is the ultimate romance that transcends life and death. Professor, you suddenly murmured. I would gladly accept the fates of both Armstrong and Major Tom. What I cannot accept is that I have never set foot on this path. In a moment of clarity, Xiao Lin envisioned a colossal rocket ascending amidst roaring flames, trailing a luminous tail toward the heavens. Yet he was not aboard the rocket. He merely stood on the ground, gazing upward. I will witness things that others could never imagine, won't I? Xiao Lin slowly took a seat. Yes, Yu Taizhou replied softly. Chapter 2. May Science Bless You. The Tianyan Research Institute, 10 o'clock in the morning. When Xiao Lin sought out Yu Taizhou, the latter was engrossed in a rather obscure local mythology. His desk resembled that of a high school senior, piled high with books and documents. Upon seeing Xiao Lin enter, he closed the book and smiled. How are you? I heard you've been undergoing firearms training. Are you getting accustomed to it? Well, although it's quite exhausting, it's more enjoyable than the cultural subjects, Xiao Lin replied as he settled across from Yu Taizhou, his expression calm. That's good as long as you enjoy it. However, it's unfortunate that the training will have to be temporarily halted. Why? Yu Taizhou raised an eyebrow, his expression laden with significance. Yesterday, 2 members of the selection group completed the extraordinary training. They? Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback. He was not the only one who dreamed of the stone door besides him. There were 9 others within the institute, though only he had been personally invited by Yu Taizhou. By the time he arrived, the others had already been engaged in extraordinary training for nearly a year. The extraordinary training comprised 3 phases, all conducted within dreams. The first phase required establishing a complete self-awareness in the dream, maintaining lucidity, engaging in coherent thought, and perceiving a continuous sense of time. The second phase involved embodying that awareness, ensuring the body was whole, capable of free movement, and able to perform complex actions. The third phase demanded the recreation of personal items within the dream, ensuring both structural integrity and functional correspondence at that time. While others had already progressed to the third phase, Xiao Lin believed he would have to exert himself to catch up. 3 months later, Xiao Lin completed all his training, yet they remained entrenched in the third phase. Thus, whenever Xiao Lin witnessed their diligent training, he felt a twinge of guilt. A year had passed, and finally, others had succeeded in advancing. Does this mean we can proceed to the next step? Xiao Lin inquired. Yu Taizhou did not rush to respond, but countered, "Have you not always been curious as to how I knew about your dreams?" Xiao Lin was taken aback. He had posed this question more than once over the past 2 years, but Yu Taizhou had always promised to reveal the answer in due course. Now, the moment of revelation had arrived. 3 minutes later, they stood before a heavily guarded, fully enclosed elevator. Upon entering the cabin, the elevator descended into the depths. The exterior world was obscured from view, and they sank deeply, seemingly isolated from reality, until the elevator finally came to a halt. When the doors opened, a long white corridor lay before Xiao Lin. The corridor was serene, with both the floor and walls adorned in a soothing white, illuminated by gentle, cool white light from above, creating an unexpectedly tranquil atmosphere. At the end of the corridor stood a white metal sliding door, imposing and immaculate. "Do you know? This is actually where I first encountered you," Yu Taizhou remarked, gazing at the door, his voice low. "What do you mean?" Xiao Lin asked, puzzled. "You'll understand once you see it." As Xiao Lin approached the door, the access light flickered rhythmically. He placed his hand on the access screen, and with a soft beep, the sound of the air valve releasing followed. The metal door slowly slid open before him, revealing the scene beyond. He began to tremble, his pupils constricting gradually, his chest rising and falling violently, as if a vast expanse of white light had erupted within his mind. He beheld that door not within a dream, but in reality, standing majestically within the room, clear and grand. The reliefs and symbols on the door exuded an ancient aura, as if a minuscule bubble had surfaced from the depths of the river of time. A crack formed in the stone door, and an endless array of colors flowed behind it, mingling with otherworldly hues. Though merely a fissure, the door was so immense that the colors resembled a dazzling and enigmatic vertical galaxy. He had attempted to enter the stone door in his dreams, but proximity always awakened him now. He beheld it in the waking world. "Xiao Lin, each time you dream, you arrive here. I first encountered you in this very place." Yu Taizhou's voice resonated behind him. "Among all the extraordinary beings, you alone possess this unique gift. Your connection to this place is more profound than anyone else's, and you shall be the first to witness the world beyond the door." 3 days later, the enigmatic journey was set to commence. Time, 10:06 a.m. The entire research institute entered a state of emergency lockdown. Simultaneously, countless research centers worldwide were keenly observing this expedition, and numerous national leaders sent their congratulations. Strangely, however, as the departure time approached, Xiao Lin grew increasingly calm. He even began to ponder mundane matters of life, such as whether he should purchase a few articles of clothing or if the door had been securely locked. Yu Taizhou addressed them, saying, "Remember, this is humanity's inaugural journey to another world. Never take unnecessary risks. Even if it's just a fleeting glance, it suffices. Do you understand?" He spent the entire morning rambling incessantly, not at all resembling the erudite professor he was known to be, but rather more akin to a somewhat tedious elderly gentleman. At that moment, Xiao Lin's phone buzzed with a message from Yang Qi. "Xiao Lin, when you return, I would like to treat you to a meal roast whole lamb. I know this may not be much to you, but please don't turn your nose up at it." Xiao Lin felt a surge of emotion throughout the past year of training. He had maintained contact with Yang Qi. Apart from the professor, this friend had been his greatest source of encouragement, serving as a steadfast pillar of support. Moreover, like himself, Yang Qi was not affluent. They had met while working to support their studies. For someone who seldom indulged in meat, the fact that he wished to treat Xiao Lin to a roast lamb indicated a significant commitment on his part. "Well, you must be in for quite a financial strain," Xiao Lin replied with a smile. Time, 11:40 a.m. Location, preparation room. The mysterious journey was on the verge of commencing. Clad in a specially designed, full-environment protective suit, Xiao Lin appeared somewhat cumbersome. His two teammates, Yu Shuang and Ai Sheng, were also present. Yu Shuang, slightly older than Xiao Lin, was not conventionally attractive, dark-skinned and slender, but she was an exceptionally formidable woman. At merely 28 years of age, she held dual degrees in geology and biology and had traversed numerous perilous terrains on Earth. At that moment, she repeatedly fiddled with her portable instruments, exhibiting signs of agitation. Xiao Lin inquired, "Are you nervous?" Yu Shuang nodded. "I hope what lies beyond the door does not exceed our understanding of extreme environments. Did you know? Some carbon-rich planets possess diamond layers thousands of kilometers thick with exceedingly high temperatures, such as 55 Cancri E. And those enormous tidal waves be the way. Have you seen Interstellar? Such waves theoretically exist, albeit in a more chaotic form." Whether Yu Shuang was conversing with Xiao Lin or merely musing to herself was unclear. This girl had a tendency to immerse herself in her thoughts, making communication rather challenging. Xiao Lin could only pat her shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, we are merely going for a brief look. If danger arises, we shall flee." Hearing their exchange, AI Sheng tugged at his gloves. "Adventure is essential. The whole world awaits the results of our endeavor. Should we fail to deliver, we risk being supplanted." He raised his gaze toward Xiao Lin, his eyes sharp beneath the visor. "Xiao Lin, I recognize your brilliance in completing training within 3 months, yet that does not imply you possess the aptitude for leadership. I come from a military family and have participated in numerous drills, so I believe it is best for me to assume command." Xiao Lin glanced at him and shook his head, stating, "We will adhere to the plan and avoid any recklessness." AI Sheng furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of voicing further objections, but ultimately relented. Time, 12 p.m., location, level 0. The Research Institute resonated with David Bowie's Space Oddity. Ground control to Major Tom, commencing countdown, engines ignited. Check ignition, and may God's love accompany you. As the countdown echoed, the white doors before them slowly slid open. Time, 12:06 p.m., the first extraordinary team dream in. Observing the trio holding hands as they stepped into the surreal, twisted hues, Yu Taijo gazed at the monitor and softly murmured, "May science watch over you." Chapter 3. Nothing I can do. Time slipped away, perhaps 10 minutes or even 15. Xiao Lin found himself alone in the dream chamber. Collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath, the white mist of his exhalation swiftly coalescing on his visor only to dissipate just as quickly. In that moment, he was nearly bereft of awareness of his surroundings. Everything around him seemed to roar, and he could only struggle to rise, staggering towards the exit. Yu Shuang was dead. Upon witnessing that abomination, her mind shattered into madness. Her body began to mutate, growing increasingly grotesque, and within mere seconds, she filled the loose, cumbersome protective suit. The suit, intended to shield her, transformed into a lethal cage from which she could neither escape nor rupture, ultimately suffocating her within its confines. Her lifeless form evoked the image of a vast, white chocolate sphere. Xiao Lin pressed onward, making his way to the door. AI Sheng fared slightly better. He had not succumbed to insanity or mutation. Upon glimpsing the scene beyond the door, he murmured, "Xiao Lin, we are destined for extinction, are we not?" Then, he drew his firearm, aimed it at his own head, and pulled the trigger. Xiao Lin's suspicions were confirmed. Behind the door lay the ultimate entity. It was a colossal silver giant, stretching thousands of kilometers, adorned with hundreds of radiant wings. It was flawless, unviewable, exuding a divine essence akin to the blazing sun. Anyone who beheld it would recognize it as a deity, the creator, the ultimate existence that transcends all concepts. One would then envision its wings, capable of stirring typhoons, majestically shaping the world with its overwhelming divine power. Now, it lay lifeless, akin to a creature struck down in the street, sprawled across the continent. Its enormous body resembling a mountain. Its head was swollen like a decaying fruit, its pupils glassy, and its mouth agape, revealing a terror and horror unique to humanity. Its body had succumbed to decay, bloating and festering, with enormous worms writhing from its flesh, swaying like seaweed. Countless bizarre parasites surged forth from this putrescent divine carcass, coalescing into a tide, swimming in the ocean of its bodily fluids, spreading across the world. Xiao Lin could distinctly sense the overwhelming greed and malice that permeated the air. as those parasites became aware of their existence. One day, they would breach the stone door and enter this world. That stone door must be sealed. He had to inform Yu Taizhou immediately. Shaolin lifted his gaze as the white door slowly creaked open, revealing a bright and silent corridor beyond, devoid of any presence, save for the faint hum of the new air system. This profound silence inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. Why was there no one waiting outside? No one to greet him upon his emergence? This was not how it should be. Yet, he had no time to ponder. Dragging his cumbersome protective suit down the elongated corridor, entering the elevator, and pressing the button for the office level. After an interminable ascent, a soft chime sounded as the elevator doors gradually opened before him, but the anticipated clamor was conspicuously absent. In the ordinarily bustling corridor, an eerie stillness enveloped the space, rendering it as silent as a dreamscape, devoid of any presence. The sole sound resonating was the broadcast of Space Tales. "Is anyone there? I need assistance," Shaolin shouted, his hoarse voice reverberating through the corridor, yet failing to shatter the profound silence. It seemed as though the entire staff of the Institute had vanished, as if the entire endeavor were nothing more than an elaborate April Fool's prank, with everyone retreating to hidden corners after ushering themselves through the door. Perhaps, at that very moment, they were somewhere, observing his reaction while guffawing with glee. A sense of unease deepened within him as he made his way toward Professor Yu Taizhou's office. Yu Taizhou was an eccentric individual. Regardless of when one opened the door to his office, he was invariably present, ensconced behind towering piles of documents, as though he were a fixture of the room itself. Yet this time, Yu Taizhou was also absent, his chair conspicuously unoccupied, everything exactly as he had left it. Even the obscure tome on local mythology he had been perusing lay undisturbed on the desk. The only distinction was an old notebook, meticulously placed on the surface, its pages brittle and yellowed, seemingly a relic from the previous century. It bore the simple inscription of the name Yu Renxing, the Institute's psychological expert. For reasons unknown, a subtle trepidation gripped Shaolin as he regarded this object, but he inhaled deeply and slowly opened it. The front page bore a weighty inscription: "I hereby record the downfall of the Tianyan Institute. March 16, 2025. The first mysterious expedition declared a failure. The first generation of extraordinary individuals, Shaolin, Yu Shuang, and Ai Sheng, went missing. The Tianyan Institute urgently activated the reserve first-generation extraordinary individuals, yet they failed to enter. Professor Yu Taizhou hastily dispatched first-generation extraordinary blood samples worldwide, advancing the cultivation of the second generation. In June, the second generation, Yang Qi, Feng Zhe, Li Zongyi, and in Jingsheng, were activated but also failed to enter. In August, the third attempt failed, and in October, the fourth attempt met the same fate. The powers of the extraordinary diminished across generations. The door rejected us all. July 2028. Extraordinary individuals exhibited an inexplicable and formidable power in the real world. Contradicting the professor's assessments, they began to engage in the containment of mysterious incidents, and at that time, everyone believed that matters would improve, except for the professor. January 2033. The most dreadful events unfolded. Extraordinary individuals were thrust into the human battlefield, and the Third World War erupted amidst the spreading devastation, ensnaring us all in this hell. The professor declared, "We must concentrate on our work until the last hour before the world's end." July 2035. Yang Qi betrayed us. He personally murdered Professor Yu Taizhou, obliterating the Institute and all our efforts to save the world. The final words, in my dying moments, "I curse this world to perish in madness." Shaolin gazed upon the words, as if he had plunged into a terrifying dream. He realized he had not taken a monumental step for mankind like Armstrong did in 1969. He felt lost, adrift in his own cosmos, gazing longingly at a homeland that appeared so close yet remained eternally out of reach. The music in the Research Institute continued to play. "Ground control to Major Tom. Your circuit's dead. There's something wrong. Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me? Am I floating round my tin can? Far above the moon, Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. P.S. Space Oddity is truly enchanting. There will be another chapter this afternoon. Wishing you a joyous Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 4. The phone time seemed to stretch into an eternity, yet the clock had only advanced half an hour. Shaolin gradually regained his composure, beginning to realize that the situation was far more complex than it initially appeared. If, as the notebook suggested, he had indeed been missing for many years and the research institute had been obliterated by Yang Qi, then this place should be a desolate ruin. However, the institute appeared precisely as it had when he departed, as if he had merely stepped away for a brief moment. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the desk phone, the office line of Yu Taizhou, with both the power and network signal lights ablaze. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Should he call Yu Taizhou? Few were privy to the professor's private number, but by chance, he was one of them. Though uncertain of its efficacy, it was certainly preferable to inaction. He pressed the speakerphone button and swiftly dialed the number. A prolonged and rhythmic series of beeps echoed in his ear, but there was no response. Shaolin sighed softly, feeling little disappointment. From the outset, he harbored no hopes of successfully connecting the call. In such a bizarre environment, it would have been more peculiar for the call to go through. Leaning back in his chair, it creaked under his weight. Just then, a slightly distorted yet familiar voice emerged. "Hello, who is this? Did I not say not to touch my office phone?" A shiver ran through Shaolin, nearly bringing him to tears. He recognized the voice. "Yu Taizhou? Professor Yu. It's Shaolin. Where are you right now?" Shaolin spoke urgently. "Shaolin, I'm in a meeting. What is going on? Is there something you need?" The professor's query unleashed a torrent of repressed fear, confusion, and a dreadful sense of loneliness within Shaolin, compelling him to release it all. However, he clenched his fists, forcing himself to remain calm. He was uncertain how stable this line of communication was or how long it would last, so his primary focus had to be on conveying critical information efficiently. Suppressing his negative emotions, he spoke in a steady and grave tone. "Professor, you must believe what I am about to tell you. I emerged from a stone gate and have now traversed decades into the future. I found a diary containing 3 pivotal time markers." He swiftly opened the brittle, yellowed notebook and read aloud. July 2028, extraordinary beings gain power in the real world. January 2033, extraordinary beings are thrust into battle. The Third World War erupts. July 2035, the Research Institute is destroyed at the hands of the second-generation extraordinary being, Yang Qi. "Wait, Shaolin, why are you telling me this? What on earth is happening?" Yu Taizhou's voice was laced with urgency. Shaolin took a deep breath. "Professor, I do not know if I will survive to return, but I swear that everything I have spoken is the truth. You must prepare. Moreover, regarding that stone gate, please do everything in your power to close it. Beyond it lies the resting place of deities. That world has already been tainted. Shaolin, where are you? I will come to find you immediately. Do not wander off." A sharp crackle of electricity pierced the air, as if a nail gun had been fired point-blank at Shaolin's mind. Instinctively, he removed the receiver, nearly curling into a ball. By the time he regained his composure, only a hollow, busy tone remained on the line. With one hand pressed against the desk, he forcefully redialed, yet after several attempts, the call remained unanswered. A flicker of relief washed over him for having restrained his emotions during that fleeting moment of conversation, making the right choice instead. However, an icy dread soon enveloped his heart. He realized that the last connection to his past had been severed. The silence in the office was suffocating, allowing Shaolin to almost hear the slow, creeping sounds of fear and loneliness. It felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his heart, causing his breath to quicken and his complexion to pale. No, he must remain calm. He began to force himself to think. Perhaps the temporal leap he had experienced was not vast. Perhaps this world had not undergone significant changes, and there might still be those who recognized him. He needed to relax his mind, to breathe. Rising, Shaolin approached the window and tugged on the pull cord of the blinds. With a soft whoosh, the slats turned, revealing the outside world. Yet, as he beheld the scene, confusion engulfed him like a tidal wave. The sky outside was a dark crimson, reminiscent of congealed blood. Beneath that sky, the once vibrant city lay in ruins, a decayed wasteland shrouded in filth. Dark, sinewy strands, reminiscent of flesh, intertwined chaotically throughout the city, ensnaring numerous vehicles and remnants of buildings, resembling a colossal nest. A warship 100 meters in length was cocooned in these strands, suspended in the air, gently swaying. Amidst this apocalyptic vista, an unimaginable horror confronted Shaolin. A gigantic arachnid exoskeleton, hundreds of meters tall, loomed silently over the ruins. It stood as a dire warning, signaling to Shaolin that this world had diverged completely from his previous understanding. The last sentence from his notebook flashed in his mind: "Curse this world, perishing in madness." Suddenly, a shrill alarm blared, abruptly interrupting Shaolin's thoughts and tightening his chest. He understood the implication. Something had breached the research facility. Was it human? Or something else entirely? Shaolin did not dwell in panic for long. He decisively made his way toward the security room. This was the nerve center of the Tianyan Research Institute, equipped with a comprehensive surveillance system and lethal weapons to counter extreme situations. Upon entering his code, the door to the security room slid open before him, revealing a vast wall composed of hundreds of screens forming a surveillance array. The intruder's images flickered to life across the monitors. Not monsters, but humans. For men and one woman, clad in matching black trench coats, carried weapons, though they did not wield them. They wandered aimlessly through the institute, seemingly engaged in a futile search. Shaolin took a deep breath. He required a method, a means to ensure the swift elimination of these 5 individuals. He turned his gaze toward the armory, where a row of automatic shotguns lay quietly. These were the weapons utilized by the station security personnel. With a magazine capacity of 12 rounds, they could fire in rapid succession. As for recoil, Shaolin's protective suit was state-of-the-art, equipped with exoskeletal support and materials that possessed excellent shock-absorbing properties. He seized a shotgun, checked the ammunition, and attached a choke to mitigate pellet spread, all while monitoring the surveillance screens and studying the layout of the facility. Currently, the 5 adversaries showed no intention of separating. He needed to locate a sufficiently deep corridor to ambush them as they passed through. Corridor 3, the area with the highest foot traffic, presented the greatest likelihood of their passage. This corridor stretched nearly 30 meters, providing ample depth. 12 rounds fired in rapid succession would be more than sufficient to obliterate any living being within its confines. Without further hesitation, Shaolin swiftly approached the corner at the end of Corridor 3, pressing himself against the wall, holding his breath in anticipation. At that moment, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Just moments earlier, he had yearned for someone to engage with. Yet now, the arrival of actual individuals might compel him to take their lives. As he had anticipated, it wasn't long before the sounds of clear footsteps and conversation echoed through Corridor 3. However, Shaolin refrained from revealing himself. He continued to wait, allowing them to advance deeper, ensuring they could not retreat swiftly. This is absurd. Not only has the exterior of the building been restored, but the internal facilities have begun to function, and there's even electricity, remarked one of the girls in the group. It's as if it has been revived overnight. I've never witnessed such a phenomenon before, replied the leader, who walked at the forefront. I'm equally astonished at how advanced the facilities are. What on earth was this place used for? Another voice chimed in from behind. Shaolin assessed the timing and felt it was nearly perfect. He suddenly surged from the corner, elevating the shotgun and pulling the trigger. Boom! The deafening blast reverberated through the corridor, sending debris cascading from the ceiling. This was Shaolin's opening statement. Before the 5 could react, he aimed his weapon at them, engaging in a silent standoff. The first to speak was the girl, who shrank back behind the leader. It's a humanoid creature, and it wields firearms. How terrifying. My Valley effect is about to kick in. She sported curly hair, thick glasses, and clutched a large book, appearing somewhat dazed. Shaolin paused momentarily before stating, I am human, not a monster. You can speak, the girl exclaimed, her fear escalating. I have already asserted that I am not a monster, Shaolin retorted, pulling back the visor of his protective suit to reveal his face. Yet it looks just like a human, the girl gasped, her complexion paling. Shaolin felt a wave of frustration. He glanced at the leader, who wore a similar expression of disbelief. In that instant, he sensed a peculiar camaraderie with the men present, a shared understanding that was beautifully absurd. The captain turned to the girl and asked, "Lin Yin Yin, may I inquire about a creature that, much like humans, can utilize tools articulate speech, and bears an identical appearance to us? What might this creature be?" Lin Yin Yin tilted her head and responded, "A human?" She then pondered, "Is it possible that the individual before us is indeed a human?" The captain sighed in resignation. "Ah, there is some merit to that thought." Lin Yin Yin nodded in agreement. The captain then addressed Xiao Lin. "Greetings, we are the enforcement team from Satellite Town, dispatched by the mayor to investigate this suddenly revived structure. We have no intention of engaging in conflict with you. If you would be so kind, could you reveal your identity to us?" Xiao Lin regarded them earnestly and, after a brief pause, replied, "You may have heard of me. My name is Xiao Lin." Chapter 5. Close friend Xiao Lin's name elicited no reaction from the five-member team, only confusion. "Should I have heard of you?" The captain inquired cautiously. "In truth, I am quite famous," Xiao Lin thought, feeling somewhat awkward. Suddenly, a girl named Lin Yin Yin raised her hand high. "I remember now. You're the lead singer of that disaster metal band, right? I particularly adore your song Die, all of you." "No. Then you must be the Baozi vendor I passed by on Chunxing Road 10 years ago. I absolutely loved your Baozi. I never imagined I would see you here, but you've lost so much weight and your chest is gone." Xiao Lin, Yin Yin, perhaps it would be more convenient if Mr. Xiao Lin told us himself. The captain interrupted Lin Yin Yin's ramblings. He then turned to Xiao Lin, apologizing. "My apologies, Mr. Xiao. This girl has a slight mental disorder and a peculiar grasp of common knowledge." "A peculiar grasp of common knowledge? What does that mean?" The captain shrugged and explained. "It's a rare backlash from superpower commonly found in those with psychic abilities. The patient's brain cannot retain common knowledge. Even distinguishing between a person and a tree must be assessed through shape, color, height, and whether it sheds leaves." Xiao Lin keenly seized upon a term in his words. "She is a psychic?" "In truth, we all are." The captain glanced at the shotgun. "So your weapon is not particularly effective. Can we have a proper discussion?" Xiao Lin hesitated for a moment, yet did not lower his weapon. "I'm sorry, but I cannot fully trust you yet. However, I am willing to communicate." The captain was not offended. Rather, he expressed understanding. Indeed, establishing trust quickly is not easy. Let us begin with self-introductions. He tugged at his clothing and formally introduced himself. "Yinjia, captain of the law enforcement team in Satellite Town, male, 32 years old, extroverted personality. Highly capable." That introduction was rather too formal, Xiao Lin mused. "I have 3 questions to ask," Yinjia stated seriously. "First, why is this building revived? Second, why are you here? Third, who are you?" Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback. "The building revived? What does that mean?" "What do you mean?" Yinjia appeared equally perplexed. The two stared at one another for a while, and then Xiao Lin realized, "You mean, this should be a wasteland?" "Not should be, but has always been, until today when it suddenly revived." "So you revive alongside the building, correct?" "Wait, I feel there is a disparity in the information between us." Xiao Lin quickly inquired, "How long has this laboratory been destroyed?" "Over 200 years, Yinjia replied. Xiao Lin fell silent. "Captain, my judgment is not mistaken. He is indeed not human." Lin Yin Yin suddenly murmured, "Though it bears a resemblance, it is not. It is a kind of entity I cannot adequately describe." The atmosphere abruptly turned somber and perilous. A member of the enforcement team swiftly raised his hand, a mysterious blue light illuminating his pupils, and the air between them became palpable. Xiao Lin could even perceive the solidified boundary with his naked eye. In the next moment, someone swiftly drew a pistol, aiming it at Xiao Lin. At that instant, he nearly pulled the trigger, but in the previous moment, Yin Jie raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone remain calm. Lower your weapons." Xiao Lin did not lower his weapon, nor did the others. Yet both parties exhibited restraint, preventing the situation from escalating further. Yin Jie wiped his forehead and remarked, "It seems the first 2 questions have found their answers. Now we arrive at the 3rd question, Mr. Xiao Lin. Who exactly are you? You truly do not recognize me?" "Unfamiliar. Tianyin Research Institute, a core member of the Mysterious Journey Project, the first generation of extraordinary beings, Shaolin. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 5 individuals across from him displayed expressions of profound astonishment, as if they had just uncovered an earth-shattering secret. Shaolin had presumed they might have heard of the Tianyin Research Institute or the Mysterious Journey Project, given that the former is a world-renowned leading research institute and the latter a topic of high discussion within the community. However, Lin Yin suddenly interjected, "Impossible. Among the 7 first-generation extraordinary beings, none have retained human form. They're the closest entities to the divine." Thus, the standoff reached a resolution. In the Research Institute's CAF, the 5 individuals sat outside the counter while Shaolin was behind it, preparing coffee as he recounted his experiences. Yet, he only shared a fraction, omitting certain critical secrets, such as the existence of the Stone Gate. "So, after participating in the mysterious journey, you traversed to this place?" Yin Jie mused, resting his elbow on the counter. He then inquired of Lin Yin, "Do you have any recollection of this city, Yinzhou?" Lin Yin pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "There is nothing in my recollections. It may have been destroyed or vanished." "How can that be? 2 centuries should not yield a historical chasm. And besides, this is indeed the former Yinzhou," Shaolin asserted. "That line of thinking is erroneous," Yin Jie replied, gazing at the cup in his hand. "History no longer exists." "Does not exist? What do you mean?" Shaolin queried, perplexed. Yin Jie elucidated. "Literally, the world has become increasingly unfamiliar. We do not know its vastness, its shape, nor the nature of the starry sky above us. History has also been distorted. Abnormal phenomena are forcibly intersecting with our past, leaving us unable to discern what is real and what is fabricated. In 2 centuries, this world has transformed into a formless void." Regarding Yin Jie's assertions, Shaolin, as a traveler, found it difficult to grasp, so he shifted the conversation. "By the way, are you all extraordinary beings?" he asked. Yin Jie shook his head. "We are superhumans." "Are not superhumans the same as extraordinary beings?" "The 2 concepts are entirely distinct. Superhumans refer to individuals who acquire extraordinary powers through various means, a rather broad classification. As for extraordinary beings, they are innate champions, possessing divine qualities that set them apart from superhumans." Strangely, Shaolin thought of Yangqi. "Are you familiar with Yangqi?" Yin Jie suddenly paused. "You hail from 2 centuries ago, yet you know of Yangqi? How do you come by this knowledge?" "I was his university classmate and a close friend," Shaolin replied candidly. Yin Jie's expression shifted to one of peculiar astonishment. He hesitated for a moment before responding to Shaolin's inquiry. "Yangqi, the 2nd-generation extraordinary being, the Lord of Justice City, is akin to a demigod. 6 months ago, he single-handedly obliterated a city of 500,000. Shaolin felt a disconcerting sense of detachment, as if the very essence of his reality was crumbling. Even Yin Jie's voice seemed to echo from a distance. Just days prior, Yangqi had sent him a message, lamenting a conflict at the cafeteria while working part-time, which resulted in a wage deduction that he found unjust. When Shaolin set forth, Yangqi had promised to treat him to a whole roasted lamb upon his return. Now, merely hours later, during the span of a meal or a brief respite, his once dearest friend had slain his most trusted mentor, transforming into a terrifying deity that inspired dread among the populace. The world churned ominously, grinding to dust all that he once knew, leaving behind a perplexing residue. Thus, do you still uphold your status as a 1st-generation extraordinary being? Yin Jie's voice anchored him back to reality. "There is no question of upholding. It is simply who I am. Not merely the 1st generation, but the very first," Shaolin replied calmly, adding a touch of coffee to his cup. "Then, I wish to introduce you to someone, the mayor of our satellite town. Is he an extraordinary being? Not quite. He is also a superhuman, yet possesses formidable strength, deriving his power from a true extraordinary being. He serves as that extraordinary being's agent." Chapter 6. Satellite Town. Satellite Town is not an indigenous settlement. Rather, it emerged from an air of mystery, embodying a distinct Victorian charm. The streets are adorned with a mosaic of pointed arch edifices, paved with blue stone bricks. Floral windows, Intricate reliefs, white stone columns, coal factories, and churches populate this quaint town, where rain falls regularly from the 7th to the 14th of each month. The sun is a rare sight here, as the sky perpetually wears a pallid, overcast hue. In stark contrast to this antiquated atmosphere lies an extraordinary artifact not far from the town hall, the remnants of an artificial satellite. This colossal relic, measuring over 15 meters, rests atop the ruins of a building. Its silvery cylindrical structure appears both sophisticated and graceful, flanked by 2 sets of vertical solar sails. However, this once soaring marvel of technology now lies in tatters, its body riddled with holes, the interior long since stripped bare by grave robbers, leaving behind a chaotic framework, a technological corpse. Whenever Lan Xiu gazes upon the satellite, he is enveloped by an uncanny sense of dislocation. This marks his 3rd year as mayor, and at this moment, he stands at the window of his office on the 2nd floor of the town hall, silently observing the desolate streets and the quiet satellite nearby. Ivy clings to the exterior walls, swaying languidly in the oppressive breeze. Lan Xiu feels a twinge of agitation. The revival of the enigmatic laboratory has stirred unease within him, compounded by the myriad troubles he already faces. Just then, a knock resounds at the door. Without turning, he curtly responds, "Enter." A member of the enforcement team steps inside. Zhou Zheng, the oldest and most seasoned among them. "Mr. Mayor, Captain Yin Jie discovered an individual while investigating the research institute." Zhou Zheng states gravely, "An individual? A resident of the town, or someone from another faction?" "Lan Xiu Yin Gui Non Jia Len." The situation seems to lead to one of 2 outcomes, both of which he feels confident in managing. Neither. Captain Yin Jie believes he has been resurrected alongside the laboratory. Lan Xiu halts, astonished, lifting his gaze. Resurrected alongside the laboratory? Moreover, he claims to be a first-generation extraordinary being. Zhou Zheng continues. Upon hearing this term, Lan Xiu remains composed, harboring not even a fraction of belief. It is common knowledge that first-generation extraordinary beings do not possess human forms. "As if I didn't already have enough troubles on my hands," he sighs, placing his glass upon the windowsill. "Let's go see. So are extraordinary beings truly all immensely powerful?" Xiao Lin asks, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, and the earlier the generation, the stronger they tend to be. I am curious. Why do you perceive extraordinary beings as weak?" Yin Jie retorts. Xiao Lin finds himself at a loss for words, as the former strongest extraordinary being, devoid of abilities. He feels somewhat authoritative on the matter. "Xiao Lin, may I request another cup of coffee?" Lin Yin raises her hand high. She has consumed nearly 4 cups of coffee, each sweetened with 3 spoonfuls of sugar, which seems quite wasteful. As Xiao Lin lifted the coffee pot to refill her cup, the girl immediately displayed a blissful expression. "Mr. Xiao Lin, although you are not human, your coffee is truly delightful." Xiao Lin felt as though he had been insulted, but was at a loss for a retort. He then inquired, "So, your mayor, the one you mentioned, Lan Xiu, is he formidable as well?" "Let me put it this way. He is the most powerful individual I have encountered thus far," Yin Jie replied, rubbing the handle of his coffee cup. Even when he refrains from action, one can still sense the formidable aura emanating from him. Xiao Lin's hand froze over the coffee pot, and he looked up to ask, "Do I possess that kind of aura you mentioned?" Yin Jie scrutinized him from head to toe, then smiled faintly, not in the slightest. Xiao Lin felt a tinge of helplessness. At that moment, a commotion arose outside, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing through the silent corridor. Yin Jie and the other members of the enforcement team rose to their feet. "Our mayor has arrived," Yin Jie stated. As the footsteps grew closer, Xiao Lin felt a surge of anxiety. After all, according to Yin Jie, the individual approaching was an extraordinary being, one who could not be easily handled even with a shotgun. He hoped fervently that no conflict would ensue. With a click, the door swung open, and Lan Xiu entered. He was a man of approximately 50 years, tall and slender, dressed impeccably in a suit, with glasses perched on his nose, exuding the air of an intellectual. Xiao Lin could indeed sense the aura that Yin Jie had described, powerful and mysterious, enveloped Lan Xiu like a fine mist. Lan Xiu, in turn, scrutinized Xiao Lin, assessing his appearance, physique, features, and demeanor. A man of considerable experience, he found it easy to distinguish between humans and anthropomorphized entities. He quickly realized that the individual before him was merely an ordinary human. This revelation eased Lan Shiyu's tension and brought him a measure of delight. As he walked further into the room, he observed the advanced nature of the research facility. The equipment in the laboratory alone could yield immense wealth. While he had no intention of plundering, the fact that his counterpart was an ordinary person would certainly benefit their negotiations. However, to be prudent, Lan Shiyu activated his extraordinary abilities, employing the unique perceptive powers of an extraordinary being. His pupils twitched slightly, and suddenly, his vision transformed into a grayscale world. He turned his gaze towards Shaolin. Buzz! It felt as though his entire brain reverberated, and his heart began to race. His ears ringing as if he were plunging into a boundless abyss of darkness and silence. He struggled to comprehend what entity stood before him. It was bizarre, chaotic, imperceptible, and incomprehensible. Merely gazing upon it sent chills down his spine. This being was certainly not human. It merely presented the facade of one. Mayor, this is Mr. Shaolin, who seems to have been revived alongside the research facility. The voice of Yin Jie jolted Lan Shiyu back to reality, and he forced a faint smile. I have gathered a general understanding of the situation, Mr. Shaolin. Welcome to our town. His opening remarks relieved Shaolin, who responded with a polite smile. Thank you. Mayor, by the way, would you care for some coffee? Lan Shiyu gently inhaled and replied, Of course, it is a rare and precious commodity in our town. As Lan Shiyu took a seat while Shaolin turned to pour the coffee, Yin Jie felt a surge of confusion. Lan Shiyu was not a harsh individual, yet he would not be so lenient as to act irresponsibly. After all, he was the mayor of Satellite Town. Yin Jie sensed something was amiss. Mr. Lan, Shaolin might be a person from 200 years ago, having traveled through time, which is exceedingly rare. I even wish to bring a few slices back. Lin Yin Yin exclaimed excitedly. Zhou mentioned this to me, but it's hardly surprising. This world has become quite mad. A time traveler from a century or two ago is nothing extraordinary. Lan Shiyu jested lightly. Shaolin handed over the coffee, and Lan Shiyu graciously accepted the cup, taking a sip before inquiring, Mr. Shaolin, do you have any plans for the future? Do you intend to leave or settle down here? I currently have no specific plans, so I intend to stay at the Research Institute for the time being. I hope that won't inconvenience you. Shaolin replied politely while subtly observing Lan Shiyu's reaction. However, Lan Shiyu showed little response, merely nodding. Very well, our town is nearby. Tomorrow, I will have Yin Yin send over a map. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me directly. Thank you, Mr. Lan, Shaolin replied. Meanwhile, Lin Yin Yin eagerly raised her arm. Mr. Shaolin, could you spare me a few coffee beans? I really need them. Yin Yin, don't be so inconsiderate. Lan Shiyu chided, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Yin Yin, as if reprimanding a child. Yet, Lin Yin Yin, like a mischievous child, persisted just a little bit. Shaolin pinched a coffee bean and handed it to Lin Yin Yin, saying, Here, just a little. Lin Yin Yin pouted in frustration, while those nearby burst into laughter. It's not that I'm unwilling to share, but you wouldn't know how to brew it anyway, Shaolin chuckled. If you wish to drink more, you can come to me anytime. Yay, we have a coffee shop in our town now, Lin Yin Yin exclaimed enthusiastically. In truth, Shaolin was not reluctant to share. He merely wished to foster connections with the townsfolk, for as a time traveler, he could not survive in isolation indefinitely. After conversing for a while, the mayor bid farewell to Shaolin and departed with the members of the enforcement team. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the sight of a dark, silent city in ruins. A faint haze of darkness lingered in the still air, with only the imposing three-story advanced building of the Research Institute standing defiantly amidst the desolation, appearing particularly out of place. Equally incongruous was the nearby small town, which seemed inexplicably squeezed into this space, like a misaligned piece in a jigsaw puzzle of scenery. Mayor, is that Shaolin truly dangerous? Is he really an extraordinary being? Yin Jie inquired of Lan Shiyu. He indeed perceived that Lan Shiyu's attitude toward Shaolin was marked by caution. He never inquired about the other person's affairs, but instead exhibited a demeanor of concession and amiability, a stark contrast to his usual disposition. Upon rational reflection, I believe he is not an extraordinary being, but rather an ordinary individual. Lan Qiyu replied, "Then why did you scrutinize him moments ago?" "Because my emotions and intuition suggest that I am confronted with an incomprehensible presence, one that evokes profound unease." Several individuals lapsed into silence until Lin Yinyin spoke up. "Yet I sense he is quite benevolent, albeit fearful. If he truly possesses great capabilities, would that not bode well for us?" Lan Qiyu remained non-committal, merely sighing, "Tomorrow, I shall consult Mr. Bai and seek his perspective." Chapter 7. Awakening to a new day after the departure of Lan Qiyu and the enforcement team. The research institute returned to its tranquil state. Shaolin lingered in the warmth of the water bar, contemplating matters concerning his future. For the time being, he need not fret about survival. The institute boasted a supermarket and cafeteria with ample provisions to sustain him for an extended period. However, liberated from the concerns of mere existence, what should he pursue? Should he seek a way to traverse back to the past? This was Shaolin's fervent desire, yet he recognized its impracticality. Strictly speaking, he had not traversed time. Rather, he had merely missed 2 centuries, each moment passing by in a relentless march. With no actual journey through time, the prospect of returning was equally futile. Then, should he seek vengeance against Yang Qi for Yu Taizhou? The thought filled Shaolin with a tumultuous mix of emotions. On one hand, he could not summon hatred for his former dear friend. On the other hand, Yang Qi was a formidable demigod, capable of annihilating cities, whereas Shaolin doubted he could even best a mere chicken in this world. His mind swirled in confusion. Despite consuming copious amounts of coffee, fatigue began to creep in. Glancing up at the wall clock, he noted it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Given the circumstances, it was prudent to retire for the night. Tomorrow could wait for tomorrow's concerns. For safety's sake, he secured the institute's door and, adhering to his customary routine, returned to his dormitory. He washed up, donned his pajamas, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Perhaps due to the prolonged state of mental tension, he fell into a profound sleep, filled with vivid dreams. He revisited memories with Yang Qi, recalling their time working together in a restaurant. He also dreamt of Yu Taizhou celebrating his birthday, the very first birthday of his life. Though modestly arranged, it was attended by many. Amidst the warm wishes, a cart was wheeled in, bearing his birthday cake. It was a colossal, irregularly shaped, white spherical cake, resembling an oversized chocolate orb. The guests eagerly began to slice the cake, crimson juices oozing forth, spilling across the floor. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling washed over Shaolin. As he turned to face the cake, a chill ran down his spine. He beheld the visage of Yu Shuang beneath a mask. This was the corpse of Yu Shuang. Her face was grotesquely swollen, filling the confines of the helmet, her deformed eyes fixated upon Shaolin. "Why are you the only one alive? Why?" Suddenly, Shaolin jolted awake, sitting dazedly on his bed. His mind remained foggy for several minutes until a realization struck him. His dreams had been unlocked. He was no longer limited to visions of that stone door. What could this signify? Overwhelmed, he wished for the analytical prowess of the seasoned professors at the institute, who would surely unravel many mysteries. Alas, he was but a simpleton, unable to sit still even in cultural classes, wholly ignorant of the intricacies of the subconscious. Shaking off the haze, he glanced at the mechanical page-turning clock on his desk. It was already 9 in the morning. The room was softly serene, the temperature and air invigorating, instilling a sense of tranquility. Shaolin rose from his bed, embarking on his customary pre-sleep ritual, washing up, changing clothes, and preparing to step outside. Today, Lin Yinyin was expected to deliver a map to him, providing an excellent opportunity for her to serve as his guide. As these thoughts meandered through his mind, he opened the door to his room, only to encounter the person poised to knock. Qi Haisheng, a student and assistant of Yu Taizhou, was the first individual Shaolin had met at the Tianyan Research Institute. Shaolin paused, momentarily stunned. "You have traversed as well? Are you still in a state of slumber?" Qi Haisheng gazed at him in bewilderment. Xiaolin's eyes drifted past his shoulder, surveying the bustling corridor of the laboratory, where hurried footsteps and fervent debates echoed incessantly. It was akin to every morning Xiaolin had witnessed. Half an hour later, in the office, Yu Taizhou recounted the events of the previous day to Xiaolin. Your memory serves you well. You indeed agreed to explore beyond the stone gate, but you felt unconscious in the preparation room. Unconscious? Xiaolin questioned, perplexed. Yu Taizhou nodded. Vasovagal syncope, likely induced by your overwhelming anxiety and excitement, compounded by your difficulty in acclimating to the oxygen tank. Nevertheless, this fainting spell was benign. Thus you were returned to your room for recuperation. Xiaolin stood frozen, at a loss for words. So everything he had witnessed behind the door, and his entire experience, had been mere illusions? Was it truly that simple? Suddenly, he recalled a phone call he had made and hastily inquired, Professor, did you receive an unusual phone call? An unusual call? Yu Taizhou pondered, shaking his head after a moment. No, just the usual calls from acquaintances and work-related matters. A profound sigh of relief escaped Xiaolin. He could now affirm that everything he had seen the day before, including that quaint town and its inhabitants, had been nothing more than a nonsensical dream. Leaning back in his chair, tilting his head backward, he murmured like a pool of mud, Professor, I thought I would never see you again. The professor paused momentarily, then smiled. You are my student, a blade I have forged. I shall never allow you to stand alone. His tone was casual, yet underscored with sincerity. He then poured Xiaolin a cup of red tea, saying, Try this. It was given to me by someone, claiming it has calming effects. Xiaolin took a few sips, uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect, yet he indeed felt somewhat tranquil. Shall we discuss your dream? Yu Taizhou inquired as he resumed his seat, his tone inquisitive. Your dream has undergone a transformation, which is immensely valuable information, particularly regarding the interior of the stone gate. I encountered the creator within the stone gate. Xiaolin replied softly, cradling his teacup. The creator? Yu Taizhou's movements momentarily froze. Yes, but he is deceased. His body is polluting the entire world. Ai Sheng and Yu Shuang have perished, and I alone escaped, though that was 2 centuries hence. Xiaolin continued, at that time, the research institute had already been dismantled, and I discovered a notebook there. Just as Xiaolin was recounting the events of the dream from the previous night, Qi Haixing entered the room, saying, Professor, you have a meeting to prepare for in 10 minutes. Regardless of the nature of the meeting, it should be postponed or delayed by an hour. Yu Taizhou responded without hesitation. Qi Haixing's expression turned slightly uneasy. I'm afraid it cannot be postponed. It's a research progress reporting meeting. You know, the kind that. Upon hearing the name of the meeting, Xiaolin understood that Yu Taizhou would likely face difficulties once more. The research progress report entailed presenting updates to local administrative bodies, the academic community, and investors. Those individuals were invariably greedy and impetuous, always expressing dissatisfaction with Yu Taizhou's progress and demanding acceleration, given that he had fainted in the preparation room yesterday. Leading to the failure of a crucial expedition, they would undoubtedly seek accountability. However, at the core, they were not malevolent. After all, they were the ones funding the advancement of research and rightfully entitled to expect returns. Very well, I shall attend the meeting, Yu Taizhou conceded, rubbing his temples. Xiaolin, are you capable of writing reports? Yes, I have written internship reports during university, Xiaolin affirmed with a nod. Then, I would appreciate it if you could organize the details of what you dreamed about before I return, so we can discuss it afterward. Certainly, Xiaolin replied with enthusiasm. Chapter 8. The barista after Yu Taizhou's departure. Xiaolin made his way directly to the water bar with his work notebook in hand. This was the very place where he had conversed with the law enforcement team in his dreams. However, in stark contrast to the silence and desolation of a dream, the atmosphere here was abuzz with life. The warm lighting and soft melodies wafting through the air created a welcoming ambience, while young interns engaged in animated discussions, the topics of which were mostly beyond Xiaolin's comprehension. He settled beside the bar, opened his notebook, and began to draft his report. The woman managing the water bar was named Zhao Ningyue, clad in a pale moonlight silk shirt that subtly revealed her collarbone, a delicate silver necklace adorning her fair neck. At that moment, she was diligently preparing coffee with a siphon and halogen lamp, her concentration reminiscent of a scientist conducting an experiment. Her long, black hair cascaded down to her waist, tied at the ends with a makeshift satin ribbon, exuding a gentle charm. Zhao Ningyue possessed striking beauty, not merely due to her appearance, but rather because of her captivating aura. Upon noticing Xiao Lin's arrival, she looked up with a playful glint in her eyes, teasingly remarking, "Ah, our adorable little lab rat has begun working too. No more running on wheels today." Renowned in the research institute, Xiao Lin was a familiar face to nearly everyone, including her, who often affectionately referred to him as Little Lab Rat. Alas, life was not easy, and even lab rats had to strive to save the world. Stretching languidly, Xiao Lin found the warm air and the lively chatter of the water bar somewhat drowsy. "Why don't you come be my little lab rat? I'm concocting a new blend. Care taste?" Zhao Ningyue tilted her head, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes radiating an innate allure that was hard to refuse. "You haven't spared me either," Xiao Lin replied, eyeing the dark liquid. "Is it bitter? If it's too bitter, I won't drink it." "Rest assured, it's not bitter at all." Zhao Ningyue turned off the halogen lamp, cooling the siphon with a damp cloth as she watched the coffee liquid gradually flow back. She then poured a small cup into a transparent glass and placed it before Xiao Lin. Taking a tentative sip, Xiao Lin quickly realized he had been deceived. The brew was indeed quite bitter, yet was remarkably delightful, infinitely superior to his own concoctions. "Could you teach me how to brew this?" he inquired, looking up at her. Zhao Ningyue appeared slightly taken aback, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "I thought you were solely focused on the technology of saving the world, such as shooting deadly beams from your eyes. I was merely contemplating that if I were to be left alone one day, it would be nice to brew my own coffee," Xiao Lin responded instinctively. A sudden silence enveloped Zhao Ningyue, and Xiao Lin paused, soon realizing the peculiarity of his words. It seemed the dream from the previous night had profoundly affected him. Zhao Ningyue poured herself a cup, savored a gentle sip, and then disposed of the remainder in the waste bucket. As she organized her tools, she remarked, "The Tianyan Research Institute is a rather insular place, filled with many peculiar individuals. Most of them will not leave, and even if they do, their ties to this place remain unbroken, just like me, and certainly you as well. I heard about your fainting incident yesterday. Do not dwell on it. You are destined for greatness." Xiao Lin shook his head, his tone somber. "I possess little interest in becoming a great figure. I merely wish to understand what lies at the end of this path, and nothing more." Zhao Ningyue refrained from commenting, then spoke. "The coffee brewed with a siphon has a clean taste, with more distinct layers. Though the method is rather intricate and may not be suitable for novices, I can teach you gradually." She winked. "Once you have completed your work." Yu Taizhou despised the meetings concerning research progress reports, not due to the challenges posed by those present, for he understood that it was their duty. What he detested was the fact that these meetings consumed the majority of his day. He glanced at the wall clock. It was 4 in the afternoon. The representative from the investors continued to drone on about the urgency of initiating a second attempt, while Yu Taizhou remained oblivious. His mind was consumed by the dream Xiao Lin had just mentioned. If extraordinary individuals had indeed gained power in the real world, he must consider the possibility of them being employed in warfare. The already sealed samples of extraordinary blood could not be casually distributed. These resources must solely be utilized to advance research. At that moment, the meeting coordinator knocked on the door and announced, "Professor Yu, you have a phone call." A murmur of discontent rippled through the room, yet Yu Taizhou stood and exited the conference. He answered the phone, a slight frown forming on his brow, for the call originated from his office. He had clearly instructed not to tamper with his phone. Yu Taizhou picked up the call, somewhat irked. "Hello? Who is this? Do we not agree to refrain from using my office phone?" "Professor Yu, it's me, Xiao Lin. Where are you now?" came the voice on the other end. Yu Taizhou was taken aback. "Xiao Lin? Aren't I in a meeting? What is the matter?" There was a brief silence before the tone shifted sharply. "Professor, please believe what I am about to say. I have emerged from the stone gate and have traversed decades into the future. I discovered a diary containing 3 pivotal timestamps. July 2028, when extraordinary individuals gain power in the real world. January 2033, when they were thrust into battle, igniting the Third World War. In July 2035, when the Research Institute was destroyed by the second-generation extraordinary being, Yang Qi. Wait, Shaolin, why are you telling me this? What is happening? Yu Taizhou was perplexed, a deep-seated unease beginning to bubble within him. However, Shaolin did not respond but continued. Professor, I do not know if I will survive to return, but I swear that every word I speak is the truth. You must prepare. Moreover, regarding that stone gate, please do everything in your power to close it. Behind it lies the burial ground of deities, and that world has been tainted. Shaolin, where are you? I will come find you immediately. Do not wander off. A sharp, piercing sound, reminiscent of an electric current, seemed to emanate from his mobile phone, or perhaps from within his very mind. The sudden surge of pain nearly compelled Yu Taizhou to drop the device. By the time he regained his composure, the call had already been terminated. Inform them that the meeting is adjourned. Yu Taizhou declared with newfound gravity to the coordinator. He then called out, Qi Haisheng, come here at once. Qi Haisheng rushed over in haste, asking, what is it, Professor? Yu Taizhou tossed the key card to Qi Haisheng and commanded, you must take a team to the 0 level immediately. Do you understand? Chapter 9. Just a dream after Shaolin submitted the bound report to Yu Taizhou. Yu sat at his desk, reading it repeatedly, his calm gaze tinged with gravity. Professor, is there an issue with the report? Shaolin inquired from across the desk. Yu Taizhou remained silent. He slowly placed the report back on the table and said, Shaolin, I wish to take you to a certain place. As the professor walked ahead, Shaolin followed closely, descending in the elevator until they arrived once more at the familiar corridor. At the end of the hallway, the white door stood quietly, its surface reflecting a soft glow under the lights, the access indicator flickering. Yu Taizhou gazed at the door, his expression becoming somewhat distant. Shaolin, I am uncertain if you will be able to accept what is to come, but I must tell you, for you must confront it. His words instilled a sense of unease in Shaolin, who approached the metallic door. The closer he got, the more pronounced his anxiety became. Standing before the door, he took a deep breath and placed his hand on the screen. A soft beep echoed as the metal door slid open before him. Upon seeing the scene inside, Shaolin was momentarily frozen. It was not the realm of his dreams, but rather a primitive, profound cave, vast in space. With towering stone pillars and stalactites hanging from above, gentle streams cascading down. The stone door had vanished. The mysterious and transcendent atmosphere that lingered in the dreamlike room had dissipated, as if it had never existed. Certain dreadful thoughts began to bubble within him. What does this mean? Shaolin asked. Instead of addressing his question, Yu Taizhou unexpectedly stated, I spent most of the day in a conference room. And then, at precisely 4:42, I received a call from my office landline. It was from you. Shaolin's heart raced violently as he realized the origin of that call. Furthermore, Yu Shuang and AI Sheng had vanished. Not merely gone missing, but completely disappeared. Their names could not be found on any of our lists or records. Struggling to contain the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Shaolin asked, Professor, are these changes related to my dream? Did my dream trigger the anomalies? Yu Taizhou gazed deeply at him, the emotions in his eyes profoundly complex. Shaolin, you have it reversed. That world is real, while this is your dream. A thunderous explosion resounded in Shaolin's mind, igniting a conflagration of thoughts. Yet, inexplicably, he remained eerily calm, so much so that he could scarcely discern Yu Taizhou's voice. Though he had anticipated that matters would not be so simple, the outcome still took him by surprise. This meant that he remained, over 200 years later, alone in an unfamiliar world. Yu Taizhou grasped Shaolin's shoulders, his expression more solemn than ever. Shaolin, I hope you can close that door and save our world. I understand that this may be an arduous and unfair burden for you, but Shaolin, you are our only hope now. Silence began to creep in. After a span of several seconds enveloped in this silence, Shaolin lowered his head and said, Professor, I am sorry. The images of Yu Shuang's demise flashed through his mind, followed by the haunting words of AI Sheng before his self-destruction. We shall face extinction, shall we not? He felt no fear towards the unknown beyond the door, only a profound sense of powerlessness, so overwhelming that it rendered him devoid of fear and reverence for death. I see. Yu Taizhou appeared to wilt slightly, yet he forced a smile, adding, but I understand, this is your freedom. He suddenly turned to Shaolin, stating, regardless. Shaolin, you must live well. I shall do everything in my power to assist you. When Shaolin finally opened his eyes from slumber once more, he found himself in his cramped bedroom, the wall clock indicating 9 in the morning. He sat up, gazing at the door of his room. That muted gray door stood there in silence, offering no response whatsoever. Shaolin rose from his bed, approached the door, grasped the doorknob, and took a deep breath. With a soft click, the door creaked open. The corridor outside lay still and silent, the vast and imposing research facility bright, yet desolate, devoid of life. He extinguished the last flicker of hope within him and smiled wryly, welcome to the real world. However, Shaolin had now acquired a sense of calm regarding his predicament. He returned to his room to wash up, change clothes, and then proceeded to the cafeteria to prepare a meal, not commencing his official work until 10. This was a directive from Yu Taizhou, urging him to eat well, maintain a routine, and live a normal life. He first visited the 0 level, and, as expected, the stone door in reality had vanished. Yu Taizhou had mentioned that the stone door was an exceedingly powerful entity, and it seemed that closing it would not be a simple task. Shaolin referred to this phenomenon as disappearance. Subsequently, he went to the beverage bar, where he observed the phenomenon of resetting. The coffee cup he had used yesterday and the open coffee beans had returned to their original places. Showing no signs of having been utilized, the packaging restored to its pristine condition. This indicated that upon awakening, the research facility had reset to the state it was in when he had just returned yesterday. If the resources of the facility could consistently reset, he would possess an infinite supply of coffee beans, albeit seemingly without much significance. Next, in Yu Taizhou's office, he encountered the third phenomenon, interference. The previous night, Yu Taizhou had left a note in the office, detailing the port and password for the intelligent security system. This note had passed through Shaolin's hands, and he had silently hoped to see it manifest in the real world. Now, it had indeed materialized in reality. The third hypothesis proved accurate as well. There exists a degree of mutual influence between dreams and reality, and he could steer such influence. Disappearance, resetting, interference. These three supernatural attributes were sufficient to validate Yu Taizhou's conjectures. The revival of the Research Institute is not a mere coincidence. It is inherently linked to Shaolin's own formidable powers. Yet, the mechanics of this power and its subsequent impacts remain shrouded in mystery. Shaolin meticulously documented all observations and captured several photographs, intending to compile them into a comprehensive report. He toiled over the report until noon, when his phone began to vibrate with an alert from the intelligent security system. Upon opening the notification, the screen transitioned to the camera at the entrance. There stood Lin Yin Yin, cradling a hefty tome in her arms, glancing around with curiosity. Shaolin pressed the button to unlock the door and proceeded to meet her in the hall of the institute. Lin Yin Yin adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing him, muttering to herself, a creature with 4 limbs, bipedal, draped in hand-woven fabric. She then flipped open her voluminous book, exclaiming, "Ah, it appears to be a human." Closing the book, she chuckled, "Greetings, human. I have come to deliver a map to Mr. Shaolin." "I am Shaolin," he replied. "How could that be?" "Mr. Shaolin is certainly not human," she retorted. Shaolin's brow twitched. He never anticipated a day would come when he would have to prove his humanity. "Shall I remind you of the fact that you consumed nearly half a pound of my coffee beans yesterday?" he inquired. Lin Yin Yin froze momentarily before responding with a playful, "Hee. Good afternoon, Mr. Shaolin. I am here to present you with the map." Shaolin accepted the map and gave it a cursory glance. It was meticulously drafted with a ruler, its details satisfactory, though scant in content, merely marking significant locations. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," he stated. As Lin Yin Yin prepared to make her exit, Shaolin grasped her arm. "Are you busy today? If you don't mind, could you be my guide for half a day?" "I do mind very much. I am but a frail little girl. And I have work today. Allow me to treat you to coffee." "Go, let's be off," Lin Yin Yin exclaimed, cheerily leading the way. Chapter 10. The corpse of the madman's satellite town, though modest in scale, presented a novel experience for Shaolin, as it was his first encounter with a quaint Victorian-style settlement. The air was imbued with a dampness, the streets were spacious, and the houses on either side were slender and intricate, adorned with elaborate patterns. At this moment, the town appeared rather desolate, with only a few hurried passers-by, lending an air of solitude. In the distance, a heavy and rhythmic pounding echoed, reminiscent of industrial machinery operating at a languid pace. As they traversed the cobblestone avenue, Lin Yin adeptly assumed the role of a guide. This town belongs to the Blue Dragon Mining Company. 3 years ago, the company appointed our mayor, Lan Shiyu, to establish this settlement, and the resident population now hovers around 5,000. In terms of production, our primary endeavor is coal mining, supported by an industrial zone where the coal is extracted and subsequently sold to the Blue Dragon Company. Are the inhabitants here primarily miners? Xiao Lin inquired. Not entirely. While mining is the official industry of Satellite Town, it constitutes only a small fraction of our community. We also have a number of tax-paying residents, such as actuaries, grain merchants, representatives from various small associations, and some unsavory characters. However, not everyone here is of good standing. By the way, will I need to pay taxes if I were to reside here? Xiao Lin asked further. In principle, yes. However, Mr. Xiao Lin could work for us in exchange for tax exemption. Working is out of the question. I possess considerable savings, he replied. Lin Yin regarded him with pity. What troubles you? She asked, sensing his unease. The traditional monetary system has long collapsed. Currency is akin to mere scrap paper. Currently, only the Financial Order Consortium circulates notes. Yet they are far from virtuous. Xiao Lin fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that all his hard-earned savings of nearly 10 million had rendered him destitute upon his sudden arrival in this world, without a chance to spend even a single dime. What currency is currently in circulation? Gold and silver? He queried. Precisely. Gold is used for substantial transactions, while silver suffices for daily expenses, with 1 gram of gold equating to 100 grams of silver. At this juncture, Lin Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Mr. Xiao Lin, your research institute is exceptionally valuable. It could nearly purchase our entire town. Our mayor is quite envious. Xiao Lin's expression twitched at the thought of selling out his own mayor. Is it truly appropriate to so readily offer your mayor up for sale? I have no intention of selling my institute. It holds great significance for me. I am well aware of that, but do exercise caution, Mr. Xiao Lin. You may attract the attention of grave robbers, Lin Yin cautioned. Grave robbers? He echoed. Yes, those who survive by excavating relics and ruins. They are far from virtuous. Why is it that everyone seems to possess ill intentions in this world? Xiao Lin lamented, feeling a swell of frustration. Just as he contemplated pressing further, Lin Yin suddenly dashed ahead, coming to a halt before a stretch of ruins. Welcome to the first wonder of Satellite Town, the corpse of the madman. The mention of the corpse of the madman momentarily stunned Xiao Lin. It was then that he noticed the dilapidated low wall behind her, upon which lay a colossal figure. It was a corpse, measuring approximately 5 to 6 meters in length, its body covered in dark gray scales, with membranous wings extending from its sides and robust claws adorning its limbs. It resembled a dragon, yet it was not entirely so. Its arched back and near-human skeletal structure suggested a fusion of man and dragon. However, it bore no head. The neck was severed, desiccated and blackened, as though cleaved by a sharp instrument. Before the low wall, remnants of a memorial lingered. A decaying bouquet lay in the earth, and several clumps of white wax formed grotesque shapes. What manner of beast is this? Xiao Lin marveled. Not a beast, but an extraordinary being, and quite an early one at that, Lin Yin elucidated. Xiao Lin scrutinized the corpse. It appeared powerful and intricate, evoking a sense of dread. Despite its long demise, it exhibited no signs of decay, instead exuding a stony quality. He retrieved his camera to capture images, intending to show them to Yu Taizhou later that evening. I've heard that this individual was quite mad in life, Lin Yin interjected suddenly. Mel? Xiao Lin queried casually. Yes, He was some sort of professor who believed that the mysterious invasion would ultimately lead to the world's destruction, and he attempted to intervene. Yet the world remains intact. And he met his end, rather pitiable really. Shaolin's actions abruptly halted. He lowered his camera and gazed intently at the corpse. A realization dawned upon him. This was the body of Yu Taizhou. A wind, heavy with moisture, swept through the street, enveloping him in an inexplicable chill, causing Shaolin to momentarily lose his focus. Yu Taizhou, wherever he went, there were countless flashes, reporters, and endless accolades. He had once been the world's beacon of hope, deemed the most likely to thwart the mysterious invasion and save humanity. Now he lay here, without a grave, a tombstone, or a soul to remember his name. People only knew him as a delusional madman, oblivious to how close he had once been to salvaging the world. Yu Taizhou did not deserve such a fate. Shaolin slowly approached, reaching out to touch the sharp claws of the immense corpse. The rough and frigid sensation seeped through his palm into his forearm. He recalled a time when he had asked Yu Taizhou, "What if we fail?" Standing beneath the blazing morning light, Yu Taizhou's voice had been gentle. "We will not fail. As long as we continue to strive, is not failure. We shall persist until the very hour before the world's demise." With resolve slowly solidifying within him, Shaolin vowed not to let the Savior's mission reach its untimely end, not for the sake of the world, but for them. He would carry forth Yu Taizhou's legacy, traversing the path he had once walked. Chapter 11. The Eye of Deep Space. Mr. Shaolin, please be cautious. Although he has been dead for a long time, there may still be dangers, Lin Yin cautioned. Her voice jolted Shaolin back to reality. "It's fine. He won't harm me. You seem a bit melancholic." "Doi?" Shaolin inquired, touching his cheek. A myriad of thoughts had flashed through his mind moments ago, and he could not discern if any of them bore sadness. "Your brow is slightly furrowed, the corners of your mouth are downturned, and the muscles around your eyes are contracted. These are all indicators of human sorrow," Lin Yin elaborated. "However, if you were a gorilla or a monkey, you might be quite exhilarated right now." Shaolin pursed his lips, reluctant to utter a word. He found it perplexing how a perfectly fine young woman could be so talkative. "Mr. Shaolin, do you know, I once devised a method to determine if someone is human based on facial expressions. One day, Zhou was drawing a smiley face on the wall, and I ended up conversing with it for 2 hours. It didn't utter a single word. I thought it was just naturally silent, preferring to smile instead." Shaolin's lips twitched slightly. "Did it end up crying from your conversation?" "Mr. Shaolin, you are rather dim-witted. Drawings do not exhibit changes in expression. They are merely pictures," Lin Yin retorted with enthusiasm. Shaolin fell into a profound silence, concluding that this girl might indeed be a fool. And he had been outsmarted by this fool. A deep sense of helplessness prompted him to sigh heavily. He relinquished his resistance and shifted to another topic. "Aside from this spectacle, are there other places worth visiting?" Lin Yin pondered, biting her finger for a moment before responding. "Mr. Shaolin, can you guess why our town is called Satellite Town? Is it because you're dependent on a certain large central city?" Shaolin proposed, recalling the definition of Satellite Town. Lin Yin shook her head. "No, surely it isn't because you truly have a satellite?" She blinked in disbelief. "Could it be that you actually possess a satellite?" As the two traversed the street towards the town hall, Shaolin beheld the satellite from a distance of 2 blocks. It was entirely charred, nearly broken in half, and reduced to a mere shell. Exposed wires and pipes indicated it had endured a plunder, leaving it stripped of all its former glory. Its main body was skewed into the ground, leaning against the ruins of a punctured building, surrounded by rubble and weeds. Murky sunlight filtered through the breaches, casting a desolate yet absurdly beautiful glow. The Eye of Deep Space. Shaolin recognized the satellite. It was the dedicated observation satellite of the Tianyan Research Institute, one of the most advanced satellites in the world, measuring 15 meters in length. With a wingspan of 9 meters and a total weight of 20 tons, it was a collaborative creation of over 20 nations. Its original design was intended to capture a hypothetical particle, an enigmatic particle that may or may not exist. Equipped with surface mapping and ground dynamic monitoring devices, it also carries various types of particle detectors. Shaolin attended its launch ceremony at the Jiuquan Launch Center. He vividly recalls the rocket, absurdly large, ascending amidst roaring flames. The emblems of 20 nations gleamed on its surface, while the atmosphere was filled with jubilant cheers. Now, all that glory lies buried in history, leaving behind only a remnant of wreckage. How magnificent it was indeed. I heard there were initial attempts to restore it, but ultimately they failed, and the artifacts within were plundered by grave robbers. Lin Yin chattered excitedly beside him. However, Xiao Lin remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the colossal debris as a thought quietly emerged in his mind. If his powers could revive the research institute, could they also resurrect this satellite? It is worth noting that the ground control center for the satellite was located within the Tianyin Research Institute. If he could restore this satellite, he would gain a deeper understanding of the world. He stepped over the fallen bricks, approaching the remains of the satellite. Then, closing his eyes and calming his spirit, he gently extended his hand to touch it. Silently perceiving the ancient wreckage, he sensed the pulse deep within its remnants. Awaken, return to this world, Xiao Lin whispered softly. The surroundings were silent, save for the faint sound of the wind weaving through the ruins. After a while, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Mr. Xiao Lin, I've noticed you have a rather bad habit of touching everything indiscriminately. You just touched a corpse, and now this? It's been here for so many years, and it's quite dirty. Remember to wash your hands afterward. That was not the satellite's voice. It was Lin Yin's voice. Indeed, he had been indulging in flights of fancy. Xiao Lin withdrew his hand and explained, I wasn't just touching. I was merely conducting some experiments. Experiments? You're not actually thinking of reviving this thing, are you? I saw your lips moving, whispering something like awaken, return to this world. Haha, Mr. Xiao Lin. That's a bit childish of you. A sudden urge to strangle this girl surged within him. She was so annoying, truly bothersome. Conversing with her felt like 1,000 prickles all over his skin. He silently retracted his hand, holding his breath as he said, let us explore elsewhere. Sure. Let us head to the commercial street. Lin Yin replied eagerly. Are you certain you're showing me around and not just shopping? Just a little of both. As they stepped out of the ruins, a small white shadow floated down from the sky. It was a white paper airplane, gracefully gliding through the streets and swirling around Lin Yin as if it were a living creature. Ah, our town mayor's ugly paper airplane, Lin Yin exclaimed, reaching out to catch it. What is this? Xiao Lin expressed his surprise. Oh, it's just a communication tool. This type of paper is called Yin Shu, capable of tracking specific individuals within a certain distance, used for short-range communication. As Lin Yin explained, she unfolded the paper airplane, revealing bold letters inscribed upon it. Return to work. The simplicity of those 4 characters rendered her countenance pale with alarm. Oh no. I completely forgot about the important matter scheduled for this afternoon. Help me. Witnessing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Lin felt an unexpected surge of joy. Who would have thought that even in this extraordinary era, one must still dutifully attend to work obligations? What could be so urgent? He casually inquired. I must assist our town mayor in contacting Mr. by online today, Lin Yin replied. Xiao Lin was taken aback. Amid such chaos in the world, the internet still existed? However, before he could pose further questions, Lin Yin declared, I must leave now. Mr. Xiao Lin, you can manage on your own for a while. Wait, I shall accompany you, he insisted. But this is internal work, and I am unsure if the mayor would permit me to bring you along. Lin Yin hesitated. If I accompany you, I can vouch for you, ensuring that you did not slack off this morning. Otherwise, he might reduce your pay, Xiao Lin suggested. Lin Yin fell into contemplation. After a moment, she abruptly lifted her head and exclaimed, You're right, that makes sense. Mr. Xiao Lin, do remember to praise me a few times later. By the way, I have opened a fan group. Chapter 12. The internet traversing 2 city blocks, the town's administrative hall stands adjacent to a main thoroughfare, bustling with the most people that Xiao Lin has encountered today. Individuals are entering and exiting, while clerks diligently attend to their duties inside. Xiao Lin also spots the deputy chief of the law enforcement team, Zhou Zheng, who stands at the entrance with 2 officers, appearing burdened with thoughts as he smokes. Lin Yin exchanges a few brief words with them before leading Xiao Lin to the mayor's office on the 3rd floor. Upon their entrance, They find the chief of law enforcement, Yan Jie, engaged in conversation with Lan Xiu, his hands clasped behind his back. Has there been any change regarding the item excavated from Mine 3? Lan Xiu Yingui. No noticeable changes have been observed. Yan Jie responds with utmost seriousness. What about the miners who unearthed it? They are under supervision, but no issues have arisen thus far. Lan Xiu nods, choosing not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Lin Yin peeks her head in, announcing, "Mayor, I'm here to start work." Lan Xiu's gaze first falls upon Shaolin, and with polite decorum, he greets, "Good afternoon, Mr. Xiao." He then turns to Lin Yin, questioning, "Where did you disappear to for 5 or 6 hours?" "I wasn't slacking off. Mr. Xiao asked me to be his guide, to familiarize him with the town, and I did splendidly, didn't I, Mr. Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Lan Xiu casts a sympathetic glance at Shaolin. "Mr. Xiao, I had initially intended to assign Zhou Zheng or Yin Jie as your guide." Shaolin sighs. "You should have informed me sooner. I wouldn't have had to endure such torment. How was it the experience?" Yin Jie inquires from the side. It felt akin to a hyperactive small dog. Yin Jie regards him with newfound respect. "Mr. Xiao, your literary prowess and use of metaphor are truly remarkable. Indeed, it seems that someone who speaks in such complex sentences like Yin Jie may not be the ideal guide. Is there a particular reason you're here, Mr. Xiao?" "Surely, it's not merely to vouch for Lin Yin." Lan Xiu gestures toward the chair, inviting Shaolin to sit. "Of course not. I merely heard from Yin that you have internet access here." Lan Xiu and Yin Jie exchange glances for a few moments before Lan Xiu carefully articulates. "We do have internet, but it may be entirely different from what you envision." "Entirely different? What do you mean?" Lan Xiu ponders for a few seconds before raising his head. "It's quite difficult to explain. Would you like to experience it directly?" "How do I experience it?" Shaolin curiously surveys the office, noting the absence of any computer equipment. "It appears you lack any networking facilities." "The networking facilities are right here." Lan Xiu yanks Lin Yin over, who chuckles sheepishly. Shaolin, bemused, quips, "So we're to insert a network cable into Lin Yin's nostrils and then power it up?" Lin Yin instinctively covers her nose. "All right, let us just demonstrate it for Mr. Xiao," Lan Xiu suggests. Lin Yin became slightly more serious as she adjusted her glasses, cradling the book in her arms. "Mr. Shaolin, shortly I will connect our minds. During this process, you must empty your thoughts and refrain from overthinking. My computational capacity is rather limited, and if you allow your mind to wander, it may not be possible to successfully transport you." As she spoke, a deep azure light emanated from her pupils. In the next moment, darkness began to surge through the room at an astonishing speed, consuming everything around them. The walls, furniture, and even Yin Jie vanished, replaced by an abyss of profound blackness. Subsequently, a city of intricate lines emerged, adorned with skyscrapers towering hundreds, even thousands of stories high. The roads and overpasses, composed of lines, intertwined in a complex web, while a multitude of vehicles sped along the highways, quickly disappearing into the distance. An immersive, three-dimensional virtual realm. "Is this your internet?" Shaolin found himself awestruck by the scene before him. "Impressive, isn't it? This place is accessible only to extraordinary beings and those with psychic abilities." Lin Yin proudly began her exposition. She pointed to the peculiar landscapes, explaining, "These buildings serve as personal databases, with data transmitted via the roads, featuring both public and private channels." Shaolin gazed at one of the slanted roads suspended in the sky, where countless vehicles raced by at a blinding speed, too fast to discern. "What purpose does this place serve?" he inquired, surveying the astonishing vista. "This virtual world is constructed by the Intelligent City, which offers communication services and facilitates knowledge transactions. Of course, you can also pay for membership and such," Blue Xiu interjected, interrupting Lin Yin's informative discourse. "Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Is Mr. Bai online?" Lin Yin tilted her head, sensing for a moment before responding, "He is online, right in his database." "So how do we get there? Do you have a vehicle, or shall we take the bus?" Shaolin asked. Lin Yin smiled mysteriously and raised her hand, slowly making a pulling gesture. As she did so, the entire city began to shift, surging rapidly away from them. Their bodies instantaneously penetrated countless buildings and roads, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing in a room. This room was the only one not composed of lines. It possessed colors, shapes, and sounds, appearing indistinguishable from the real world. It was an office, modestly furnished, where a middle-aged man in his 40s sat behind a desk, his elbows resting upon it as he regarded the three of them. "This is Mr. Bai, the principal head of Blue Dragon Mining Company," Blue Shiyu introduced. "Mr. Bai, this is Mr. Shaolin, who has recently moved to our satellite town and has a keen interest in the internet, so I brought him here to experience it." "Mr. Bai appraised Shaolin with a friendly smile. "Welcome to Satellite Town. I hope Shiyu has not neglected you." "Not at all. Mayor Blue has been quite diligent," Shaolin replied earnestly. "That is well, but the forthcoming meeting may prove somewhat tedious." Shaolin discerned that the other party was politely hinting at his departure. In truth, he also found it rather perplexing to eavesdrop on someone else's meeting. Thus, he seized the opportunity to say, "Perfect, I have already perused the sections that piqued my interest, so I shall not intrude upon your meeting any longer." After exchanging courteous farewells, Shaolin felt the surrounding darkness rapidly dissipate, vanishing completely in a short span of time. He found himself once again in that quaint chamber. Lin Yin Yin and Lan Shiyu stood quietly in place, seemingly in slumber. "Welcome back, Mr. Shaolin. Please take a moment to rest and enjoy some tea," said Yin Jia, who had been engrossed in his reading, lifting his gaze. Chapter 13. Criteria for Judgment Within the Virtual Realm, Mr. Bai observed Shaolin log off before he inquired, "Could you elaborate on his background?" "Yesterday, a research facility near Satellite Town was revived, and he emerged alongside it, a time traveler from 2 centuries ago, potentially possessing formidable power," Lan Shiyu began to recount, detailing the events of the laboratory incident from the previous day, including his initial encounter with Shaolin and the unsettling, otherworldly sensation he had experienced in the young man's presence. Once he finished his account, Mr. Bai fell into deep contemplation, then suddenly looked up and asked Lin Yin Yin, "Yin Yin, have you interacted with him?" "I served as his guide this morning, showing him the corpse of the madman and the remnants of the satellite. He has rather poor hygiene and has a penchant for touch," Lin Yin Yin replied. Disregarding her remarks, Mr. Bai continued, "What is your impression of him?" Lin Yin Yin pondered, biting her thumb, as an inexplicable memory surfaced. Shaolin touching the corpse of the madman. The young boy stood before the colossal body, his palm grazing the sharp claws, enveloped in silence, his posture exuding profound sorrow and solitude, as if mourning a departed friend. "He is a compassionate individual." Lin Yin Yin initially spoke vaguely, then lifted her gaze to reiterate, "I believe he is a good person." Mr. Bai regarded her seriously, then a moment later lowered his eyes, stating, "To conclude, you have likely been deceived." "What? That can't be true," Lin Yin Yin exclaimed, astonished. Mr. Bai shook his head. "Firstly, an extraordinary being is unmistakably recognizable. If one cannot discern, they are certainly not extraordinary. Secondly, the unknown does not equate to strength. True power manifests in both capability and destructive potential, of which he possesses neither. As for the alien sensation and fear you perceived, that is far too subjective, more akin to a psychological disturbance, indicating he is likely a mental-type superpower user." Lan Shiyu, unperturbed, responded, "In fact, after calming down, I had also considered this possibility. Yet, I find myself rather fond of him. Why would he deceive us?" Lin Yin Yin struggled to accept this notion. Mr. Bai chuckled lightly, a man from 2 centuries past, confronting an entirely alien world. Deception is, in fact, a rather mild approach. "What should we do about him?" Lan Xiu Yin Guit. Lin Yin Yin felt a surge of apprehension. She wished to defend Shaolin, but hesitated to speak freely in Mr. Bai's presence. As the owner of the Blue Dragon Mining Company and a powerful figure who held the fate of their entire town in his hands, Mr. Bai was a 7th-generation extraordinary being, even more potent than Lan Shiyu. Seemingly lost in thought, the room fell silent, devoid of any sound. After a prolonged moment, Mr. Bai finally declared, "Within our capacity, we shall offer protection to the weak, provided he is not malevolent." Lan Shiyu straightened his posture and replied, "Very well, I understand. Lin Yin Yin let out a long sigh of relief, then began to chatter incessantly. Actually, Mr. Xiao Lin is quite a decent person, and his coffee is delightful. I drank continuously at his place yesterday. He even mentioned opening a CAF in town. Ignoring Lin Yin Yin's ramblings, Mr. Bai continued, the assets he possesses can be gradually transferred to us on fair terms. It seems he currently has no intention of selling. This is not a significant issue. Let him compile a list of items he is willing to sell first. The remaining assets will naturally be sold once he realizes he has no further use for them. Mr. Bai nodded, falling into contemplation, seemingly reflecting on what he might have overlooked, while the two individuals beside him remained silent. After a lengthy pause, he brought up another matter. How is the investigation regarding the mine progressing? Have there been any results? Lan Xiyu promptly responded, 7 days ago. We discovered a sarcophagus at mine number 3, and we have now cleared half of it. Indeed, we found a feather quill mark on the lid. He paused. The feather quill. Could it truly be the mark of a writer? Mr. Bai's brow furrowed deeply. He understood the implications of this discovery. If it genuinely belonged to a writer, matters could become quite complicated. However, the authenticity was still uncertain, and the miners who unearthed the sarcophagus were currently unharmed, leaving room for the possibility of forgery. Lan Xiyu added. Mr. Bai pondered for a moment. What about the writer's manuscript? Lan Xiyu shook his head. We have scoured the entire town for any paper artifacts, but have yet to locate the manuscript. If it is non-existent, it may indeed be a forgery. However, it is also possible that the manuscript lies within the sarcophagus. Mr. Bai seemed to be speaking to himself. Shall I order the opening of the sarcophagus? Not for now. I will personally visit in a few days. We can discuss it upon my arrival. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Lan Xiyu bowed respectfully. This is a matter I ought to resolve, Mr. Bai replied. By the way, do you have any desired gifts? Lin Yin Yin eagerly raised her hand. I want the osmanthus cake from downstairs. Just as Lan Xiyu was about to intervene, Mr. Bai smiled indulgently, saying, All right, I will buy it for you before we depart. They have new flavors that are quite delightful. Yay! Lin Yin Yin exclaimed joyfully. Lan Xiyu could only shake his head silently. By the way, Mr. Bai, I heard there was a conflict between the government forces of Yunzi City and the Crimson Legion. Mr. Bai leaned back, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Indeed, it occurred on the buffer plains outside Yunzi City. They hope I will intervene, but I have declined. Were they displeased with your refusal? Lan Xiyu inquired. Yunzi City serves as the primary stronghold for the Blue Dragon Mining Company. Although there are no formal contracts in place, the local government has consistently sought to curry favor with them. I will only assist with the defense of Yunzi City. I do not intervene in acts of retaliation, Mr. Bai clarified. Moreover, it is said that the Crimson Legion is under the protection of the extraordinary beings. I hope it does not escalate into a confrontation between them. Mr. Bai gently tapped the table and remarked, Xiu, the situation is becoming increasingly chaotic, and your troubles will multiply. I appreciate your efforts. Chapter 14. The dual Shaolin sat beside the coffee table in his office, sipping tea while awaiting the arrival of his colleagues. After approximately 20 minutes, Lan Xiyu and Lin Yin Yin finally logged off from the virtual world. Upon her return, Lin Yin Yin exclaimed, Oh my, I never expected Mr. Xiao to be. Before she could complete her sentence, she noticed Xiao Lin, holding his teacup and gazing at her, hastily covering her mouth. What do you mean by never expected? Xiao Lin inquired as he set down his cup. I meant, perhaps a hammerhead shark or something of that sort. Lin Yin Yin began to babble incoherently. As it appeared that the young woman was on the verge of an embarrassing display, Lan Xiyu chuckled and remarked, I thought Mr. Xiao would leave after logging off. I have some inquiries regarding superhumans, which is why I stayed. Xiao Lin turned to Lan Xiyu. Well, what questions do you have? Speak up, and I shall see if I can assist. Leaning against the table with his hands propped behind him, Lan Xiyu responded. I recall Captain Yin mentioning that superpowers are acquired through postnatal means. Xiao Lin nodded. Indeed, substances, unique experiences, or radiation mutations can serve as sources of superpowers. Lan Xiyu continued. Agents are also a type of superhuman, but their abilities stem from the extraordinary, making them stronger. I am Mr. Bai's agent. Can all mental superhumans access the internet? Xiao Lin pursued further. At this juncture, Lan Xiu had already surmised Xiao Lin's intentions. He was not taken aback. Rather, he felt reassured by Mr. Bai's assessment. So, you wish to become a mental superhuman? Lan Xiu inquired with a smile. Yes, Xiao Lin did not conceal his aspirations. For him, understanding this world was paramount, and the internet represented the optimal platform for efficient learning. Cough, cough. Lin Yinyan beside them feigned a cough, then interjected, Mr. Xiao. All extraordinary beings possess the ability to connect to the internet. Aren't you a first-generation extraordinary? How could you lack this ability? It's rather peculiar. Xiao Lin looked at Lin Yinyan with confusion, utterly unaware of her antics. However, the erratic behavior of a particularly lively small dog seemed rather normal. I'm unsure why. Perhaps I have yet to find the correct method, Xiao Lin replied candidly. Mr. Xiao, don't you feel the slightest embarrassment when speaking to me? Lin Yinyan asked slyly. He felt a vain throb on his forehead. Perhaps it is because you lack sufficient allure, he retorted. Lin Yinyan gasped. As the conversation began to stray, Lan Xiu intervened. Mr. Xiao, you are quite fortunate. Xiao Lin paused. Why do you say that? Lan Xiu replied, because I happen to possess a potion designed for the development of superpowers. Wait, do we have that? Lin Yinyan exclaimed. Since when? Observing the two of them wearing expressions that suggested they believed their leader was deceiving them, Xiao Lin fell silent. Rendered speechless, Lan Xiu responded without a trace of embarrassment. Of course. He opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a small glass vial secured with wire, containing a pale blue liquid. Ah, this isn't. Lin Yinyan began to speak, but was interrupted by Lan Xiu. It's a safe developmental mental enhancement agent, abbreviated as SMED. Xiao Lin pondered for a moment before speaking. Well, I would like to purchase it, but unfortunately, I find myself devoid of funds, so I shall pass. You need not worry about that, Lan Xiu declared, lifting the vial with a serious tone. Because it costs nothing. Xiao Lin, could this concoction possibly be toxic? Was Lan Xiu intent on his own demise? Yet, was it truly necessary to go through such elaborate means? However, there is a condition. Lan Xiu continued. What condition? Xiao Lin asked, bracing himself to cooperate. Lan Xiu replied, I'm aware you have no intention of selling the research institute, but surely there are items within that could be sold? You could provide a list of items available for sale. And should you be willing to engage in trade with us, this vial could be yours free of charge. Suddenly intrigued, Xiao Lin felt a stirring of interest, not in the peculiar potion itself, but in the proposition. He had just been fretting over the lack of currency in this era, and now, Lan Xiu was offering him a solution. So, these three individuals had meticulously plotted to facilitate his profit. I can sell you half of the water and food from the research institute, Xiao Lin stated promptly, considering that the institute possessed a reset phenomenon whereby consumed resources would be replenished the following day. Lan Xiu was equally delighted. While their town certainly had no shortage of food, it was a fundamental resource for survival. If Xiao Lin's supplies were exhausted, he would have to purchase them within the town. Where there is demand, opportunities arise to leverage the other assets of the institute. With this thought, Lan Xiu broke into a joyful smile, extending his hand amicably. Then let us enjoy this collaboration. Contemplating the Institute's reset phenomenon, Xiao Lin smiled in agreement. A pleasurable collaboration indeed. Observing the two with their seemingly hidden agendas, Yan Jie felt increasingly bewildered. What were these two up to? Why were they so euphoric? Moreover, wasn't that small vial supposed to be a calming elixir? When did it transform into a mental enhancement agent? Lan Xiu appeared completely unconcerned about being discovered, boldly handing the vial to Xiao Lin. Mr. Xiao, please wait downstairs for a moment. Shortly, I will arrange for Lin Yinyan to join you in inventorying the goods. This, how does one use it? Xiao Lin asked, eyeing the vial with skepticism. Simply drink it down. There are no side effects, and the effects will manifest within a few hours, Lan Xiu casually replied. Xiao Lin had no intention of consuming it immediately. He planned to return to the institute to analyze its composition. If it turned out to be counterfeit, he would dismiss it, but if authentic, it would be an excellent opportunity for Professor Yu and the others to dissect its formulation. After the sound of Xiao Lin's footsteps faded away, Yan Jie remained silent for a considerable time. Mr. Lan, are you serious about the mental enhancement serum? Lan Shiyu shot him a glance and replied, Nian Nian, you explain it to him. Lin Nian Nian promptly stepped forward with a serious demeanor to elucidate. You simply do not understand. This is a case of using their own tactics against them. The very notion that Lin Yin Yin was the one explaining made Yin Jie feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yet he inquired, so what exactly did you do? In truth, Xiao Lin was not an extraordinary being. He was inherently a psychic superhuman. However, out of self-preservation, he deceived us. Wait, if he is already a psychic superhuman, why would he need to purchase the mental enhancement serum? Yin Jie was even more perplexed. Because he seeks to legitimize his identity as a psychic superhuman and find a plausible excuse, Lin Yin Yin asserted confidently. Thus, Mr. Lan decided to play along, aiding him in executing his ruse to perfection. In essence, regardless of whether the serum is genuine, it is now perceived as authentic. Xiao Lin believed he had deceived us. Yet, in reality, it is we who have outwitted him. The advantage lies with us. I find this rather convoluted, Yin Jie admitted, feeling as though his intellect was nearing its limits. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin sat on the first floor, gazing at the small glass vial in his hand, increasingly convinced of its falsity. Shouldn't such a sci-fi level serum contain some minuscule insects or eyeballs within? He was likely deceived. However, being deceived mattered little. What was paramount was that he could exploit this deception to open up his sales channels for monetary gain. They presumed they had tricked him, yet it was he who had ensnared them. The advantage lay with him. Chapter 15. Night. The sky over the small town was perpetually overcast, causing night to descend a tad earlier. As Xiao Lin contemplated his return to the laboratory, dusk had already enveloped the surroundings. He strolled along the street, with Lin Yin Yin accompanying him, squinting her eyes as she scrutinized him with an odd glint in her gaze. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Xiao Lin could not help but halt his steps. Is there something you wish to convey? Adjusting her glasses, Lin Yin Yin replied with unwavering determination, I am quite tight-lipped. So I assure you, I shall not divulge anything. Thank heavens for that. I feared you had something to say. Xiao Lin exhaled in relief and hastily resumed his pace. Yet, Lin Yin Yin could hardly contain herself and quickly caught up, feigning a cough or two. In truth, what I wish to express is that both Mr. Bai and Mr. Lan are exceptional individuals, as is our team leader. Therefore, whether you are an extraordinary being or not is of little consequence. I understand that you may not grasp my point, but are you merely questioning my status as an extraordinary being? Xiao Lin interjected, casting her an exasperated glance. Do I strike you as someone with ample leisure to deceive you? Lin Yin Yin rummaged through her pocket and produced a walnut. Could you assist me in cracking this? Xiao Lin stared at the ornate walnut with disbelief. What are you intending to do? Are you attempting to provoke me? I merely wish to ascertain the strength of your jaw. Xiao Lin felt a throbbing at his temples, wishing he could transform this girl into a specimen. However, Lin Yin Yin chuckled and seamlessly shifted the conversation. Oh, in truth, none of that is significant. What I truly wish to convey is that regardless of whether you are an extraordinary being, Mr. Xiao Lin, you're now our friend, and, well, that is all. Xiao Lin sighed softly, responding with a nonchalant "oh." Your reaction seems rather tepid. I expected you to be more moved. Perhaps you are not sufficiently enticing. I do not require a lure. Thank you very much. Knowledge is the greatest charm. Lin Yin Yin pouted in discontent. Yet truth be told, Xiao Lin felt a flicker of emotion within him, though he was uncertain of its authenticity. He simply was not adept at expressing such sentiments. As they exchanged banter, the duo arrived at the outskirts of the town, where a minimalist, 3-story enclosed research facility loomed before them. It stood amidst a foreboding expanse of ruins, yet its illuminated windows offered a comforting presence against the encroaching night. Suddenly, Xiao Lin's phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved the device, discovering it had reconnected to the internal network of the research facility. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 7 in the evening. The inventory would likely take a considerable amount of time. After we finish inventorying the goods, you should stay overnight at the research facility. It's rather late, and it wouldn't be safe for you to return alone. I want coffee. Lin Yin Yin raised her hand enthusiastically. Xiao Lin was somewhat taken aback. In a world transformed as it was, How could such an innocent girl still exist? Fortunately, she was not at all enticing. As he casually intended to return his phone to his pocket, a series of incessant notification sounds erupted abruptly. Xiaolin's footsteps suddenly halted. For all the notifications were alarming anomalies from the security system. Such alerts do not arise without reason. Something must have transpired during his absence. He clicked on one of the notifications, and the screen shifted to a surveillance video. Several unfamiliar figures stood at the entrance of the sealed research facility, seemingly attempting to open the door, but after a short while, they departed. "Mr. Xiaolin, what's wrong?" inquired Lin Yin, who stood beside him. Xiaolin did not respond, but instead scrolled to the last warning message, glancing at the timestamp. The most recent alert had been issued 5 minutes prior. A jolt surged through Xiaolin's heart as he lifted his gaze, surveying the desolate cityscape under the cloak of night, its ruins cold and twisted. Exposed steel rebar clung together, resembling the lifeless remains of decaying creatures. "What's the matter, Mr. Xiaolin?" Lin Yin leaned closer, her concern palpable. Without a word, Xiaolin grasped her arm firmly and turned to retreat. "Xiao! Mr. Xiaolin?" Lin Yin was at a loss. However, after only a few steps, a figure approached them from a distance, clad in a long black coat and wearing black gloves. He held his fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle. The piercing sound echoed through the night, and soon more figures emerged from the skeletal remains of the buildings, approximately a dozen individuals. They slowly encircled them, each bearing weapons, be it firearms or melee arms. Xiaolin positioned Lin Yin protectively behind him, remaining silent, his eyes fixed on the man. The man, unfazed by Xiaolin's wariness, bore a slight smile. "You must be the owner of the research facility. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. What do you want from me?" Xiaolin asked coldly, raising his hand to shield Lin Yin. "We intend to purchase your research facility. I will not sell." Click. Someone behind them forcefully pulled the trigger of an old double-barreled shotgun, the sound laden with ominous intent. "Don't be so hasty in your refusal," the man chuckled. "I can offer you a handsome price." He raised a hand, a coin pinched between his thumb and forefinger. "How about a silver coin?" Laughter erupted among the surrounding figures. A single coin, with a standard weight of 20 grams, served as the foundational currency in this world. Before Xiaolin could respond, Lin Yin suddenly pressed against his arm. "I recognize you. You are Liang Yuan, the grave digger from the Yang Gang, who came to trade in our town before." The man's expression faltered slightly. "Miss Lin, you are quite astute. You've remembered me after just one encounter. Are you perhaps interested in me?" This flippant jest did not cause Lin Yin to blush. She straightened her posture and replied coldly, "Liang Yuan, I warn you, Mr. Xiaolin is under the protection of our town. And so what?" Liang Yuan shrugged. "If you dare to harm him, you will become adversaries of our town. We shall no longer provide you with any water, food, or medical supplies, and our mayor will not spare you. He is the agent of the extraordinary. And you know how formidable he is. The grave diggers, as an organization surviving amidst the ruins, often wander aimlessly, relying on regular trade of essential supplies in nearby towns. Satellite Town has dealings with numerous grave diggers, including the Yang Gang." "How terrifying!" Liang Yuan displayed an exaggerated expression, then smirked coldly. "But do you know when people become most insane? It is for money. Yes, copious amounts of money. Do you realize that the equipment in this institute could purchase an entire city? You, Satellite Town, are utterly insignificant. So, you had best remain silent. Otherwise, I shall kill you immediately." Liang Yuan's expression was menacing. Lin Yin trembled slightly, unsure whether from anger or fear. Xiaolin stated indifferently, "I can assist you in opening the door, but there are conditions. Do you believe you have the right to negotiate with us?" Liang Yuan retorted. Xiaolin replied coolly, "I offer you 2 reasons. First, the door can only be opened with the correct password. If you refuse to agree to my additional conditions, you will be unable to open it in the short term. Second, without my assistance, you will find it difficult to assess the value of the items in the Institute. Surely you do not intend to sell them as scrap metal? That would yield you little profit." In truth, Xiaolin did not mind if the items from the Institute were taken. After all, the Institute had a resetting phenomenon. Even if the equipment was removed, it would be restored by the following day. His concern lay in the possibility of the other party going back on their word. Xiao Lin's words evidently had an impact. Liang Yuan's expression darkened completely, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. What are the conditions? Speak. Let Lin Yinyan leave this place, Xiao Lin proposed. Absolutely not. I will not allow her to call for reinforcements. Liang Yuan firmly rejected. Xiao Lin glanced at Lin Yinyan and said, injure her leg, and she can return on her own. That will give you 5 to 6 hours, ample time for whatever you wish to do. Lin Yinyan's body jolted, fear evident in her eyes. The next moment, Liang Yuan unhesitatingly drew his pistol and aimed for her right leg, pulling the trigger with a sudden snap. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed, accompanied by a searing, tearing pain that rendered Lin Yinyan's leg numb, causing her to collapse to the ground. Yet she did not cry out nor scream. She merely bit her lip, desperately stifling the tears that threatened to fall. Miss Lin Yinyan, if you must harbor hatred, let me direct it at him. Liang Yuan chuckled. You may leave now, but take your time on the way. With great effort, Lin Yinyan propped herself up, painfully dragging her bleeding right leg, inching her way out of the crowd towards the direction of Satellite Town. Once Lin Yinyan's silhouette had completely vanished, Liang Yuan chuckled softly. Is it now permissible to open the door? Xiao Lin remained silent, retrieving his mobile phone to verify his fingerprint, then inputting the door's password. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the metallic gate of the institute slowly ascended, unveiling the passageway. Liang Yuan's breath began to quicken with agitation as he took a couple of steps towards the research institute. He then turned to Xiao Lin, saying, Time is of the essence. We must commence our work. I suggest you refrain from any tricks. In that very instant, Xiao Lin heard the ominous sound of a bullet being chambered. Bang! A jolt of pain surged through his knee, compelling him to kneel on the ground. The assailant was a girl with a ponytail, wielding a long knife, exuding an air of competence and elegance. Yet her face bore an expression of intense disdain. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Liang Yuan appeared taken aback by her sudden aggression. The door is open. I intend to kill him. He still holds value for us. However, before Liang Yuan could finish his sentence, the long knife had already pierced Xiao Lin's abdomen in an instant. I couldn't care less, she replied coldly. The type of self-righteous fool who believes in heroics? You are not worthy. She twisted the knife viciously, her gaze filled with venom. Rest assured, we shall not spare that wretched woman either. We will soon capture her and execute you before her very eyes. Liang Yuan sighed in resignation. Yet there was no trace of reproach in his tone. Xiao Yu, you really ought to temper that temperament of yours. Change. These hypocrites do not deserve to live. They should all descend into hell. Xiao Yu retorted icily. Liang Yuan shrugged at Xiao Lin, saying, My apologies. I have tried, but our dear girl is rather obstinate, and I am unable to rein her in, so you must endure this. We're about to retrieve some items from inside. Xiao Yu, do remember to keep Lin Yinyan alive as a hostage. That depends on my mood. Chapter 16 at this moment. Lin Yinyan was exerting every ounce of strength to run, yet her movements were awkward, her speed barely exceeding that of a leisurely walk. A bullet was lodged in her leg bone, and each time her foot struck the ground, the bullet would rub against her bones, eliciting excruciating pain. However, Lin Yinyan could not afford to dwell on her agony. Her heart was consumed by anxiety and regret. She had indeed mentioned the grave robbers to Xiao Lin, fully aware that they posed a significant threat. Yet, having lived under Mr. Lan's protective wing and grown accustomed to a tranquil existence, she had foolishly assumed that the adversaries would not dare to act, casually dismissing the matter with a mere comment. If it were not for her naivety and folly, how could events have escalated to such a perilous extent? How could Xiao Lin find himself in danger? With renewed determination, Lin Yinyan pushed herself to run faster, blood oozing from the bullet wound, forming a vivid crimson line along her leg. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out behind her, emanating from the direction of the research institute. She froze in place, tears streaming down her cheeks. Liang Yuan and the others would not fire recklessly. There was no need for them to shoot. The sound of that gunshot signified that Xiao Lin had likely met with misfortune. Those lunatics may have never intended to spare them from the very beginning. Lin Yinyan covered her mouth, forcing herself not to cry, and quickly took action. Instead of continuing forward, she stumbled into an adjacent, abandoned shack, seeking refuge in a corner. Drawing her dagger, she poised it against her throat. She understood that once Shaolin was dead, the grave robbers would undoubtedly come for her, intending to use her as leverage against Lan Shiyu's vengeance. But she would not grant them that opportunity. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that should she be discovered, she would take her own life immediately. This vendetta would surely be avenged by Mr. Lan. Her chest heaved violently, her body trembling uncontrollably. Just then, another gunshot rang out. Gunfire? Why? More shots followed in rapid succession, echoing relentlessly. She faintly heard voices shouting, as if someone was proclaiming, "Extraordinary! He is extraordinary!" In front of the research institute, panic was spreading, not among Shaolin, but rather among the grave robbers. For Shaolin had risen, tackling Xiaoyu to the ground, one hand tightly gripping her throat while the other brandished the long knife that had just pierced through his chest. Xiaoyu's face turned a deep shade of purple as she struggled desperately, yet her strength was evidently waning. She could scarcely believe that a man, impaled by a knife, could still move. Even more terrifying was the fact that his abdomen bore no visible wound. "Please, don't kill me. Wait, don't kill me. I'm a girl too. You can't," she managed to utter, her eyes brimming with tears of anguish. Shaolin remained unmoved, raising the long knife and plunging it violently into her mouth. With a sickening sound, her nape was pierced, blood spilling across the ground. "Fire! Shoot him dead!" Liang Yuan shouted fiercely. All armed grave robbers immediately pulled their triggers, a barrage of gunfire erupting in the night sky. Yet, despite the bullets striking Shaolin, they appear to have no effect whatsoever. Unperturbed and unyielding, Shaolin's body displayed a distinct reaction to the gunfire, yet it was utterly ineffective. This was not merely a manifestation of physical or mental prowess. It resembled a far more bizarre state of being. Grasping the long knife from the ground, Shaolin rose amidst the relentless barrage of bullets, swiftly charging towards the nearest burly man wielding a shotgun. "Damn it!" The robust man cursed vehemently, yet instead of retreating, he advanced, pressing the shotgun against Shaolin's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! The shotgun's close-range blast struck Shaolin, causing his head to jerk back. However, it merely tilted momentarily before returning to its original position, his visage unmarred by any injury. The burly man stood frozen in terror, bewildered. In the next instant, Shaolin delivered a decisive strike to the top of his head, blood cascading down his forehead as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The gunfire aimed at Shaolin persisted, with someone shrieking in panic. "Why won't he die? Why? A monster! He is a monster!" Shaolin remained indifferent to the chaos, picking up the shotgun and turning towards a nearby tall, slender youth. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! The young man's body was instantly reduced to a gruesome sight, collapsing to the ground in agony. He was not yet fully deceased, but was beyond saving. Shaolin redirected the gun towards another individual, pulling the trigger once more. Bang! The skull was obliterated. It was an unilaterally executed massacre. No one could inflict harm upon him, and no one could impede his advance. Upon reaching his fifth victim, Shaolin aimed the shotgun at Liang Yuan. Unfazed, Liang Yuan let out a furious roar, his pupils suddenly radiating a blood-red light, reminiscent of the blue glow Shaolin had witnessed in others endowed with psychic abilities. He too possessed supernatural powers. Liang Yuan crouched low, launching himself off the ground like a swift beast, barreling toward Shaolin. Bang! Shaolin fired in response, the shotgun as pellets raining down upon Liang Yuan, yet he remained unscathed, only shedding a few fragments. His skin seemed to transform into a material of formidable hardness. Before Shaolin could fire a second shot, Liang Yuan seized the shotgun's barrel, crushing it with ease. Without hesitation, Shaolin released his grip and delivered a powerful punch to Liang Yuan's face, but this attack resulted in excruciating pain for his fist. Before he could process the pain, Liang Yuan executed a sidekick to Shaolin's shoulder, a force so immense that it propelled Shaolin into the air, sending him crashing to the ground. Had it not been for his current immunity to harm, he might have sustained fractures. In the next moment, Liang Yuan snatched the long knife, ruthlessly plunging it into Xiao Lin's heart, pinning him firmly to the ground. I thought you had some skill. Turns out you're nothing more than this, Liang Yuan taunted, pressing his knee into Xiao Lin's abdomen, the immense force rendering him unable to struggle. He then withdrew a handgun, aiming it at Xiao Lin's forehead, pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 A relentless barrage of close-range shots struck Xiao Lin's head. Liang Yuan's expression was nearly frenzied. After exhausting the bullets in his firearm, he cast the empty gun aside and unleashed a barrage of fists, striking down with relentless fury. Undying? Undying? I refuse to believe that you are truly invincible. He suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. If you are indeed unkillable, then I shall play as I will. Let us see whether you shall perish. Yet, Xiao Lin was acutely aware that he was not immortal. Rather, he could not be injured. Within him resided a peculiar core, a sphere of pure blackness, devoid of light, motionless, and shrouded in darkness. Whenever he was attacked, this core would suffer depletion. At that moment, under Liang Yuan's near-mad assault, it was being steadily consumed. However, amidst the chaos, Xiao Lin sensed the presence of another core. It was smaller, more fragile, located several kilometers away. He felt as though he had been there before. Chapter 17. Destruction. Lan Shiyu did not rest. At that moment, he was still perusing the report regarding the mining incident. Despite having read it numerous times, he yearned to unearth something novel within its pages. Just then, something outside erupted quietly, a brilliant azure light shooting silently into the sky. Lan Shiyu rose to draw back the curtains, and his pupils dilated in astonishment as he beheld an unbelievable sight. The ruins from the fallen satellite suddenly erupted in a silent blaze of blue light, akin to a moon that had descended to the earth, bright and austere, illuminating the heart of the town. Amidst the radiance, the remnants, long abandoned for perhaps a century, seemed to undergo a reverse passage through time. The severely damaged structure was gradually mending itself, transforming into a dazzling silver hue, while dormant signal lights flickered to life one after another. The once broken sails unfurled to either side, resembling a newly reborn giant bird. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the ruins beneath the satellite collapsed with a deafening crash, and the colossal satellite ascended towards the heavens. Its ascent was astonishingly rapid. The violent torrents it stirred sweeping across the entire town, vanishing into the sky in an instant. The heavy clouds above were pierced, revealing a fleeting glimpse of the pitch-black firmament. Lan Xiu stood then, overwhelmed beyond indescribable shock. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Yin Jia, Mr. Lan, the satellite. I saw it. Lan Xiu struggled to suppress the tremor in his voice. Sir, what on earth? He shook his head, recalling Lin Yin's words about Xiao Ling's desire to resurrect the satellite. A white mask appeared in his hand, as if conjured from thin air. You must immediately count the personnel and head to the research institute. I will precede you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liang Yuan was engulfed in fear, for Xiao Ling, whom he had relentlessly subdued, had suddenly transformed in a most peculiar manner. His pupils had lost their luster, becoming pitch black, and he exhibited no reaction to his own actions. Liang Yuan struggled to comprehend this bizarre state. It felt as if Xiao Ling had vacated his presence, departing in an extraordinarily strange manner. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. This baseless terror drove Liang Yuan to the brink of madness as he wildly slashed at Xiao Ling's body with his long knife. Yet, this did nothing to alleviate his dread. Instead, it only intensified it. No matter how fiercely he struck, Xiao Ling bore not a single wound. He pressed the blade against Xiao Ling's neck, feeling the resistance of steel, witnessing the blade seemingly slice through flesh. Yet still, he could not mar the integrity of that body. It was as if Xiao Ling had already perished, yet he could not be slain. Like a shell utterly detached from the rules of existence, it was absurd enough to drive one to insanity. Why won't you die? Why? Liang Yuan's fear escalated, sensing that something profoundly terrifying was on the verge of transpiring. At that moment, as Liang Yuan had anticipated, Xiao Lin was not present. He was soaring through the skies, shattering the clouds with astonishing velocity, ascending towards the heavens. The ground receded into the distance. His vision expanded infinitely, perceiving far beyond the horizon, and his awareness enveloped the entire realm. He beheld the dim lights of the small town, the eerie creatures lurking amidst the ruins, and Lin Yin Yin trembling in a corner. Then he spotted the research institute, along with Liang Yuan and himself. A tremendous roar echoed through the sky, prompting Liang Yuan to instinctively glance upwards, only to be met with the horrifying sight of the clouds being violently torn apart, as if evaporated in an instant. A blazing fireball erupted from within. Enhanced by his supernatural abilities, Liang Yuan's vision intensified. When he discerned the true nature of the fireball, he was struck dumb, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was the debris of the satellite from Satellite Town. Yet at this moment, it was enshrouded in fierce flames, cold and pristine, undamaged and intact despite its extreme velocity. In the next instant, it abruptly accelerated into a mere afterimage, tracing a long crimson line across the darkened sky, stretching from the clouds above down to the earth below. Death had arrived. This was Liang Yuan's final thought at that moment. Boom! The massive satellite plummeted to the ground, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud of black smoke that soared into the sky. A circular shockwave radiated outward, flattening the surrounding ruins and raising plumes of black dust several meters high. In the instant of the explosion, those nearby were instantly scorched, while those further away had their skin, muscles, and bodily fluids shredded by the shockwave. As for Liang Yuan, he found himself at the very epicenter of the explosion, colliding head-on with the satellite. He let out a roar towards the heavens, only for his body to be obliterated, vanishing entirely. The site of the satellite's impact formed a colossal crater exceeding 20 meters in diameter. It stood at the center of the crater, radiant and pristine, resembling a colossal sword descended from the heavens. Flames, searing heat, scorched earth, and death engulfed everything, leaving no survivors. 2 minutes later, Shaolin, lying on the ground, witnessed the stars in the sky fade away. He slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the burning pit and the satellite within the flames. With each breath, the scorching air filled his lungs, accompanied by an uncomfortable burning sensation. This was his first act of killing in this world, yet he felt neither sorrow nor joy, remaining enveloped in silence. The core within him remained silent, resonating with the core within the satellite. With a thought flickering in his mind in the next moment, the satellite defied gravity and ascended into the sky once more, tracing a long crimson line before vanishing into the horizon. The 20-ton satellite returned to the heavens, resting quietly in low Earth orbit beyond the atmosphere, gazing down at the Earth. He closed his eyes, sensing the core within him, dark, silent, yet significantly dimmed. However, the depletion not only stemmed from Liang Yuan's assault, but also from the energy expended in maneuvering the satellite, along with the shockwave of the explosion. Yet, he remained unscathed, devoid of any pain or discomfort. He attempted to hold his breath, and succeeded. The searing air was kept at bay, leaving him entirely at ease. Goodness, I seem to have become rather formidable, Shaolin murmured to himself. He pondered whether, in the future, he could sleep with his head covered, thus banishing any fear of mosquitoes. But then again, if a mosquito were to bite him, would it draw blood or something peculiar? Shaolin compelled himself to halt his errant thoughts and resolved to seek out Lin Yin Yin first. That young woman had sustained a gunshot wound and remained in a perilous situation, which was indeed troubling. This evening, he could assist her in dressing her wound and offer her a place to rest at his side. Chapter 18. Encounter Lin Yin Yin huddled in a corner of the ruins, clutching a dagger, her palms slightly damp with perspiration. The tremendous shockwave from the recent explosion had reached this place, sending small stones cascading down upon her, each impact eliciting sharp pangs of pain. Yet, Lin Yin Yin felt nothing. Her mind was solely consumed by the resounding roar, the blinding red light, and the tremors of the earth. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of Liang Yuan. If he possessed such power, he would not have resorted to being a grave digger. Could it be that Mr. Shaolin was not lying, that he truly was an extraordinary being? But why did he not reveal his powers from the outset? Had he done so, this conflict might have been averted. And that method of attack, descending from the heavens, piercing through the clouds, seemed akin to summoning some formidable force lurking in the skies to strike the ground. Such a summoning-type extraordinary system had always been unique to the City of Wisdom. Xiao Lin could not possibly master it. At this moment, Lin Yinyan's heart was in turmoil, uncertain whether to return to the town or seek out Xiao Lin first. After a moment of intense contemplation, she resolved to go to Xiao Lin. The explosion should have drawn the town's attention, and at this very moment, Xiao Lin might be in dire need of assistance. However, just as she prepared to rise, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Lin Yinyan's heart tightened, and she quickly held her breath, hoping the intruder would not discover her hiding place. Strangely, the footsteps were advancing directly towards her refuge without any hesitation. Could it be Xiao Lin? The thought brought her a fleeting joy, but it was extinguished in an instant. It could not possibly be Xiao Lin. The battle on that front had only just concluded, and he could not have arrived here so swiftly. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she gripped the dagger tightly, aiming at her own throat, rehearsing her opening line. Don't come any closer, or I'll take my life before you. Or perhaps, get away, do not approach me. Which statement would carry more weight? Which could instill fear in the intruder? The intense anxiety forced Lin Yinyan into a spiral of frantic thoughts as the footsteps gradually ceased. Then a raspy, chilling voice broke the silence. Lin Yinyan, come out. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yinyan shuddered, then collapsed in a state of utter relaxation, not from fear or despair, but from relief. This voice, burdened with the weight of 800 souls, was one she recognized. Only Lan Shiyu could emit such a tone. She stood up from behind the low wall, and there, amidst the ruins, stood a giant over 2 meters tall, clad in a black leather coat and wearing a pale ceramic mask. He wielded a sharp hook in his left hand and a blood-stained axe in his right, exuding an overwhelming presence. He resembled a killer who prowls on stormy nights. This was the ability known as the Rainy Night Butcher, which Lan Shiyu had inherited from Mr. Bai. Without hesitation, Lin Yinyan rushed forward, embracing Lan Shiyu and weeping uncontrollably. In response, Lan Shiyu quickly removed his mask, mindful to avoid harming Lin Yinyan with his equipment. His attire, weaponry, and physique were swiftly returning to normalcy. It's all right. It's all right. Lan Shiyu gently patted Lin Yinyan's back, casting a sympathetic glance at the injury on her leg. Yinyan, first tell me what transpired. The grave robbers. That group from the Yang Gang attempted to raid Mr. Xiao Lin's research institute. Mr. Xiao Lin agreed to help me. As she spoke, a torrent of tears surged forth, and she began to sob. I don't even know how Mr. Xiao Lin is doing. He is still at the institute. Yinyan, take a deep breath. It's fine, mister. Xiao will be safe. Lan Shiyu softly reassured her, then glanced in the direction of the research institute. However, Lin Yinyan's words trailed off as Lan Shiyu interrupted. Yinyan, that satellite has been revived, and it was this matter that brought me here. The recent explosion was likely caused by that satellite. Lin Yinyan froze momentarily, realization dawning upon her. Mr. Xiao Lin is truly an extraordinary individual? Lan Shiyu refrained from answering directly, opting instead to make a wry joke. I hereby declare that our town shall be known as Satellite-less Town from this day forth. Lin Yinyan chuckled through her tears. But I still wish to visit the research institute. What if Mr. Xiao Lin needs assistance? Very well, we shall go, but let us proceed slowly, Lan Shiyu said, supporting Lin Yinyan as they made their way to the roadside. Why? Lin Yinyan queried, perplexed. To give him time to handle the aftermath, so he does not encounter anything he ought not to see, Lan Shiyu explained. What if Mr. Xiao Lin is actually a villain? We ought not to witness the belongings of a villain, Lan Shiyu replied with a smile, ruffling Lin Yinyan's hair. In truth, Mr. Xiao Lin had little to conceal. He was already en route to find Lin Yinyan. Soon, he crossed paths with Lan Shiyu and the others on the dimly lit street. Upon seeing Mr. Xiao Lin standing there unharmed, Lin Yinyan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. She immediately released Lan Shiyu's support and called out to Mr. Xiao Lin as she ran towards him, only to trip and fall, rolling on the ground while clutching her leg. Xiao Lin silently gazed at Lan Shiyu, who rubbed his forehead and remarked, "This can be considered an endearing moment. Wouldn't you agree? Should we assist her? Let her roll for a while. She needs to expend some energy, Xiaolin replied. Though Lin Yinyin possessed a temperament akin to that of an odd little dog, it was not necessary for her to exhaust herself in such a manner. Xiaolin discerned that Lan Shiyu's indifference toward Lin Yinyin stemmed from his vigilance. Do you want a cigarette? Lan Shiyu inquired, retrieving a metal case from his pocket and extracting a cigarette. No, thank you, I do not smoke. Not smoking is quite commendable. Lan Shiyu chuckled softly as he ignited the cigarette with a lighter. By the way, what became of those who attacked you? They're all deceased. Did you kill them? Indeed, Xiaolin replied with calm assurance. And what of the satellite? Did you destroy it again? Xiaolin remained silent, raising his gaze instead. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the heavens as the clouds parted, and a blazing red light descended upon the street in an instant. It hovered behind Xiaolin. At an altitude of over 20 meters, a colossal metallic object, measuring 15 meters in length, slowly rotated, its surface gleaming with a stark silver hue, resembling a steel behemoth suspended in the air behind him. The ferocious winds lifted the hem of Lan Shiyu's garment, leaving her in stunned silence, unable to articulate her astonishment. Chapter 19 Principles. The piercing scream of Lin Yin, reminiscent of a startled groundhog, caused Blue Shiyu's facial muscles to twitch involuntarily, though he desired to maintain a serious demeanor and continue his inquiries. Lin Yin was scrambling up his body in a most contorted manner, attempting to rise. It's a real satellite. How magnificent! Mr. Xiaolin, you truly brought it to life. May I touch it? Can I please touch it? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the colossal object. Yin, do not provoke Mr. Xiao, Blue Shiyu quickly cautioned, aware that Xiaolin was an extraordinary being, and any perceived offense could have dire consequences. However, scarcely had he spoken when the massive satellite began to descend gracefully, resembling a docile giant, coming to rest before Lin Yin. She excitedly reached out to caress the satellite's exterior. Mr. Xiaolin, you are incredible. Just as impressive as Mr. Bai. By the way, can I ride it? Just for a short while? Xiaolin's eye twitched. He had anticipated that he should not have shown this girl any kindness. All right, a few touches will suffice. Do not damage it. With a wave of his hand, the satellite began to ascend, rising to a safe altitude before suddenly accelerating. A tempest of wind swirling as it vanished into the horizon. Lin Yin gazed skyward, then scrunched her nose at Xiaolin. You miser, drinking cold water. Xiaolin ignored her protests. There will be other opportunities for you to play with it. For now, let us return to the Research Institute and attend to your injuries. Okay, Lin Yin exclaimed with enthusiasm, but Blue Shiyu immediately interjected. Mr. Xiaolin, this matter does not require your assistance. I will take her back to town for treatment. The Research Institute is closer, and I have the tools and medicine there, making it more convenient. This would be too much trouble for you. We can handle our own affairs. Xiaolin sensed the wariness in Blue Shiyu's attitude and understood it. After all, an ordinary person displaying such formidable power would naturally evoke suspicion. Yet, he felt somewhat helpless. Mr. Blue, I understand your distrust, but I have never deceived you. Blue Shiyu's expression stiffened slightly, acknowledging the truth of Xiaolin's words. From the outset, he had claimed to be extraordinary, yet they had not believed him. You are among the first individuals I have encountered in this world. Xiaolin said calmly and gently, you hold significant meaning for me, and I shall not repay kindness with malice. Blue Shiyu appeared touched, gently shaking his head with a sigh. Mr. Xiaolin, thank you for your candor, but unfortunately, this is a rather unfriendly world. I believe you have witnessed today that even if you do nothing, there will be those who wish for your demise. This is the fundamental logic of this world, survival of the fittest. Indeed, I have witnessed it, Xiaolin replied calmly. Yet I remain steadfast in my principles of order and morality. Mr. Mayor, for the majority of my life thus far, I have been among the weaker. It is the established order and morality that have shielded me. I shall not forsake my life based on the nature of the world, for that would equate to my non-existence. Lan Shiyu fell silent, lowering his gaze to the cigarette in his hand, extinguishing it. Mr. Xiaolin, I must admit that I still place considerable trust in you. However, I cannot help but regard you with a certain reverence, for you are an extraordinary being. He returned the remaining half of the cigarette to the case. You bear a striking resemblance to Mr. Bai. I believe you two would find common ground. May I? Lin Yin blinked. I shall accompany you. Lan Xiu replied, since Yin requires treatment for her injuries, I shall handle the inventory. Xiao Lin recalled their prior agreement and nodded in acquiescence. That works, to prevent Lin Yin from wreaking havoc in my abode. Lin Yin protested once more, yet her words fell on deaf ears. The trio proceeded along the lengthy street towards the research institute. Despite her injury, Lin Yin incessantly chattered about her fears while hiding in the ruins until Lan Xiu discovered her. Xiao Lin suddenly felt a spark of curiosity. But how could you instantly recognize your mayor? After all, as a patient with cognitive disarray, distinguishing whether something is human is already a challenge, let alone identifying a specific individual at first glance. Lin Yin explained with pride, you wouldn't understand, would you? It's a matter of characteristic memory. I memorized a unique trait. The moment it appears, regardless of the form it takes, it must be him. Xiao Lin nodded initially, but soon realized the flaw in her reasoning. Wait, how can you be certain that trait is indeed unique, and that it cannot be fabricated? Furthermore, traits can change or vanish. It's indeterminate. Lin Yin did not conceal her bluntness. Xiao Lin rubbed his forehead. I cannot fathom how you have survived this long. Coincidentally, I too am unaware. Lin Yin tilted her head, responding. As Xiao Lin pondered the implications of her statement, Lan Xiu provided clarity. Lin Yin has suffered from amnesia. That is not amnesia. It is what I term memory encryption, Lin Yin asserted earnestly. Memory encryption? Xiao Lin found himself increasingly perplexed. Lin Yin explained, someone encrypted my memories, instructing me to wait for his return, and thus I have waited for 5 years. 5 years? Would Lin Yin still recognize him? Lan Xiu seemed to anticipate Xiao Lin's inquiry, his expression enigmatic. It should not be difficult. She mentioned that he possesses 7 appendages, 6 eyes, and a pair of pincers. Wait, are you certain that this entity is human? Xiao Lin was taken aback. Yet Lin Yin nodded with conviction. I acknowledge that he looks somewhat different from you, but he entirely fits the academic characteristics and definitions of humanity. And he is a splendid individual. Perhaps he belongs to a rare human species we have yet to encounter. Lan Xiu speculated, recognizing that history has been distorted, rendering our understanding of it quite normal. Xiao Lin remarked, it is absolutely impossible. The history of human evolution is exceedingly brief, and the genetic similarity is remarkably high. There cannot be such vast disparities among different races. Lan Xiu gazed at him and gently inquired, Mr. Xiao Lin, how can you be certain that your understanding of history is accurate and untainted? Xiao Lin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, Mr. Xiao Lin, do you remember the internet? Lin Yin suddenly asked with enthusiasm. Of course, I remember it, and it is unlikely that I shall forget it anytime soon, Xiao Lin replied. One of the key figures of the internet was dedicated to reconstructing the accurate history, Lin Yin said, her admiration evident. The people of Wisdom City aspire to consolidate all of humanity's knowledge through the internet, employing immense computational power to extract the true history. Isn't that remarkable? Wisdom City. You mentioned that name yesterday on the internet, Xiao Lin recalled. Indeed, it is a super city, and its lord is a second-generation extraordinary being, possessing formidable strength. However, their entry standards are exceedingly high. One must possess a vast repository of knowledge or computational power, which equates to intelligence. Otherwise, one will not receive an invitation. Xiao Lin cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Yin. It appears this young lady has no chance, given her lack of intellect. Indeed, it is quite evident. Lan Xiu ziplit guli. You too, Lin Yin exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Chapter 20. Lin Yin's dream upon returning to the research institute. The two gentlemen began to divide their tasks. Lan Xiu ventured into the food storage to take inventory, while Xiao Lin escorted Lin Yin to the medical room for treatment of her gunshot wound. Having undergone training in emergency trauma management, and with the medical room equipped with comprehensive medical apparatus, this task posed no challenge for him. He extracted the bullet, dressed the wound, and administered some pain relief to Lin Yin, watching as she drifted into slumber. Once she was asleep, Xiao Lin departed the medical room to seek out Lan Xiyu. At that moment, Lan Xiyu was in the storeroom, surrounded by a stack of boxes, rapidly jotting notes in a notebook with a pen. Hearing a noise from outside, he did not raise his gaze, casually remarking, packaged food, cigarettes, alcohol, and canned goods. Mr. Xiao Lin, these items are indeed rare treasures in our small town. Though there's a slight issue. What issue? Xiao Lin inquired, puzzled. They expired 200 years ago. The atmosphere became heavy with silence, and after a while, Xiao Lin finally spoke. Lin Yin, were you the one in charge of Lan Town? Lan Shiyu's eyes twitched slightly. I merely wished to share a joke to lighten the mood. Is this considered a point of endearment? Something like contrasting cuteness? In that case, Lan Town, you are rather charming. The atmosphere abruptly plunged into a profound silence, and both parties instinctively ceased the conversation. Clearing his throat twice, Lan Xiyu remarked, I have nearly completed the inventory in the storeroom. I have sketched some items we desire, which you can use as a reference. All right, let me take a look. Xiao Lin accepted the list, noting that Lan Xiyu had not selected any cigarettes or alcohol, but rather focused on the most abundant food supplies and canned goods. However, Xiao Lin was unconcerned, as these provisions would soon regenerate by the next day. He cast a cursory glance at the list and stated, This is acceptable. Everything appears fine. How much will this fetch? 30 standard silver coins, each weighing 20 grams. If you require, I can exchange some for single-gram silver pieces, known as silver beans. Though they are a bit cumbersome to carry, you might want to store them in a box. Wait, are you saying all this food is worth only 600 grams of silver? Xiao Lin exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't it agreed that these are all precious items? Lan Xiyu shrugged in resignation. Please don't look at me like that. While they're indeed precious, they're still just grain, and we're not lacking in food. 30 standard silver coins is already a generous price. Seeing no deception in Lan Shiyu's demeanor, Xiao Lin sighed, then let it be 30 silver coins, without the need for change. Very well, that concludes our transaction. Lan Xiyu began to remove the desired goods from shelves. Xiao Lin assisted by taking boxes from his hands and temporarily placing them at the storeroom entrance. Mr. Xiao Lin, I believe you possess a slight misunderstanding of this world, Lan Xiyu remarked while moving boxes. Although it has descended into chaos, productivity has not diminished. In fact, it has significantly improved. Take, for instance, the super cities like Justice City and Wisdom City, where the productivity of a single city surpasses that of an entire nation. Moreover, if one traverses the desolate remnants of the city and heads north, they will arrive at Yunzha City, the foothold of our Blue Dragon Mining Company, a large modern metropolis. The transportation network is extensive, and life is convenient. One can even purchase drinks from the beloved Honey Snow Eye City on the streets. The familiar name momentarily left Xiao Lin in a daze. It had also provided him with a slight realization. Although the world had descended into chaos and order had been shattered, the apocalypse was still a considerable distance away. He might be the sole individual to have witnessed the impending end of days. As Lin Yin opened her eyes, she was startled into exclamation by the scene before her. On the operating table not far from her, several humanoid beings clad in blue surgical attire and masks were dissecting something. Beside them lay a tray filled with fresh blood and dismembered entrails, a sight that sent chills down her spine. However, her voice did not disturb them. Gradually regaining her composure, she cautiously inquired, Who are you? What has happened to Mr. Xiao Lin? Yet, those figures remained oblivious to her presence. Carefully, she descended from the hospital bed, limping towards the operating table, only to discover that the subject of dissection was a charred and fragmented corpse. This appeared to be one of the grave robbers. Lin Yin recognized it. What are you doing? She asked, but no one responded. Instead, they conversed amongst themselves, their voices resonating in her ears like a cacophony of buzzing sounds. Hey, Lin Yin reached out to touch one of them, only for her hand to pass effortlessly through their form. Calmness gradually enveloped her as she began to discern these beings. They bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Xiao Lin. The majority of their data aligned with that of humans, yet some essential details differed. For instance, They cannot be physically interacted with, and it appeared they were unable to perceive themselves. A sort of subspecies of humanity? The initial dread dissipated, replaced by curiosity. Lin Yin Yin stepped away from the crowd, opened the door, and turned to exit the infirmary. Her actions drew no attention, as if she were entirely invisible. Outside the infirmary, the corridor was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Gradually, Lin Yin Yin comprehended that this could it be the Research Institute's former appearance? She was filled with curiosity, yet uncertain of her destination, wandering aimlessly based on her recollections. As she meandered, she arrived at the living quarters on the first floor, where she recognized a familiar place, the water bar she had visited just 2 nights prior. Cautiously, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The water bar was not crowded, with only 5 or 6 patrons present. The proprietress was stunningly beautiful, adorned in a blue-purple classical chest-length dress, her cascading black hair elegantly pinned with a hairpin. As she played the guqin beside the counter, the music flowed gently, melodious, and soothing, momentarily leaving Lin Yin Yin in a state of trance. Instinctively, she seated herself on a high stool beside the counter, quietly watching the proprietress play. He is truly an enchanting individual, possessing an extraordinary aura and astonishing talent that captivates one's gaze. Time seemed to slip away as the melody gradually softened, nearing its conclusion before finally ceasing. The proprietress lifted her gaze towards Lin Yin Yin, revealing a smile that left her flustered. How was it? Was it pleasant to the ears? Lin Yin Yin's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "It was exceptionally beautiful." Then, realization struck her. "Can you see me?" "Of course, I can see you. You are here, after all." She gently plucked a string of the piano, introducing herself. "I am Zhao Ningyue, the proprietress here." "And you?" Lin Yin Yin." Zhao Ningyue regarded her with keen interest, as if observing a curious creature. "You are a psychic, are you not? A rather exceptional one, otherwise. You would not be able to perceive this place. I am quite ordinary, and I do not even know why I am here." Lin Yin Yin struggled to respond. "Miss Zhao, why is it that others cannot see me?" "Because you are merely a fleeting visitor, not a part of this narrative." "Whose narrative?" "Mr. Shaolin's." "Mr. Shaolin. But why can you see me?" Zhao Ningyue smiled, exuding a gentle mystery. "Perhaps it is because I, too, am rather special." The perplexing answer momentarily suspended their conversation in silence. "So, what is your relationship with Shaolin?" Zhao Ningyue inquired, propping her chin on one hand. "Friends, I suppose. He just moved to our small town recently, and I quite like him. He is kind and incredibly talented." Lin Yin Yin replied. "Well, liking him is good," Zhao Ningyue said, her eyes narrowing into a playful smile. "But do not become too close to him." "Huh? Why not?" Lin Yin Yin asked, puzzled. "Why?" Zhao Ningyue gazed dreamily at the ceiling and softly remarked, "He has chosen a very long path, one that can never reach its destination." Lin Yin Yin listened, somewhat bewildered. "Oh, by the way, Lin Yin Yin, there is one more thing," Zhao Ningyue said with a smile, as if soothing a child. "You must not tell Shaolin about our conversation today. If you do, I will have to kill you and then destroy your little town." Though the tone was threatening, her words were uttered with remarkable gentleness. Lin Yin Yin appeared somewhat uneasy. "Rest assured, Shaolin and I are old friends. I would never harm him." Zhao Ningyue winked. "By the way, would you care for some coffee? It is quite delightful." Chapter 21 Essence. At this moment, in the office of Yu Taizhou, Shaolin recounted his experiences from the previous day. Upon hearing this, Yu Taizhou's eyes filled with compassion and helplessness. Shaolin, however, smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Regardless of everything, at least the outcome is favorable. Yet, I am quite curious about the nature of this extraordinary power I possess." Yu Taizhou furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a contemplative expression. "Immortality, consciousness transfer, and the resurrection of entities. These are the 3 fundamental characteristics, correct? It is not true immortality, as the core will deplete upon being attacked." "How many cores have you separated?" "2. One for the satellite and one for the Research Institute." "Do they consume energy from your core while they operate?" "Yes, but the consumption is minimal if it is merely to sustain. However, if I manipulate them or transfer my consciousness into them, the consumption increases. Nevertheless, the core is capable of self-repair. I see, Yu Taizhou stated with an air of understanding. Shaolin was not surprised. The elder always delved deeply into problems, arriving at conclusions while others still grappled with the mysteries. Yu Taizhou rested his elbows on the table, his gaze profound. Do you remember those extraordinary training sessions? Of course. Shaolin nodded. The three-phase extraordinary training. The first phase is to establish complete self-awareness. The second phase is to form a complete physical body. The third phase involves the replication of matter. The answer lies within this. Yu Taizhou continued. When you enter the dream chamber, your body ceases to be what it originally was. Instead, it becomes that which you create within the dream. It is an existence that emerges from nothingness, transcending both life and matter, and is not considered life itself. Thus, it cannot be killed, nor can it be injured or disabled. All attacks directed at you can be understood as a depletion of your essence. Shaolin paused for a moment before finally responding. So, what you mean is that I am akin to a character in a game. As long as my health bar is not depleted, even if I have just 1 HP left, I can still thrive? Precisely. Moreover, you can endure various extreme environments, for regardless of the type of damage inflicted, only one thing occurs, depletion. If you had said this earlier, I would have understood. Shaolin jested. Yu Taizhou shot him a glare, replying, You must comprehend the foundational principles. Today, I will provide you with a comprehensive analysis. You must study it thoroughly. Do you understand? Understood. Shaolin immediately affirmed. Yu Taizhou smiled with relief and continued. Additionally, this is a formidable power. You must not misuse it. Suddenly, Shaolin chuckled. Yu Taizhou cleared his throat a couple of times. I know my words may seem cliché, but I am not laughing at that, Shaolin said, wiping his face. He produced a file folder and extracted the documents within, handing them to Yu Taizhou. Upon seeing the first page, Yu Taizhou fell silent. It was a photograph of an immensely large, arachnid-like creature's exoskeleton. Shaolin continued, Furthermore, my friend, Yang Qi, possesses the ability to annihilate a city of 500,000 inhabitants in the span of 30 minutes. To accomplish such a feat with merely a blade would take me an entire month, if not longer. Hence, I can only say that my extraordinary power is, at best, a modest asset. Yu Taizhou's expression twitched. Is that world truly so absurd? There are even more outrageous things, such as the concept of psychic internet and historical distortions, all documented in the files. You may peruse them at your leisure. Yu Taizhou promptly retrieved the documents and immersed himself in their contents, remaining silent thereafter. Shaolin had grown accustomed to this, even suspecting that Yu Taizhou harbored a reading obsession. Observing Yu Taizhou's focused demeanor, with his grizzled hair and deeply lined eyes, Shaolin spoke in a tone as calm as discussing the weather. By the way, Professor, I've had a change of heart. I have decided to assist with that matter. What matter? Yu Taizhou inquired reflexively. The matter of saving the world. I wish to attempt closing that stone door. Yu Taizhou suddenly lifted his head, his atoms apple bobbing, and his pupils trembled slightly. Shaolin. He seemed poised to articulate something, but then lowered his gaze in shame. Shaolin. I am truly grateful for your decision, but regrettably, I can offer you nothing more. I understand, yet this is precisely why I am willing to assist you. Shaolin replied with a smile. Even without his agreement, Yu Taizhou had offered him unreserved support, now that he had consented. It was only natural that Yu Taizhou had nothing left to provide. This was something Shaolin had anticipated. However, Professor, I cannot guarantee the extent of my capabilities. I can only promise to do my utmost, Shaolin added. That suffices. That is more than enough, Yu Taizhou murmured. In the subsequent hours, Yu Taizhou commenced meetings with various departments and delegated tasks, while the bored Shaolin wandered to the tea bar. Upon his arrival, he found only Zhao Ningyue present, elegantly attired and meticulously tending to an aged Guqin. Why is it so quiet today? Shaolin inquired. Zhao Ningyue squinted and smiled faintly. Take a guess. How could I possibly guess? Shaolin muttered, settling down beside the counter. It's precisely because your esteemed professor you has whisked away all my guests to work. Zhao Ningyue replied, looking at Shaolin with an innocent gaze. Now, I have only you. Xiao Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Please don't look at me like that. I might just crumble. Zhao Ningyue chuckled softly before shifting the subject. Oh, right. Professor Yu has briefed us on our situation. He has. Xiao Lin asked, surprised. Yes, in a general assembly. He informed us that we are now mere wandering souls. Zhao Ningyue's tone was devoid of emotion. Xiao Lin paused, taken aback, before asking, what was everyone's reaction? It was quite complex. After all, sending a group of wandering souls to save the world is inherently peculiar. Nevertheless, in the end, everyone acquiesced. Why? Xiao Lin inquired, intrigued. They are unafraid of death, yet they dread the inability to think and to learn. For a moment, Xiao Lin was rendered speechless. This answer should have been anticipated, yet he had simply not considered it. At that moment, Zhao Ningyue lifted her gaze, her eyes tenderly fixed upon Xiao Lin. So, you ultimately agreed to continue the salvation plan with Yu Taizhou? How did you know? Perhaps it is my keen understanding of others, or maybe it was merely a guess. Nonetheless, I am curious as to why you would accept this. You must realize that it is impossible for you alone to accomplish it. Xiao Lin's mind drifted back to the grotesque remains of Yu Taizhou in the real world, leaving him momentarily dazed. In truth, I am uncertain why. It simply is. Perhaps it is my youth, my fervor still unspent, that allows me to be moved by inexplicable matters. Moreover, I am more acutely aware than anyone that this endeavor is unattainable. I merely wish. If death is inevitable, then let it come upon this path. Chapter 21. Perspective. On the following morning, Xiao Lin gazed at the report in his hands, which spanned over 200 pages, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. Among the documents were titles such as Preliminary Hypotheses and Applications of Extraordinary Abilities, Satellite Interface Operation Manual for the Layman 1.0, and Fundamental Theories on Internet Structure. Additionally, he had a research report from the Medical Research Department on the study and testing of a certain calming agent, as well as preliminary dissection report on superhumans. At times, Xiao Lin couldn't help but marvel at the intellectual prowess of those engaged in academia. Fortunately, he did not need to comprehend everything in detail. Yu Taizhou had informed him that understanding what he could was sufficient, and the foremost task was to ensure the satellite operated correctly. This endeavor typically demanded an extensive amount of specialized knowledge, but for Xiao Lin, it was unnecessary. He possessed the ability to manipulate the satellite and the research facility directly with his consciousness, even enabling the satellite to perform seemingly impossible maneuvers, such as defying gravity and achieving infinite suspension. Thus, on that morning, he devoted himself to this task. At 11 o'clock, Lan Xiyu entered, brushing off the dust from his attire. Mr. Xiao Lin, are you not planning to address the large pit at the entrance? Given our area's frequent rainfall, neglecting it may lead to a waterlogged puddle, complicating our exits. I would like to attend to it, but I lack the necessary materials, Xiao Lin replied, momentarily turning away from his computer. If needed, I can send someone to the quarry to fetch some discarded stones. Would that trouble you? Lan Xiyu inquired. Of course not. The accumulation of stones has always been an issue. Without that pit, we would have to venture even farther. Xiao Lin expressed his gratitude sincerely. By the way, there is another matter I must inform you of. Lan Xiyu pulled out a chair and sat down. The batch of goods we received yesterday has vanished today. Xiao Lin's heart sank instantly. Did this mean that the phenomenon of resetting at the research facility forcibly reclaimed items that had strayed? Such a mechanism existed. Furthermore, Lan Xiyu was no fool. He must have already deduced that this matter pertained to him. After a moment of awkward hesitation, he stammered, should I return those 30 silver coins to you? Lan Xiyu chuckled lightly. That is not my intention. I merely wish to inform you of the experimental outcome. As I'm concerned, this might be part of your research. As for the 30 silver coins, consider them a gift for our meeting. Xiao Lin exhaled in relief, simultaneously dismissing the notion of selling off materials for monetary gain from his mind. He suddenly pondered that if Liang Yuan had indeed taken his belongings yesterday, it would have been rather amusing. Alas, they were already deceased. By the way, Mr. Lan, is there a reason for your visit this morning? Xiao Lin then recalled to inquire. Lin Yin wrote to me, requesting that I take her home. She is currently packing, Lan Xiyu replied. That was quick. I assumed she would linger for a few more days. I did not think so either. I expected she might stay for a fortnight, Lan Xiu teased. At that moment, a soft sound emanated from the device beside Shaolin. He turned to look, and the synchronization progress had reached 100. The satellite was connected, awaiting confirmation. Mr. Shaolin, what are you tinkering with? Lan Xiu inquired with curiosity. The satellite, Shaolin replied succinctly. The satellite? Lan Xiu echoed, slightly bewildered. And it is ready. Shaolin pressed the confirmation button. In the next instant, the main screen in the satellite control room suddenly illuminated, displaying a vast dynamic satellite map. It encompassed the laboratory, the town, and the entirety of the city's ruins, along with surrounding areas of equal size. In that moment, Lan Xiu was utterly astonished, nearly dropping the cup in his hand. This is a satellite map, he murmured. He was aware of such technology, but that knowledge only deepened his sense of awe. Indeed, I have linked the deep space eye to the ground control room, and it is now functioning properly. Shaolin raised his hand, attempting to manipulate the satellite with essence, a name designated by Professor Utaijo, which he found quite fitting. The satellite imagery zoomed in, focusing on the satellite town, revealing the entire layout in its entirety. The closely packed buildings, crisscrossing roads, and the enveloping morning mist were all presented with remarkable clarity on the display screen. The image then zoomed in once more, this time locking onto the street in front of the town's administrative building. The flag of Blue Dragon Mining fluttered prominently atop the building, and the pedestrians on the street were visible in detail, even allowing him to see Yin Jie chatting with colleagues at the entrance. Good heavens! I thought that satellite was only capable of dropping on people. Lan Xiu murmured, his eyes widening in shock, even tinged with fear. He understood the implications of this technology. It signified comprehensive visibility and absolute intelligence superiority, implying that Shaolin could effortlessly grasp the distribution of resources and the movements of enemies. This was a strategic capability that could influence the course of war, far more terrifying than mere satellite bombardment. Shaolin, somewhat perplexed, glanced at him. It is a satellite. After all, using it to drop on people is an improper application, is it not? Although I did indeed use it for that purpose yesterday. However, he lamented, unfortunately, this device has a limited range and cannot stray too far from me. Lan Xiu swallowed hard, suddenly feeling anxious. Mr. Shaolin, may I purchase 2 satellite maps? One comprehensive map and one of the town, with the price at your discretion. Shaolin regarded him without a hint of emotion and replied, We are neighbors, and this device incurs no substantial cost. I can simply print 2 copies for you. Lan Xiu was taken aback, and then promptly bowed in gratitude. Thank you so much. You have no idea how significant this is for us. High-precision maps were crucial for their defense operations and daily lives, representing an immensely important strategic resource. Just then, Lin Yinyin limped into the room, leaning on a crutch. Mayor, I am ready, she announced, poking her head into the room. Shaolin gazed at her teasingly, saying, Why are you leaving so early? I was half afraid you might linger. I have uncovered a colossal secret of yours, yet I cannot divulge it, Lin Yin asserted emphatically. Ah, then I thank you for withholding it from me. This time, I shall restrain myself. However, I must confess my fondness for you, so I shall visit frequently, Lin Yin declared resolutely. Do as you wish, Shaolin replied, somewhat exasperated. By the way, I will leave you some letters. Should any questions arise, feel free to write to me. After Lin Yin and Lan Xiu departed, Shaolin found himself alone in the room. He sighed softly, glancing at the substantial pile of reports on the table, pondering that the days ahead would likely be exceedingly busy for him. Chapter 22. The ruins of the city, shrouded in a vast web, lies in a state of decay and desolation. It possesses an extraordinary grandeur. This desolate expanse is known as the Wail of the Madman. It has borne witness to a cataclysmic clash of extraordinary beings, with more than one of them meeting their demise upon this ground. Although the majority of their remains have been dismembered or obliterated, their deaths continue to cast a shadow over the city, altering its visage and ecosystem, as well as the existence of the beings and elements within it. This phenomenon is collectively termed as the corruption. The nature of the corruption varies, influenced by diverse forces. In the Whale of the Madman, there exists a peculiar rule. Should you ever discover that a companion has become unusually astute or suddenly possesses a wealth of knowledge, do not hesitate. Terminate them immediately, for this is an omen of corruption. This, too, is the origin of the name Whale of the Madman, as the deranged scholars curse every soul that treads upon this shattered land with their knowledge. As a vast expanse of urban ruin, the Whale of the Madman is haunted by numerous grave diggers. Among them are outlaws, adventurers, and seekers of freedom, often embodying a blend of all three. They form factions in this silent wasteland, pursuing wealth and liberty, frequently indifferent to one another. However, today a peculiar individual has emerged amidst the ruins. He hails from a satellite town, clad in clean attire, solitary and nearly devoid of weaponry. The sole item that could be deemed a weapon is a rather rudimentary dao, appearing quite crudely fashioned. In contrast, he carries an assortment of other items, including an umbrella, drinking water, food, a sleeping bag, and a camera hanging around his neck. Occasionally, he pauses to enthusiastically capture photographs, resembling a tourist exploring a scenic locale. One might ponder how long he can survive, perched on the edge of a crumbling skyscraper. A portly middle-aged man observes the strange figure below. There remains a chance to turn back and preserve his life. Otherwise, should he continue down this path, he is certain to meet his end by noon tomorrow. The camera appears to be of high quality. It should fetch a considerable sum. He muses, swaying his body. We could wait until he dies and scavenge his corpse, replies the tall, lean man indifferently. There are indeed other methods, the portly man remarks, revealing a disquieting grin. As the clock swiftly strikes 6, darkness envelopes the desolate cityscape. Shaolin gazes deep into the city, resolving to set up camp for the night. This marks his inaugural field study. He departed at 8 that morning and has been trekking for nearly 10 hours. Yet, he has not yet reached his intended destination and must venture deeper. In truth, he feels no need for sleep at present. His adherence to the habit is solely for the purpose of visiting the research institute in his dreams. He discovered a partially collapsed house and cleared a flat, solid area within it, where he lit a bonfire and began to prepare his dinner. Equipped with a small iron pot and bottled water, he intended to boil some instant noodles. However, just as the water reached a boil, a voice emerged from behind him. "Wow, brother, life seems quite pleasant for you." Shaolin turned around to see two figures, one stout and the other slender, approaching him. The speaker was the portly man, whose eyes squinted in a friendly manner. Though he held a firearm in his hand, a revolver, its barrel angled towards the ground, poised to strike should he raise it slightly. Nevertheless, Shaolin felt no surprise at their presence. He had already spotted them on the dynamic satellite map. They were not deliberately trailing him, but rather their paths coincided within each other's patrol zones. This was precisely why he chose to camp here. Their activity indicated a lack of peril in the vicinity, rendering it a safe haven for himself. Taking his time, Shaolin opened the instant noodle package and tossed the noodle block into the pot before inquiring, "Is there something you need?" His tone was neither cold nor particularly amicable. "Nothing much. Just came to check on you since you were camping here," replied the portly man, exuding an air of familiarity. "So, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Shaolin pressed. "No need for that. Introducing oneself to a corpse seems rather pointless." The stout man shrugged, observing Shaolin's reaction. Yet, Shaolin remained unfazed, retrieving an egg from his backpack, cracking it against the pot's edge, and dropping it in. He then added prepped vegetables and bean sprouts, enhancing the aroma of the noodles. The stout man swallowed hard, prodding Shaolin's thigh with his gun. "Hey, let's make a deal. I'm quite interested in your camera. This is a tool for my work, not a bargaining chip," Shaolin politely declined. "A camera for a life. Doesn't that sound worthwhile?" The stout man leaned in, adopting a conspiratorial demeanor. "Fortunately, I possess many lives," Shaolin shook his head. The stout man paused, then grinned slyly. Then I shall just collect it off your corpse tomorrow. By the way, when you die, kindly toss the camera away from you. I wouldn't want it damaged." Shaolin had no intention of engaging further. He stirred the noodles with chopsticks, adding a sausage, and then looked up to ask, "Would you like to have some?" The stout man's expression faltered slightly. At that moment, the previously silent slender man spoke. A few kilometers ahead lies the territory of the Huema. If you wish to avoid a gruesome fate, do not venture further. The stout man clicked his tongue. What is wrong with you? We agreed to exchange information for goods, and now you just blurt it out? Aren't we at a disadvantage? Yet, the slender man merely cast a glance his way, saying nothing. Then, Shaolin interjected, I am aware. In fact, my intention is to hunt that creature. Hunt? Huema? The stout man appeared taken aback. Indeed, consider it a small experiment, while simultaneously resolving this nuisance. After a brief moment of silence, the rotund man suddenly clapped his thighs and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, my friend, you are truly hilarious. I initially thought you were a novice, but it appears you are merely a fool. The slender one, however, retorted coldly, there have been others like you in the past, possessing greater strength and superior equipment. Yet they have long since perished. That individual, not even the superhumans of Satellite Town dared confront, including Lan Shiyu. Shaolin remained unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your warning, but I am confident. The hefty man, somewhat irked, questioned, and what do you intend to use against the wise demon? That toy of a knife? Shaolin glanced at the Tang, Dao resting beside him, and replied, it will suffice. In truth, for him, cold weapons were more effective than firearms, as they could more readily embody his essence. With firearms, he would have to distribute his essence among each bullet, a process both intricate and taxing. The Tang Dao, being a slashing weapon, aligned more closely with human instinct, being simpler and more potent. Thus Shaolin opted for this choice. The stout man, growing impatient with Shaolin's demeanor, said, enough of this. It is futile to reason with a stubborn fool intent on courting death. We shall take our leave. He rose, securing his revolver at his waist. Are you truly not going to eat anything? Shaolin inquired once more. We do not consume the remnants of the deceased. It is ill fortune, was the curt reply. With that parting remark, the two figures swiftly vanished into the night. Shaolin paid no heed to their departure. After dining, he retired to sleep, proving once again that no matter where he rested, he could return to the dreamlike research facility. P.S. I will take a day off tomorrow. I have not rested well these past few days, and my writing has been particularly challenging. Just one day. Chapter 23. Block 13. That night passed rather uneventfully. At 7 the following morning, Shaolin rose punctually, had breakfast, packed his belongings, and then set off. If all went smoothly, he should be able to locate the Huema before noon. As he emerged from his hiding place, he noticed the two grave robbers from the previous night standing atop a building, watching him intently. Shaolin did not greet them. He merely glanced back before making his way deeper into the city. It seems he completely disregarded our words. We have become fools. The stout one said while squatting down, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. He is merely on a path of self-destruction. The slender one replied calmly. TSK, had I known he was this foolish, I should have stolen all his belongings last night. Without water and food, he might have returned to his senses. The stout one sighed. Enough, the slender one curtly uttered, turning to raise his binoculars to his eyes, as if the earlier grievances had never been spoken. They both resumed their focus on the task at hand. Due to Shaolin's disregard for their counsel, the atmosphere grew slightly somber, and the two remained silent for a considerable time, merely observing their surroundings from their elevated position. This was their duty, to keep watch and alert against any approaching suspicious individuals. Moments later, the slender one frowned slightly and lifted the binoculars to peer into the distance. Someone is approaching from the east. The stout one also raised the binoculars to follow the direction, spotting a group of about 10 individuals making their way towards them, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Yang Jufeng. These people belong to the Yang gang. They seem to be heading our way, the stout one remarked. The Yang gang? Were they not severely weakened by the satellite town a few days ago? How dare they continue to roam outside? Do they not fear retaliation from the satellite town? The slender one furrowed his brow. Who knows? It certainly appears they are coming for us. You stay here and keep watch. I will inform Boss Shin. The stout one displayed remarkable agility, leaping across the complex rooftops and quickly vanishing from sight. The slender one said nothing, instinctively glancing in the direction where Shaolin had disappeared, before turning his attention back to monitoring the movements of the group. 2 hours later, Shaolin finally arrived at his destination, Block 13. This area bore no significant distinction from the others, with a blue signpost reading the number 13 beside it. The only difference was that this signpost, along with the adjacent wall and the ground, was densely covered in ominous scarlet graffiti, warning people to steer clear of the vicinity. The sight was chilling. Block 13, the lair of Huemo, was a place where countless grave robbers had met their demise at the hands of this terrifying entity. For the victims, death was often a comparatively favorable outcome. Thus, even the most seasoned grave robbers dared not approach this place lightly. Disregarding the warnings, Shaolin pushed aside the wooden barrier blocking the street and stepped inside. Contrary to the anticipated atmosphere of a hell on earth, the block appeared surprisingly cleaner than expected. Devoid of markings left by various factions, and absent with the constructed wooden pathways and ladders, the atmosphere appeared to have grown considerably quieter. Shaolin retrieved his phone, activating the dynamic satellite map in search of the elusive Huimo's whereabouts. However, amidst the towering edifices and intricate web of structures surrounding him, he squinted at the diminutive screen, his eyes growing weary, yet to no avail. Frustrated, he resolved to stroll through the neighborhood, hoping to perhaps attract Huimo's attention, allowing to seek him out. At that moment, Shaolin caught sight of a grand domed structure 2 streets away. It stood out conspicuously among the surrounding buildings, adorned with a tattered large advertisement, a small portion of which had already collapsed. Several train cars were haphazardly lodged atop the dome, creating a rather striking spectacle. It suddenly dawned on Shaolin that this place was familiar to him from before his transmigration. The domed building was the Qinxiang Commercial Plaza in Yenzhou. On his very first day in this city, he had purchased his clothes from this very mall. The interior of the mall was significantly larger than a typical residential building. Could Huimo's lair reside within? Shaolin pondered aloud, deciding to investigate further. Yet, as he rounded a street corner, he abruptly halted. Before him stood a person. At least it appeared to be a person, possessing a normal human physique and limbs, completely unclothed. It crouched within the shadow of a building, its body covered in an intricate array of numbers, symbols, and letters. However, Shaolin was acutely aware that a normal human could not possibly be present here. Furrowing his brow, he cautiously advanced a few steps, only to feel an unsettling chill creep over him. This being was not human, not in the least. It lacked a reproductive system, its skin devoid of hair. Moreover, the multitude of numbers and symbols covering its body were not merely drawn on. They seemed to have sprouted from within. Its skin was pockmarked and uneven, resembling a mass of festering sores, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. It showed no awareness of Shaolin's approach, merely huddled there, repeatedly striking its head against a piece of debris. This debris was a chunk of reinforced concrete, with a protruding rebar extending about 10 centimeters outward. With each collision, the rebar pierced into its forehead, producing a sickening sound, yet it appeared entirely devoid of pain. Mumbling hollow phrases under its breath, "Do not think anymore. Do not think anymore. Do not think anymore." Cursed entity. Shaolin recalled the information Lin Yin had imparted to him. Individuals affected by the curse would gradually mutate, losing their rationality. Despite having braced himself for such a sight, the scene before him was nonetheless chilling, goosebumps rising on his arms. After several deep breaths to steady his nerves, Shaolin resolved to capture a few photographs. He crouched down, setting up his camera, taking care to disable the flash due to the potential reflexive response of the creature. Adjusting the shutter to a near-silent mode. With a soft mechanical click, the camera captured the image. However, in the next instant, the cursed entity ceased its mechanical assault, slowly turning its head to gaze at Shaolin. Its pupils were riddled with blood vessels, and its forehead bore a gaping, bloody conical wound, penetrating deep into the brain, filled with decayed flesh. It fixed its eyes on Shaolin, and then suddenly contorted its face into a disturbingly sinister smile, whispering something rapidly as it laughed. Initially, Shaolin could not discern the words, but upon concentrating, he finally caught the utterance. "I see him, I see him, I see him, I see him, I see him." In the next moment, Its body abruptly stiffened, its eyeballs rolled back, leaving only the whites visible, and the gash on its forehead began to writhe, revealing an eye from within. It was as if someone was peering through the opening atop the cursed being's head. Upon noticing Shaolin, the eye's pupil contracted slightly before it retreated. Following that, a skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the bloody orifice. Something was descending from that gaping wound on the cursed entity's head. Arriving here, Chapter 24. The enlightened demon Shaolin found it exceedingly difficult to articulate the scene unfolding before him. First, a hand emerged from the gaping wound, followed by a second. These hands clutched the edges of the aperture, and gradually, their owner began to extricate itself from the center. It was an extraordinarily bizarre visual experience. A creature, approximately 1 meter in height, laboriously emerging from a hole no larger than a fist. First came the head, then the shoulders, followed by the torso and legs, until it finally freed itself entirely. Its form bore a resemblance to that of a human, clad in a white lab coat, yet its body was an unsettling gray, emaciated to an extreme degree. Even more peculiar was its head, which took the shape of a crimson leather-bound tome, opened wide atop its neck cavity. The pages teeming with countless eyes that were now fixed intently upon Shaolin. Without the need for extensive deliberation, Shaolin discerned the nature of this entity. It was the enlightened demon. Although he was acutely aware that this creature would most likely seek him out, its method of appearance was entirely beyond his expectations. Shaolin dared not show any signs of complacency, yet he was equally cautious against arbitrary movements. He loosened the straps of his backpack, allowing it to slide to the ground, and then slowly drew the Tang Dao from his waist. The blade, smooth and white, glimmered with a gentle, serene luster. This was no ordinary weapon. It had been crafted in the materials science laboratory the previous night. Unlike traditional forging, it was produced through advanced two-photon polymerization 3D printing technology, a method renowned for its exceptional precision in micro-nano fabrication. The material utilized was an advanced high-entropy ceramic. Boasting a hardness of 40 GPa, though somewhat brittle, it was vastly sharper than conventional metallic blades. Wait, why was he pondering such matters? Shaolin lifted his gaze, and in the next moment, a flood of information surged into his mind. Debris of buildings, flora, abandoned vehicles, their colors, appearances, and shapes all inundated his consciousness. He realized he had become more intelligent. Merely observing an object allowed him to conjure a wealth of information. And now, he beheld a multitude of things, all converging in his mind, giving rise to new insights. This process was not linear, but rather synchronous, as everything within his thoughts swirled chaotically, growing at an astonishing rate. Even knowledge previously unknown to him began to emerge. A prickling sensation coursed through the back of his hand. Shaolin glanced down to find a multitude of black symbols and numbers manifesting beneath his skin. What on earth? Numbers, compounds, entropy. Shaolin realized he could not cease his thoughts, nor could he control what he contemplated. His mind was relentlessly absorbing information, each second yielding an exponential increase. The situation was dire, exceedingly dire. Shaolin sensed that his very essence was being frantically depleted. Yet the tempest of information obstructed his capacity for danger perception. This was grave. If it continued like this, he would surely meet his demise. He had to discover a means of resistance. At that moment, a pair of emaciated hands rested upon his shoulder. Shaolin lifted his gaze, only to meet the myriad eyes of the wise demon. Somehow, it had appeared before him. The pages of the tome upon its head tilted toward Shaolin, swiftly flipping open as a torrent of black symbols surged forth like a cascading tide, pouring over his visage. Shaolin found himself rendered immobile, overwhelmed by an excess of thoughts, standing there until the dark numerals and symbols nearly enveloped his entire being. His hair began to fall out, swiftly replaced by a dense array of characters, while the fine hairs on his body also started to shed. His eyes rapidly lost their luster, mirroring the very essence of the malevolent entity before him. The wise demon slowly released its grip and retreated a few steps. the pages of its tome fluttering gently as its eyes incessantly scanned the prey before it, seemingly ascertaining whether this quarry had indeed been subdued. Then, it turned and prepared it apart. In the next instant, without warning, Xiao Lin struck. His body lunged forward, the tang knife in his hand slicing downwards with fierce precision. This attack was swift and unexpected, catching the wise demon entirely off guard. The ceramic blade, with its remarkable hardness and craftsmanship, cleaved through with incredible sharpness. It encountered almost no resistance as it severed the demon's head in twain. However, this bizarre entity did not succumb so easily. It emitted a piercing, shrill scream that could shatter eardrums. It violently wrenched itself free from the blade and spun around, unleashing a greater torrent of darkness toward Xiao Lin. Yet, he did not flinch. Instead, he advanced against the tide, gripping the knife with his right hand and stabilizing the hilt with his left, channeling all his strength into a thrust that pierced through the wise demon's heart. This strike disrupted the demon's assault, fear flashing in its eyes. But it was too late. Xiao Lin swiftly withdrew the blade and delivered a horizontal slash towards its neck. The motion was swift and fierce, offering almost no resistance, and the demon's head fell limply to the ground, followed by its body. However, it seemed reluctant to perish immediately, as its form began to convulse violently and mechanically on the ground. Xiao Lin quickly stepped forward, pressing his foot against its chest, and drove the knife into its heart, pinning it to the earth. Only then did the corpse gradually cease its struggles. Is it dead? Xiao Lin pondered, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. In the next moment, a flash of red light flickered at the periphery of his vision. It was the wise demon's head, the large tome bound in leather. It suddenly sprang up and enveloped Xiao Lin's face, the pages tightly wrapping around his head, obstructing his breath, beginning to meld with his very skin. However, Xiao Lin remained unfazed. This desperate struggle held no significance for him. He reversed the tang knife and thrust it forcefully into his own skull. With a piercing sound, both the book and Xiao Lin's head were penetrated by the blade, blood spraying forth, yet not a single drop belonged to him. He grasped the leather tome, tearing it away and casting it to the ground. Subsequently, Xiao Lin stood motionless, akin to a statue. The reason was simple. At that moment, his consciousness was not within his corporeal form, but rather within the depths of the void. Just as he was about to succumb to the control of the demon of wisdom, he executed a transfer of consciousness, relocating his awareness to a satellite before losing complete control. This battle was conducted from a third-person perspective through remote manipulation. No matter how potent the mental corruption of the demon, it could not taint a vessel devoid of consciousness. Nevertheless, Xiao Lin felt a lingering fear. For nearly half of his essence had been eroded. Although he had successfully migrated his consciousness, the demise of his physical body rendered him unable to escape death. Moreover, gazing upon the bizarre state of his own body, Xiao Lin sighed quietly, realizing that he would not dare to return anytime soon. Chapter 25. Role-playing all the harm inflicted upon Xiao Lin ultimately transforms into an essential consumption, which gradually undergoes self-repair. Thus, as long as he is not killed instantly, any form of injury will eventually dissipate. After approximately 3 hours, the bizarre symbols adorning his body vanished completely, and his hair began to regrow. Xiao Lin cautiously re-entered his body. A lingering sense of chaos and dizziness pervaded his mind, yet he no longer succumbed to uncontrolled thoughts. He crouched down to examine the remains of the Huimo, removing its garments and pressing down meticulously, inch by inch, to sense its anatomical structure. The Huimo's physique was emaciated and devoid of moisture, its skin akin to hardened leather. The structure resembled that of a human, overall resembling a dried corpse that had undergone embalming. His gaze shifted to the Huimo's essence, the crimson tome. The cover was crafted from leather, the spine from bone, and the pages comprised of flesh and blood, presenting an eerie tactile sensation. At that moment, it was nearly severed by Xiao Lin's strike. With countless hollow-eyed gazes on the pages, blood and tears staining the text. The pages contained content, yet it remained incomprehensible to Xiao Lin. Upon concluding his preliminary examination, He rose to capture several photographs before proceeding to the next crucial phase of his experiment. He gently placed his hand upon the book, allowing his essence to flow towards it, forming a stationary essence imprint. It was through this imprint that he had awakened the laboratory and satellites. And now he sought to rouse the Huimo. A silent blue light erupted from the tome, and amidst this resplendent azure glow, the Huimo's form gradually began to restore itself. Within mere seconds, the blue light extinguished, and the peculiar entity stood upright, resembling a statue frozen in time. Next came the core of the experiment. A few days prior, while discussing the pursuit of strength with Yu Taijo, Yu had inquired, "Have you read the novel Your Life Story?" Shaolin affirmed he had, and noted its cinematic adaptation titled Arrival. Yu Taijo launched into a lengthy discourse. Indeed, that novel is an extreme extension of the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which posits that language influences thought processes. A person whose native tongue is Chinese thinks in Chinese, while an English speaker thinks in English. Due to the variances in grammatical structure, vocabulary, and etymology, cognitive patterns differ accordingly. A flicker of apprehension crossed Xiao Lin's mind. "Professor, Yuan-Ti suggests that to become stronger, I must diligently study English. Would you?" "No," the professor replied, raising a finger. "There exists a method far more effective than language, one that only you can achieve. Experience. You need not learn a language from aliens. You can become the alien." At this moment, Xiao Lin understood that his task was to embody the alien. He closed his eyes, shifted his consciousness, and, in an instant, entered the essence imprint within the Huimo. An unprecedented sense of emptiness, void, and tranquility enveloped Shaolin. He gradually opened his myriad eyes, gazing upon the world, and the sights that met his vision left him almost dizzy, though excitement overshadowed any sense of disorientation. Firstly, there was clarity, unprecedented clarity, allowing him to discern the intricate patterns on blades of grass from several meters away, with an astonishing field of view that approached 270 degrees. Secondly, the colors were vibrant. The contrast between them became strikingly evident, revealing hundreds of previously indistinguishable hues. He even perceived the color of the wind, a delicate and translucent silver white. Then came the information. He instantly comprehended the number of pebbles and weeds within his sight. When he turned his gaze to a peculiar plant, he immediately knew how long it had lived and how much longer it might endure. Finally, there was motion, as a small stone tumbled in his field of vision. Its descent traced a series of lingering echoes, allowing him a fleeting glimpse into its past. This was a perspective of all-encompassing information, and coupled with the extraordinary brain of a wise demon, it made Xiao Ling feel as if he had transformed into a calculating machine. Then, he turned his gaze inward, but he saw nothing. He remained himself, standing silently, devoid of any superfluous information, akin to a mute stone. The all-encompassing perspective seemed to falter when it came to his own essence. However, Xiaoling had no time to ponder this further, for while embodying the wise demon, his essence was depleting at an alarming rate. Perhaps half an hour would suffice to drain him completely. The next step was the final phase of the experiment, reconstruction. Yu Taijo had remarked that he was not life itself, but a transcendent existence, suggesting that he might transform himself by altering his thought processes. Xiao Ling returned to his body and immediately closed his eyes, fervently recalling the unique experiences he had just undergone as the wise demon. After 30 seconds, he slowly opened his eyes, and several tiny pupils emerged within his irises. The silver wind flowed past his vision. In the dark crimson sky, the sun was nowhere to be seen, yet as the red deepened, it signified the impending arrival of night. In an hour, darkness would descend. On a tall building, a stout man spoke to a lean one. The lean man did not engage with this topic, but retorted, "What did Yang's gang want to discuss with Boss Shen?" The stout man muttered, "Didn't they set their sights on Satellite Town a few days ago, only to have half their core forces wiped out by Lan Shiyu? Now it seems they have come seeking our assistance." The lean man frowned deeply. "Boss Shun should not assist them. They're nothing but scoundrels. Survival, my friend. We are all here to make a living, albeit by different means," the stout man replied with a strange inflection. "Besides, Their offer this time is quite generous. They seem to be offering nearly half their fortune. Has the boss agreed? The lean man inquired. They are still assessing the situation. After all, this matter is substantial, and it would not be wise to make an enemy of Satellite Town. The slender man sighed, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, he cast his gaze towards the depths of the city, where he had fleetingly caught sight of a diminutive figure in his peripheral vision. Furrowing his brow, he raised his binoculars and peered down the street, quietly awaiting the figure's next appearance. However, after several seconds, nothing materialized. What did you see? The stout man inquired. Nothing. I might have been mistaken, the slender man replied, though he did not lower the binoculars. Just then, the figure reemerged, and the slender man quickly focused his gaze. Upon recognizing the individual, a look of sheer astonishment washed over him. How is this possible? What is it? The stout man urgently asked. It's him. He has returned. Him? The stout man seized the binoculars and looked through them, only to be struck by disbelief. No, it cannot be. No one survives the grasp of the demon of wisdom, unless he never truly entered Block 13. The slender man clenched his teeth and pondered for a moment before saying, We must go down and inquire. Chapter 26. The return as Xiao Lin made his way back. He bore an uncanny resemblance to his arrival, equipped with a camera. A backpack and a tang knife secured at his waist. Nightfall cloaked the surroundings once more, and as he contemplated whether to rest or press onward, two figures emerged before him. They were the two grave diggers he had encountered previously, one stout, the other lean, leaning against a dilapidated vehicle. They cast their gazes in his direction, evidently waiting for him. Ah, it is you too. I did not expect to see you again, Xiao Lin remarked with a polite smile. This vicinity is the stronghold of our Shun gang, the lean one explained earnestly. We have been keeping a watchful eye. Whenever anyone passes through here, we are sure to be aware of it. The stout one scrutinized Xiao Lin with evident intrigue, as if searching for some sign of anomaly. I thought you were doomed, yet here you are, alive and well. What is this? Did you falter at the entrance? Not at all. I ventured inside and even took photographs, Xiao Lin replied. Ah, so you did not encounter the Huemo? It is rare for someone as fortunate as you to escape unscathed. You ought to cherish your life, the stout one remarked. Xiao Lin shrugged. Actually, I did encounter it. The stout one gaped momentarily, lost for words, leading to a brief silence until the lean one succinctly inquired. And then? I killed it, Xiao Lin stated. How can you prove that? The lean one pressed further. I have photographs. Would you like to see? Xiao Lin opened the album on his camera and extended it, but the stout one snatched it midway, eagerly flipping through the images. The Huemo, one of the most terrifying manifestations of madness, could not possibly be slain by someone like him. He perused the photographs, the initial ones depicting mundane street scenes, followed by an image of the street sign at the entrance to Block 13, adorned with red graffiti. Had he truly ventured into Block 13? But merely visiting did not imply he could vanquish the Huemo. He continued flipping through, eventually reaching the photograph Xiao Lin had taken of the aberration, which squatted beneath the ruins of a building, its form covered in strange characters. The stout one chuckled. You are mistaken. This is not the Huemo, merely an ordinary aberration, and one of the least aggressive types at that. Such creatures, even if encountered, we seldom bother with. At times, we might even toy with them out of boredom. As he spoke, he turned the pages further, his words abruptly ceasing. The next image revealed a shattered, gray, desiccated corpse and a nearly severed leather tome. They were meticulously arranged, captured with professional precision. The Huemo's corpse. The stout man felt his breath quicken, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The Huemo, was it truly dead? Have you finished? May I have my camera back? Xiao Lin inquired. The stout one hastily returned the camera, then said, By the way, I am Du Ju, and this is my friend Shani. We are grave diggers of the Shun gang. Weren't you supposed to refrain from revealing the names of the deceased? Xiao Lin jested. Ah, but circumstances change. Time alters all. What was once is now different. Du Ju responded with a somewhat ingratiating smile. Xiao Lin found himself in a rather amusing predicament, though he bore no ill will towards the two individuals, as their warning regarding the cunning demon the previous day stemmed from genuine concern. How about joining us at our Shun gang for a while? The plump one suggested. No, I must return swiftly. The experience of sleeping rough is quite unpleasant, Xiao Lin replied. Then you must absolutely come with us. We have rooms for you to stay, facilities for bathing, and our leader owns an off-road vehicle to take you part of the way tomorrow. Xiao Lin could not help but admire Du Ju's persuasive prowess. In just a few words, he had stirred his interest. Safety was not a considerable concern, as it was no simple task to seek his life. All right then, I shall trouble you, he conceded. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Come. I will introduce you to our leader, Shun. The Shun gang was a faction Xiao Lin had heard of from Lin Yin, and it was indeed reputed to be quite respectable, known for fair dealings and a lack of petty schemes. Their base was located in an abandoned manor. Expansive in scale and well-maintained, albeit showing signs of age, it was remarkably clean. Armed sentinels patrolled the estate, numbering around 10. The manor was equipped with electricity, courtesy of a dedicated generator. Given the modest size of the premises, the cost of power was minimal. Accompanied by Du Ju and Shan, Xiao Lin was escorted to a banquet hall within the manor. Upon stepping outside, he could hear lively conversation emanating from within. Without hesitation, Du Ju pushed the door open. Inside the meeting room, 2 long tables were set, with individuals evidently from opposing factions seated at each, their expressions revealing the underlying tensions. At the head of the room were 2 chairs, one of which was occupied by Shun He, the leader of the Shin gang. Shun He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a broad face, a beard, and a long, yet not menacing, scar gracing his visage. Upon seeing Du Ju enter, he slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it? Is there an urgent matter?" "Report. There is no urgent matter, but I have brought an important guest," Du Ju responded. Shun He scrutinized Xiao Lin, a young man he did not recognize, yet he trusted Du Ju, knowing the slick character would not make baseless claims. "Very well. Let our guest rest for now. I have matters to discuss with the guests from the Yang gang," Shun He stated. At the mention of the Yang gang, Xiao Lin's interest piqued. He recalled that the assailants who had attacked his research institute days prior belonged to that very faction. Ahem, Du Ju cleared his throat. "Shun, why not converse briefly with Mr. Xiao? It would be impolite to keep him waiting." Shun He immediately grasped Du Ju's intent. Xiao Lin was a guest of greater significance than those from the Yang gang, and Du Ju wished to prevent him from feeling undervalued. However, Yang Jufeng appeared displeased, casting a cold glance at Du Ju as he remarked, "Old Shun, are your subordinates so lacking in decorum, unaware of their place?" Shun He smiled faintly, acknowledging the bond forged through life and death between brothers. He found himself in a quandary when suddenly Xiao Lin spoke up. "There is no need to rush regarding my matters. However, may I remain here to listen?" The others present were momentarily taken aback, and then Yang Jufeng revealed a wry smile. "Listening, of course, is permissible. Yet, I must warn you that I tend to speak my mind quite freely. Should I inadvertently disclose something you ought not to hear, I would have no choice but to wish you farewell." Xiao Lin replied with a smile. "Then I can only wish myself good fortune." Chapter 27. Statement of facts. As one of the most formidable gangs, Yang Jufeng did not regard the novice Xiao Lin with any significance. He merely cast a cold glance before continuing his conversation with Shun He. The context has been previously outlined. To summarize, we currently find ourselves in a minor conflict with Satellite Town, and the atmosphere between both parties is rather tense. "I am aware of this," Yang Jufeng remarked coldly. "I know that your Shun gang enjoys a good reputation in the vicinity, hence my proposition is quite simple. You act as a mediator and assist us in negotiating peace, with a reward of 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins, Xiao Lin quietly calculated, based on his understanding that the most commonly used coins, both gold and silver, weighed 20 grams. The value of gold is 100 times that of silver. Thus, 100 gold coins equate to 10,000 silver coins, which translates to 100 kilograms of silver. Considering the highest price of silver prior to his transmigration was around 10, that amounts to nearly 1 million. Xiao Lin was somewhat astonished. Were these grave diggers truly so affluent? However, upon further contemplation, it seemed rather reasonable. After all, without such substantial rewards, how could these individuals dare to take the risks associated with grave digging? Yet, Shun He did not immediately acquiesce. Leaning back in his chair, he remarked. This matter is complicated. After all, you have had a direct confrontation with Satellite Town and even injured some of their people, which is unprecedented. And so, Yang Jufeng appeared somewhat displeased. We need a bit of time to investigate and determine whether 50 gold coins warrant the risk, Shun he replied with a smile. Then let it be 60 gold coins. Yang Jufeng seemed reluctant to give Shun he a moment to ponder. Thank you, but we all rely on Satellite Town for business. Myself, you, and the other grave diggers. If your actions cause a rift between us and Satellite Town, the losses for us would be intolerable. Yang Jufeng's expression darkened. 60 gold coins is the maximum. Should you refuse, we shall have no choice but to retreat and await our demise. However, I am not one to willingly await death. When the time comes, I might become particularly unhinged, and I cannot predict my actions then. The smile on Shun He's face gradually faded as he discerned the underlying threat in Yang Jufeng's words. Should he refuse, the Yang gang might seek retribution in their final moments. Although the Yang gang had suffered significant losses, Yang Jufeng himself was a formidable individual with supernatural abilities, making him a difficult adversary. Yet, it was possible that they would not receive the coins and would still incur losses. After a moment of internal struggle, Shun He shook his head. Considering the survival of the Yang gang, how could I refuse? After all, we are neighbors. Yang Jufeng's expression softened slightly, yet he continued to apply pressure. He beckoned to a subordinate, who presented a wooden box. Upon opening it, 10 gleaming gold coins were revealed. Yang Jufeng pushed the box toward Shun He. This serves as a deposit. The remaining 50 will be delivered promptly upon the successful resolution of this matter. Shun He gestured for his subordinates to accept the box for inspection. Lifting his teacup, he took a sip and remarked, "Yet I am quite curious. How have you managed to offend Lan Shiyu so gravely that he has left no survivors? He is not typically a man of such ruthlessness." Upon hearing this, Yang Jufeng's expression morphed into one of ferocity. "This matter shall not pass so easily. That bastard, I shall eventually see him dead, along with his band of subordinates. They must learn that crossing Yang Jufeng leads only to dire consequences and a most horrific demise." Shun He felt no surprise. This man was never earnest in his negotiations, merely seeking to preserve his own life. Yet, Lan Shiyu was indeed a formidable opponent. At that moment, Shaolin, who had remained silent until now, slowly spoke up. "May I interject a few words?" Yang Jufeng was the first to respond. "You would do well to remain silent and invisible. Otherwise, you will come to regret it." No. What I have to say is of utmost importance." Shaolin disregarded Yang Jufeng's threat and continued. "It was not Lan Shiyu who dealt the fatal blow. It was not he who killed the grave diggers from the Yang gang." Yang Jufeng initially stared in disbelief, but then a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. "Are you truly defending that scoundrel?" "I do not intend to defend him. I merely state a fact," Shaolin replied with a smile. Yang Jufeng let out a cold laugh, his demeanor growing increasingly perilous. "Very well, then please state your case. If it was not Lan Shiyu, then who was it? Remember, if you dare utter the words, 'I don't know,' I shall remove your tongue." "I am fully aware." Shaolin maintained his smile. "It was I who killed them." The entire conference room fell into a deep silence, while Yang Jufeng's expression turned grotesque. A crimson light beginning to flicker in the depths of his pupils, a sign that a physical superhuman was about to unleash his power. Shun He felt a chill run down his spine. They were entirely unprepared for any form of conflict, and in this moment, Yang Jufeng was capable of tearing apart everyone present. He hurriedly rose, wishing to quell the brewing turmoil, but Shaolin continued unabated. "It was approximately 5 days ago. That night, Liang Yuan and a dozen men from the Yang gang attempted to rob me. I genuinely tried to negotiate with them, but one girl named Xiao Yu, a fool, left me with no choice but to eliminate them all. However, rest assured, their deaths were likely not painful. It was over in an instant." The atmosphere grew increasingly grave and perilous as members of the Yang gang rose, some beginning to draw weapons. Meanwhile, Shun He and his associates were utterly bewildered, unsure of how to intervene in this unexpected conflict. Shaolin pressed on. "In truth, I had never intended to seek vengeance against your Yang gang, for I am rather busy, with my schedule completely filled. However, having overheard your meeting today, I suddenly feel that sometimes it is indeed necessary to eradicate the roots of a problem. After all, I simply wish to lead a tranquil life. Yang Jufeng suddenly rose, a fierce crimson light erupting from his pupils as layers of intricate black scales began to grow from his skin. In an instant, he seemed to transform into a humanoid beast. Are you planning to strike here? Xiao Lin inquired, still seated with keen interest. Yang Jufeng let out a low growl. No matter who you are, or what your identity may be, today I shall make you experience the most excruciating death. How delightful! This saves me the trouble of finding an excuse, Xiao Lin replied with a bright smile. He then picked up a fruit knife from the table and abruptly plunged it into his forehead, blood gushing forth immediately. This shocking act left everyone in stunned silence. What was he doing? Is he committing suicide? Is this lunatic insane? Xiao Lin's arm, still clutching the fruit knife, fell limply, revealing a deep wound in his forehead that extended straight to his brain, essentially confirming his demise. However, for reasons unknown, Yang Jufeng felt a sense of unease as he turned his ghastly face toward Shunhe. Shunhe, you better give me an explanation. Was this person deliberately arranged by you? As soon as the words left his lips, everyone present felt a chilling gaze sweep over their bodies simultaneously. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they turned their attention to Xiao Lin's corpse. To their horror, they noticed a blood-red eye staring intently at them from within the deep wound. Then, that entity began to crawl out. First, one hand emerged from the gaping hole, followed by the other, as the eerie creature slowly pulled itself free. The Hui Demon. It's a Hui Demon, someone screamed in terror. Chapter 28. Carnage Duju, now 30 years of age, had accompanied Shunhe through life and death situations for over a decade, confronting numerous perils. To be candid, fear had never gripped him. He was the type who could crack risky jokes even when confronted with a gun. Yet, at this very moment, he experienced a profound, soul-crushing terror. The Hume Demon. Xiao Lin had summoned it at the cost of his own life. Why? Was it truly necessary to be so deranged as to demand their collective demise? His legs weakened, and he sank to the ground, desperately scooting backward while drawing his handgun to fire at the Hume Demon. Bang! 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 An entire magazine was emptied, yet the Hume Demon bore not a single mark of injury. In despair, Du Ju surveyed his surroundings. The conference room had descended into chaos, with people screaming and rushing for the exit. Among them was Yang Jufeng, whose confidence and arrogance evaporated the moment the Hume Demon appeared, akin to a wild dog with its tail between its legs, fleeing in a frenzy. Get away! All of you, get away! He violently shoved aside an underling blocking his path, the man crashing heavily to the ground without uttering a sound. Yang Jufeng sensed something was amiss and instinctively glanced back, only to find the underling's eyes devoid of life, his pupils trembling rapidly, muttering something incomprehensible. Dark symbols began to manifest slowly upon his skin, multiplying and intensifying. As Yang Jufeng looked around, he realized that not only he, but all members of the Yang gang had fallen into a state of bewilderment. They stood motionless, bewildered, their eyes quivering, murmuring incoherently. Suddenly, his senses seemed to amplify, an overwhelming tide of information. Colors, shapes, scents, sounds flooded his mind. These torrents surged uncontrollably, forcing him to associate and unearth more, leaving him unable to halt this chaotic train of thought. He gazed at his own hands, where dark symbols and characters began to emerge from beneath his skin. Cold sweat trickled down Yang Jufeng's brow. His breathing grew labored. He yearned to continue fleeing, yet the incessant barrage of thoughts crowded his mind, overpowering all focus and rendering him oblivious to the need to escape. Eventually, he stood there in silence, his mind a tempest of erratic ideas. Meanwhile, the members of the Shin gang remained in disarray. Some screamed, others fired their weapons, and still, others fled. It was then that Shunhe bellowed, "Stop! Everyone stop! Don't shoot! We are not under attack!" His commanding voice calmed the members of the Shin gang, who then realized that only the Yang gang had succumbed to the mental onslaught. Aside from a few injuries amidst the chaos, they remained unscathed. This was not a random assault. It was targeted. The Hume demon did not strike indiscriminately. A tremor lingered in Shun He's voice. What did this imply? Duju swallowed hard, contemplating an unfathomable possibility. The Hume demon had not been summoned haphazardly. It was under control. Shun He declared. The concept of the wise demon being controlled was beyond Duju's imagination. However, with Shaolin, the summoner of the wise demon, now deceased, who could be orchestrating its actions? At that moment, Shaolin, still seated, slowly spoke. Could you hand me a gun? Their minds are shattered. Perhaps it will be merciful to free them from their torment. Duju, just regaining his capacity for thought, was struck anew. You are not dead? He had witnessed Shaolin open a wound in his own forehead with a fruit knife. Isn't it absurd to kill someone only to take one's own life first? Shaolin regarded Duju, whose forehead bore not a single mark. The wise demon, is it still under your control? Indeed, but it poses no threat unless I command it to kill. Duju felt his heart pounding like a drum, his body trembling, until Shun He, from a distance, tossed him a gun, saying, use this. Shaolin picked up the firearm, checked the chamber for bullets, and then approached Yang Jufeng. Yang stood there, his pupils trembling, lips murmuring. Shaolin advanced, pressing the gun to his forehead, calmly pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet entering through the forehead and exiting the back of the head. Yang Jufeng's muscles stiffened instantly before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Duju had never envisioned that the leader of the Yang gang, Yang Jufeng, would meet his end in such a manner. Subsequently, Shaolin moved towards the other members of the Yang gang, dispatching them one by one with unsettling calmness. Bang! 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 Within the not overly spacious conference room, only the muffled, rhythmic sound of gunfire persisted, with no one daring to disturb or speak to Shaolin. Once he had eliminated the last individual, he returned the gun to Shun He, saying, thank you. Shun He silently accepted the weapon and turned to Shun He, instructing, there should still be a few members of the Yang gang outside. Take a few men to eliminate them as well, leaving no survivors. And remember to act swiftly. Afterward, bring a few people to handle the bodies in this room. Understood, Shun He replied, turning to leave. Gunfire echoed from the camp, soon subsiding, at which point Shun He finally took a seat. He did not mention the sudden storm that had just transpired, but simply inquired, are you Mr. Shaolin? May I ask what brings you to our Shingang? It's nothing of great importance. Duju interjected. Mr. Shaolin has dealt with the wise demon and is now on his way back. However, it is quite late, so I invited him to stay with us for the night, and we will drive him back tomorrow. Shaolin nodded. Yes, that is about the gist of it. I hope this is not an inconvenience. Not at all. We have plenty of vacant rooms. Would you prefer to arrange for accommodation now, or? Please arrange it now. I am rather fatigued, Shaolin replied. Shun He immediately nodded. Very well. Let Duju escort you to your room. Oh, and there's one more thing. He picked up the box containing 10 gold coins from the table and slid it across to Shaolin, saying, this should still belong to you. Isn't this the deposit given to you by the Yang gang? Shaolin opened the box and gazed at the coins within. However, the Yang gang no longer exists, rendering the transaction void. Moreover, you have annihilated them, making these your spoils of war. Very well, I shall accept it. Shaolin conceded without further protest. He continued, by the way, the legacy of the Yang gang is left to you, but I require 30%. Of course, once we have completed our inventory, we will deliver it to you, he replied. Shaolin nodded, and the Hui demon beside him began to rapidly collapse, soon condensing into a small sphere until it vanished from sight. Let us proceed. I will escort you to your room, Duju stated. After Duju led Shaolin away, Shun He slowly sat back down in his chair, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping every fiber of his being. Weary, he waved his hand to signal the others to depart, remaining alone in the conference room, filled with corpses, lost in silent contemplation, his mind awash with unshakable dread. He had never encountered such a terrifying scene, one so harrowing as to instill despair. Shaolin, that young man, was likely an immensely powerful transcendent. Yet, why would such a formidable individual appear in the Cry of the Mad? Why had there been no whispers of his presence? Why had he never heard of him before? Approximately 20 minutes later, Duju returned, offering a cigarette to Shun He. He accepted it, took a drag, and gradually relaxed. Have arrangements been made for Mr. Shaolin to rest? He inquired. Yes. I asked him if he wanted dinner, but he declined. Shenhe gazed out at the dimming sky. The Yongang. I had thought they were dead, yet unyielding, but to learn they were so easily eradicated. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are astonishing. Are you not pleased? I, for one, am quite delighted. Yang Juefeng always fancied himself invincible, and now he has met his match. Du Ju chuckled darkly. Shenhe chose not to pursue that topic further. By the way, have Shan see Mr. Xiao off tomorrow. Arrange for a decent vehicle and instruct him not to ask unnecessary questions. And what of me? Having accomplished this significant task, I surely deserve a reward. Du Ju replied with a playful grin. Indeed, you shall be rewarded. Your recompense is to forego rest tonight and work through the night. Shenhe stood and stretched his shoulders. Tonight, let's transfer all of Yonggang's assets to our side. Furthermore, for the following week, you should also endeavor to avoid rest. With the Hui demon hunted. This information is known only to us. The resources in District 13 are bountiful. Assemble several small teams and secure the most valuable assets before others catch wind of it. I hope I can survive these days without overexerting myself. Du Ju sighed, though a glimmer of excitement remained in his eyes. This time, the Shun gang would amass an enormous fortune. Chapter 29, The Stone Sarcophagus. The following morning, the camp of the Shun gang appeared notably deserted, leading Xiao Lin to briefly ponder whether they had fled under the cover of night. However, Dan Yi remained, informing him that most of the camp's occupants had ventured to Block 13 for reconnaissance. Additionally, he presented Xiao Lin with 30 gold coins, a portion of the assets they had assessed from the Yang gang. After a modest breakfast, Dan Yi drove Xiao Lin towards Satellite Town. The journey, which typically spanned 7 or 8 hours, was completed in merely 2. Yet, Xiao Lin instructed Dan Yi to stop 2 kilometers from the research institute, opting to make the final stretch on foot. As he approached the vicinity of the institute, his phone connected to the internet, prompting a security alert. Upon opening the message, he discovered that Yin Jie had visited, waving at the camera and depositing a letter into the mailbox, finally gesturing towards it. The precise execution of these actions elicited a suppressed smile from Xiao Lin. Opening the mailbox, he retrieved the letter, which bore a haphazard script. Mr. Xiao Lin, Mr. Bai has arrived and wishes to pay you a visit, coinciding with your absence. Please remember to reply upon your return. Mr. Bai had arrived in Satellite Town? Xiao Lin recalled the name. He was the proprietor of Blue Dragon Mining and the superior of Lan Qiyu. They had previously crossed paths in the realm of mental connectivity. Yu Taizhou had requested him to investigate whether a promotion system existed in this world. If anyone were likely to possess such knowledge, it would undoubtedly be Mr. Bai, an extraordinary individual. Xiao Lin mused that he should first meet with Mr. Bai to consolidate the information at hand before reporting back to the professor. However, he did not proceed immediately. Instead, he returned to the research institute. After depositing his belongings, taking a shower, having a meal, and changing his clothes, he finally stepped outside. Upon arriving at the administrative building, he found it eerily quiet, with only Su Guang from the law enforcement team seated on a bench in the lobby. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, Su possessed a rather youthful visage, reminiscent of a character well-liked by women. Upon noticing Xiao Lin, he beamed a sunny smile. Mr. Xiao Lin, I thought you were out. When did you return? As he spoke, he clumsily extracted a cigarette from his pack and offered it to Xiao Lin. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Xiao Lin declined politely, adding, I returned an hour ago and came upon a note left by your captain. Isn't our captain's handwriting atrocious? Su Guang remarked, as Xiao Lin silently nodded in agreement. Su Guang, not partaking in a cigarette either, tucked the pack away and continued, Unfortunately, your timing is rather unfortunate. They have all gone to the mine and are uncertain when they will be back. Would you like to wait upstairs while I notify them? No. I shall seek them out at the mine myself. Are you familiar with the way? I possess the satellite map. I can find my way. That shouldn't be necessary. Allow me to accompany you. Please wait a moment while I arrange their tasks. Before Xiao Lin could consent, Su Guang had already plunged into the office, emerging a moment later clad in the uniform of the law enforcement team. As the two made their way toward the mine, they engaged in conversation. Why has Mr. Bai Sudindikome. Is it related to me? Xiao Lin inquired. Not really. It pertains to matters concerning the mind, Su Guang replied candidly, shaking his head. However, I cannot divulge details at this moment. Mr. Bai is still contemplating whether to involve you. Is it about the situation at the mine? Xiao Lin pressed. Indeed. It's quite serious, Su Guang answered earnestly. He soon realized he may have revealed too much and asked, Where have you been these past few days, Mr. Xiao? You vanished without a trace. I went to the Wailing Madness for research, Xiao Lin replied. Research at Wailing Madness? Su Guang expressed surprise, for that place was notably perilous, especially with the existence of an entity called the Wise Demon in Block 13. Yes, I went to investigate the Wise Demon and incidentally dealt with it, Xiao Lin stated. Su Guang fell silent, a contemplative look crossing his face. What's wrong? Xiao Lin inquired. It's just, I suddenly feel as though there's a thick barrier between us. Su Guang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That's not entirely the case, Xiao Lin said, slightly embarrassed. But you did eliminate the Wise Demon. Even the mayor couldn't contend with its mental corruption. Even if I did, it shouldn't be that significant. They continued their conversation as they arrived at the mine. The site was expansive, dotted with wooden structures, surrounded by heaps of stone and coal. At that moment, a crowd had gathered in the center of the mine, engaged in some unknown activity. Mr. Bai was among them, his appearance exactly as seen by Xiao Lin in their mental link. Around 40 years of age, tall, donned in white, exuding an air of elegance. Mayor, Mr. Bai, Mr. Xiao Lin is here, Su Guang shouted from a distance. Mr. Bai turned, acknowledging Xiao Lin with a polite nod before returning his gaze to the task at hand. Lan Shiyu also nodded and smiled at Xiao Lin. As he approached, the crowd parted to grant him passage, revealing a stone sarcophagus at the center. It appeared somewhat aged yet remarkably intact, with an imprint of a quill on its lid. Mr. Xiao Lin, it's a pleasure to see you. However, I apologize as we are currently a bit preoccupied, and I hope you won't mind, Mr. Bai remarked calmly, his eyes fixed on the sarcophagus. Xiao Lin shook his head, indicating that he was unfazed, as he sensed the unsettling aura emanating from the sarcophagus. His pupils began to expand like liquid, continuously forming new pupils as the vision of the Wise Demon unfolded before him. He murmured, The material is limestone. Although it appears man-made, there are no signs of craftsmanship, almost as if it formed naturally. Moreover, it seems to have existed for centuries, yet in reality, the degradation type does not align. In the rain-soaked town of Satellite, the incessant downpour should have caused the stone coffin to exhibit powdering and surface flaking. However, it merely bore cracks. This is entirely illogical. It is an anomaly that should not exist. As he concluded his statement, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, many eyes brimming with terror. Mr. Bai nodded and remarked, Thank you, Mr. Xiao Lin. It appears we can essentially confirm it is that entity. So, do you know what it is? Xiao Lin inquired. Mr. Bai affirmed. The writer's coffin. Xiao Lin was perplexed, but before he could further question, Lin Yin Yin interjected, Can we not relocate the stone coffin? For instance, bury it beneath the wailing of the mad? Though she still leaned on her cane, she seemed significantly improved. However, Mr. Bai shook his head, stating, It is futile. The moment the coffin appeared, we all became subjects of the writer's influence. Any actions we take merely propel the narrative forward. Should we open it then? Lan Shiyu asked. Yes, if no manuscript is found elsewhere, it is highly likely to be within the coffin. Lan Shiyu gestured, and Yin Jie along with several miners stepped forward, inserting iron rods into the coffin's crevice, prying it open with force, until they successfully pushed the lid aside. Within lay a completely desiccated corpse, its hands resting on its chest, clutching several yellowed sheets of parchment. Xiao Lin perceived that these parchments were remnants of something extraordinarily powerful. The sight of the corpse incited a stir among the onlookers, their fear intensifying. It truly is Simon. Are we doomed? Fear not, for Mr. Bai is here. Mr. Bai raised his hand, signaling for silence, then leaned down to extract the stack of manuscript pages, slightly unfurling them. On the first line of the first page, it read, Everything began on the day a stone coffin was unearthed, after which a dreadful calamity commenced its spread across the town. Mr. Bai refrained from reading further, abruptly rolling the manuscript back up with a decisive snap. Mr. Bai, Lan Shiyu began, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Mr. Bai interrupted. Let us return to the administrative center first. Chapter 30. Simon the miners were left to arrange the stone coffin while the others returned to the administrative center for a meeting. The meeting room, though slightly worn and not particularly spacious, exuded an air of antiquity with its solid wood table surrounded by high-backed chairs, adorned with fresh flowers at its center. It was not until they arrived that Mr. Bai formally greeted Shaolin. Mr. Shaolin, it is a pleasure to meet you. By the way, my full name is Bai Shaoyan. They likely haven't mentioned it to you, have they? They simply refer to me as Mr. Bai. Shaolin shook his hand. Shaolin and the others say you are a commendable individual, and I too wish to converse with you. However, regrettably, it seems we do not have time for pleasantries now. Bai Shaoyan sighed as he glanced at the notes in his hand. The name Shaolin elicited a faint smile from Shaolin, who cast a light-hearted glance at the somewhat embarrassed Lan Shiyu and said, "No worries. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. So, what exactly is the origin of that coffin? And who is Simon?" Bai Shaoyan's expression grew somber as he gestured for Shaolin to sit before he spoke. In our red territory, there exists a peculiar custom. When a deceased is interred, to prevent grave robbing, a feather quill mark is inscribed upon the coffin. This feather quill mark signifies Simon. Why? Shaolin inquired. Because Simon brings calamity and death. Bai Shaoyan replied in a hushed tone. He is a horror writer and also a fifth-generation extraordinary being. All the tales he weaves conclude with the protagonist's despairing demise. When you behold Simon's coffin, it indicates that you have become part of Simon's narrative. From the outset, it appears he has woven the entire satellite town into his story, which means he intends to. Bai Shaoyan paused for a few seconds, destroy us. As his words fell, the air seemed to thicken momentarily, and even the wind outside grew distant. Every individual in the meeting room appeared anxious, including Shaolin, who was inwardly astonished. To annihilate an entire town through a mere story? Such power was undeniably insane. Mr. Bai, if we withdraw from Satellite Town, can we evade this disaster? Lan Shiyu inquired. Where could over 5,000 people be relocated, and how would we accommodate them? Bai Shaoyan retorted. We could only evacuate a select few important individuals. Bai Shaoyan shook his head. That could serve as a last resort, but we cannot decide from the outset to abandon everyone else. Moreover, it is highly likely that retreat would be futile. Once the coffin is seen, the story has commenced. Regardless of our actions, we remain within the narrative. And the narrative itself is fate. Lan Shiyu found himself at a loss for words. Why would he attack you? Does he hold any grudge against you? Shaolin asked curiously. We do not know each other, nor do we have any grievances. However, to my knowledge, Simon was invited to join the House of Philosophers a year ago. He is likely preparing to traverse the door of cognition. Shaolin chose not to dwell on the unfamiliar terminology, feeling a sense of incredulity. No grudges, no motives, yet he sought to slaughter an entire town? Over 5,000 souls? Moreover, he found himself quite fond of this quaint town, characterized by its tranquility, unity, and orderliness, as well as its inhabitants. After a moment of silence, Bai Shaoyan spoke again. At this juncture, confronting Simon directly would be exceedingly unwise. The most prudent course of action is negotiation. Then, I shall search online to see if I can procure Simon's contact information, Nian Yen promptly declared. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. But we must also consider the possibility of failed negotiations, Bai Shaoyan nodded, continuing to issue commands. Yanya, please reach out to the Howl of Madness and those grave diggers to procure additional weapons and ammunition, and see if any support can be found. Furthermore, instruct the law enforcement team to intensify their patrols within the town and report any anomalies promptly. Understood. I will complete the task in the shortest time possible. Yan Jie responded immediately. Shiyu, you should greet the major factions in the town and inform them of the situation. If they wish to stay, that would be splendid. If not, we shall not compel them. Remember to convey that fleeing would be of little significance. Understood. Lan Shiyu noted how says Li. That is all I can think of for now. After the meeting adjourns, let us all commence our actions. Bai Shaoyan leaned back in his chair, a hint of fatigue evident. He pinched the bridge of his nose before shifting his focus to Shaolin. Mr. Xiao, my apologies for the busyness upon your arrival. I have neglected you. Shaolin was unperturbed. No worries. I have no pressing matters. I merely have a few questions I wish to pose. Questions? Do we need to find a private place? Not necessary. It is quite a simple inquiry. I merely wish to ascertain whether there exists a promotion system in this world. Bai Xiaoyan did not respond immediately, instead revealing a faint, enigmatic smile. Mr. Shaolin, how many days has it been since you arrived in this world? Approximately 7 days. Shaolin replied candidly. In just 7 days, your exploration of this world has reached such a stage. You truly exceed my expectations, Mr. Shaolin. Bai Xiaoyan remarked with a tone of mild astonishment. Therefore, it does exist? Not exactly existence, but indeed, there are analogous mechanisms. Do you recall our previous discussion? Simon's attack on us is likely a preparation for traversing the cognition gate. Shaolin's expression shifted to realization. So, the cognition gate is the method of promotion? He is pursuing advancement? Bai Xiaoyan nodded. Precisely. I wonder if you have encountered the theory of 9 layers of reality? Shaolin shook his head. It is a rather intricate theory. However, to put it simply, our world, though a unified whole, is divided into 9 layers within the dimension of reality. Most of us, like ordinary individuals, reside in the first layer of reality, where our perception and understanding of the world is incomplete. The sole pathway to comprehending a more complete world is to traverse the cognition gate, reaching higher tiers of reality. Only then will the remaining aspects reveal themselves before us. He cast a glance at Shaolin, then began to illustrate with his hands. For instance, those at a lower level perceive a plain, while those at a higher level may behold mountains. The lower level represents the ocean, while the higher level could signify a continent. The more elevated your level of reality, the more complete your worldview becomes. Your extraordinary powers will ascend to new heights as your understanding expands. This revelation left Shaolin somewhat astonished. After a brief pause, he inquired, what exactly is the so-called gate of cognition? Is it merely an abstract concept, or it can be understood as the intersection of 2 adjacent realities? Bai Xiaoyan replied, though most individuals opt not to ascend. Is it due to danger? Bai Xiaoyan nodded. The safe gates of cognition are already under the control of various organizations. For instance, the House of Philosophers, which Simon has joined, possesses one. The remaining uncontrolled gates are fraught with peril, a near-certain death. This is precisely why Simon has suddenly sought to pursue ascension. Shaolin sighed inwardly, reflecting on how the plundering and monopolization of resources have remained unchanged throughout the ages. Does Mr. Xiao have any further inquiries? Bai Xiaoyan asked. Not for the time being. If any other questions arise, feel free to consult me. That will conclude today's meeting. There is one more matter, Shaolin suddenly remarked. Mr. Bai, please remember to inform me when negotiating with Simon. Bai Xiaoyan regarded him with calm and gentle eyes. That is indeed something I would eagerly welcome. However, I do not recommend this course of action, Mr. Shaolin. Simon's aggression is directed towards this town, not you. Should you accompany us to the negotiations and they fail, it may result in enmity. Shaolin smiled. Rest assured, I merely intend to bolster our numbers and lend support. I have quite an affection for this place, and any assistance I can offer is worthwhile. Bai Xiaoyan observed Shaolin in silence for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. I shall inform you when the time comes. Chapter 31, the story itself in the office. The lights shone brightly, and the atmosphere was tranquil, punctuated only by the rustling of papers as Yu Taizhou perused the 2 reports submitted by Shaolin regarding the Huimo and the promotion mechanism. Shaolin sat quietly, awaiting his review. After reaching the final page, Yu Taizhou spoke. Our direction is indeed correct. Assuming roles is undeniably your most effective means of enhancement. He lifted his gaze, his eyes focused and profound. However, there are 2 aspects that require caution. Avoid establishing excessive connections, as this may lead to a weakening of your essence. Additionally, refrain from associating with excessively powerful entities to prevent your essence from being drained. As for the cognitive gateway, he continued, let us postpone that challenge until you have maximized your enhancement. Shaolin nodded earnestly, replying, understood, I will take note. Once the serious matters were addressed, Yu Taizhou's demeanor softened slightly. He spoke gently. You have truly endured much during this time, but regrettably, I am unable to offer you further assistance. Is there any hardship in this? It is merely for my own survival, Shaolin smiled, comforting him. He then recalled another matter that had not been included in the report. By the way, there is another issue, though it does not pertain to me. I would like to hear your perspective. Do share. Yu Taizhou raised an eyebrow, intertwining his fingers on the desk, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. It concerns Satellite Town. They have suffered an attack from a formidable, extraordinary being. Shaolin recounted the entirety of the situation regarding the writer. Once he finished, Yu Taizhou stroked his chin in contemplation. Killing through storytelling? That ability is indeed quite novel. Indeed, furthermore, it is extraordinarily powerful, capable of causing death from a distance of thousands of miles, and nearly unsolvable, Shaolin remarked in awe. Yet Yu Taizhou shook his head slightly. In truth, this ability is not as formidable as you perceive. Shaolin paused, surprised. Professor, do you possess a method to decipher it? Yu Taizhou replied, shaking his head. Not at the moment. However, we can conduct a simple analysis. Bai Xiaoyan stated, narrative is destiny, correct? Indeed, that is also the reason for the writer's strength. He can manipulate narrative and guide fate. That is incorrect, Yu Taizhou interjected. Story is merely a means of narration, and only a limited form of narration at that. Shaolin was confronted with unfamiliar and perplexing terminology. Observing his bewilderment, Yu Taizhou chuckled softly. Very well, let us start from the beginning. He raised a finger. First, there is infinite narrative. For instance, the destruction of the town constitutes an infinite narrative. It requires no process, is unbound, and exists solely to state the outcome. The narrative is established by its mere existence. If Simon were truly powerful, why would he not write it that way? Shaolin fell in a deep thought, soon realizing, I understand now. That is merely a statement, not a story. Precisely, Yu Taizhou affirmed with a nod of approval. To narrate the town was destroyed. One must incorporate characters, time, location, plot, and logic. Without these elements, the story fails to exist. These components represent the limitations inherent in storytelling. Moreover, the narrative itself is fragile, constrained by the author's talent and imagination. Among all the stories conceived by humankind, none is flawless. Shaolin was once again astounded by Yu Taizhou's way of thinking. He felt both admiration and a quiet struggle to comprehend the esoteric concepts. Suddenly, he perceived that this formidable and terrifying transcendent being, which struck fear into the hearts of those in the Red Realm, perhaps was not as invincible when subjected to rational deconstruction. Observing Shaolin's contemplative demeanor, Yu Taizhou chuckled lightly, reassuring him, do not fear. He is not your equal. Far from it. The following morning, Shaolin began to embody the sage demon, wandering through the chaotic 13th Street, startling Du Ju in the process. Yu Taizhou mentioned that frequent impersonation would expedite the discovery of the sage demon's other abilities while minimizing the energy expenditure of the act. Currently, with his inherent intensity, he could maintain the guise for a maximum of 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, Shaolin approached his limit and returned to his own body to have breakfast. Halfway through his meal, a crooked, seemingly intoxicated paper crane flew in through the window. It circled around Shaolin a few times before plummeting directly into his bowl. Shaolin stared at the suicidal paper crane in silence, certain it was sent by Lin Yin, exuding a distinctly personal flair. He carefully fished out the soup-soaked crane and unfolded it, revealing Lin Yin's handwriting. Negotiations in a virtual space at 4 this afternoon. Mister, Bai said he would not wait for you, so remember to arrive early. It appeared that Bai Xiaoyan was still conflicted. On one hand, he sought Shaolin as assistance, while on the other, he feared becoming entangled in trouble. After pondering for a moment and taking a few more bites of his meal, Shaolin donned his coat and stepped outside. Even if not for the sake of Satellite Town, he was eager to meet the so-called killer author, Mr. Simon, to better understand this world. The administrative building in Satellite Town felt somewhat desolate. When Shaolin found Lin Yin, she was engrossed in her large book, simultaneously indulging in osmanthus cake. Using a fountain pen, her fingers were smudged with ink, and her lips bore the same stains, presenting a rather untidy appearance. Indeed, she was not the least bit alluring. Upon seeing Shaolin, Lin Yin paused for a few seconds, discreetly covering her osmanthus cake and hiding it behind her, before inquiring, "Oh, Mr. Shaolin, what brings you here so early?" "I came to prepare in advance," Shaolin replied, smoothly circumventing her and opening the box to take a piece, much to Lin Yin's astonishment. After popping it into his mouth, he added, "By the way, I have a small favor to ask of you." Lin Yin gently shook her head, a look of sorrow on her face. "It's too late. The moment you devoured one of my osmanthus cakes, our bond was severed. Let us discuss serious matters," Shaolin retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. "Does that writer, Simon, have any published works?" "Of course he does. There are public resources available online. Mr. Shaolin, would you like to read his books? After all, he is a writer. One can glean a glimpse of his character through his works." Shaolin cast another glance at the osmanthus cake, and Lin Yin quickly embraced the entire box. "However, I currently lack the time to assist you in navigating the internet, as I have numerous accounts to settle today, and the matter is quite urgent." This could indeed pose a challenge. Nevertheless, it is not insurmountable. Lin Yin blinked her eyes playfully, stating, "I can teach you how to go online. Since it has been established that you are an extraordinary being, you should be able to master it swiftly." Chapter 32. The Millennium Bug, What Should I Do? Shaolin sat in a chair, his body relaxed, awaiting guidance from Lin Yin. "Mr. Shaolin, are you familiar with the concept of collective unconscious?" Lin Yin countered. Shaolin nodded. "It is a concept proposed by Jung, representing the deepest layer of the unconscious within personality structure." "Precisely," Lin Yin responded, taking a bite of osmanthus cake. "When the Wisdom City established the spiritual internet, it considered usability, hence it was constructed within the collective unconscious of humanity. In other words, two conditions must be met for you to access the internet. First, you must be a psychic or an extraordinary being. Second, you must be aware of the internet's existence. The method is quite simple. Close your eyes, envision that virtual world, and then silently connect." Shaolin gazed at Lin Yin with suspicion. "Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed. Why would it be otherwise? You're not trying to trick me because I just ate a piece of your osmanthus cake, are you? Why not give it a try and see?" "Oh, by the way, the default login location is at gathering point number 3. Once you enter, do not wander off. It is incredibly crowded and hard to navigate." "All right, I understand." Shaolin sighed, closed his eyes, and began to follow Lin Yin's instructions. However, after a considerable wait, he felt no change. "Honestly, Lin Yin, are you?" Shaolin opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in an infinite darkness, with a checkerboard grid extending beyond his sight, forming a grayish-white line. The only tangible entity was a towering black wall, composed of countless prisms, a colossal structure that pulsated with an unsettling energy. This place seemed to resemble the spiritual internet, yet it felt distinctly different. Moreover, it bore no resemblance to the crowded gathering point Lin Yin described. Lin Yin, are you there?" Shaolin called out, but his voice was swiftly consumed by the silence. "Exit," he murmured softly, yet nothing transpired. "Am I unable to exit? Is this truly a form of retribution for merely having eaten a piece of your snack?" No sooner had Shaolin spoken than an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him, causing his hair to stand on end. He turned to look away from the black wall, sensing an immensely powerful and colossal entity rushing toward him across the grid-like expanse. Before he could comprehend the situation, he caught sight of the entity, a swirling mass of chaotic crimson, vast and overwhelming, charging forth with a cataclysmic force. It possessed the power to annihilate all, causing the checkerboard grid beneath to crumble piece by piece, leaving only the primordial, pure darkness in its wake. It felt as if the entire world was being shattered by its advance. With no path of escape, Shaolin stood frozen, his heart filled with unparalleled shock. Simultaneously, inexplicably, he sensed a strange familiarity emanating from this terrifying entity. At that moment, a line of text appeared before him. You have received an invitation link from Lin Yin Yin. Will you proceed to the third gathering point? Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback, but then immediately nodded in affirmation. In the next instant, the entire world began to operate, and he swiftly traversed a colossal black wall. Beyond this barrier lay the city he was well acquainted with. The city moved rapidly, and in a heartbeat, Xiao Ling found himself in an expansive plaza. This square stretched endlessly, filled with countless silhouettes composed of approximately 1,000,000 lines. A massive geometric crystal hovered in the air, at its center glowing the number 3. Xiao Ling panted slightly, still unable to shake off the shock from the recent events. Another prompt suddenly appeared before him. New conversation. Lin Yin Yin has initiated a connection request. Do you accept? He nodded in agreement. Subsequently, one of the line figures beside him began to gradually take shape, transforming into Lin Yin Yin. As soon as she materialized, she placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "Mr. Xiao Ling, why are you so mischievous? Did I not tell you to wait for me at the third gathering point? Why did you disappear the moment you entered?" Xiao Ling's facial muscles twitched for a moment before he replied, "Do you believe me if I say I just encountered a bug? What a joke. The spiritual internet is constructed by Wisdom City. How could there possibly be a bug? Mr. Xiao Ling, you're still denying it." Just as Xiao Ling was about to explain, the entire virtual space suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar, and the enormous geometric crystal above them transformed into an alarming shade of red. "What is happening?" Xiao Ling asked hurriedly. "A Millennium Bug attack." Lin Yin Yin directed her gaze toward a specific point. "Millennium Bug?" Xiao Ling was taken aback. "Yes. It is said to be an ancient monster that roams within the collective subconscious, confirmed to exist in 1999. It is rumored to have the ability to obliterate the entire human collective subconscious, driving all spiritual transcenders to madness, while ordinary individuals would suffer immense psychological damage. Wisdom City has always been on guard against it." Xiao Ling was stunned. He was aware of the Millennium Bug, but was it not merely a computer date expression error for 1999? Although its impact was substantial and global in scope, it was ultimately vanquished by programmers worldwide. How could it have transformed into a monster roaming within the collective subconscious? Following her gaze, Xiao Ling noticed a towering black wall that had seemingly appeared at the city's end. Boom! It seemed as if something had struck the wall with tremendous force, causing the entire virtual city to shatter in that instant, fragments scattering everywhere. Even Lin Yin Yin, before Xiao Ling, was reduced to mere pieces. However, in the next moment, everything began to reverse, as if time itself were flowing backward. The shattered pieces began to reassemble, restoring everything to its original state in a heartbeat. In every corner of the city, hundreds of figures soared into the sky, trailing long streaks of light as they swiftly approached the black wall. Countless massive codes flowed across the wall's surface at an imperceptible speed. Who are they? The Network Security Legion of Wisdom City. Boom! A second strike. The entire city crumbled once more, this time only partially, yet it astonishingly restored itself in the blink of an eye. Boom! The third strike. The area of destruction was diminished, yet the recovery was notably slower as both sides engaged in a relentless war of attrition. By the seventh assault, tranquility descended, and that dreadful entity beyond the black wall appeared to have departed. Xiao Lin was certain that the force that had just battered the wall was the very same entity he had encountered on the grid planes. Well, this is quite normal. The likelihood of the Millennium Bug making an entrance is virtually non-existent. Lin Yin Yin waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, by the way, weren't you seeking Simon's works? I have brought them for you." Abruptly, several books materialized in her hands, which she unceremoniously thrust into Xiao Lin's possession. "I shall log off now. I will seek you out during the negotiations. There is still much work to be done today." Before Xiao Lin could respond, the girl vanished from sight. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Lin settled onto a long bench at the gathering point and began to read. Meanwhile, in the real world, observing the slumbering Xiao Lin, Lin Yin Yin revealed a sinister smile. At last, the trap has been set. Now is the time for revenge. She stealthily approached Xiao Lin, retrieving a marker from her pocket, removing the cap, and gently blowing on it. "Mr. Xiao Lin, do you prefer mustaches or turtles?" Chapter 32. Negotiation for the next few hours. Xiao Lin sat on a bench at the assembly point, engrossed in a book. Thanks to the enhancement of the wisdom demon experience, his reading speed had significantly accelerated, and his memory and analytical abilities had ascended to a new level. As Bai Xiaoyan had remarked, every tale penned by Simon, regardless of the journey, culminated in the tragic demise of all characters. He was a cunning novelist, adept at planting foreshadowing with a narrative steeped in malice. In one of his novels titled Blood Abyss, the protagonists, three valiant individuals, found themselves ensnared in a realm known as the Blood Abyss. However, their extraordinary prowess and unwavering camaraderie, coupled with their near-flawless execution, nearly transformed the narrative into an epic of heroism. Yet, in a cruel twist, Simon employed a facade of liberation. At the story's conclusion, he deceived the trio into believing they had escaped the Blood Abyss and returned to reality. In truth, the reality they returned to was merely a fragment of the Blood Abyss itself, leading to their ultimate demise. This conclusion left Xiao Lin somewhat speechless and feeling it was rather contrived, starkly contrasting with the preceding tone of the narrative. As he delved into the third book, two figures abruptly materialized beside him, Bai Xiaoyun and Lin Yinyan. It dawned on Xiao Lin that it was already 5 o'clock. Bai Xiaoyan glanced at the book in Xiao Lin's hands and inquired with a smile, "How was it? Any insights gleaned from Simon's work?" Xiao Lin closed the book with a chuckle. "I am unsure if I can call an insight, but I must admit his writing is rather subpar. What about you? Are you prepared?" Bai Xiaoyan shook his head. "Few have dealt with Simon, and our access is quite limited. Thus, we must proceed step by step." He turned to Lin Yinyan. "In any case, let us set off." Lin Yinyan closed her eyes, raised her hand, and with a swift motion, the entire virtual city began to recede rapidly. Mere seconds later, the trio found themselves standing before a wooden villa. The villa comprised 2 floors, accompanied by a courtyard and a half-level attic, exuding a tranquil elegance. Outside the courtyard hung a sign inscribed with the name Simon. Bai Xiaoyan was the first to step forward and press the doorbell. After a brief interval of about 10 seconds, the door creaked open. A woman in her 20s, wearing glasses and appearing both minimalist and efficient, stood before them. She scrutinized the trio with a hint of caution. "What brings you here?" "We are here to see Mr. Simon," Bai Xiaoyan replied politely, slightly bowing. However, the woman did not reciprocate the courtesy. Rather, she coldly responded, "Mr. Simon is currently occupied with work. We have an appointment." Bai Xiaoyan insisted, "Even with an appointment, it is inappropriate to disturb Mr. Simon while he is working. Please leave." Lily's tone was laced with displeasure and disdain. "You." Lin Yinyan felt irked by the woman's demeanor and was about to retort when a gentle, melodious male voice resonated from within the room. "Lily, let them in. I could use a break as well." Lily's expression shifted slightly, and with reluctance, she opened the door. Simon stood in the corridor on the second floor. Youthful with a head of brown curls, a slender physique, and sharp features, adorned with a pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses. Despite it being midday, he was clad only in a cardigan-style nightgown, loosely tied at the waist, exuding an air of tranquility and languor. "I apologize, but there is no place to accommodate you here. Please come to my studio," he said before turning to enter. Lily led the way, followed by several others, as they ascended the stairs into Simon's studio. The studio was quite spacious, yet felt cluttered, with bookshelves occupying the walls and most of the space, while various piles of books lay scattered across the floor. Simon sat behind a desk, which was disorderly strewn with manuscript papers and a typewriter. "I rarely have visitors, so it tends to be a bit messy. I hope you don't mind." He raised his hand, and 3 chairs materialized across from the desk. "Please take a seat." As the lead negotiator, Bai Xiaoyan positioned himself in the center and spoke first. Although his counterpart was a formidable 5th-generation extraordinary being, his tone remained calm and composed. "Mr. Simon, we have come regarding the matter of Satellite Town. I believe you are familiar with it." Simon displayed a look of recollection, as if recalling with some effort. "Ah, yes, I know that little town. It is one of my sources of inspiration. Do you intend to destroy it?" "I have prepared a rather splendid story for that place." A simple smile graced Simon's face. Lin Yin's complexion paled. She was bewildered by Simon's nonchalant mention of killing 5,000 people. even infused with a tone of pride, which filled her with indignation. Bai Xiaoyun's expression darkened slightly, yet he refrained from any overt reaction. Xiao Lin remained impassive, silently observing Simon, his mind echoing the words imparted by Yu Taizhou the previous day. Stories are a form of limited narrative, constrained by the author's skill and imagination. And Simon's creative prowess was rather mediocre. Bai Xiaoyun took a deep breath to suppress his emotions and said solemnly, "Mr. Simon, I am also an extraordinary being. Satellite Town is my domain, and I wish for you to cease your assault on it." Upon hearing this, Simon appeared momentarily flustered. "What? Spare Satellite Town? What will happen to my advancement? I have no intention of obstructing your progression. I merely wish to preserve Satellite Town," Bai Xiaoyun replied, his tone still calm. "The losses you incur will be compensated to a certain extent." Simon stared at him, and the atmosphere in the room gradually grew somber. After approximately 10 seconds, Simon closed his eyes and shook his head. "I'm sorry. You may leave. Mr. Simon, there is no conflict of interest between us, and this concerns the lives of 5,000 people. I hope we can engage in a serious discussion." Bai Xiaoyun's tone sharpened slightly. "However, your hypocrisy makes me quite uncomfortable. I do not wish to have any further dealings with you. Please take your leave," Simon interjected. "Hypocrisy? What right do you have to accuse us of being hypocritical?" Lin Yin was almost amused to the point of anger by this statement. Simon cast her a cold glance and retorted, "Is that not the case? To spare Satellite Town equates to using the lives of people from elsewhere as mere fodder for my writing. Are the residents of Satellite Town truly more precious? Are the others less deserving of life? You appear to have saved Satellite Town, yet in doing so, you have condemned many others. Is that not hypocrisy? Those lives were clearly taken by your hands. What right do you have to shift the blame onto us?" Lin Yin abruptly rose from her seat, her face aflame with fury. Simon, unfazed by her indignation, remarked, "Miss, you cannot attribute the ruin of your life to a mere misfortune or natural disaster. I am fate itself, a calamity, a manifestation of natural selection." He adjusted his glasses, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "My act of killing is dictated by fate, and it is unequivocally justified." Noticing Lin Yin's escalating distress, Bai Xiaoyun swiftly intervened to restrain her from speaking further. Simon, with a hint of disdain, glanced at Lin Yin before waving his hand dismissively. "If you have no objections, I would like to commence my work now. You may take your leave." Bai Xiaoyun found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed. He possessed extensive negotiation experience, yet Simon was not the type to entertain such discussions. He was an obstinate individual with a distorted worldview. At that moment, Xiao Lin gently tapped the table, capturing everyone's attention. "Mr. Simon, during my visit today, I took the time to read several of your works." Upon hearing this, Simon's interest was piqued. "Which works did you read?" "Your most renowned pieces, Blood Abyss, The Calamitous Enchantment, and The Bear." "What are your thoughts?" Simon's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Xiao Lin met his gaze evenly, his hands resting lightly on his abdomen as he stated calmly, "In my view, you lack the talent to be a writer." Instantly, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Bai Xiaoyun's expression froze, while Simon's countenance darkened ominously. Chapter 33. Confrontation. Xiao Lin remained entirely unfazed by Simon's shadowy gaze. His tone was gentle, and a smile adorned his face, the studio resonating solely with his unperturbed voice. "While I am not an avid reader of novels, I have indulged in some renowned thrillers, such as Stephen King's Pet Sematary, Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None, and Edgar Allan Poe's The Black Cat. If you have encountered these works as well, you would discern that exemplary thrillers invariably share two significant commonalities. Is that so? What commonalities?" Simon's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his eyes concealed a dangerous depth, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Nevertheless, Xiao Lin remained calm and indifferent, even infusing his tone with an air of superiority, loss of control, and self-destruction. The former denotes an unexpected divergence from the external environment, exemplified by a daughter's death, the obliteration of the absolute boundary between life and death, and murder. The latter encapsulates internal decay, such as the yearning to resurrect loved ones, mutual suspicion, and being driven to madness by a mere cat. He regarded Simon intently. Yet you have never contemplated these themes. Your works lack the essence of loss of control and self-destruction. You demonstrate a rather naive understanding of the relationship between individuals and their surroundings. In your most esteemed work, Blood Abyss, you failed to instill fear in your protagonist. You merely eliminated them. Hence, I perceive this narrative as rather mediocre. Lily's face had long since turned a furious shade, and she exclaimed, "Nonsense! Who permitted you to critique Mr. Simon? What's the matter? Is Mr. Simon unable to withstand the scrutiny of his readers?" Xiao Lin cast a casual glance at him. "You." Simon seized Lily's wrist, his pupils narrowing slightly, his chest rising and falling with barely concealed agitation. He scrutinized Xiao Lin for an extended moment before inquiring, "Oh, are you?" "I am Xiao Lin, an extraordinary individual who happens to reside in Satellite Town." Xiao Lin replied, nonchalantly, "By the way, I rather enjoy that quaint little town. Should you contemplate its destruction, I shall seek retribution. Do you believe you possess the capability to retaliate against one who wields fate?" Simon squinted slightly, though this time his gaze bore a hint of uncertainty. Xiao Lin shrugged. "I cannot say for certain, but at the very least, I can assure you pay a price. When you next reflect upon Satellite Town, you shall ponder, if only I had agreed to negotiate." The atmosphere in the room grew palpably heavier, as anyone could discern this as a blatant threat. Simon's grip tightened, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. However, after a brief moment, that fury dissipated, replaced by tranquility. "I am not entirely unwilling to assist you," Simon began, "but alas, you have already tampered with the manuscript. Once the story commences, it cannot be halted. Is there truly no room for negotiation?" Bai Xiaoyan inquired. "Not entirely, though it may not be as simple as you presume," Simon replied, glancing at the typewriter he utilized for his writing. In a subdued tone, he continued, "If you wish, I can refrain from writing the conclusion to the Satellite Town narrative. As long as there is no ending, fate remains within your grasp." At this juncture, Simon paused momentarily before continuing. "The prerequisite is that you must break the predicament I have set. Otherwise, annihilation is inevitable." Bai Xiaoyan sighed softly, then nodded. "Very well. We can accept this. Thank you, Mr. Simon." Simon shook his head. "There is no need for gratitude. The fault lies with me. In any case, I hope you can survive unscathed." The two parties exchanged no further pleasantries, and Bai Xiaoyan subsequently rose, with both sides bidding polite farewells. Simon did not accompany them out of the studio, and it was only when the sound of the door closing echoed from downstairs that Lily gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Those lowly individuals dare to treat you, sir, with such disdain, and that Xiaolin, an ignorant fool. Mr. Simon, shall we truly let them go unpunished?" Simon gestured for her to quell her anger, leaning back in his leather chair with a calm demeanor. "They do not pose a threat to me, yet I do not wish for them to impede my ascent. Ascension is of utmost importance. However, rest assured, they cannot triumph over my narrative. Their demise is inevitable," Simon asserted. Of course, there was one aspect he did not voice. He was uncertain of the true strength of the extraordinary individual named Xiaolin. Yet, the earlier assessment had left Simon with an unsettling sensation of being completely exposed, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. This was also the primary reason he ultimately agreed to withdraw. He was not one inclined to take risks. "What is the status of the other 6 locations?" Simon inquired of Lily. "The story has commenced. As long as the individuals in these 7 locales perish, the narrative shall be deemed complete." Simon's face brightened with a naive smile. "That is splendid. If I can complete this grand opus involving tens of thousands of individuals, I should be able to ascend smoothly. That scoundrel is nothing but a madman. He may appear presentable, yet his mind is utterly deranged." Once outside Simon's studio, Lin Yin could no longer contain her frustration. "Enough, enough, do not be angry," Bai Xiaoyan consoled, patting Lin Yin on the head. Turning to Xiaolin, he said, "Mr. Xiaolin, we owe you a great debt this time." "Indeed, Mr. Xiaolin, you were truly magnificent. You nearly drove that lunatic to madness with just a few words." Lin Yin's face radiated excitement. "How did you manage that? It's not that I am exceptional. Rather, his writing is simply subpar, akin to the kind that wouldn't pass muster in our era. A tomato might not even be signed off. Xiaolin jested. However, Lin Yin Yin and Bai Xiaoyan did not fully comprehend his words. Let us log off for now. Although the greatest crisis has been averted, Simon's methods will not be easily unraveled. We must remain prepared. Subsequently, Bai Xiaoyan and Lin Yin Yin logged off, and Xiaolin intended to follow suit. Yet, just as he was about to silently log off, the scene before him began to flicker erratically. Xiaolin blinked, and the flickering ceased, but unbeknownst to him, a pitch-black mass had materialized before his eyes. It floated there, appearing both jarring and menacing. Subsequently, a line of distorted crimson text emerged against the backdrop of vibrant hues. Who are you? Xiaolin gazed intently at the scarlet inscription, a slight frown creasing his brow. He turned his gaze towards the distant city, where a colossal black wall loomed, towering and unyielding. Ignoring the message, Xiaolin opted to disconnect without hesitation. Chapter 34. Those who cannot change the world upon regaining consciousness. Xiaolin opened his eyes to discover that Lin Yin Yin's office was filled with people. Not only was Bai Xiaoyan present, but also Lan Shiyu and other members of the enforcement team. A slight ache throbbed at his temples, accompanied by a sticky dizziness, reminiscent of the sensation after vigorously shaking one's head. Yet before he could speak, Lin Yin Yin extended her hand, offering him 2 pills and a glass of water. What is this? Xiaolin inquired. Motion sickness medication, Lin Yin Yin replied. It's quite taxing on the brain and requires a great deal of focus to be online. It's normal for beginners to feel dizzy. Bai Xiaoyun, exhibiting a hint of concern, asked Xiaolin, do you need a rest for a while? No need, I'm fine. Xiaolin shook his head. Then let us commence a brief meeting, Bai Xiaoyun suggested, lightly tapping on a table. Let us discuss the negotiations with Simon. How'd it go? Was the outcome favorable? Yin Jie asked eagerly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin Yin, standing beside Xiaolin with her hands on her hips, beamed with pride, exclaiming, you have no idea how impressive Mr. Xiaolin was during the negotiations. He gave that lunatic Simon a thorough scolding, and the guy was furious. Everyone turned their eyes towards Xiaolin, collectively gasping in disbelief. Hadn't they gone to negotiate with Simon? How could they have managed to infuriate the very person they were meant to negotiate with? Moreover, Simon was one of the few formidable forces in the red zone, a presence that instilled despair in others merely by the sight of his mark. And Xiaolin had scolded him? Was that truly appropriate? Lan Shiyu forced a strained smile, saying, it was anticipated that the negotiation would fail. It was merely an experiment. Bai Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow slightly. Who said the negotiation failed? Everyone was taken aback, pondering if perhaps Simon was a masochist, deriving pleasure from being berated. Mr. Xiaolin exchanged some professional insights with Simon, and it seemed that Simon was somewhat intimidated by Xiaoyan shrugged. Once again, everyone turned to Xiaolin, utterly astonished. Xiaolin, unfazed, merely shrugged in response. You can't blame me. His writing was indeed subpar. Ultimately, it should be noted that this outcome was largely thanks to Yu Taizhou. It was Yu Taizhou's theories that provided Xiaolin with a rational perspective on Simon, although he had yet to fully grasp the true source of Simon's fear. This line of thought was certainly correct. Wait, are you implying the negotiation was a success? Yin Jie rarely displayed such excitement. Indeed, Bai Xiaoyan nodded with a smile. Although Simon has not rescinded his interference with Satellite Town, he will not complete this work. This is sufficient. We never anticipated a peaceful resolution, and this outcome is already highly advantageous for us. Lan Shiyu also exhaled a sigh of relief. However, is there a possibility of Simon breaching the agreement? Zhou interjected with some concern. The likelihood is minimal, as the contract is predicated on Mr. Xiaolin's deterrent influence. He would not dare act recklessly. Lin Yin Yin suddenly became animated, raising her fist with determination as she proclaimed, I hereby declare that from now on, Mr. Xiaolin shall be my leader. I shall do whatever he asks of me. Xiaolin glanced at her with a fleeting look. Fetch me a glass of water. I won't do it. My leg hurts, Lin Yin Yin replied playfully. Xiaolin remained unfazed, wearing an expression of anticipated indifference. How was the manuscript analysis progressing? Bai Xiaoyun inquired as he settled at the edge of the table, his hands clasped. It has been completed. We have some good news as well. It is currently March, while the story commences in May, giving us a 2-month window to make thorough preparations. Following this, they convened a brief meeting, presided over by Bai Xiaoyun himself. Indeed, Bai Xiaoyun was an exceptionally capable individual, orchestrating arrangements for planning, defense, medical aid, and logistics with remarkable precision. As for Shaolin, he refrained from making any arrangements, having initially stated his intent to merely participate in negotiations. After the meeting concluded, Bai Xiaoyun personally escorted Shaolin back. Shaolin had initially intended to decline, but Bai Xiaoyun, with a pitiful expression, lamented, "I haven't strolled through my little town in ages. Let this be a moment of respite amidst my busy schedule. This may well be my last bit of leisure." All right. Shaolin sighed in resignation, rubbing his forehead. Bai Xiaoyun was a rather peculiar character. He always carried a black long umbrella when he ventured out, and as he walked, he looked about like a child, curious and wide-eyed. "It seems you genuinely enjoy this place," Shaolin observed, finding his antics somewhat amusing. "Of course, compared to Yunzhi City, this place feels like paradise to me," Bai Xiaoyun replied candidly. "Unfortunately, I cannot remain here. My presence in Yunzhi City is essential to improve this place." "But why? Why what? Why would you like this place?" "It is merely an ordinary little town." Bai Xiaoyun turned to Shaolin and smiled. "Ah, therein lies your mistake. This is my town." He gazed down the expansive stone-paved street. "Mr. Shaolin, I long for a world restored to order, but alas, I am not one capable of changing the world. This little town is the pinnacle of what I can achieve." He paused, glancing back at the administrative center, shrouded in mist, the essence of Blue Dragon Mining Company lingering silently in the damp air. "Thus, I shall dedicate everything to safeguard it, even my life," he murmured. This declaration was not directed at Shaolin, but was rather a solemn vow to himself, which Shaolin happened to overhear. Together they turned their gaze toward the town, tranquil and serene, with a gentle breeze stirring, set against the backdrop of vast urban ruins, creating an oddly beautiful tableau. "In the future, will there be more people in this town?" Shaolin inquired. "Indeed," Bai Xiaoyun responded with a smile. "By the way, in a few days, I shall gift you an umbrella." "An umbrella?" "I have plenty in my research institute. A rather special one. You'll understand when the time comes," Bai Xiaoyun replied. The two continued their light-hearted conversation until they reached the edge of the town, where Bai Xiaoyun said, "I shall accompany you no further." Shaolin nodded and said, "All right, then you may return to your tasks. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. However, I shall endeavor to refrain from disturbing your tranquility." Bai Xiaoyun replied with a smile. As Shaolin continued on his path, he glanced back to find Bai Xiaoyun still standing in place. Although the rain had yet to fall, he slowly unfurled the dark umbrella. At the very moment the umbrella blossomed open, crack. Lightning erupted in the sky above the small town, and within mere seconds, a torrential downpour descended abruptly, enveloping the entire town in a shroud of rain. Meanwhile, not a single drop of rain fell beyond the town's borders. This was likely a manifestation of Bai Xiaoyun's extraordinary powers. Holding the umbrella, Bai Xiaoyun slightly inclined his body in a gesture of respect toward Shaolin before turning and stepping into the curtain of rain. Chapter 35. Writing a letter in the ensuing days, Shaolin remained indoors, engrossed in the virtual realm of the internet. The spiritual internet bore a striking resemblance to the conventional one he was familiar with. Here, every individual was a user, and each edifice represented a website, encompassing both private and public domains. The entire cyber world was enveloped by an invisible black wall, within which all users resided. Beyond this black wall lay the grid wasteland, a desolate expanse capable of annihilating the entire internet realm and extinguishing the lives of all spiritual transcendents, prowling there with insatiable greed and hatred. However, unlike the traditional internet, the immersive experience of the spiritual internet was unparalleled, allowing users to draw infinitely close to the tangible world. Consequently, some individuals chose to remain permanently within this ethereal domain, forsaking the reality outside. At this moment, Shaolin was seated on a long bench in a recruitment center. This vast, circular structure had an expansive hall teeming with countless figures. A towering column in the center bore a ring of enormous displays showcasing recruitment information for various projects. The number of listings had reached into the millions, with new projects emerging every minute while older ones were completed or abandoned. Xiao Lin briefly perused the listings, noting that the top few hundred were predominantly projects originating from Wisdom City. Project 1, World History Simulation Initiative Affiliation, Wisdom City Description. This project aims to harness the collective intellect of humanity to accurately simulate history, guiding mankind towards the right path. Project 2, Millennium Bug Extermination Initiative Affiliation, Wisdom City Description. This initiative seeks to eradicate the rampaging millennium bugs in the grid wasteland, safeguarding the subconscious of humanity and the safety of spiritual transcendent beings. Project 3, Network Black Wall Service Initiative Affiliation, Wisdom City Description. This project focuses on fortifying the network's black wall against the incursions of millennium bugs, ensuring the security and integrity of the spiritual internet. As the details of the World History Simulation Initiative unfolded on the screen, Xiao Lin commanded the display to expand. Skimming past the lengthy introduction, his gaze fell upon the data at the bottom. Current participants, 702, 565 monthly salary, 500, 000 credit points, interview requirements, IQ of 130 or above, or possession of expert-level historical knowledge. The figure of 500, 000 credit points left Xiao Lin momentarily stunned. Lin Yin, who also held a position in the spiritual internet, worked as a computational analyst for a mathematical society, earning a mere 3,000 credit points per month. A flicker of temptation stirred within him. As a time traveler, he possessed an intimate familiarity with history from 2 centuries prior and might be the only individual privy to the accurate account of events. Yet, he harbored no desire to join Wisdom City or attract the attention of such a colossal organization. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Lin opened the list of participants, revealing a dense array of names before him. Perhaps he could identify someone among them to whom he could provide information, merely requiring compensation in return. As Xiao Lin aimlessly perused the list before him, an inexplicable discomfort suddenly surged within his heart. The words appeared somewhat distorted. He blinked and noticed a small black that had emerged amidst the lengthy participant list. Instinctively, he scrolled upward, yet the dot remained obstinately in place. Glancing elsewhere, it still existed, jarringly conspicuous, akin to a minuscule dead pixel on a monitor. Gradually, it expanded, the surrounding space eroding away in a manner reminiscent of ablation, silent, cold, and indifferent. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black blot roughly half a meter in size, occupying his field of vision, exuding an unsettling darkness. Xiao Lin remained composed, gazing intently at the dark mass as he softly uttered, "Delete specified object." The foundational functions governed by the underlying logic of the internet immediately commenced, executing Xiao Lin's command. However, mere seconds later, a prompt appeared, no objects detected for deletion. Shortly thereafter, his vision began to warp and scarlet. Hasty characters materialized upon the black blot. Revenge. Destruction. Log out. Xiao Lin whispered these words to himself. In an instant, everything around him dissolved like shards of ice, and he found himself back in the realm of reality. This was the second occurrence, and Xiao Lin was certain that this entity was capable of bypassing system oversight. Was it a virus? Or perhaps an attack from someone? Or was it related to the millennium bug he had witnessed? The last instance of a similar phenomenon had indeed followed the millennium bug's onslaught. A headache began to throb at his temples, prompting him to write a letter to inquire with Lin Yin. He retrieved a sheet of correspondence from his desk, succinctly outlining the situation, then folded it into a paper airplane and tossed it out the window. The paper airplane wobbled and vanished into the outside world. In Satellite Town, a torrential downpour ensued. Within Lin Yin's office, she sat at the window, her hair disheveled, one hand gripping a pen while the other tugged at her hair. A thick stack of correspondence rested on the adjacent desk. She scribbled something on the paper only to strike it out, then crumpled the sheet into a ball and discarded it into the wastebasket. At that moment, the office door swung open and Zhou Zheng entered, bearing a cup of coffee. Any progress? Still no news? Lin Yin, frustrated, raked her fingers through her hair. I'm not sure why. Perhaps he has gone far away. Zhou Zheng placed the coffee on the desk. This was brought by Mr. Bai. Supplies are limited, so this cup is on me. Thank you. Lin Yin beamed with joy. It's the least I could do. You've been working hard during this time. Subsequently, Xiao Lin refrained from attempting to access the internet again, opting instead to rise and head to the dining hall for a meal. Every evening, he synchronized the food from the dining hall to the real world, ensuring that there was always a supply of prepared sustenance available. He prepared a few simple dishes for himself and sat alone in the spacious, brightly lit dining hall, consuming his meal while his mind wandered amidst a flurry of chaotic thoughts. Over the past few days, he has become increasingly adept at controlling the wisdom demon, resulting in a significant reduction in essential consumption. He has gradually begun to master the demon's formidable ability, mental pollution. However, lacking the physiological structure of the wisdom demon, the effects he can produce are vastly inferior. Regarding this matter, the researchers in Yutezu are already at work with the ultimate goal of surpassing the wisdom demon. Only by achieving this can Xiaolin experience a smoother trajectory of growth and strength. They have advised Xiaolin to refrain from distant travel for the time being, though a trip to Yunza City should not be considered far. Once the affairs in Satellite Town conclude, he can accompany Bai Xiaoyan to Yunza City to explore the world and perhaps scout for new prey. At that moment, a paper airplane gently glided through the window, circling around Xiaolin before finally landing on the table. Is it a reply from Lin Yin? That girl is particularly fond of folding unsightly origami cranes. Why has she opted for a paper airplane this time? Xiaolin picked up the paper airplane. Its surface was still damp, but he quickly sensed something was amiss. This was not Lin Yin's response. Rather, it was the letter he had sent her, which had failed to reach Lin Yin and had instead returned to him. Could it be related to the torrential rain set by Xiaoyan? No. The letter is waterproof and highly resistant to extreme temperatures. The only plausible explanation is that the letter could not locate Lin Yin, for reasons he could not quite articulate. An unsettling feeling began to brew within Xiaolin. Chapter 36. Amidst the torrential rain, Xiao Lin re-entered the mental internet and left a message for Lin Yin, urging her to respond immediately upon reading it. However, after 40 minutes had elapsed without any reply, his unease intensified, prompting him to seek answers in the town. As he arrived outside the research institute, he was struck by a chilling sight. The direction of Satellite Town was entirely shrouded in an impenetrable gray mist, obscuring any trace of the town itself. What could this mean? Was it a new barrier set by Xiaoyan? Xiao Lin closed his eyes, shifting his consciousness to the vantage of the deep space eye, directing his gaze towards Satellite Town. There lay a vast expanse enveloped in dense fog, completely covering the town, with stark boundaries that appeared anything but natural. Resolute, he returned to the research institute, arming himself with a tang knife, a handgun, and a dagger, before hastening towards Satellite Town. After a 20-minute trek, he reached the fog's perimeter. Standing at the threshold, the swirling mist loomed like a colossal wall. His pupils began to dilate as he activated his supernatural vision to scrutinize the fog. It showed no signs of expansion or dilution. The thickness remained consistent and dry throughout. Most intriguingly, the mist appeared to lack any tangible form, existing solely as a visible phenomenon. Indeed, this was no ordinary occurrence. Though his physique was well equipped to withstand extreme environments, Xiao Lin refrained from recklessly plunging into the haze. Instead, he cautiously extended a hand into the mist, discovering that it posed no immediate threat, seeming devoid of toxins. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the shroud. Within the fog, the world became a chaotic blur, enveloped in silence and an all-consuming gray. He attempted to glean information through his supernatural vision, yet it yielded no insights. The fog's isolating nature grew ever more potent. The deeper he ventured, the more he felt detached from reality itself. Time became a nebulous concept. Perhaps 5 minutes had passed, or perhaps longer, before he began to hear the sound of rain, the air thickening with moisture. As the rain intensified, Shaolin finally emerged from the mist. Beneath the dim sky, thunder rumbled and lightning crackled as torrential rains lashed against Satellite Town, colossal droplets striking the cobblestone ground, sending forth great ripples. The atmosphere felt unsettling. Not only was the town desolate, but it exuded a sense of lifelessness, as if it had long been abandoned. What had transpired in Satellite Town? Drawing his tang knife, Shaolin stepped cautiously into the downpour, his clothes rapidly becoming drenched. The storm also disrupted his supernatural vision, rendering the chaotic flow of rain difficult to navigate as he struggled to discern his surroundings. He glimpsed traces of human presence, yet when he looked closer, there was nothing to be found. With a focused mind, he pressed onward. Upon reaching an intersection, he halted, his gaze drawn to several tall wooden pillars, each adorned with a gruesome, bloodied corpse. The corpses lay in a state of disarray, grotesquely contorted, their flesh a ghastly amalgam of crimson and black liquids mingling with the relentless rain. Among this macabre scene, Shaolin discerned a familiar visage, Zhou Zheng, the most seasoned member of the enforcement squad. He was still alive, his chest gently rising and falling, his lips twitching, yet his form had long since lost any semblance of humanity. His legs had vanished, his body infested with grotesque tumors, and severe ascites rendered his abdomen grotesquely distended. Instinctively, Shaolin yearned to approach him, but he halted abruptly. No Zhou Zheng was already dead. The rise and fall of his chest and the movement of his lips were mere illusions conjured by the writhing tumors within him. It was akin to a trap, meticulously crafted for display. At that moment, the sound of splashing footsteps pierced through the curtain of rain, and he turned to find a group of figures standing behind him, their presence unnoticed until now. Men and women alike, each donned in filthy gray robes, barefoot, their cheeks sunken, eyes encircled in shadows, emaciated as if skin were merely draped over skeletal frames. Most striking were their hunched postures, with enormous tumors protruding from their backs, semi-transparent and pulsating, suggesting something writhing within. Another beast ensnared. How utterly foolish they are. Capture him. Do not let him escape. Sever his legs, skin him alive, and hang his flesh as new bait, they whispered among themselves as they advanced slowly toward Shaolin, each armed with primitive weapons, a wooden staff bound with a darkened, bony spearhead. Shaolin remained silent, merely raising his tang dao. The rain cascaded down the blade, flowing unimpeded like a trickling stream. The livestock seeks to resist, it shall inevitably become sustenance for the divine. Its body will serve as a fertile ground for divine proliferation. Their hushed murmurs seeped through the rain, unsettling Shaolin. A fleeting glance at the corpses hanging above bolstered his resolve. Perhaps it was time to eliminate these wretches. Yet, suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a colossal figure, nearly 3 meters tall, shrouded in a cloak of black leather, adorned with a top hat and mask. In its left hand, it wielded a menacing axe, while the right brandished a sharp iron hook, exuding an aura of dread. As Shaolin's peripheral vision registered the looming presence, the figure lunged at him with alarming speed, prompting Shaolin to respond without hesitation, his blade slicing through the air. His approach had always been one of offense, never defense. With a sharp hiss, the razor edge of his blade cleaved through the rain, exuding a chilling glimmer, causing the massive figure to momentarily falter before instinctively parrying with the axe handle. The two weapons clashed, igniting a brief, brilliant spark in the overcast sky. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Shaolin sensed an absence of malevolence from this giant, and the familiarity of its gaze stirred a distant recognition within him. Two livestock, all belonging to the deities. Whispers once again arose, gradually transforming into a synchronized murmur. Several spears sliced through the air, stirring the tempest, their momentum formidable, tracing dark arcs across the sky. Shaolin and the giant turned almost simultaneously, brandishing their weapons. Although Shaolin's technique was lacking, his enchanted vision bestowed upon him exceptional dynamic acuity, rendering the trajectories of the spears crystal clear before his eyes. He effortlessly deflected several, while the giant, wielding his axe, swept aside the remainder, conjuring a powerful gust amidst the torrential rain. Shaolin, with a flick of his blade, was poised to charge into the enemy ranks when the giant abruptly ensnared his arm with an iron hook. "Do not engage them. We must retreat." The giant's voice resonated with a grim and terrifying gravity. Shaolin furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately acquiesced to the withdrawal. The enigmatic throng seemed intent on assaulting. Yet the downpour intensified abruptly, enveloping the strange figures in a curtain of rain, rendering them unseen in an instant. Chapter 37. Displacement. It is unsafe to remain here. "Come with me." The giant grasped Shaolin's arm and swiftly led him toward a building by the roadside. At this moment, Shaolin had begun to suspect his identity. "Mayor Lan, what is happening? Who are those people? We shall discuss this in a safe place." Lan Shiyu's voice was grave and foreboding. The two broke through the curtain of rain and entered the building's interior, where Shaolin noticed Lin Yinyin was also present, along with several unfamiliar members of the enforcement team. Upon seeing him, Lin Yinyin rushed over, her face alight with joy, and began to check him for injuries. "Mr. Shaolin, are you hurt? Did you get splashed with their blood?" As she spoke, the girl's shoulders slumped, her mouth quivered, and tears began to flow. "I was so worried about you. I thought you had been retaliated against by Simon." Lan Shiyu removed his mask, and his clothing and physique began to revert to that of the gentle and diligent mayor. He gently pushed Lin Yinyin aside, retrieving a glass vial from his pocket, pouring the transparent liquid into his palm, and then pressing it onto Shaolin's forehead while softly chanting, "Invisibly rain, wash away this person's traces from the world. Protect this individual from danger." As he completed the incantation, Shaolin felt a slight sting, a cloud and rainstorm imprint appearing on his forehead. His pupils returned to normal, and he inquired, "What is this?" Lan Shiyu explained, "This is the invisible rain. Once you are touched by it, you will be concealed by the storm, and they will not see you." It became clear why he had encountered no one upon entering Satellite Town, yet it sensed an elusive gaze. "What exactly has transpired in the town? Who are those people?" he pressed. "This is a long story," Lan Shiyu sighed after completing the ritual. "Since our last separation, we have been preparing to confront Simon, but the process has been fraught with difficulties. We have been attempting to contact for assistance, yet in these past 2 months, none of our letters have received responses, and not a single person we dispatched has returned. Your research facility has remained sealed." Shaolin suddenly felt a sense of disquiet. "Wait, what did you say? 2 months?" "Yes, it has been since our last meeting," Lan Shiyu replied. "No, this is entirely wrong. When was our last meeting? Do you not recall? It was during the negotiations with Simon 2 months ago. After that, you never appeared again." A thunderous sound echoed in Shaolin's mind. Lan Shiyu was correct. Their last encounter indeed occurred after the negotiations with Simon. Yet that was not 2 months ago, but merely a few days prior. Shaolin's expression grew serious as he asked, "Mayor Lan, what month is it now?" Lan Shiyu, puzzled by Shaolin's intense reaction, nonetheless answered, "It is May." Shaolin inhaled deeply. "Mayor Lan, I came to Satellite Town because I saw it enveloped in mist when I entered. The date is March 15th. Simon, employing narrative techniques, caught us unawares, leaving us utterly unprepared." Upon uttering these words, all present were rendered speechless, while Lan Shiyu's pupils quivered slightly. "Does this imply that our sense of time is misaligned with the outside world?" Lin Yinyin echoed, almost in disbelief. "Indeed, this elucidates why we have received not a single reply over the past 2 months, nor has anyone returned." Shaolin was overtaken by a wave of trepidation. While days had elapsed outside, 2 months had already transpired in Satellite Town. Perhaps if he had arrived even a few hours later, Satellite Town would have faced annihilation. Is this the power of fictional narrative? Just as the crowd remained enveloped in shock, a resounding crash reverberated through the air, as several panes of glass near the entrance shattered simultaneously, scattering shards in all directions. Subsequently, the sound of delicate footsteps and hushed whispers filled the space once more. "Beasts! Here, encircle them. Do not let them escape. They must perish under the blade of the Holy Spirit, becoming sustenance for the divine." Lan Shiyu immediately heightened his alertness, glancing towards the entrance. "It appears they have become aware of our presence." Following the sound, Shaolin searched for its source. yet saw nothing. So we cannot see them? Indeed, Mr. Bai's invisible rain operates bidirectionally. We are blind to one another. However, when we are close enough or a collision occurs, the invisible rain becomes ineffective. We must exercise caution. Lan Xiu spoke with an undertone of tension, which perplexed Shaolin. Although these creatures appeared bizarre, they moved sluggishly, wielded primitive weapons, and exhibited chaotic thinking, resembling uncivilized savages. Such anxiety seemed unwarranted. They do not appear formidable. Why not simply eradicate them? Shaolin inquired. Lan Xiu shook his head. They are indeed weak, but we cannot kill them. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. At this moment, Lin Yinyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Uncle Zhou Zheng could have survived, yet he was ultimately captured and cruelly slain because we could not harm them. The whispers grew increasingly louder, as if those creatures were drawing nearer. Shaolin narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing his attention. And with the aid of his clairvoyant vision, he discerned faint gray silhouettes within the room, akin to wisps of mist. At this very moment, they were linked arm in arm, forming a human wall, slowly sweeping towards their location from the far end of the room. These strange beings, despite their seemingly frenzied and dull demeanor, exhibited a collective hunting instinct. In any case, we must depart swiftly. Let us exit from the second floor. Lan Xiu gestured towards the staircase behind them, clearly indicating that he had anticipated the unfolding scenario. The group hastily made their way to the second floor. Pushing open the balcony door, Lan Xiu gently lifted Lin Yinyan and leaped down, with Shaolin following closely behind. Upon his return to the street, he discovered, amidst the vast curtain of rain, the townsfolk scattered along the thoroughfare. Members of the enforcement team stood upon the rooftops, wielding sharp blades and firearms, silently observing the town. In various locations throughout the city, pillars rose ominously, each grotesquely impaled with corpses. Beneath the somber sky and torrential downpour, this scene appeared stark and solemn, reminiscent of a bizarre funeral. Where shall we go? Back to the civic hall? Shaolin inquired. The civic hall has already been overtaken. Our current stronghold is at the church. Let's proceed there first. Chapter 38. The situation and countermeasures. The church is situated in the northeastern part of the town, an area predominantly characterized by churches, schools, parks, and cemeteries. As the satellite town has yet to evolve to a point necessitating a church, it is also deemed unsuitable for habitation, resulting in a scarcity of visitors in the church district on ordinary days. However, the current circumstances have transformed this locale into the most densely populated area, where individuals huddle under umbrellas, exuding an air of anxiety and panic. It is widely believed that proximity to Mr. Bai enhances the protective effect of the intangible rain, although, in reality, this belief holds little significance. As Lan Xiu navigated through the throng, he conversed with Shaolin, who inquired, "Is the situation still under control?" Lan Xiu replied, "At present, I cannot assure that. But the days ahead will be arduous. For now, let me introduce you to Mr. Bai, and we shall discuss matters in due course." While the three were engaged in conversation, they arrived at the entrance of the church, the second largest structure after the administrative center, boasting Gothic architecture. Its intricate spires, ornate patterns, and a towering bell tower were shrouded in the downpour, casting a somber and grim ambience. The church's grand doors stood ajar, revealing a spacious and solemn chapel within, where a dozen individuals stood in a loose assembly. As Lan Xiu stepped inside, he was immediately surrounded. "Major Lan, our scouts have returned with news. The total number of pillars in the town is 33, indicating at least 33 casualties, if not more. The tally of missing persons has also emerged, with over 50 confirmed lost. Intelligence has been relayed from the Environmental Monitoring Team and the Resource Protection Group as well." The crowd's voices intertwined, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Lan Xiu furrowed his brow and pulled Lin Yinyan from behind him, instructing, "Let her report first." Lin Yinyan, clutching her shoulders and squinting against the barrage of information, replied, "Please, take your time. Speak one at a time. There are too many people. Slow down." Lan Xiu led Shaolin through the administrative area, eventually arriving at a spacious and elegantly appointed office on the second floor, where they found Bai Shaoyan. Clad in black, he stood before the window, still wielding his black umbrella despite being indoors, as the chaotic downpour left a film of water on the glass. The storm personified by Xiaoyan. The powers of extraordinary beings are singular, and by Xiaoyan commands the tempest. Turning to face them, he appeared somewhat wearier than during their last encounter, but still managed a faint smile at Xiaolin. I sincerely apologize for not being able to host you properly this time. Xiaolin managed a wry smile in return. It suffices that you maintain your spell. Let us forego the formalities. Thank you for your understanding. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall make amends for any neglect, Bai Xiaoyan replied with a gentle smile. Beside them, Lan Xiyu interjected, Mr. Bai requires focus. Let us move to another room. I shall brief you on the current situation. They proceeded to the adjacent reception room, where Lan Xiyu poured a cup of tea for Xiaolin, stating, We are short on resources and lack spare clothing. Please drink this to warm yourself. Xiaolin accepted the teacup without hesitation, taking a sip. The warmth gradually spread through his body, providing him with some comfort. He set the cup down on the table and inquired, When did the attack commence? Yesterday morning, around 10 o'clock, precisely as described in the manuscript. The entire town was enveloped in thick fog, and then a steam train halted on the abandoned tracks to the west of the town, Lan Xiyu replied. Those creatures descended from the train. Simon referred to them as the aberrant clan in the manuscript. Fortunately, Mr. Bai had prepared in advance, concealing the townsfolk with his intangible rain, thus preventing large-scale casualties. The aberrant clan. Xiaolin recalled the grotesque tumors that oppressed their spines. A wave of discomfort washing over him. Those entities indeed appeared rather repulsive. He continued, but they don't seem particularly strong. Why can't we exterminate them? At this point, Lan Xiyu appeared somewhat vexed. This is our most pressing issue at present. The aberrant clan's objective in coming to the town is to slaughter the townsfolk and offer their corpses as sacrifices to a deity known as the Lord of the Feast. A deity? Is there any basis in reality for this? Or is it a creation of Simon's imagination? It is likely a fabrication. It is said to be a god presiding over infection, sustenance, corpses, and flaying. The moment there are enough corpses, the Lord of the Feast will be awakened and descend upon us. Lan Xiyu paused, then added, But not only are corpses count as sacrifices, there's due as well. A jolt of realization struck Xiaolin, illuminating why Lan Xiyu was reluctant to organize a large-scale extermination. Once an assault commenced, it would only drag the satellite town into utter peril. What if we simply injure them without killing them? Xiaolin inquired further. They will not turn against one another, but they will eliminate any severely wounded companions, making that impractical. Furthermore, their blood is highly infectious, a contagion even Mr. Bai cannot resist. If one were to be contaminated during a skirmish, the outcome would be dire. You must have seen Zhou Zheng's corpse. The horrific image of Zhou Zheng, impaled upon a wooden pillar and covered in tumors, flashed through Xiaolin's mind. Xiaolin bit his lip, gently rotating the teacup as he fell into contemplation. After a while, he spoke. So your current strategy is to hold your ground? Indeed. We have analyzed the manuscript. It only extends to the 7th day. This means that once the 8th day arrives, Simon's influence will dissipate. This is the most prudent course of action. With Mr. Bai's intangible reign in place, our sole task is to remain hidden and minimize casualties, enduring these 7 days. Xiaolin propped his chin on his hand, pondering for a while, yet failing to conceive a better plan. He nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, for now, this appears to be the most viable approach. Lan Xiu smiled. Mr. Xiaolin, since you are here now, it seems you won't be able to leave for the next few days. I shall arrange a room for you to stay. Xiaolin readily acquiesced. Very well. Should there be any way I can assist, do not hesitate to inform me. I am more than willing to help. That is truly wonderful. If you are willing to assist, our days should become considerably easier, Lan Xiyu remarked, standing with a face full of gratitude. As long as you don't assign me overly exhausting tasks. Xiaolin interjected with a jest. However, at that moment, the door to the reception room was suddenly flung open, and Lin Yinyan leaned against the doorframe, breathless from her hurried arrival. She scarcely had a moment to catch her breath before she stammered, Mayor, Yan Jie. Captain Yan Jie is in trouble. He is surrounded by the abnormal tumor clan in the commercial district. There are a significant number. Chapter 39. The relentless downpour and satellite town engulfed the surroundings. Amidst the torrential rain, Lan Shiyu transformed once more into the colossal figure of the rainy night butcher, with Xiao Ling trailing closely behind. They raced through the rain-soaked streets for nearly 10 minutes before reaching the commercial district. Although Lan Shiyu possessed remarkable speed, Xiao Ling lagged considerably behind. Upon arriving at a building marked with a distinctive emblem, they discovered a congregation of enforcers and combat personnel within, already assembled in anticipation of their arrival. As soon as they spotted Lan Shiyu, the crowd surged forward. What has transpired? Lan Shiyu inquired with a grave demeanor. One of the core members of the enforcement team, Qi Jianyuan, replied, "This morning, Yin Shi from Tianhong Grain Industry requested our assistance in transporting supplies, but as soon as we arrived, those aberrant creatures appeared as if they had been waiting for us." A somewhat portly middle-aged man, presumably Yin Shi, erupted with fury. "Don't spout such nonsense. It sounds as if I deliberately lured you here." His words ignited the ire of Su Guang from the enforcement team, whose handsome visage twisted with rage as he seized Yin Shi by the collar. "Stop shirking responsibility. Isn't this your fault? How dare you? I am fulfilling my duty to provide you with supplies, and he is merely fulfilling his obligation to ensure my safety. What wrong is there in that? His misfortune is merely a stroke of bad luck." Yinki retorted defiantly. "Enough. Silence." Lan Shiyu's gruff voice commanded the room, his tone icy. "We must first assess the situation." The group ascended the stairs to the rooftop, where they peered down. Not far away, a crossroad lay before them, and there sat Yin Jie alone in the deluge, drenched in blood and bearing horrific wounds. His shroud of invisible rain had been disrupted, exposing him to the gazes of the townsfolk. Surrounding him were 4 or 5 corpses, not only of enforcement team members, but also of personnel from the grain company. Their own invisible rain likewise compromised. "They're turning the invisible rain against us," Xiao Ling suddenly realized. Without responding, Lan Shiyu turned to Su Guang and asked, "Does he have an infection?" "No, I can assure you he does not. I have examined his wounds numerous times, and there are no signs of infection." Su Guang spoke with palpable urgency. The absence of infection indicated that, should they manage to rescue him, there remained a chance for survival. Yet Xiao Ling sensed something amiss and inquired, "Why is there no infection?" Yin Shi snorted dismissively. "Isn't it obvious? They know we will not save those who are infected, which is precisely why they left him uninfected. Clearly, this is a trap. I say we should not attempt a rescue. Do you dare utter another word?" Su Guang's anger flared again. "Am I mistaken? Whoever goes will only be walking to their death. Don't pretend there is hope and send others to their demise." "Once more, enough." Lan Shiyu interrupted their quarrel. "I shall make the judgment myself." Lan Shiyu serves as the agent of Bai Xiaoyun, deriving his extraordinary abilities from him, which grants him the power to pierce through the intangible rain. He stepped forward a few paces, and the eyes hidden beneath his mask flickered with a faint light. Due to the mask, the expressions of Lan Shiyu remained obscured, yet he stood there for an interminable duration. After 5 minutes, he spoke softly. "There is no hope for rescue. Prepare to retreat." Qi Jianyuan and Su Guang were instantly alarmed. "Mr. Lan, there must be a way," they began, but Lan Shiyu interrupted. "There is no way left. Let's withdraw." "Mr. Yin Shi is right. This is a trap set by the Anomaly clan. None of us can save him." Yin Shi did not respond, nor did he exhibit any triumph. He merely snorted coldly. The rain poured down like a deluge, and within the curtain of rain, Yin Jie's figure appeared increasingly diminutive. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, raising his head from afar, his face marred with bloodstains. He looked exhausted, and after several violent heaves of his chest, he began to inhale deeply, then shouted, "Mayor, I know you are here. Do not think of saving me. I am beyond rescue. Their numbers are too great." His voice pierced through the rain, falling upon every ear, plunging the scene into a profound silence. "Listen to me. After I am gone, pass the position of the law enforcement captain to Qi Jianyuan. He is exceptionally capable and worthy of this role." Qi Jianyuan's body trembled violently, his fists clenched tightly, taking a deep breath yet unable to exhale. "Let Su Guang inherit Zhou Zhang's position as vice captain, and remember to remind him to temper his impulsive nature." Su Guang knelt on the ground. covering his face with his hands, his entire body trembling. My work log is in the second drawer of my desk. Ensure that Qi Jianyuan reads it thoroughly. It contains vital information. If there are insurmountable issues, seek out Mr. Shaolin. He is truly remarkable. Finally, he mentioned Lin Yin Yin. Remember to take good care of her. She cannot be separated from Satellite Town. You're her only family now. Before he could finish his words, his neck abruptly arched backward, and a gaunt figure slowly emerged behind Yin Jie. It was a taller member of the Anomaly clan. Its hunched back and elongated limbs rendering it reminiscent of an arthropod, while the enormous tumor on its back writhed incessantly. One hand grasped Yin Jie's hair, while the other clutched a wooden rod approximately 5 meters long, an instrument of execution. Shortly thereafter, more members of the Anomaly clan appeared amidst the torrential rain, their bodies smeared with Yin Jie's blood, making them visible to all. They wielded bone spears and encircled him, whispering ominously, "This swine has been abandoned. It can no longer serve as bait. Slay him, flay his skin. Offer him as a sacrifice to our deities." Witnessing this harrowing scene, silence and despair spread within the confined space. Was there truly no way left? Yin Jie had devoted himself tirelessly to Satellite Town for so many years. Would we really allow him to perish before our eyes? Su Guang restrained his fury and growled. Lan Xiyu did not engage in argument, merely whispering, "There are too many of them." At that moment, Xiao Lin was observing the curtain of rain through the lens of his demon vision. It must be acknowledged that by Xiaoyun's intangible rain was indeed formidable, yet he could still discern shadowy figures, akin to black mist. They were densely concealed within the buildings surrounding the intersection, some stationed by the roadside, while others wandered within the downpour, their numbers approaching 100. As Lan Xiyu had mentioned, under such circumstances, the likelihood of Yin Jie being saved was exceedingly slim. However, after a brief pause, Xiao Lin softly declared, "I will give it a try. Perhaps there is a way." Chapter 40. Try Mr. Xiao Lin. Do not act impulsively. Lan Xiyu unequivocally rejected Xiao Lin's proposal. This left Xiao Lin momentarily astonished. "What do you mean? You do not even trust me, an extraordinary being?" "It is not a matter of trust," Lan Xiyu replied urgently. "But even Mr. Bai cannot escape the infection of the Anomaly clan." And Xiao Lin prompted, "I do not mean to belittle your capabilities, but based on my observations, your physique and combat prowess are not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. In this situation, you hold no advantage, and being surrounded would be perilous." Xiao Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment, for her words bore a semblance of truth. His physical attributes and fighting skills likely fell short even of Yin Jie. Nevertheless, he gently patted Lan Xiyu's arm, assuring her, "Do not worry. I am merely testing the waters. If it does not work out, I shall turn and flee. I am quite adept at running." "Mr. Xiao Lin." Lan Xiyu attempted to voice her concerns, but he had already leapt from the upper floor. She anxiously called out his name, yet he remained oblivious, treading through the puddles on the ground as he made his way toward the intersection. At that moment, the bizarre ritual of the Anomaly clan was reaching its climax, with their leader slowly raising a pillar in hand. Just then, Xiao Lin wiped away the invisible rain's mark from his forehead and vanished from the townspeople's sight, visible only to Lan Xiyu. Simultaneously, more than 100 members of the Anomaly clan materialized in Xiao Lin's view, and they too had caught sight of him. Yin Jie also sensed something amiss. He abruptly raised his head and exclaimed, "Mr. Xiao Lin, do not approach. It is a trap." However, Xiao Lin paid no heed, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of the Anomaly clan, and he boldly advanced. The members of the Anomaly clan began to converge, slowly raising their spears, staggering toward him. From behind, more of their kin emerged from the buildings. In no time, Xiao Lin found himself completely encircled, surrounded by the avaricious and ecstatic expressions of the Anomaly clan, their whispers echoing around him. "Another livestock has taken the bait. These creatures are so foolish. Hee. The lowly livestock make for perfect offerings to the deities. There are far too many. The numbers exceed those I had previously observed." Lan Xiyu's heart raced, her breathing growing increasingly labored. Xiao Lin could not slay them, for doing so would summon the Lord of the frenzied feast. And should their weapons merely graze him or their blood splatter upon him, his demise would be inevitable. Lan Shiyu's mind was a blank slate, utterly devoid of any strategies to confront this desperate predicament. Noticing her trembling form, Qi Jinyuan hastily inquired, "Town chief, what is the situation?" "Mr. Shaolin, he is surrounded." Lan Shiyu managed to keep her voice steady. "There are many, nearly 200. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the scene. "I have long warned that this is a trap." He insisted on courting death. "I simply cannot comprehend." Yin Qi's face paled slightly. "Yin Qi, your words have crossed the line." "Su Guang Tunde." "Crossed the line? Have I spoken incorrectly? How many times have I said it? We cannot save them. Evacuate at once. Have you heeded my warnings? Do you think I wish to witness your demise? Do I yearn to see him meet his end?" Silence. Lan Su Baolao. No sooner had he spoken than the aberrant tribe surged toward Shaolin, launching their assault, a flurry of dark spears piercing through the air. Yet, Shaolin's expression remained unchanged. His pupils suddenly multiplied, fracturing into several. He whispered softly, "Contemplate." An invisible wave emanated from Shaolin, rippling outward. In an instant, the advancing aberrant tribe halted, their spears drooping as they stood in a daze, eyes wide and trembling pupils. Information flooded their minds, overwhelming them with new knowledge, compelling them to think and causing them to forget their intent to attack Shaolin entirely. The tribe leader fared slightly better, still fixated on Shaolin with hostile intent, yet paralyzed, unable to strategize a response to this adversary. From his elevated vantage point, Lan Shiyu was momentarily transfixed, perceiving the aberrant tribe's abrupt paralysis just before they launched their offensive. But he could not fathom how Shaolin had achieved this. After a lengthy pause, he finally exclaimed, "Wow, impressive." Shaolin surveyed his surroundings, thinking to himself, "Excellent, I've ensnared them all." This ability, learned from the wisdom demon, was termed mental pollution. Given his inability to gauge the extent of its influence and the considerable energy it consumed, he had opted to let the aberrant tribe cluster together first. It appeared he had underestimated. The range of mental pollution was indeed vast, effortlessly encompassing the entire tribe. With an air of nonchalance, Shaolin strolled through the encirclement, meandering towards Yin Jia. Extending his hand, he inquired, "By the way, what were you just saying? What is a trap?" Yin Jia remained on his knees, staring blankly at Shaolin. After a moment, he grasped Shaolin's hand and said, "Mr. Shaolin, has anyone ever mentioned that sometimes you act rather pretentious?" Shaolin flashed a grin. "Just say I'm handsome." "Too handsome. The life-saving grace you bestowed today will be etched in my memory, and I shall repay you to the best of my abilities." Shaolin hoisted him to his feet. "If you wish to repay me, then do away with that peculiar manner of speaking." "Yan Ye." Shaolin then turned to the aberrant tribe leader and asked, "By the way, in Simon's manuscript, when the number of corpses in the town reaches a certain threshold, the lord of the feast will descend, correct?" Yin Jia paused for a moment before nodding. "Indeed. Then, having one more corpse should pose no significant issue, right?" Yin Jia immediately grasped Shaolin's intention. There was no need for concern, as they had managed to control the casualty rate quite well. "That's good," he replied. Shaolin unsheathed his Tang Dao and plunged it into the neck of the leader of the. With a deliberate motion, he withdrew the blade. There was no spurt of blood, only the subtle sound of gurgling as the leader collapsed to the ground. The blood that stained the blade was swiftly washed away by the falling rain. He then draped Yin Jia's arm over his shoulder and said, "Let us go. I shall escort you back. Otherwise, that girl Lin Yin will be beside herself with worry." Chapter 41. The intervener Yin Jia was severely injured, limping as he walked. However, Shaolin remained unperturbed, supporting Yin Jia as they navigated past the contemplative, making their way to the assembly point. At that moment, Lan Shiyu suddenly came to a realization and exclaimed, "Quick, prepare to assist them." His words left everyone bewildered, prompting Qi Jinyuan to inquire, "Assist? Assist with what?" Shaolin and the others emerged unscathed. Lan Shiyu's tone was charged with excitement, his deep, ominous voice lending an eerie quality to his words. Yet, the others were not as exhilarated as he had anticipated. Instead, they exchanged puzzled glances. Eventually, Yin Shi was the first to ask. Wait a moment, I'm not quite following. Just 2 minutes ago, you said Shaolin was surrounded, correct? Indeed. And now, just 2 minutes later, you claim they emerged unscathed? Yes. Could you enlighten us as to what transpired during this interval? I couldn't quite grasp it either, but they both returned alive and unharmed. As they exchanged glances, uncertainty filled the air, and Lan Shiyu was at a loss for how to elucidate the situation. He could only say, "You all stay here. I will descend to assist them and ensure they return to the Wuying Ji as swiftly as possible." With that, he leapt from the rooftop, making his way toward Shaolin and Yin Jia. He found it hard to believe that Shaolin had so effortlessly brought Yin Jia back. He had almost resigned himself to the thought of losing this loyal subordinate of nearly a decade. And that rascal Shaolin, claiming it was merely an experiment, was undoubtedly reveling in his own amusement. As Lan Shiyu approached, filled with joy, a figure suddenly caught his peripheral vision, sending his heart racing inexplicably. His gaze followed the movement, revealing, and it appeared to be a leader, tall and gaunt like an ancient tree, with growths of flesh on its back and arms, the length of its arms nearly brushing the ground. It stood not on the battlefield but on a street behind it, positioned directly behind Shaolin. Quietly, it held a bone spear, resembling an indifferent spectator. However, upon Lan Shiyu's discovery, it seemed to sense his gaze and began to act. It slowly raised the spear in its hand, angling it toward the sky, while the other hand pointed toward Shaolin, akin to a javelin thrower. A tremendous sense of impending danger engulfed Lan Shiyu, and he shouted, "Shaolin, be careful!" But it was too late. The Eerie raised the spear high and abruptly hurled it forward. The spearhead, black and bony, appeared primal and crude, yet bore a fatal infection that was beyond remedy. It soared from this grasp, propelled by a sense of destined force, traversing hundreds of meters with unerring accuracy. It pierced through Shaolin's back and emerged from the front, penetrating his entire heart. Lan Shiyu felt as if his mind had exploded in a deafening roar. Shaolin, was he really slain before his very eyes? He turned to face the assailant, a creature of the Anomaly clan, standing there with a hint of disdain and delight in its gaze, a smirk playing upon its lips. What was this entity? What manner of being was it? It was certainly not of the Anomaly clan. It wielded a power that transcended the very essence of this narrative. Yet, damn it, this monster must perish. Fury surged through every fiber of Lan Shiyu's being. Kill it. His eyes suddenly ignited with a crimson glow. With a tremendous effort, he leaped onto the rooftop, charging towards the Anomaly creature with astonishing speed, akin to a fearsome giant bear, silent yet frenzied. As he neared his foe, his figure abruptly vanished from the rooftop. The unique Anomaly creature was enveloped in darkness, and the torrential rain intensified, forming an impenetrable curtain of water. Within this aqueous veil, the sounds of metal clashing and heavy footsteps echoed from all directions. Crack! Thunder erupted as a colossal shadow appeared before the Anomaly creature, an axe raised high, descending with unyielding ferocity. Lan Shiyu's signature skill, murder. The darkness instilled terror, the downpour obscured the senses. The very essence of fear amplified his strength. Yet in the next moment, the Anomaly creature displayed no hint of fear. It simply sidestepped gracefully, evading the terrifying strike, then retaliated with a perfectly executed punch to Lan Shiyu's abdomen. An overwhelming force, one that should not exist, erupted instantaneously, propelling the massive Lan Shiyu nearly 5 meters away before he crashed to the ground. How could this be? Lan Shiyu propped himself up, astonished as he gazed at the Anomaly creature, which approached him slowly, its gait imbued with an air of seduction. Did you truly believe you could defeat me? Such folly and contemptibility. The Anomaly creature regarded him, a smirk curling at its lips. Regrettably, a significant twist has occurred. I can no longer eliminate pivotal characters, lest to extinguish a being like you would take but a second. Lan Shiyu's gaze sharpened, his figure vanishing from sight once more as he unleashed murder again, this time opting for an attack from behind. However, the Anomaly creature seemed to anticipate his move, abruptly retreating and striking backward with its elbow, sending Lan Shiyu flying once more. Yet in the next instant, Lan Shiyu vanished again, closing in for the kill. The third attempt. This time, before he could launch an attack, the anomaly creature seized his throat, hurling him away as he crashed into a nearby building. The fourth attempt. Still a failure. The fifth attempt. Still unsuccessful. After a relentless barrage of over a dozen assaults, when Lan Xiu was once again repelled, he knelt on the ground, gasping heavily as he propped himself up with his axe. This anomaly creature could pinpoint the location of his attacks with uncanny precision and counter with equal accuracy. The aberrant creature gazed listlessly at its fingers, muttering to itself, "What a mindless fool. Was my message not clear enough? Or do you simply enjoy being toyed with by girls? Truly revolting." This statement reignited the flames of fury within Lan Xiu. He was poised to launch another assault, yet a wave of dizziness overcame him, and blood began to trickle from his nose. This was a sign of excessive strain from utilizing his supernatural abilities. The aberrant creature chuckled coldly. "It seems you've learned your lesson well enough. I shall take my leave now. Remember to collect your companion's remains. I hope you all find clarity and refrain from futile struggles." With a graceful wave of its hand, it turned and strolled down the long street, unperturbed and carefree. Suddenly, a black-bone spear sliced through the air, landing with a clang at the feet of the aberrant creature. Turning back, it saw Shaolin standing there, flexing his wrist. "Apologies, I intended to return the favor, but I didn't expect this thing to be so difficult to throw." He smiled at the aberrant creature, adding, "By the way, you wouldn't happen to be the type who could survive a heart-piercing, would you?" Chapter 42. The visitor upon witnessing Shaolin standing unscathed amidst the torrential rain. The aberrant creature could no longer maintain its nonchalance. Its pupils contracted slightly, and its voice brimmed with astonishment. "How is this possible? You should be dead." Shaolin regarded this peculiar being with keen interest, his tone laced with levity. "Perhaps you have misjudged the situation. The downpour is quite blinding." Having ensured the safety of Yin Jie before his arrival, he now stood before this entity, acutely aware of its uncanny nature. The creature moved with agility and clarity, wielding a terrifying power. Its recent spear thrust had nearly depleted half of his essence in one strike, an assault far beyond ordinary capabilities. The aberrant entity disregarded Shaolin's playful banter, eyeing him warily as it gradually assumed a professional fighting stance. Non-human entities rarely delve into human combat techniques Shaolin used. It was highly likely that this creature was once human. "So what do you intend to do?" he inquired, a slight smirk dancing upon his lips. "To kill you once more," the aberrant creature declared. "Is that so? Do you truly intend to approach me?" Shaolin gestured towards the intersection where the mentally tainted aberrant beings remained frozen in place. The creature's pupils contracted again, evidently realizing that carelessly approaching Shaolin would be ill-advised. Suddenly, it drew its claw across its palm, dark crimson blood gushing forth. Shaolin remained unfazed. "If infection were effective against me, I wouldn't be standing here." The creature hesitated, recalling that it had just impaled Shaolin with a bone spear tainted by infected blood, yet there were no signs of infection on him. Flustered, the aberrant being sensed its inability to slay Shaolin, instinctively tilting its head to gaze into the distance. "If you intend to flee, allow me to inform you. It would be futile," Shaolin remarked. But scarcely had he spoken when the creature suddenly leapt atop a building. Blue Shiyu attempted to pursue, only to be restrained by Shaolin's grip. In that fleeting moment, the aberrant being leapt again, landing on a structure across the street, swiftly vanishing from Shaolin's sight. "It cannot be allowed to live. It poses too great a threat," Blue Shiyu urged urgently. "I am aware," Shaolin replied, lifting his gaze to the heavens. Amidst the relentless downpour, his pupils transformed into a void of darkness. After an extreme leap, the aberrant creature returned to the ground, now 2 blocks away. The intense exertion left its body in turmoil. It could not comprehend why Shaolin had not succumbed. That strike should have been lethal, leaving no room for escape or survival. As it pondered this enigma, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky. It looked up to find, hovering above the quaint Victorian-style town, a colossal object emitting the ominous sound. "Is that a satellite?" The aberrant creature thought in disbelief. In the next instant, The artificial satellite tilted towards her and suddenly accelerated, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Its immense size and astonishing speed rendered it an unstoppable force. By the time the aberrant creatures reacted, it was already perilously close. Instinctively, the warrior raised both hands to brace against the colossal object, yet it was utterly futile. The tremendous kinetic energy it carried overwhelmed him in an instant, toppling him and engulfing him beneath its weight as it barreled forward. The bluestone pavement shattered under its relentless advance, mingled with the heart-wrenching screams of the aberrant creatures. When the satellite's energy was finally expended, it halted at the end of the street, leaving the creature reduced to a grotesque pulp that spread across the thoroughfare, washed away by the rain. In that moment of demise, in Simon's residence in the city of Red River, Lily jolted awake, curling up on the sofa as she let out a heart-rending wail. Her avatar in the narrative had been slain. Though this would not lead to her actual death, the horrific sensation of being crushed lingered within her. The feeling of flesh pulverized into mud, bones ground to dust. The experience of death was nearly overwhelming. After several minutes, she emerged from the throes of excruciating phantom pain, utterly drained and drenched in sweat. This was her first encounter with death, her inaugural demise within Simon's tale, and it was supposed to be Xiao Lin who perished. Her strike had undeniably landed. Stumbling to her feet, she left her room, intent on finding Simon upstairs. However, as she reached the door, she glimpsed through the slightly ajar door that Simon was conversing with another individual. Today was the day the philosopher's house hosted a guest, a special envoy. The visitor was an elderly man with graying hair, a square face, and short hair, wearing an eye patch over his right eye. He evidently sensed Lily's presence, but paid her no mind, continuing his dialogue with Simon. How are the preparations for the promotion coming along? Progressing steadily. It shouldn't take much longer, Simon replied, his head slightly bowed. Simon, you should be aware that, given your qualifications, you were originally ineligible to enter the philosopher's house. However, your abilities align with our needs, so please do not disappoint us. Rest assured, I will complete all preparations within a month, Simon assured nervously. That is good to hear. The envoy took a sip of tea before pressing further. How many people are affected by your upcoming promotion? Simon hesitated for a brief moment. What? Did you think we would be unaware? The envoy raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course not. Approximately 30,000 are involved. They will all perish for the mission of the philosopher's house, which can be deemed a noble death. The visitor shook his head, stating, killing is killing. That is a fact. There is no need to romanticize it. Just accept it. Simon fell silent for a moment. The envoy leaned back slightly, the leather chair creaking under him. He continued, however, this will be your last act of killing. Once you enter the philosopher's house, the course of your life will embark upon a different path. In the future, what shall I pursue? I will continue to weave tales. Yet they shall no longer be of the macabre. Instead, I shall craft narratives that bestow wisdom upon the lives of individuals. Akin to the ship of Theseus or the tale of Sisyphus. The envoy's tone was measured and deliberate. Your talents may be harnessed to construct experimental frameworks, to tailor laws that enable humanity to thrive within specific contexts, thereby validating our theories. You are the bridge to our practical endeavors. We shall provide intellectual guidance for the trajectory of human civilization, and you shall be immortalized as a writer remembered through the ages. Simon listened, entranced, his gaze filled with anticipation and longing. He promptly declared, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. The envoy nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, let us conclude our discussion for today. I await your promising news. He rose and departed the chamber, exchanging a nod of recognition with Lily, who stood outside, before calmly exiting. Chapter 43. The infirmary. After the envoy departed, Simon remained enraptured by the recent excitement, his face alight with fervor as he grasped Lily's shoulders. Lily, did you hear? I am destined to become a writer of historical significance. Lily managed a faint smile, replying, in truth, I have believed in your talent from the very beginning. Yet, Simon was unable to compose himself, pacing the room before abruptly inquiring, how is everything progressing? Is the annihilation plan for the 7 locations proceeding smoothly? Lily hesitated momentarily before responding with caution. The narrative at 6 of the locations has surpassed the 40 mark, and we have the situation entirely under control. However, there remains one location that proves difficult to advance. Simon paused, taken aback. Which place? Satellite Town. Simon's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing the name Satellite Town. He did not recall the Victorian village marked by a fallen satellite, but rather the enigmatic, extraordinary individual known as Shaolin. He claimed to lack the talent to become a writer, but he was mistaken. He would indeed etch his name into history, to be remembered by all of humanity. Simon's expression turned solemn, and after a moment, he uttered, "We have a wager with Satellite Town. We shall not write the conclusion of their story." "Indeed," Lily nodded. "Yet the wager does not stipulate that we cannot guide the narrative's development." He looked at Lily, his gaze fervent. "Lily, I implore you to intervene in their story and bring about their demise." Lily recalled her recent brush with death and shivered slightly. She had not disclosed her prior intervention to Simon, intending to surprise him after eliminating Shaolin, yet fate had turned against her, resulting in her own demise. "What is the matter?" Simon inquired, puzzled by her reaction. "It is nothing. I shall comply with your wishes," Lily replied respectfully. Since Shaolin was not easily dealt with, she resolved to focus solely on guiding Satellite Town toward destruction, believing that Shaolin alone could not prevent it. In the infirmary of Satellite Town, Yan Jie lay on a medical bed. Despite his severe injuries, he had fortunately avoided infection, and after his wounds were treated, he fell into a deep slumber. A doctor, having heard of Shaolin's injuries, insisted on examining him as well. With no other option, Shaolin reluctantly acquiesced. Half an hour later, the doctor crouched in a corner, cradling his head, muttering, "Medicine has ceased to exist. Biology has vanished. It is all utterly gone." He struggled to comprehend Shaolin's physiological structure, as Shaolin defied conventional anatomical understanding. Shaolin comforted the doctor by patting his back. "It is all right. I am here, just not present today. Please calm down." After finally soothing the doctor, he exited the infirmary, only to be met by a wall of members from the enforcement team. Before Shaolin could process the scene, Qi Jinyuan suddenly bellowed, "Salute Mr. Shaolin." Startled by the shout, Shaolin watched as the enforcement team members bowed deeply in unison. In this fleeting moment, Shaolin felt an overwhelming sense that he ought not to be standing here, but rather should be framed and hanging upon the wall. He pressed his hand against his chest and took 2 steps back, questioning, "Why do I feel as though I am on the brink of death?" Qi Jinyuan, taken aback, hurried forward to support Shaolin, his expression fraught with concern. "Mr. Shaolin, are you all right? It can't possibly be an outbreak of the infection, can it?" "No, it is merely the impending doom of social embarrassment that threatens to suffocate me," Shaolin replied, his visage contorted in distress. Qi Jianyuan, momentarily speechless, scratched his head. "Actually, we just wanted to express our gratitude for saving our captain." "Well, I accept your gratitude. Now, please disperse," Shaolin managed to say, leaning against the wall as he stumbled away. Qi Jianyuan did not follow, instead watching Shaolin leave with a sense of helplessness before turning to the others and remarking, "See, I told you not to make such a grand display. It seems we have drawn disdain." The group exchanged glances, uncertain. As Shaolin turned a corner, his steps abruptly halted. In the narrow, secluded stairwell, a somewhat portly man leaned against the wall, starkly contrasting with the lively ambience on the other side, a representative from Tianhong grain industry, Yin Shi. He appeared lost in thought until he lifted his gaze upon noticing Shaolin. The two locked eyes for a moment, and then Yin Shi spoke slowly, "I miscalculated. I never anticipated you would indeed rescue Yin Jie from such dire straits. It was merely a matter of having the requisite ability," Shaolin replied nonchalantly, not attributing Yin Jie's predicament to Yin Shi's actions, thus maintaining a tone of cordiality. However, Yin Shi's expression darkened. "Now they all despise me, and it's all you're doing. I may not be able to remain here much longer. So, you are here to cast blame upon me?" Shaolin found it somewhat amusing. Yin Shi grew increasingly agitated. "Do you think I genuinely wished for Yin Jie to perish? At that moment, I merely believed he was beyond salvation. I did not want those fools from the enforcement team to cling to false hope, only to march to their own demise. ultimately ruining everything. His hands, raised in frustration, fell helplessly to his sides. I simply lacked your extraordinary prowess. I chose the optimal solution. Should I be faulted for that? Before their exchange could continue, footsteps approached. It was Lan Shiyu. Upon seeing him, Shi swallowed the rest of his words. Mr. Yin, I have matters to discuss with Mr. Shaolin. Lan Shiyu stated coolly. Shi let out an irritable snort from his nostrils before turning sharply to depart. Lan Shiyu observed his retreating figure and remarked, he has had some friction with the enforcement team. I suspect his mood is less than favorable. Do not take his words to heart. I understand. I am indifferent. Shaolin replied, but what of you? Your actions during today's rescue were somewhat reckless. Lan Shiyu showed no signs of regret, shaking his head. I had my own considerations. However, that particular individual was exceedingly perilous, thus eliminating it was imperative regardless of the circumstances. As he spoke, he paused for a moment. However, some rather intriguing events transpired during my encounter with him. Intriguing events? Indeed, it claimed it could eliminate me in an instant, yet it was unable to do so. Furthermore, its self-awareness appeared to embody a feminine essence. Shaolin halted in his tracks, suddenly reminded of the girl who accompanied Simon, Lily. Whether this could be construed as a breach of agreement remained debatable, yet it seemed that Simon had indeed interjected himself into this narrative. I can only hope that this individual is the sole one. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma for us, Lan Shiyu expressed with concern. Shaolin then fell into contemplation. If she possesses the ability to intervene in the story, why does she not simply eradicate all the anomaly tribe, allowing the Lord of the Feast to descend directly? After pondering for a moment, he inquired, Mayor Lan, did she mention anything noteworthy? For instance, the reason for sparing your life? She did mention something. A pivotal turning point. Chapter 44. The night of betrayal nightfall swiftly enveloped Satellite Town, cloaking the small settlement in a veil of rain. The abnormal ones aimlessly wandered the streets, oblivious to the rain cascading down their tattered, sodden garments. Lily re-entered the narrative, transforming into an ordinary abnormal one, silently gazing towards the church district. Bound by the limitations of her abilities, she could neither launch a direct assault on the townsfolk, nor significantly alter the current trajectory of events. Yet, she had conceived a plan, one that was utterly unstoppable. After this night, Satellite Town would no longer be able to resist the tide of fate. Boom, 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 boom. The resounding chimes echoed throughout Satellite Town, signifying the passage of another day and the resetting of her powers to a usable state. Let us name this chapter the night of betrayal, she murmured. Meanwhile, Shi lay curled under a rather uninviting blanket in a cramped room shared with over a dozen others, deep in slumber. At some point, the grand and resounding bells began to toll in his mind. He awoke with a start, cursing, "What is this nonsense? Can't anyone get a decent sleep around here?" But then he suddenly realized he was no longer in that crowded room. The space around him was vast, its floor paved with rough stone slabs measuring a meter on each side, stretching beyond the limits of his vision. Enormous columns stood in 2 rows, their tops ablaze with fierce flames, resembling an ancient temple. What in the world is this place? Chi muttered as he scrambled to his feet, only to discover someone standing before him. A figure draped in a white cloak, the hood obscuring her face, stood at a short distance, silent and still. Chi furrowed his brow. "Who are you? Stop with the theatrics. This must be a dream, right? Can you not discern who I am?" The voice belonged to a woman, melodious yet tinged with disdain. It was then that Chi noticed the pattern on her cloak, an emblem of Simon S. Quill. A jolt of realization coursed through him, panic setting in. You are one of Simon's people?" She did not directly address his question. Instead, she continued in a calm tone, "Let us speak plainly. Satellite Town is destined for destruction, and none shall escape death. However, Mr. Simon is willing to offer you a chance at survival." She paused, "Provided you render us a small favor." Chi stared, momentarily at a loss, before the implications dawned on him. "You want me to betray Satellite Town, to act as your spy? Betrayal?" The envoy chuckled lightly. "Do you truly believe they regard you as one of their own? Have you forgotten your experiences from earlier today? You possess keen judgment and foresight, with leadership qualities, yet they are led by a fool. Do you honestly intend to perish alongside such individuals? Suddenly, In-chi's breath hitched as vivid scenes from the day flashed through his mind. After the rescue operation concluded, he found himself in a heated confrontation with several young law enforcement members who accused him of intending to harm Yin Jie and even threatened to physically assault him. Fortunately, Lin Yin Yin intervened just in time, yet he was acutely aware of his own righteousness, both in the present and for the future. What do you want me to do? In-chi inquired, his voice somewhat hoarse. Assist us in breaking the intangible reign. You may seek refuge in the location I designate, and the Anomaly clan will not attack you. And the method? In-chi pressed on. The method is quite simple. All that is required is to have Bai Xiaoyan infected. As for the specifics, you have yet to disclose your decision. My decision? In-chi let out a low, sardonic laugh, raising his middle finger defiantly. My decision is to tell you to go to hell. Indeed, among them were a few scoundrels, yet he would not forget that you were the primary culprits. The suffering I endured was brought upon me by you, and now you shamelessly seek my assistance? You wretched, despicable beings, go to hell. His words were filled with fierce intensity, showing no mercy, yet his adversaries merely stood there, silently listening, unfazed by his wrath. It was only after In-chi finished his vehement tirade, panting with anger, that she slowly spoke. In that case, perhaps others will be willing to assist me. Suddenly, one shadow after another appeared beside In-chi, numbering nearly 400 to 500. Each person's face was obscured by some force, their voices distorted. Yet In-chi knew they were likely the residents of Satellite Town. Subsequently, the envoy began to speak. I have already conversed individually with each of you. Now it is time for you to make your decision. Mr. Simon requires only 20 individuals. Only these 20 will survive, while the rest shall perish. Her tone was frigid and authoritative. Those willing to assist Mr. Simon may step forward. Stop with your theatrics. Do you think we will believe you? In-chi shouted. He anticipated a reaction, yet the crowd remained eerily silent, his voice reverberating in the still air. Unease washed over In-chi as he scanned the crowd, where a quivering voice emerged. If I help you, will I survive? Yes, the envoy replied. In-chi quickly interjected, Fool, can't you see he is deceiving you? We have two extraordinary individuals. Why should we fear them? But Simon is one of the most formidable, extraordinary beings in the entire Red Territory. We stand no chance. The individual slowly approached the envoy's side, stating, I am sorry. I just want to live. The envoy did not respond, merely lifting her head slightly. We still need 19 more. The crowd exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, another stepped forward towards the envoy. Have you all lost your minds? The law enforcement of Satellite Town has risked their lives for you. Do you intend to betray them? In-chi shouted in a frenzy. Yet his voice fell on deaf ears, as more individuals emerged from the crowd, aligning themselves with the envoy. Moreover, as the numbers dwindled, the frequency of betrayal escalated. 18, the envoy stated. The crowd began to stir restlessly, and even In-chi felt a growing sense of anxiety. He could feel his heart racing. Had he made the wrong choice? Was it truly the case that only by joining them could he grasp a glimmer of hope? The slots were dwindling rapidly. If he did not seize this opportunity soon, would he indeed be facing certain doom? Chapter 45. Madness as the numbers dwindled and the available spots became increasingly scarce. The fear of death and the instinct for survival plunged the crowd into chaos. Even In-chi found himself wavering, his mind a tumultuous storm, incessantly swallowing in anxiety. Instinctively inching closer to the front of the throng, the envoy seemed to take note of his movements and suddenly burst into a scornful laugh. Come and seize it. If you hesitate any further, the chance to survive will slip away. For reasons unknown, a surge of inexplicable fury ignited within In-chi, and he gritted his teeth. Get lost. Yet while he could restrain his own impulses, he could not halt others. For no sooner had he spoken than some began to scramble for the remaining spots. The last few vacancies were swiftly filled. It was supposed to be mine. You pushed me aside. Voices erupted in heated disputes. Could we not add a few more places? I beg you. I am capable. I can assist you and contribute immensely. The tumult reached a fever pitch. Suddenly overwhelmed by rage, In-chi seethed, A bunch of worthless fools. Do you truly believe I cannot recognize you? Just wait. I will identify each one of you, and by tomorrow morning, I will deliver your names to Shaolin. You are all doomed. At his words, the atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of eerie calmness, until the envoy's voice rang out once more. Shaolin? In Mr. Simon's eyes, he is less than a rat, and a glimmer of amusement flickered beneath the cloak. Do you think you can survive the night, Mr. Inchi? Inchi's mind erupted in chaos. His true identity had been exposed. He understood all too well the implications. It meant that before long, someone might stealthily enter his chamber and slit his throat. You scoundrels! Even in death, I refuse to be a traitor. Inchi ground his teeth. Is that so? Very well, the woman smiled wider. We can have one more spot. Whoever kills, Inchi will claim it. Almost all gazes turned toward Inchi, plunging him into a frigid abyss. He felt the weight of impending doom. Not only these traitors, but anyone hoping to survive might turn against him. Frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably, Inchi felt the crowd parting from him, hostile eyes shimmering amidst the throng, and for the first time, he was gripped by fear. He yearned to hurl more insults, yet the fervor eluded him, his heartbeat racing. We cannot do this. We cannot betray them, Inchi declared, but no response came. At that moment, someone gently patted his shoulder and whispered, "Do not worry. You will be safe. I will ensure it." Inchi was taken aback, turning to face the speaker. He could not discern their features, but felt a strange familiarity. "Who are you?" he instinctively inquired. "Did we not meet earlier today?" The individual's gaze swept across the gathered crowd, and "I am Shaolin." Upon uttering these 4 words, an eerie silence enveloped the space, instilling fear in the hearts of the 20 present. Simon was thousands of miles away, yet Shaolin stood among them, capable of extinguishing their lives at any moment. Until the envoy calmly remarked, "Rest assured, this is a dreamscape constructed by Mr. Simon. He cannot harm you. He cannot recognize who you are, nor can he inflict any injury upon you. He can only observe." Shaolin chuckled softly. "So, Miss Lily, how was your experience of dying during the day? Was it enjoyable?" Lily froze in place, stunned both by the shock of being recognized and the resurgence of her shattered fear. She clenched her fists tightly, then gradually relaxed them, sneering. "What use is a war of words? You're already doomed. Tomorrow, these traitors will dismantle the defenses of Satellite Town. At that moment, you will be powerless to intervene, left only to await your demise." Shaolin's gaze shifted to the group standing behind Lily. "Betrayal? They have not betrayed. They merely happened to stand there." He suddenly proclaimed, "Is there anyone among you who genuinely intends to betray Satellite Town, rather than act out of fear?" The 20 remained silent, not a word uttered, and Lily's breath hitched. Shaolin looked at her calmly. "Lily, they have not betrayed Satellite Town. They are merely frightened by you. This reflects humanity's inherent flaws and instinct for survival, not their convictions. And so what? They will still obediently heed my commands. For now, yes, but once I demonstrate that you are ultimately inconsequential, their fear will dissipate." Lily's tone dripped with disdain. "And how do you intend to prove that?" "The method is simple. Accomplish something you believe I cannot do." Shaolin raised his gaze slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I will kill you once more before their very eyes." Lily finally raised her head, revealing a face marked by sharpness, and sneered, "I believe I just mentioned? This is a dreamscape crafted by Mr. Simon. Opposing me here is merely self-degradation." She slowly spread her arms, the surroundings growing dim. As a colossal feather quill mark unique to Simon materialized in the air, followed by a torrent of blood surging forth. Amidst the cascading crimson tide, a monstrous figure gradually emerged from a mark. It was a beast drenched in blood, its pale skin enveloped in a sanguine shroud. Though it appeared fearsome, its posture was one of meditation, eyes tightly closed, resembling a sacred monk. The Lord of the Blood Abyss. Shaolin had read of this entity within Simon's blood abyss. It was the mastermind behind the chaos and the source of calamity, the most formidable presence within the tome. When its eyes opened, all who met its gaze would be ensnared in the most profound despair. It appears that within the dream conjured by Simon, you possess the ability to manipulate all of Simon's creations, do you not? Shaolin chuckled. You are unworthy of knowing the answer. Shaolin turned his gaze toward the colossal figure and suddenly burst into inexplicable laughter. He had been toying with dreams for 2 centuries. They were the extraordinary origin of his being. Observing Lily's grand display now struck him as rather amusing. Lily, I must correct a misconception. This is not Simon's dream, but rather my own. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, the vast and magnificent scene abruptly shattered, including the creations summoned by Lily and the blood. They now found themselves in a spacious white chamber, illuminated by the cold, white light emanating from the ceiling, casting a brilliant glow throughout the room. This is Shaolin's dreamscape, the Tianyan Research Institute. Chapter 46. Death. Moments ago, Shaolin had sensed an intrusion upon his dream. It soon became apparent that Lily had drawn all slumbering souls into her dreamscape. Due to the regularity of his sleep, he too became ensnared. Consequently, his dream collided with Lily's, devouring one another. Regrettably, Lily was not the true sovereign of the dream, remaining blissfully unaware of this transformation. At that moment, as she surveyed the frigid white walls surrounding her, a chill of realization washed over her. Awaken, she whispered fervently, yet after several attempts, there was no response. Futile. Cease your efforts, Shaolin replied with a calm demeanor. Lily glared at him, her arms trembling slightly. In a sudden fit of desperation, she unsheathed a dagger from her waist and plunged it toward her throat without hesitation. However, Shaolin had anticipated her move before the dagger could strike. It vanished into thin air, and an overwhelming force compelled her to kneel upon the ground. My word stands, Shaolin stated, unflinching. Here I hold dominion, including matters of life and death. Lily struggled momentarily before a sardonic smile crept across her face. And what of it? What can you truly achieve? You are oblivious to the extent of my abilities and cannot thwart me. Even if you were to slay me 100 times within this dream, I would awaken unscathed. By dawn, you shall all perish. There shall be no escape. Her taunting voice was grating, yet it rendered the assembled onlookers momentarily breathless. At least her claim bore truth. Slaying her in the dream would yield no advantage to their plight, for she would merely awaken in the real world. She cast a nonchalant glance at the traitors, unabashedly declaring, "My words still hold weight. If you wish to survive, cooperate with us." Yet, Shaolin remained indifferent to Lily's threats, his gaze shifting towards the doorway. "Professor, what are your thoughts?" The unremarkable alloy door swung open, revealing Yu Taijo, who entered with a pensive expression. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Lily, gazing down upon her. "I have a few inquiries to pose." Lily scoffed derisively. "Why would I deign to answer you?" Without a word, Yu Taijo grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "First question, your ability is known as the catalyst, is it not? Its function is to steer the narrative's progression and incite significant turning points, correct?" Suddenly, the disdain on Lily's face dissipated, her pupils contracting as shock intertwined with fear, exploding within her heart. She had always considered her ability her greatest secret. Aside from Simon and herself, no one else was privy to it. Yet Yu Taijo had unveiled it, even deducing its name. "Indeed, it appears you are correct," he observed, noting her reaction. "This ability bears numerous restrictions, including the inability to be employed consecutively, the necessity to adhere to logic, and the requirement to align with narrative development, ensuring no 2 pivotal events occur within the same turning point. Am I right?" Another accurate deduction. Panic began to morph into terror. Upon your demise within the narrative, your corporeal form remains unscathed, allowing you to re-enter the tale at will. You regard this as your greatest trump card, do you not? Yu Taijo paused for a brief moment, then replied, "Indeed, it seems you have guessed correctly once more." Lily, suddenly overtaken by a frenzied state, exclaimed, "Even if you are right, what of it? What Mr. Simon has bestowed upon me is beyond your capacity to contend with. Tomorrow, you shall all perish." Yu Taijo gently shook his head, caressing Lily's cheek as he remarked, "Poor girl, you shall not witness the morrow." A chill ran down Lily's spine, for the pity reflected in the elder's eyes filled her with an unshakable dread. "What do you mean?" she stammered. "Do you truly believe that we are incapable of killing you?" Yu Taijo countered, Lily was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a fit of madness, declaring, "Impossible. This cannot be. You cannot kill me." Sitting upright, Yu Taizhou turned to Shaolin and asserted, "Shaolin, my judgment has proven sound. We can eliminate her now." With those words, Yu Taizhou exited the room. As he and Yu Taizhou crossed paths, Shaolin produced a dagger, plunging it into his own forehead, creating a deep and gaping wound. The wisdom demon was summoned, making its way to this realm. This marked Shaolin's inaugural summoning of a wisdom demon within a dream. Yu Taizhou had asserted that it was theoretically feasible, akin to bringing external entities into the dreamscape. However, he bore the dual burden of controlling the wisdom demon and managing the research institute. A skeletal hand emerged from the sanguine opening, and the wisdom demon gradually descended into the dream, leaving the inhabitants of Satellite Town in a state of profound shock. Meanwhile, Lily experienced an overwhelming sense of terror, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "No. Wait. Don't, Mr. Simon, save me." Yet in the next instant, her thoughts spiraled into chaos. She fell silent, kneeling vacantly, her eyes gradually devoid of emotion. The wisdom demon approached her, its pages fluttering in the air, an avalanche of black script swiftly engulfing her entirely. Concurrently, in the distant red holy city, Lily's body sat vacantly in a pitch-dark chamber, her fingers trembling faintly before her hair began to fall out. Her gender characteristics began to wane, and a myriad of symbols and texts began to manifest across her skin, soon covering her entire being. She commenced a relentless cycle of thought, her innermost rationality desperately attempting to halt the unfolding events, yet to no avail. Even her cries of despair were stifled. She merely sat in silence. Shaolin emerged from the room, where Yu Taizhou leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "All taken care of?" he inquired. "Yes, but I am uncertain if they possess anyone capable of dispelling the mental corruption," Shaolin replied. "Do not dwell on that. It is ultimately inconsequential," Yu Taizhou remarked, his demeanor untroubled. Shaolin nodded, then hesitantly voiced, "Actually, I was just concerned about one thing. Worried that I might show mercy and spare her." Yu Taizhou raised an eyebrow. "No, is that so easily discernible?" Yu Taizhou offered no response, but merely patted Shaolin's shoulder, stating, "Shaolin, ensuring your survival is of paramount importance. We shall not hesitate to employ inhumane means if necessary." Shaolin stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before bursting into a muted laugh. "Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Professor, you are far more ruthless than I." In response, Yu Taizhou shot him a significant eye roll. "By the way, Professor, how did you deduce her abilities?" "Deduce?" It was written all over her face. "One merely needs to consider your experiences from the perspective of a reader." The professor replied nonchalantly. "The moment she attacked you yesterday was a quintessential dramatic moment, during which she possessed an absolutely lethal power. However, it vanished during her battle with Lan Shiyu. The same applies to tonight. She is orchestrating a dramatic betrayal, attempting to propel the narrative forward. Hence, her power lies in instigating pivotal turns, such as the demise of key characters and sudden reversals. Academically, this is referred to as a catalyst." "Impressive," Shaolin genuinely praised, though it felt futile as she was already deceased. Yu Taizhou shook his head and remarked, "No, it remains exceedingly useful. For instance, why does Simon require a living catalyst to assist him in advancing the story? Perhaps we can deduce his vulnerabilities from that." Chapter 47. Clue. Thud, 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 thud. The dull sound of impact reverberated through the cramped room as Simon stood at the doorway, gazing at Lily. At that moment, Lily crouched beside the coffee table, mechanically striking her forehead against one corner. Blood trickled slowly across the table, her forehead a gruesome mess, deeply indented in a significant area, the monotonous thudding echoing ominously. Lily murmured to herself, repeatedly uttering the same phrase, "Mr. Simon, save me." Yet, Simon stood right there, and she remained oblivious to his presence. This was a severe form of psychological contamination, acting swiftly and wielding great destructive power, aimed at annihilating the victim's psyche. The envoy from the House of Philosophers. Standing beside Simon, surmised that such a method was rarely employed by humans. She may have fallen victim to some malevolent force. A flicker of anger crossed Simon's eyes as he inquired in a low voice, "Is there a way to heal her?" Her physical condition appeared dire, suggesting exposure to psychological contamination for over 10 minutes, a highly unusual scenario. Although recovery was possible, it would come at a significant cost, no matter the expense. "I must save her," Simon declared. "I must caution you," the envoy replied. "Even if she is successfully rescued, her appearance will remain irrevocably distorted." Simon momentarily stiffened, his gaze fixed on Lily's grotesque and terrifying form. His anger swiftly morphed into revulsion. While he could not bear to witness Lily's current state, he found it difficult to reconcile the image of his agent as such a hideous being. He found himself at a loss for words, caught in a dilemma, until the envoy cast him a gentle glance and remarked, "Mr. Simon, you ought to focus on matters concerning the House of Philosophers. We can address this later." Simon finally exhaled in relief. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder." However, the fact that Miss Lily had been attacked indicated that trouble had arisen once more in Satellite Town. "Mr. Simon, are you certain that the situation remains under your control?" Simon's complexion paled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Rest assured, the tale of Satellite Town is the most perilous I have crafted thus far, and the 7th day coincides with the story's climax." "Very well. You may attend to your own affairs. I shall investigate what has transpired with her." The envoy glanced at Lily and inquired, "You wouldn't mind if I were to slightly impair her, would you?" Simon hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shook his head. "No objection. Please proceed, envoy." The envoy entered the room, closed the door, and flipped the light switch, illuminating the space instantly. The room was cozily arranged, adorned with a soft carpet, aromatic candles, and a photograph of Simon, captured in profile as he gazed skyward amidst a crowd. Lily showed no reaction to the change in illumination, continuing her mechanical self-harm until the envoy gently supported her forehead. Lily then lifted her head, staring vacantly at the envoy. With a soft sigh, the envoy caressed the contours of Lily's eyes with her fingers, softly reciting an arcane incantation. Lily's pupils began to twitch slightly, for slender, sharp appendages extending from her sclera, propping up her eye socket as her eyeball gradually rose. The diminutive creature scurried up the envoy's arm, eventually resting upon his shoulder. The envoy removed his blindfold, revealing his pitch-black eye sockets, into which the long-legged eyeball burrowed. "Now, let us witness what you beheld yesterday." The eyeball trembled rapidly within his eye socket, and images began to flash before him, depicting Lily's experiences from the night before in her dreamscape. Observing her actions, he chuckled softly. "Poor girl, you truly are not deserving of sympathy." Then, Shaolin made his entrance, seizing control of the situation and effortlessly devouring the dreamscape that Lily had constructed. It appears that Lily's transformation is the doing of this extraordinary being. His powers seem to pertain to the mind. Thus her symptoms of mental pollution come as no surprise. The envoy, feeling disinterested, contemplated concluding his investigation. However, at that moment, a metallic door in the imagery swung open, and upon seeing the figure entering from the outside, his pupils dilated abruptly, as if a bomb had detonated deep within his mind. He recognized this individual, Yu Taizhou, the pioneer and founder of the extraordinary realm, believed to have perished in the preceding extraordinary era, allegedly murdered by the current Lord of Justice City. Few knew this name, and among those, more than half doubted his existence, for rumors swirled that he possessed the technology to transform ordinary individuals into extraordinary beings. Some claimed he knew the whereabouts of the Zero Extraordinary Being, the world's first extraordinary individual and a true forerunner. The envoy abruptly rose, thrusting the door open, where Simon sat outside. The envoy addressed him sternly. "This woman is mine." Simon, momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquired, "But why?" The envoy replied coldly, "I am not seeking your counsel. This is an order." After a prolonged pause, Simon finally acquiesced. "Very well, I understand." A sudden realization struck him. It seemed that the House of Philosophers valued the contaminated Lily more than himself, yet he remained unaware of the reason. The envoy exerted considerable effort to bring Lily to his temporary dwelling in Red River City. He confined her within a cage, yet Lily appeared indifferent to her predicament, aimlessly wandering for a moment before repeatedly banging her head. However, the envoy had no time to attend to her. He paced the room, pondering how to swiftly report this matter to the House of Philosophers. Should he utilize the internet? That would likely be the fastest method. No, that would not suffice. The internet belonged to the City of Wisdom, which had shown great interest in Utaijo, with rumors suggesting their involvement in his murder. If they were to discover that this information pertained to Utaijo, they would likely intervene. Although the House of Philosophers possessed encrypted communication, the internet harbored a vast array of their correspondence, leaving the possibility of decryption open. The most prudent approach was to compose a letter. Yet considering the potential risk of interception, he could not afford to divulge excessive details within its content. Ultimately, he inscribed only a few words. Find the lead on the research subject you and come at once. He then entrusted the missive to a servant, instructing, deliver this to the contact station immediately. The sooner the better. As he watched the servant depart, the envoy exhaled a long sigh of relief. His gaze then turned to Lily, who was still engaged in a repetitive, mechanical motion in a distant corner. There was yet another crucial matter he needed to ascertain. He had to determine whether the dream belonged to Utaijo or Shaoling. Both individuals possessed distinct self-awareness within the dream, akin to that of living beings. If the dream was indeed Utaijo's, they could conduct a covert investigation until they uncovered his whereabouts. Conversely, if it was Shaoling's, he would surely have knowledge of Utaijo's location, as the House of Philosophers possessed myriad methods to extract information from him. In any case, the paramount objective at present was to infiltrate that dream. Chapter 48. The trapped dreams have long captivated the attention of extraordinary beings, resembling a mental internet yet more localized in nature. They construct stable dreamscapes as their sanctuaries for contemplation, clandestine meeting places, and meditation rooms, with some even delving into the exploration of the boundaries between dreams and reality. Now that Lily has visited the dreamscape associated with Utaijo, she can serve as a conduit to re-enter that realm with her mind. The envoy restrained Lily on an operating table in the basement, retrieving a scalpel and a medical drill from the wall. With the scalpel, he excised the decayed flesh from her forehead, revealing the stark whiteness of her bone beneath, before meticulously drilling a thumb-sized hole into her skull with a medical drill. He then removed his eye mask, exposing his hollow eye sockets, accompanied by a ghastly squelching sound. A viscous red and white fluid began to flow from his eye sockets, followed by a tentacle that slowly emerged. Leaning closer to Lily, the tentacle penetrated the opening in her skull, merging their consciousness. In that instant, the envoy comprehended Lily's predicament. Her mind was inundated with chaotic information, trapped in an endless cycle of contemplation. Although she retained some conscious responses, they were insufficient to liberate her. However, this information held no significance for the envoy and would not cause him any harm. He leaned against the edge of the operating table, closed his eyes, and gradually drifted into slumber. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself standing in a corridor where people brushed past him, their voices a hum of conversation enveloping the air. The envoy was astonished. He had never witnessed a dream so closely resembling reality, thrumming with life as these figures moved about freely, akin to actual human beings. Yet, they appeared oblivious to his presence, absorbed in their own affairs, entering and exiting rooms, or engaging in dialogue. He continued down the corridor for approximately 20 meters until he caught sight of Utaijo through the slightly ajar door in office. Diligently at work, he was truly here, the pioneer of the extraordinary world, the trailblazer pursued by countless scholars, the individual who had once been closest to saving the world. The envoy's breath quickened, his gaze fixated on you, as a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. They would uncover Utaijo, glean his knowledge, his techniques, and even his brain. The potential of Yu's mind could yield unimaginable creations, sufficient to transform their philosopher's house and alter the world. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from behind him. You know, I too find joy in watching him work. Whenever I see him so engrossed, I feel as though there is still hope, as if one day we might return to the past. The envoy was momentarily taken aback, then a chill coursed through him. He swiftly turned around, and upon seeing the person behind him, it was as though he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. His pupils gradually dilated, and he suddenly collapsed onto the ground, emitting a terrified scream. How could it be? How could it be you? You are not. You are not dead, are you? Zhao Ning'e, clad in a flowing white dress, appeared serene, yet slightly dazed. To be honest, I am not certain either. Perhaps it is because he remains haunted by the memory of the coffee he made for me that I have manifested here. The envoy paid no heed to her words. His mind was a chaotic whirl, nearly incapable of rational thought. He recognized her, one of the most brutal and frenzied superhumans during the Third World War. The places she had laid waste were forever shrouded in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, with not a single intact body to be found. Furthermore, she had been declared dead long ago, slain by the Lord of Justice City. Why? What on earth was happening here, where the specters of the previous era wandered freely? I deeply regret that you have stumbled upon my cherished secret garden. I must therefore execute you, Zhao Ning'e remarked, not looking at him, but gazing wistfully at the bustling corridor. No, it is impossible. You can no longer influence the real world. You are dead, long dead. The envoy gritted his teeth. Deceiving oneself cannot resolve the matter. When you return to the real world, you will perish, Zhao Ning'e replied gently. The envoy's expression shifted abruptly, and he quickly changed his tune. I can keep your secret. Let us pretend this place does not exist. If I were to die, my colleagues would undoubtedly come searching for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ning'e finally turned to him, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. That would be splendid. As it has been far too long since I last took a life, I am nearly going mad with restraint. And do you know, I have subtly altered this dreamscape. Those who perceive it are invariably eager to find excuses to enter here. Thus, I can pinpoint their locations in reality and deal with them. In essence, this is a trap, and the more of you there are, the better. The envoy's complexion turned pale, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. With the overall strength of the Philosophers' Guild, it was inconceivable that anyone could triumph over her. Very well, you may leave now. Upon your return to reality, do strive to survive, Zhao Ning'e said with a beaming smile. The envoy did not hesitate to sever his connection to the dream and return to the real world. He abruptly opened his eyes, violently tearing away the tendril that linked him to Lily, and hastily snatched up his eye mask, rushing out of the room. Although he had no notion of where to flee, escape was imperative. He surged up from the basement and bolted forward, colliding with several passing attendants, sending them crashing to the ground, plates and glass shattering in a cacophony around him as they shrieked and dodged out of his path. Bang! He burst through the door. Outside lay a reasonably spacious street. Although the sun was obscured in Red River City today, the weather was still quite pleasant. He stepped forward, only to find himself stepping into thin air. His legs could not find solid ground. It seemed the earth was receding from him. Accompanying this disorientation was a sharp pain in his neck and a sensation of suffocation, as something constricted around his throat, lifting him into the air. Yet he did not lose his composure. His body disintegrated with the rapidity of a marionette. His hands and legs fell away, and his abdomen opened like a door, revealing a chaotic array of internal organs, each sprouting limbs. Run, escape to anywhere, the envoy whispered fervently. In an instant, those organs scattered like orphaned spiders fleeing from their mother, only to be suspended mid-flight by an invisible force. At that moment, he appeared extraordinarily grotesque, his body fragmented, with organs dangling from various parts, resembling a marionette yet to be assembled. Are you truly intent on leaving me no chance for survival? I swear I won't speak a word. Spare me, he cried out to the heavens. But scarcely had his words echoed than he was abruptly yanked into the depths of the sky. Both the servants within the door and the passers-by outside witnessed this bizarre spectacle. When they emerged, the envoy had vanished into the dark crimson expanse above. Subsequently, a gentle patter of rain began to fall, accompanied by an assortment of debris, various organs and shards of bone cascading from the heavens. Moments later, a heavy object plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. It was the envoy, his body twisted like a pretzel, blood seemingly forced from his pores, flowing forth. He had perished. Chapter 49. The the proper use of satellites, it was not until the following morning that the other two members of the philosopher's house hurriedly arrived. One, a tall and slender gentleman in his 30s, donned a white suit and carried a cane, exuding an air of elegance and charm. The other, dressed in black, was shorter by a head, with a somber complexion marked by pockmarks, adorned with small round spectacles and a thick beard. The attendants stood by cautiously, heads bowed in silence. Well aware of the identities of these two, the former was a pianist and the latter a captain. The envoy's corpse lay on the operating table, its viscera meticulously arranged beside the body. The pianist prodded at the organs with his cane, stating, "One organ is missing. His brain has been taken." The assailant was aware of what he had discovered. It was reported that the entire ordeal transpired within a single minute. "The adversary was formidable and ruthless," remarked the captain. Retrieving his cane, the pianist wiped the bloodstains with a handkerchief, deep in contemplation. Curiously, did he not come to recruit Simon? How then did he become entangled with Yu Taizhou? The captain shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Could it be the work of the City of Wisdom? Rumor has it that Yu Taizhou has been under their control. The captain scoffed. If Yu Taizhou were truly in the hands of the City of Wisdom, he would not have contacted us. That message held no value. Indeed, sighed the pianist, gazing at the corpse with a flicker of compassion. So what shall we do? The captain pressed his temples, pondering for a moment before responding. Let us act as if that letter never existed and focus on matters concerning Simon. Should this truly involve an early extraordinary being, the combined forces of all the extraordinary members of the philosopher's house would stand no chance. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the adjacent room. The pianist raised his cane, and the door was flung open with a resounding crash, slamming into the room. It was then that they noticed Lily, sitting in a daze, one eye vacant, a gaping hole in her forehead, presenting an extraordinarily eerie sight. The pianist, discomfort etched across his face, turned to the attendants and inquired, "Who is she?" "She was brought back by the gentleman yesterday. She appears to be Mr. Simon's proxy," replied the butler with a bow. "They have been arranged by the philosopher's house, respecting each member of the house." The captain approached, grasping her hand and examining her eyes. There was still awareness, but the optimal time for rescue had long passed. He then gently touched her forehead, furrowing his brow slightly. "She has been connected. When was the surgery performed?" "Yesterday at noon. It seems the gentleman was attacked shortly after the operation," the butler answered. The pianist and captain exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously realizing that the clues regarding Yu Taizhou likely resided within the brain of this being. "What shall we do?" the pianist asked. The captain's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, and after a moment, he replied, "First, return Simon to safety and await developments. Once Simon has accomplished his task, we shall devise an excuse to bring her back to the philosopher's house. This matter leaves me somewhat uneasy. Could we perhaps only take her brain? I could extract her brain and nerves completely without affecting their functionality, making it more convenient to carry." "That would be excessively inhumane," the captain remarked. "The universe is indifferent. Mr. Captain, philosophy is no different. We shall see when the time comes." On the third day of Xiao Lin's arrival, the fourth day of the story commenced. This day was marked by an unusual calmness, as Lily would not return. Simultaneously, it was Xiao Lin's busiest day, as he gradually became the backbone of Satellite Town. At 10 in the morning, Xiao Lin and Lin Yinyin exchanged their duties, while Yin Qi hovered nearby. After pacing for about 10 minutes, he suddenly strode over, standing before Xiao Lin for several seconds before exclaiming, "You were impressive last night." Xiao Lin cast him a sideways glance. "It appears you have grown accustomed to being the boss, forgetting the virtue of gratitude." Yin Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet the truth remained. He was inherently assertive, confident in his judgments, rarely bowing to others. "Yet you were commendable as well. Your performance last night was quite admirable," Yin Qi remarked, his cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Yinyin stared blankly at the two men, her small eyes wide with shock, wondering what had transpired between them the previous night. However, Yin Qi soon adopted a serious demeanor. "The law enforcement team is obstinate and refuses to listen. I have matters to discuss with you." "I am part of the law enforcement team too," Lin Yin interjected, shaking her pen. Xiao Lin gently pushed her head aside. "Speak your mind." Yin Qi's expression grew grave. Regarding resource transportation, Yin Jie and I were initially set to transfer resources, but we were ambushed by the Anomaly clan. Hence, I suspect. No, I am utterly convinced that all our supply points are under their surveillance. They have established the commercial street as their stronghold. As he was about to elaborate, Lin Yinyan attempted to interject, but In Chi raised his hand to halt her. Allow me to express my opinion first, then you may speak. Xiao Lin nodded, encouraging him to continue. Taking a deep breath, In Chi's gaze sharpened. Currently, transferring resources is exceedingly difficult. The optimal solution is to cut off supplies. Cut off supplies? Lin Yinyan gasped in astonishment. Indeed, and Simon's script lasts only 7 days. Today marks the 3rd day. We shall prioritize food for combat personnel, providing the general populace with the bare minimum. In Chi stated with a rational and stern tone. Xiao Lin queried, and what about you? I am also among the general populace. In Chi replied without hesitation. This fellow is indeed quite ruthless, both toward others and himself. Xiao Lin flipped through the documents in his hand. There is no need for such drastic measures. I have already dispatched the law enforcement team to procure supplies. In Chi was taken aback, his face reflecting anger, astonished that Xiao Lin would err in such a manner, but he quickly regained his composure. Xiao Lin was not of the same ilk. He was extraordinary. Do you possess a safe method to acquire the supplies? In Chi asked, his brow furrowing. They have already set forth. They should be returning shortly. Lin Yin wore an air of mystery, and then she suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming, look, it has returned. Before them, the 15-meter-long deep space, I silently glided over the rooftops, coming into view. Beneath the satellite hung a massive hoist, from which dangled an old pickup truck, tethered by steel cables and hooks, with several members of the enforcement team standing inside, surrounded by a plethora of supplies. In Chi was momentarily stunned. Is this truly how satellites are utilized? Chapter 50. The king of the alien race, In Chi, comprehended the significance of the aerial freight route for the current state of Satellite Town. With this transportation line, they could minimize encounters with the aberrant race, making it exceedingly difficult for the adversaries to ambush them. They could effortlessly procure supplies before the alien race even realized. Moreover, the volume of transport far exceeded what could be achieved through manual means. For the ensuing days, they would no longer have to worry about resource shortages. Is there anything else? Xiao Lin inquired of In Chi. In Chi suddenly snapped back to reality. There remains the issue of defense. You need not concern yourself with that. Xiao Lin reassured him, patting his shoulder. You know, just yesterday, someone assisted me in analyzing the characteristic data of the aberrant race. We integrated that data into the satellite, and with Mr. Bai's assistance, the Eye of Deep Space can now accurately locate the distribution and movements of the aberrant race in real time. Xiao Lin produced his mobile device and activated the satellite map, revealing a plethora of red dots densely scattered across the commercial district. Lin Yin interjected. The specific application is as follows. If you happen to stroll down the street and there are several aberrant individuals nearby, the Eye of Deep Space will swiftly hover above you, indicating that you should not proceed further. Additionally, the satellite will guide you away. In other words, if you wish, you can now take a walk outside, she added. Of course, we do not recommend it. In Chi, somewhat perplexed, asked, are there any other issues? Xiao Lin picked up the documents prepared by Lin Yin, ready to depart. In Chi felt a sense of disorientation. He suddenly realized that Xiao Lin had seemingly resolved all their pressing challenges, betrayal, sustenance, and security, within a single day. The solutions were executed swiftly and impeccably, without the sacrifice of anyone. To him, Xiao Lin felt like an omnipotent force. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered, there are no further issues. Very well. Then you should rest. I have some matters to attend to. Xiao Lin exited Lin Yin's office and turned to seek Bai Xiaoyun. Bai Xiaoyun sat under an umbrella, calm, yet appearing a touch more haggard. Approaching him, Xiao Lin handed over a folded piece of paper, which Bai Xiaoyun opened to reveal the names of 20 individuals. This list was compiled by Lin Yin. Only the two of us are privy to this matter, Xiao Lin stated as he settled into a chair nearby. Bai Xiaoyun silently reviewed the list, a faint smile gracing his lips. There are indeed a few unexpected names here. How to proceed? I shall not inquire. Let us discuss it in 3 days, Xiao Lin replied. Bai Xiaoyun folded the list and tucked it away, gazing at the rain. Today marks the 4th day. Indeed, 3 days remain, Xiao Lin affirmed. How did yesterday go? Are you well? The sea was calm, and the predicted death toll was 7, including 2 of our own and 5 from the nearby, close to the church district. However, my integrated defense system is well prepared, and we should be able to avert further casualties. At this point, Bai Xiaoyun burst into laughter. Who would have imagined that someone would use satellites as crane for cargo? You truly are a commercial genius. In truth, I seldom employ satellites for transport. I usually just hurl them like stones, Xiao Lin replied with a chuckle. I have heard a bit. I must say, your approach to combat is rather innovative. Bai Xiaoyun was delighted to engage in banter with Xiao Lin, and a hint of vitality appeared on his otherwise pale visage. Soon, he returned to a serious demeanor. However, Mr. Xiao Lin, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you, pertaining to the 7th day. The 7th day? Indeed, the 7th day, which marks the conclusion of our tale. Bai Xiaoyun gestured towards a nearby table. There is a manuscript there. You may take a look. It is rather inconvenient for me to stand at the moment. Observing Bai Xiaoyun's frail condition, Xiao Lin refrained from uttering any words of concern, for their reliance on Bai Xiaoyun's ethereal reign was paramount, and sympathy was futile. He rose to retrieve the manuscript, returning to his chair to peruse it. This was not the original manuscript, but a copy transcribed by Lin Yin, seemingly the final page. He completed the reading in a minute, which detailed the events that would transpire on the night of the 7th day. On the 7th day, the steam roared. The town trembled, and the king of the, weary of the prolonged wait, resolved to personally oversee the hunt. The king, Xiao Lin, keenly noted this term. Bai Xiaoyun nodded. Indeed, it is likely the king of the. The 7th day represents the climax of the narrative. Although Simon did not finish the writing, he had articulated the most troublesome elements. If these issues remain unresolved, our efforts will be in vain. Does the manuscript provide any additional information regarding it? Xiao Lin inquired. None, Bai Xiaoyun replied. Xiao Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Very well. I shall devise a solution. Bai Xiaoyun paused for a moment before shaking his head. Mr. Xiao Lin, you may not be able to contend with it. I am aware that your abilities surpass mine, but as a traverser, your extraordinary powers are still underdeveloped. Bai Xiaoyun coughed lightly a few times. Psychic pollution will likely prove ineffective against the king. While satellites can deliver devastating strikes, the king will undoubtedly be accompanied by numerous. A large-scale attack would merely attract the attention of the feast's master. Xiao Lin found himself unable to contest this, realizing that his understanding of ability development and combat was indeed superficial. He did not believe that wielding a knife would suffice to confront the king. Bai Xiaoyun chuckled. In truth, you have only been in this world for a month. To reach this level is already quite formidable. As for the king, leave that to me. Xiao Lin was taken aback. But do you not still need to maintain the ethereal reign? He had heard from Lan Xiyu that the prolonged maintenance of an intangible reign over a vast area would take a significant toll on both the mind and body. Consequently, Bai Xiaoyun found himself nearly incapable of attending to other matters. Indeed, I must decisively eliminate the king of the other world, Bai Xiaoyun asserted. Is this achievable? I possess complete confidence. Yet there is a singular issue. Bai Xiaoyun fixed his gaze upon Xiao Lin, his eyes imbued with profound significance. Simon, Xiao Lin responded. Precisely. The 7th day marks our final day, as well as Simon's. Should we survive unscathed, Simon's efforts will ultimately be in vain. Bai Xiaoyun's tone grew solemn. Thus, on this day, he will undoubtedly intervene to thwart us. If he is part of the narrative, my assault will assuredly fail. Chapter 51. Countermeasures Xiao Lin wholeheartedly concurred with Bai Xiaoyun's perspective. This is Simon's narrative. He can effortlessly manipulate the outcomes of certain events. For instance, he could cause the most pivotal strike to miss its mark. Simon's involvement in the story should mirror that of Lily. He would likely craft an avatar for himself. As Xiao Lin pondered, he remarked, we can identify that avatar and eliminate it. Consequently, Simon will be unable to intervene for a period, allowing you to seize the opportunity to deal with the alien king. Bai Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Our thoughts align perfectly. However, Discerning Simon's identity remains our most pressing challenge. Leave this to me, Shaolin asserted. I possess extraordinary visual abilities that should aid in locating Simon. Very well. I entrust this matter to you. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yun was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. He covered his mouth with a hand and coughed for an extended duration before finally calming down. When he unveiled his hand, it bore a vivid crimson stain. Xiaolin's brow furrowed instantly. Before he could inquire further, Xiao Yun, with an innocent expression, said, I can't help it. After 4 days without sleep and continuously maintaining the operation of the intangible rain, what do you expect? Wouldn't I cough blood? Will you truly have the strength to launch an attack then? Shaolin expressed concern. Xiao Yun tilted his head and softly replied, Did I not mention before? I will protect this place at all costs, even if it costs me my life. Shaolin's expression momentarily faltered. I was just teasing you, see? He opened his hand for Shaolin to see the blood, its hue indicating that he was far from death. One attack won't claim my life. At worst, I shall spend a few more days in bed once this matter concludes. That's rather unsettling. You should clean it up quickly, Shaolin retorted, tossing a few tissues toward him. In Red River City, within Simon's studio, he sat in a plush leather chair, munching on an apple while contemplating matters concerning Lily. Lily had returned to the room downstairs, accompanied by 2 new emissaries from the House of Philosophers. The guilt that had begun to dissipate resurfaced, leaving him feeling restless. Though he felt remorse, he was reluctant to confront such an unsightly emotion. His life should be romantic, devoid of any mundane concerns. At that moment, the typewriter on his desk emitted a sound, the keys clattering as the carriage moved back and forth, as if someone were using it. Before long, the first page was completed, and Simon pulled the paper out, scanning the text. The content detailed the conversation between Shaolin and Xiao Yun in the office. Simon's method of intervening in the story should be akin to Lily's. He is likely to create an avatar for himself. We can identify that avatar and eliminate it, thus rendering Simon unable to intervene for a time. We can seize this opportunity to deal with the alien king. Excellent. Our thoughts align perfectly, Xiao Yun remarked, but his expression soon turned grave. However, this presents our greatest dilemma. How do we identify that aberrant being? After pondering for a few moments, Shaolin stated, I possess extraordinary vision, which should aid in locating Simon. The scene was more than mere dialogue. It included Xiao Yun's expressions and inner thoughts, vividly depicting the layout and furnishings of the room. Such a juvenile arrangement was indeed tedious, as if one genuinely believed in their chances. Beneath Simon's lenses, a cold glimmer flickered. He then murmured softly, Lily, I shall avenge you, but this will be the last thing I do for you. From henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing. On the 5th and 6th days, the casualty count in Satellite Town remained at 0. The supplies in the church district were ample, the environment secure, and even the unease in the air had considerably dissipated. During these days, Lan Shiyu was exceedingly busy. With the aid of satellites, he transported numerous building materials to fortify the church district, transforming those structures into suitable shelters. The other members of the enforcement team intensified their training in non-lethal tactics. Lin Yin had completely morphed into a clingy presence, insisting that Shaolin gaze into the distance every 40 minutes. If he was reluctant, she would pluck a few leaves and playfully force him to look for a few seconds. At night, she would not permit him to stay up late, urging him to sleep by 8 o'clock. During the day, he was forbidden from reading or playing games and was required to perform exercises. She even rummaged for quite some time in the church garden, emerging with a few chrysanthemums, which she insisted on preparing for Shaolin to drink. As she brewed the tea, she chattered incessantly, Mr. Shaolin, chrysanthemum tea clears heat and brightens the eyes. Drinking it is beneficial for your vision. Shaolin, feeling a sense of futility, replied, What good will 2 days of this do? Oh, just drink it first, and if you do, I'll reward you with a small piece of osmanthus cake, she insisted. Seeing her expectant gaze, Shaolin reluctantly lifted the large basin of chrysanthemum tea and gulped it down. Lin Yin's face then lit up with joy. Mr. Shaolin is truly remarkable. Shaolin felt perplexed, extending his hand to inquire, Where's my osmanthus cake? It's still in my office, but I can make a note for you. Lin Yin exclaimed, opening her notebook to write while reciting aloud. Lin Yin O Xiao Lin 1 osmanthus cake, approximately 20 grams. Xiao Lin looked at her in bemusement, feeling helpless against this whimsically exuberant little creature. Thus, the days passed, and by the dawn of the 7th day, Lan Shiyu summoned everyone to gather. Over 5,000 individuals congregated in the square before the church, umbrellas tightly clustered together, forming a vast sea of canopies. Xiao Lin and Lan Shiyu stood atop a makeshift platform, looking down upon the crowd, unable to discern their faces. Only the kaleidoscope of colors from the umbrellas. Lan Shiyu's address was brief. Today is the final day. I do not wish to elaborate further. All of you must remain in the shelter until tomorrow morning. If you are alive when dawn breaks, congratulations. If you do not see the light of day, Mr. Bai has a message for you. He is deeply sorry. As Lan Shiyu conveyed these few words, the crowd remained enveloped in silence amidst the downpour, with only the sound of rain cascading onto the ground and the umbrellas creating a soft rustling. You may now enter the shelter, Lan Shiyu announced to the assembly. The crowd began to move, dispersing under the guidance of the enforcement team towards the 3 significant edifices: the church, the school, and the library. Lan Shiyu and Xiao Lin continued to stand on the elevated platform until the entire square became desolate. All right, let us return to prepare, Xiao Lin remarked. Lan Shiyu nodded in agreement. Chapter 52. Teaming up in the makeshift office of Xiao Lin, 4 individuals, Lan Shiyu, Lin Yinyin, Su Guang, and Qi Jinyuan, were present. Xiao Lin retrieved 4 mobile phones from his drawer and distributed them among them. These devices had been procured from the Research Institute through his dreams. As long as these items genuinely existed within the confines of the Research Institute, he could manifest them in the dream realm. However, upon his next slumber, they would vanish and return to the research facility. Each person received one, including Mr. Bai. These phones featured satellite maps and communication capabilities via satellite, enabling real-time conversations. The operational plan was straightforward. The king of the alien race would likely head directly here, and you would engage the enforcement team to hold them at bay. Meanwhile, I will identify the Simon avatar. Following its demise, Mr. Bai will intervene to conclude the skirmish. Lin Yinyin gathered a stack of folders and distributed the combat briefings to everyone. The briefs contained details about the combat location, objectives, and specific precautions. While the group reviewed the briefs, Xiao Lin continued, "Remember, during the battle, do not confront the alien king directly, nor utilize any lethal weapons. What about the infection issue? Su Guang in Guit, do not concern yourselves with infection. It takes 8 to 10 hours to significantly worsen. By then, Simon's tale will have concluded, or we may already be dead," Xiao Lin replied. As they concluded their meeting, the clock struck noon. The usually bustling room felt desolate while outside. The torrential rain poured relentlessly. For a moment, the group found themselves at a loss for what to do. Lin Yinyin rested her head on the table. Her cheeks squished. "So what do we do now?" Xiao Lin pulled out his phone and stated earnestly, "We will play together." Lin Yinyin responded, "I'm serious. This is the most efficient method of simulated cooperative training," Xiao Lin asserted confidently. On one hand, it allows you to quickly adapt to the communication features. On the other, it familiarizes you with each other's voices and code names, preventing any mishaps later. Especially you, Lin Yinyin, as our rear commander. You must be well acquainted with everyone's voice. Lin Yinyin shrank her head and muttered, "Well, okay, we play together?" Thus, the atmosphere of the entire town began to take on a surreal quality. The aberrant creatures congregated toward the steam train, marking the largest mobilization since their arrival. The townsfolk huddled in cramped shelters, gnawing on bread and coarse cakes, sipping plain water. Meanwhile, in the operations room, the group engaged in lighthearted gaming. In the priest's office, Bai Xiaoyun appeared increasingly frail. His complexion was ashen, his lips tinged with blue, and his cheeks slightly sunken. Leaning against the back of his chair, he held his phone, listening to the sounds of their online gaming, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gazing out at the rain, Bai Xiaoyun thought to himself, "They will survive. All of them will." Hours later, a burst of red light erupted on Xiao Lin's phone screen. followed by the stark proclamation of failure displayed prominently. Shaolin raised his gaze, surveying the crowd before him. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "A group of superhumans, yet mere mortals cannot contend with them?" A few superhumans shrank back, and ultimately, Su Guang murmured, "But Mr. Shaolin, your record stands at 0-9. Shaolin remained silent. "I am 1-9. Does that not suggest I may possess a slight edge over you, Mr. Shaolin?" Lin Yin Yin exclaimed enthusiastically. "Wasn't that head I capture mine?" Shaolin glared fiercely. "That was also my skill. My reflexes are swift." Initially, Shaolin gritted his teeth, but then a sudden epiphany struck him. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were in a carefree afternoon during his university days, devoid of the extraordinary, free from catastrophe, and absent of any Simon. They were ensnared in a downpour, yet this rain would soon cease. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyun's cheerful voice resonated from his phone. All right. Let your playtime conclude for today. The Anomaly clan has assembled, and it is time for you to depart." Shaolin returned to reality, rising to retrieve his white Tang Dao from the corner, prompting the others to stand as well. He led the way, forcefully pushing open the door, allowing the torrential rain to pour in, bringing with it a palpable chill. At 5:30 in the afternoon, dusk was gradually enveloping the sky. By the abandoned railway in the small town, near an old steam train stained with the remnants of ancient blood, a gathering of approximately 600 members of the Anomaly clan knelt in a prostrate position, emitting strange, low murmurs as the fleshly tumors on their backs writhed incessantly. Shaolin stood upon the rooftop, silently observing them. From his vantage point, their tumors resembled meticulously arranged eggs, pulsating eerily with their breaths. At that moment, Lan Xiyu, Qi Jianyuan, and Su Guang, each leading a squad of law enforcement members, divided into 3 groups, prepared to confront the enemy at various intersections. Through the curtain of rain, Shaolin could catch glimpses of them. "Have you located the Anomaly King?" Qi Jinyuan's voice came through the phone. "Not yet," replied Lan Xiyu. "Do not concern yourselves with the Anomaly King. Even if it appears, avoid direct confrontation. Just keep it occupied." Bai Xiaoyun's voice grew increasingly somber. He then inquired of Shaolin, "Mr. Shaolin, how fares your situation? Have you found Simon?" "Still searching," Shaolin responded, his pupils dividing into 7, resembling the tightly clustered facets of an insect's eye. In recent days, he had been acclimatizing himself to the insightful demon vision, becoming increasingly adept in its use. His pupils rotated in various directions, capturing the trajectory of the downpour, the hue of the gale, and the condition of the Anomaly clan, all vividly manifesting before him. He meticulously scrutinized each individual of the Anomaly clan, examining their physiological structures and states, yet found none that stood out. There were no anomalous fluctuations or colors. Shaolin furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that Simon had not yet intervened? He was acutely aware that Simon would inevitably arrive. For to employ a strategy of false emptiness in such circumstances would be tantamount to surrendering one's life to fate. As Shaolin furrowed his brow in contemplation, a soft pop echoed through the air. A tumor on the back of an aberrant creature ruptured, and a bloodied mass tumbled forth. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of additional pops, as tumor after tumor detonated, releasing more grotesque forms into the open. They began to converge in the vacant space directly in front of the aberrant beings, accumulating and merging into one another. A colossal and bizarre creature was taking shape, towering over 6 meters in height, resembling an enormous rat, yet standing upright on 2 legs. Its abdomen was distended, its head cracked and malformed, and its gaping maw nearly bisected its skull. The surface of its body was encrusted with massive tumors, perpetually fracturing and regenerating. As viscous dark red and black liquids mixed with gray gases emanated from these growths, reminiscent of a slow-boiling porridge. Chapter 53, Search This Thing, is utterly repulsive. Su Guang's voice emerged from the phone. "Be serious," Lan Xiyu admonished. Their brief conversation had just concluded when the colossal creature slowly raised its head, directing its gaze towards the direction of the church district. Its immense form began to shift, yet its focus remained fixated on the church area, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The invisible rain indeed could not deceive it. Preparations for an ambush were underway. Mr. Bai, Mr. Xiao, the critical task is entrusted to you, Lan Xiu stated with grave seriousness. Xiao Lin offered no reply, for the anticipated special entity had yet to materialize in his field of vision. Has Simon not interfered? The aberrant army marched through the torrential downpour, swiftly approaching the enforcer's defensive line. At the forefront, Lan Xiu raised a hand, prompting the enforcers behind him to lift their weapons. Aiming at the legs of the aberrants, they aimed to incapacitate without annihilating. The raindrops struck the gun barrels, producing a peculiar rhythmic patter. Fire, Lan Xiu commanded. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets flying with ferocity. This volley proved effective. The fragile and sluggish monsters were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught, collapsing in layers, while those behind them were similarly halted. Yet in the next moment, Lin Yinyan's voice crackled through the phone. Mayor, cease fire immediately. The situation is amiss. The mortality rate is too high. Shaolin glanced at his phone, astonished to see a dozen red dots vanish from the screen, indicating that nearly all the attacked aberrants had perished. The enforcers, having undergone rigorous shooting training, could not possibly be so inept or, conversely, so alarmingly accurate. What on earth is happening? Su Guang pondered, perplexed. Without further ado, Lan Xiu surged towards the line of aberrants, executing a sliding maneuver, his axe slicing through the air with a glint of cold light, severing several aberrants' calves. In the next instant, the aberrant king detected him, immediately opening its gaping maw to lunge at him. Lan Xiu reacted swiftly, leaping backward to evade the attack with ease. However, the monstrous mouth subsequently crushed several aberrants, blood and flesh oozing from its jagged teeth. He hesitated to press the assault, sensing an unsettling anomaly, as if some unseen force were orchestrating the aberrant's demise. Mr. Xiao, he communicated over the channel. Indeed, it must be Simon. He is already here, Xiao Lin replied, his brow furrowed in concentration. Simon was present, subtly influencing the outcome of each unfolding event under the guise of logic. Bullets would veer off course, striking fatal areas. Even if they missed, the fallen aberrants would be inadvertently trampled by their comrades. Cease fire and retreat sequentially, Xiao Lin instructed. But if we do not engage here, they will reach the church district within 30 minutes, and it will all be over. Qi Jianyuan expressed rising anxiety. Mr. Xiao is here, Bai Xiaoyan reassured. But what if Mr. Xiao cannot locate Simon? Someone suddenly spoke in the channel, declaring, Mr. Xiao Lin will surely find it. Lin Yin immediately responded. The person chuckled hoarsely. Regrettably, Mr. Xiao Lin has likely already realized that he cannot distinguish between avatars. At that moment, Lin Yin finally comprehended that this voice did not belong to any of them. Who are you? Her voice trembled slightly. Bai Xiaoyan calmly replied. He is Simon. The chat channel fell into a profound silence, followed by the voice softly scoffing. Indeed, I am Simon. Simon, you treacherous scoundrel. Where are you? Have the courage to show yourself. Lin Yin could not restrain her fury. Treacherous? I merely stated that I would refrain from writing the ending. Simon's tone was nonchalant. As for my current whereabouts, I am in my apartment, sipping coffee while bidding you farewell. Mr. Simon, we shall prevail. By Xiao Yun's voice resonated calmly. Simon chuckled lightly. Oh, really? But I am aware of your plans. I know you intend to eliminate my avatar and kill the alien king, while I am unable to intervene. Silence enveloped the chat channel. To be precise, I am aware of all your actions, every word you have uttered, even your every thought. I know Bai Xiaoyan's body is on the brink of collapse. He may only launch one final attack. I also know you have hidden people in the church, school, and library. By the way, Xiao Lin, allow me to share a little secret. Lin Yin's osmanthus cake has been concealed in her temporary office drawer all along. She deceived you. Simon's tone remained calm and gentle, as if he were jesting with a friend, yet it instilled fear in everyone. He continued speaking with an unsettling composure while the alien creatures steadily advanced, the clock ticking inexorably forward. The massive form of the alien king drawing ever closer to the church district. Simon softly remarked, in truth, you have already made the story quite captivating. There is no need to pursue a flawless ending. So embrace death with equanimity and allow me to at least pay you a modest tribute in my work." Shaolin remained silent. Simon was correct. He could not directly identify Simon's avatar. However, fortunately, he had contemplated this issue when proposing the plan and had not prepared merely one strategy. He closed his eyes, allowing his memories to rewind, continuously tracing back to the moment he first encountered Simon. It was in the virtual cyberspace, where Simon stood on the second-floor corridor of a villa, speaking to them before turning to return to his room. Yes, it was in those fleeting moments. The imagery in his mind froze at that scene, repeatedly replaying Simon's entrance into the room. His gait, stride, the swing of his arms, the inclination of his body, his shoulders, knees, and head. The analytical abilities bestowed by the wisdom demon were operating at full throttle, transforming all of this into data. Subsequently, Shaolin opened his eyes, his vision encompassing all the aberrant beings, as he contrasted their gait with the memory of Simon. Even though Simon had transformed into one of these aberrant entities and could deliberately alter certain habits, there were aspects, subtle and unnoticed even by himself, that he could not modify. In an instant, the intricate details of the movements of the aberrant beings were etched into Shaolin's mind, his brain whirring with fervor as he continuously compared the distinctive traits of each entity's actions. He meticulously sifted through the data of every aberrant being, embarking on the first round, then the second and the third, with each successive iteration whittling down the candidates, leaving an ever-diminishing pool of those that conformed to the characteristics sought. He had never operated the demon eye at such a rapid and intense pace. In that moment, he felt an uncanny resemblance to that which he sought to understand. Ultimately, only 3 remained. Chapter 54. A despairing situation. Shaolin commenced his actions. He leaped from the rooftop, plunging into the dense ranks of the aberrant clan, their grotesque limbs instantly filling his vision. Yet, his gaze remained precise and steady, methodical in its approach. The trajectories of all movements unfolded before his eyes, with his mind charting the optimal path. "Mr. Shaolin has found him," said Lan Xiu. In the next instant, Shaolin wielded his blade, effortlessly severing the limbs and weapons of the aberrant clan before him, cleaving through one of their skulls with ease. "Incorrect." Simon's voice echoed through the channel. Without a moment's hesitation, Shaolin propelled himself off an aberrant's bone spear, traversing over their heads and shoulders, heading straight for his second target. With a swift thrust, the Tang knife pierced downward, dark blood spraying forth as the high-entropy ceramic blade effortlessly penetrated the aberrant's cranium. "Still incorrect," Simon remarked. "Only 1 remains," Shaolin thought, glancing upward to see the aberrant standing less than 5 paces away, calmly locking eyes with him amidst the throng. "It's over." With a sudden motion, Shaolin drew his pistol, focusing so intently that it felt as though the entire world had narrowed to just him and the aberrant. "This time it's correct, but too late," Simon warned. A foul wind surged, accompanied by a viscous roar from behind Shaolin. He turned, and the enormous, deformed maw of the aberrant king loomed before him. Shaolin's awareness kicked in, but his body could not keep pace. The massive rows of razor-sharp teeth passed over him, the dark tongue scraping against his skin. And then the mouth snapped shut with a thud, plunging everything into darkness. Shaolin vanished, and the aberrant king tilted its head back, slowly swallowing him whole. In that moment, silence enveloped the entire communication channel. An ominous premonition exploded within Lin Yin-Yin's heart, and she cried out anxiously, "What is happening? What occurred?" Seconds later, Su Guang's trembling voice came through her phone. "Mr. Shaolin has been consumed by the aberrant king." "What did you say?" Lin Yin-Yin was instantly bewildered, collapsing into her chair, her mind swirling in chaos. Bai Xiaoyun sat in his office, staring blankly at the torrential rain, his eyes dimming. No one believed this was enough to claim Shaolin's life, but only Shaolin could uncover Simon's avatar. His entrapment signified that they had lost their chance, and in less than 20 minutes, the aberrant horde would commence their slaughter in the Cathedral District. "I told you. I knew what you were thinking. I realized it when he attempted to deduce my identity through comparison." Simon's voice remained calm and detached. "Moreover, I also know you intend to send Lan Xiyu at any cost to rescue Shaolin, correct? Bai Xiaoyan lifted his gaze slightly, Xiyu at all costs. No sooner had he spoken than Lan Xiyu charged towards the aberrant king. Utilizing his towering stature, he barreled through the myriad of aberrants like a tank. And then his figure abruptly vanished, reappearing before the aberrant king. He leapt high into the air, his axe raised, aiming a strike at the abdomen of the alien king. Yet, before his attack could land, the tumorous flesh surrounding the alien king suddenly erupted, unleashing a torrent of countless tentacles that sent Lan Xiyu flying. Lan Xiyu adjusted his posture and landed, preparing for a second assault. His form vanished, only to reappear before the alien king, delivering a powerful swing of his colossal axe. However, this forceful blow merely sheared off a layer of the alien king's skin, as the angle of his attack had gone awry. Simon was affecting him. In the next instant, the alien king's foot came crashing down upon him. Lan Xiyu vanished and retreated a distance, only to find himself separated from the alien king by a dense throng of aberrant creatures. They formed an impenetrable wall, slowly advancing forward. What to do? How to mount an attack? Lan Xiyu thought frantically. Equally desperate for a solution was Lin Yinyin, seated in a pitch-black room, rapidly analyzing satellite maps and assessing every possible outcome from a broader perspective. Mayor, listen to me, I've discovered. Before she could finish her sentence, the cacophony of static, rain, combat, and breathing sounds on her phone abruptly ceased. Lin Yinyin froze for a moment, then abruptly lifted her head, witnessing a horrifying sight. The eye of deep space had fallen. The colossal orb suspended above the satellite town suddenly lost power, toppled, and plummeted downwards. Boom! It crashed violently into a building, the solar panels shattering under the impact, scattering into a flurry of debris. Following this thunderous sound, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving Lin Yinyin alone in the command center, surrounded by an eerie stillness. She could not fathom why Mr. Shaolin's satellite had fallen, nor had she ever felt such terror in silence. A fear that made her feel as if the entire world consisted solely of herself. Lan Xiyu also witnessed the satellite's descent, the sudden upheaval rendering him momentarily speechless. Alone in the rain, the alien king and his army of aberrations slowly approached him, yet none of the aberrant creatures launched an attack. They merely circumvented him, continuing towards the cathedral district, foolish, grotesque, yet inexorable. For a moment, despair welled up within Lan Xiyu. A thought emerged in his mind that he had long avoided contemplating. Could it be that the satellite town was destined for annihilation? Sheets of paper were slowly ejected from the typewriter, neatly stacking upon Simon's desk, the words reflecting line by line in his mind. With Shaolin's threat dissipated, Lan Xiyu wavered, regardless of whether Bai Xiaoyan initiated an assault. It would not alter the situation. The narrative was nearing its conclusion. But just then, another passage appeared before Simon's eyes. At this moment, Shaolin fell into a strange state. He ceased all actions and thoughts, stepping away from the story. Stepping away from the story? Simon suddenly froze in disbelief. He had never encountered such expressions within a narrative, and such articulations were decidedly abnormal. The small towns serve as the backdrop for every tale. When the characters departed from it, they transcended the confines of a narrative, an impossibility. Moreover, according to his perception, Shaolin was still ensnared within the belly of the foreign king, remaining present, not vanished. What had transpired? Fresh content was incessantly being generated, coursing through his mind. This material mentioned every member of the enforcement team, referenced Lin Yinyin, and even brought up by Xiao Yun, including the psychological portrayals of all individuals involved. Yet, there was no further mention of Shaolin. How could such a pivotal character be entirely inactive and devoid of contemplation within the story? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Simon began to feel a sense of unease. Chapter 55. Glimmer in Simon's chamber. Coffee lay upon the table, while the typewriter clacked rhythmically beside it, incessantly producing sheets of written text. He was engrossed in perusing these pages. As a being of extraordinary prowess, he eclipsed Lily in strength, capable of bifurcating his consciousness. The majority of his mind remained anchored in Satellite Town, orchestrating the actions of his avatar and the unfolding of a narrative. The residual fragments of his awareness were devoted to the continuous stream of novel content, allowing him to remain attuned to the progression of the story. Yet at this moment, a sense of agitation gripped Simon. He incessantly extracted sheets from the typewriter, scanning them fervently. Still, there was nothing, not a single word regarding Shaolin. It seemed as if that individual had truly vanished in a thin air, departing from the tale altogether. How had he achieved this? What were his intentions? Just then, the door to his room creaked open slowly, and Simon lifted his gaze toward the entrance. The figure that entered was none other than Lily. She remained as enigmatic and grotesque as ever, her eyes devoid of life, her steps unsteady, murmuring incessantly, "Mr. Simon, save me." Initially, Simon felt a jolt of surprise. For reasons unknown, that utterance instilled a sense of dread within him. "Leave," Simon exclaimed with disdain. Yet, Lily continued her murmurs, advancing toward him at a languid pace. "I said to leave." Simon, now filled with indignation, rose and shouted. However, as soon as he had shouted, a realization dawned upon him. Lily had likely long since forfeited her human reason, her repetitive words merely a mechanical reflex. A tumult of emotions surged within him as he contemplated summoning a servant to escort her away. Suddenly, Lily lifted her head, her gaze piercing and intense, and began to repeat fervently, "I see him, I see him, I see him, I see him." In the next instant, a blood-red eye abruptly manifested from the gaping wound on her forehead. Before Simon could comprehend the unfolding horror, a pair of emaciated hands shot forth, gripping his head tightly. Following this, an exceedingly bizarre entity emerged from the bloodied aperture, a humanoid figure whose head was a large, crimson tome. The book swung open violently, revealing a multitude of eyes within its pages. This was an entity of calamity. Why would such a being assault him at this moment? More terrifying still was its gaze, a calmness tinged with an icy familiarity. Indeed, it was Shaolin, the last time he had claimed to lack the talent of a writer. His eyes had conveyed that same unsettling intensity. With a sudden gust, a torrent of black text and symbols surged forth, cascading down upon Simon's head. "Ugh! Simon screamed in agony, yearning to escape, but Lily's grip on his arms was unyielding. As a combatant, her strength was astonishingly formidable. Pain, excruciating pain, boiled within Simon's mind, as if a conflagration raged within his skull. He howled in desperation, the extraordinary power coursing through him, surging forth like a tidal wave, engulfing everything in its path. In the next moment, Lily was flung backward, crashing heavily against the wall, and so was Shaolin, who played the role of the wise demon. The dozens of eyes on the inner page gushed forth blood, their whites turning murky. Yet, this was all within his expectations. It was no easy feat for the wise demon to inflict harm upon Simon. "I will kill you. I must kill you." Simon lost his usual grace, abruptly raising his right hand, causing the wise demon's body to rise, followed by violent convulsions and contortions. However, suddenly he realized something. He had returned. In order to fend off the assault of this cursed entity, he had summoned all his mental faculties back. His control over Satellite Town had faltered. At that very moment, in Satellite Town, the army of the anomalous Tumor clan began to invade the church district, their movements and whispers echoing ominously amidst the rain. "Mayor, are we truly just going to stand by?" Su Guang's voice seethed with indignation, his stance resolute. "If we take action, we will soon attract the attention of the Feastmaster," Lan Xiu remarked calmly. "But I would rather die in battle. Indeed, we cannot stand idly by as they slaughter the townsfolk." Someone shouted in fervent agreement. "Absolutely. Even if it means death, we shall die fighting." "Mr. Lan," Qi Jinyuan called his name, his voice heavy with solemnity and determination. "We cannot wait any longer." Lan Xiu took a deep breath, gazing at the advancing, anomalous Tumor clan, and slowly tightened his grip on the axe, declaring, "Kill." Just then, Lin Yin Yin stumbled through the rain, breathless and shouting, "I come bearing Mr. Bai's orders." Lan Xiu quickly steadied her, asking, "What did Mr. Bai say?" Mr. Bai said everyone is to hold their positions. She replied, hold our positions? For what orders? They are nearly at the church district. Qi Jianyuan argued. Mr. Bai knows this is a life or death command that must not be defied, Lin Yin Yin insisted. How long are we to wait? Until the anomalous tumor clan breaches the shelter? Until Mr. Xiao Lin sends word, she responded. But the deep space has already crashed. We are unaware of Mr. Xiao Lin's fate. Qi Jianyuan shouted in frustration. Lin Yin Yin met his gaze resolutely, stating Mr. Bai said await. Thus, the two stood in silent confrontation beneath the rain as time ticked away. At that moment, a dim light flickered in the depths of the impenetrable rain, and Lin Yin Yin was the first to notice. She recognized the location. It was where the deep space I had fallen, and that light emanated from it. It had begun to function once more. Subsequently, each of their phones reignited, emitting a slightly hoarse and distorted voice. It was Xiao Lin's voice. Brief and to the point, Mr. Bai attacked. In the office, Xiao Yin closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly upward. Veins bulged on his arms, and the blood vessels beneath his skin began to shimmer with a brilliant blue hue. A tempest swept through the entire satellite town as the clouds began to churn ominously. Above the head of the alien king, the clouds coalesced into a colossal vortex, with the ominous rumblings of thunder echoing from beneath, reminiscent of war drums. Summoning rain and commanding the winds, this was the full force of Bai Xiaoyun's strike. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of lightning pierced the heavens and struck the alien king with unerring precision, causing his massive form to shudder and then begin to disintegrate. At that moment, this towering figure, over 6 meters in height, was astonishingly devoid of moisture. Amidst the tumbling remnants of flesh, Xiao Lin slowly rose to his feet, gazing up at the sky as the torrential rain cascaded down upon him. Chapter 56. Unceasing Mr. Simon, we have triumphed. Xiao Lin gazed at one of the aberrant beings, fully aware that it was Simon's manifestation. Upon realizing he had fallen into a trap, Simon re-entered the narrative with haste. Yet, despite his swiftness, he arrived a moment too late, merely witnessing the instant when lightning pierced the heart of the king of the aberrant race. It was Bai Xiaoyun's full-powered strike, an event beyond any logic to alter. He looked at Xiao Lin, then at the law enforcement members who were approaching, standing in the rain, their expressions cold and indifferent. It was difficult for him to articulate his emotions at that moment, unsure whether to feel admiration or loathing. After a long pause, Simon finally spoke. You have won. The story still had several hours left, yet he could conjure no means to obliterate Satellite Town. With the death of the aberrant king, the disorganized aberrant beings could do little in the remaining time, and he realized he could no longer alter the course of events. I hope you will honor our agreement, Xiao Lin said calmly, gazing at him. Simon, taken aback for a moment, replied, I will. Xiao Lin raised the gun in his hand, aiming it at Simon's head. Then, Mr. Simon, we shall part ways. Good night. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing Simon's forehead, his body collapsing into the puddle, lifeless. Xiao Lin turned to the members of the law enforcement team, slowly raising his gun hand, when suddenly an intense surge of anger erupted from within him. Bang! 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 He fired 3 shots in the sky, then shouted, We have won. Lin Yin Yin was the first to rush over, embracing him and jumping with excitement. Soon, others joined in, a cacophony of laughter and tears as they celebrated together. Surrounded by the jubilant crowd, Xiao Lin felt akin to a king of children in a kindergarten. In the office, Bai Xiaoyun was nearly slumped in his chair, yet a barely contained smile crept upon his face. Abruptly, he was seized by a violent coughing fit, covering his mouth with his hand to stifle the sound. When he finally opened his palm, it was stained once more with blood, but this time it was a deep crimson, mingled with a gelatinous substance. The exertion from his full-powered strike had drained him more than he had anticipated, Bai Xiaoyun thought. Nevertheless, he had survived. All right, let us return. Xiao Lin managed to extricate himself from the throng and effortlessly controlled the encroaching aberrant beings through mental manipulation. The group swaggered through the circle of aberrants, jostling each other as they made their way toward the cathedral. By the way, I have some beer in my office. I'll bring it out for a celebration later, Lan Xiu said with a smile. The crowd erupted in cheers. Mayor, it seems I have developed an aberration. Su Guang pointed to his cheek, where a lump was rising, making his handsome face appear peculiar. Bear it. It will be fine by tomorrow, Lan Xiyu reassured him, patting his shoulder. At that moment, Lin Yin suddenly pinched Qi Jian Yuan fiercely, causing him to yelp in pain. What are you doing? You just scolded me. Lin Yin, with hands firmly on her hips, turned her head defiantly. What did I scold you? Just now you glared at me. Observing the playful banter among the group, Xiao Lin couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals truly were a bunch of childish souls. Meanwhile, in Simon's abode, the room lay enveloped in a profound silence. The bizarre creature that had just teleported away had vanished, leaving Lily curled up in a corner, incessantly banging against the walls. Thud, 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 thud. The monotonous sound echoed repetitively, breeding an unsettling anxiety. The typewriter continued to churn out new manuscripts. Within those pages, the survivors reveled in beer and gaming, welcoming the dawn of a new day. When dawn broke once more, the narrative would reach its conclusion. Simon sat at his desk, his forehead pressed against the edge, his hands violently tugging at his hair, his eyes bloodshot with despair. He had lost. He was one of the most formidable, extraordinary beings in the Red Realm, revered and feared by countless souls, his name known to all. Those he wished to eliminate had always perished. Yet now, he had succumbed to defeat. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged within his heart, causing his chest to heave violently. Suddenly, he burst into a light laugh, straightening up in his chair. A loss is simply a loss, he murmured, seemingly attempting to convince himself. Hut, 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 hut. The room remained filled with the dull sounds of impact. For reasons unknown, a wave of intense agitation ignited Simon's fury. Enough, stop the noise. He seized the manuscript on the table and hurled it vehemently at Lily, the papers scattering through the air, gracefully descending to the ground. Witnessing the flurry of papers, Simon's mind raced with the ramifications of this failure, and a profound terror gripped his heart. This was originally an epic saga comprising 7 works, entwining the fates of over 30,000 lives. Should he have completed this monumental piece, the influence of his extraordinary powers would have further intensified, rendering him even more formidable. He would then challenge the gate of cognition with the aid of the House of Philosophers, stepping into a dual reality. However, now the tale of Satellite Town had faltered, significantly diminishing the impact of the grand narrative, stripping him of the elevation he so desperately sought. This meant he would lack the ability to traverse the gate of cognition safely. As for the House of Philosophers, they would not grant him a second chance. They would abandon him. Simon suddenly realized he appeared to have lost all prospects for the future. His own agent transformed into a grotesque semblance of humanity. The wager they had made loomed over him. He was bound to honor the agreement, even if he had never contemplated the possibility of defeat. Suddenly, Simon raised his gaze towards Lily. Lily, I am aware that they triumphed, yet they ought not to have harmed you. Those who inflict harm must face consequences. Do they not? They have wrought this upon you, and you must be yearning for me to exact vengeance. Am I correct? For your sake, Lily, I shall not let them escape unscathed. I have not breached my promise. Everything I do is solely for you, as you well know, do you not? In that moment, he suddenly knelt upon the ground, fervently gathering the scattered papers, then rose to seize the typewriter. At this juncture, the narrative approached its climax, with all events converging towards a flawless conclusion. No, he could not acquiesce to such an ending. Was there no other way? Was there no alternative? Simon compulsively bit his fingers until the tips bled slightly. Then, a flicker of hatred ignited in his eyes as his hands flew across the keyboard. The inhabitants of Satellite Town have committed unforgivable acts. They shall pay for this. Thus, on the 8th day, the fog that enveloped Satellite Town did not dissipate as promised. Chapter 57. When the rain ceases on the 8th day, the pervasive mist enveloping the Satellite Town showed no signs of dissipating as anticipated. The aberrant creatures continued to roam aimlessly within the city. Standing at the church's entrance, Xiao Lin gazed into the distance. The torrential downpour from the previous night had considerably lessened. Meanwhile, the entire enforcement team had collapsed. Su Guang, covered in grotesque tumors, lay in bed, barely clinging to life. Other members of the enforcement team had also succumbed to the infection, having been exposed to the noxious mists exhaled by the alien king. Only Lan Shiyu, acting as the proxy for Bai Xiaoyan, managed to hold on. The populace was still prohibited from leaving the shelter, as the area where the aberrant creatures wandered was alarmingly close. Yin Shi and his subordinates seized control, undertaking the responsibilities of security, transport, and pacifying the citizens. This morning, Yin Shi sought out Xiao Lin, who informed him that Simon had breached their agreement. Yin Shi paused, then cursed. I knew that scoundrel was a bastard. Xiao Lin shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, he knows all our conversations, including our innermost thoughts. Yin Shi's expression altered slightly, but he soon scoffed. Regardless, I'm on the brink of death. What does it matter if I curse him? Yet after uttering those words, he busied himself, though he felt the futility of his actions, striving to keep himself occupied. As Xiao Lin observed their frantic activity, a series of footsteps approached from behind. He turned to see Lin Yinyan approaching, her expression vacant and her eyes bruised, appearing quite despondent. In a hoarse voice, she lamented, I've tried countless times, but I can't reach Simon. Of course, you can't reach him. He intends to let us perish here, Xiao Lin replied, gently ruffling her hair with a pang of sympathy. Is there truly nothing we can do? Lin Yinyan sniffled. Xiao Lin wiped away her tears with his thumb and softly reassured her, there will always be a way. But the mayor and everyone in the enforcement team, they're all on the verge of death. Even Mr. Bai. She struggled to maintain her composure, but tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Yinyan, have you ever read Anna Karenina? Lin Yinyan paused, taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, her tear-filled eyes searching Xiao Lin's face before she nodded. It is said that when Leo Tolstoy penned her conclusion, he contemplated sparing her life, yet ultimately relinquished that notion, realizing that Anna's fate was sealed. Why? Xiao Lin responded. Because a writer should not dictate a character's destiny. Characters make their own decisions. Simon possesses the power of a writer, but foolishly considers himself fate. And therein lies his vulnerability. Lin Yinyan looked at him, half comprehending. In truth, Simon is not a writer. He is nothing at all, and he fears that others will discern this truth. Just then, Lan Shiyu approached from behind, his complexion pale and lips pressed tightly together. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Bai wishes to see you. His voice trembled slightly. Very well, stay here with Lin Yinyan for a moment. Xiao Lin nodded slightly and turned to walk towards Bai Xiaoyan's room. He pushed open the door and entered, stopping a few steps away from Bai Xiaoyan. The chair was positioned before the window, where Bai Xiaoyan sat, his back turned to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin gazed at him, pondering how many days it had been since their acquaintance. It should be the 10th day, perhaps? Bai Xiaoyan spoke slowly. Simon has defaulted. His breathing was heavy and labored. Indeed, Xiao Lin replied. Bai Xiaoyan chuckled softly. I never imagined Simon would default, not because I trusted him, but because it was futile to consider it. We lack the means to restrain him. Mr. Xiao Lin, you see, this is the essence of our world, dirty, chaotic, in a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. No one respects us. Even if we perish, crushed into dust, people would still applaud Simon. Another pause ensued. That is why I despise this world. I established Satellite Town in hopes of changing even a fraction of it, yet it seems that is no longer feasible. Xiao Lin remained silent, simply listening intently. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyan laughed. I truly apologize. I always meant to express my gratitude, yet you have done so much for us, and I have failed to fulfill my promises. It is of no consequence. How can it be of no consequence? In truth, I have a gift for you. After a moment of silence, Xiao Lin replied, all right. He was aware of what the gift was, as Lan Shiyu had informed him earlier that morning. Bai Xiaoyan gazed steadily out the window, and after a while, he suddenly said, Mr. Xiao Lin, I am somewhat fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Should I leave? Xiao Lin inquired. To stay here with me, Bai Xiaoyan responded. Thus, Xiao Lin remained standing there. He watched as Bai Xiaoyan's head gradually tilted to one side, his breathing becoming lighter and more measured, his body relaxing further. He seemed to have drifted into sleep. The umbrella, which Bai Xiaoyan had held, slowly slipped from his grasp to the floor. Outside, The rain diminished gradually, transforming from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle, and the light outside grew brighter, illuminating by Xiaoyun's pallid form, or rather, his corpse. He had died, quietly ceasing to breathe in his place. The rain had completely stopped. Lin Yan gazed at the suddenly clear sky outside. As if realizing something, she abruptly ran towards Mr. Bai's office, only to be swiftly restrained by Lan Xiyu. "Mr. Lan, let go of me, Mr. Bai," she cried out. However, Lan Xiyu did not release her. Instead, he held her tightly, whispering, "I know, we all know. Yan, we all know." Lin Yan trembled violently, and she could no longer contain herself, collapsing onto Lan Xiyu's shoulder in a fit of sobs. She understood that from this moment on, no one would ever travel great distances to bring her osmanthus cake again. The crowd began to gather in the church's corridor and foyer, all aware of what the cessation of rain signified. Not only does it signify the demise of Bai Xiaoyan, but it also heralds the imminent resurgence of the abnormal clan. Simon's avatar resides in Satellite Town, and he has come to realize the death of Bai Xiaoyan, filling him with unrestrained ecstasy, his eyes wide with exhilaration, fists clenched tightly. The greatest obstacle to the destruction of Satellite Town has finally been vanquished. Although Shaolin is formidable, he is unable to safeguard the ordinary inhabitants of Satellite Town. He is simply incapable of it. At this very moment, the abnormal clan has become aware of the presence of the people, their necks craning as they gaze in that direction, and then they begin to shuffle forward with a slow, lumbering gait, gradually making their way towards the church district in droves. Chapter 58, Reappearance in the Office. Shaolin approached Bai Xiaoyun, his heart devoid of any turmoil, a calmness that was almost terrifying. He stepped forward, picked up the umbrella, closed it gently, and then gazed at him. This somewhat aged middle-aged man appeared to be asleep, his expression serene and peaceful, yet he would never awaken again. "I may not be able to change the world, but for every person you loathe, I shall eliminate them one by one, starting with Simon," Shaolin murmured. He turned, umbrella in hand, and walked outside. As he exited, he found the corridor and hall filled with a dense crowd of people. They looked at him, their gazes fixed on the black umbrella he held, while Shaolin moved to the center of the crowd and declared, "You all may take a rest. I will handle the remainder. I can assist." Lan Xiyu began. "You're no longer an agent," Shaolin replied, his gaze fixed on him. It was then that Lan Xiyu realized that Mr. Bai was dead, and the extraordinary power he had inherited from Mr. Bai had vanished. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but words failed him. "I will take care of the remaining matters," Shaolin reiterated. He stepped outside, perhaps due to the rain having ceased. The outside world appeared significantly brighter, accompanied by the sound of birdsong. The small town, now clear, was quiet and damp. Shaolin advanced, an essence continuously flowing into the black umbrella, transforming into a new core of essence. This black umbrella served as Mr. Bai's extraordinary vessel, embodying his powers. Akin to Simon's typewriter, he gazed into the distance, where a throng of aberrant beings was converging toward him. Shaolin narrowed his eyes, suddenly shouting, "Simon, I know you are here. Come forth. Let's duel, just the two of us." Indeed, Simon was among the aberrant beings, and he found the situation somewhat amusing. A duel? He had no intention of engaging in such a contest, nor did he plan to relinquish his advantage. His aim was to ensure the hopeless demise of Satellite Town. However, at that moment, Shaolin raised the umbrella in his hand, and with a soft pop, the dark canopy unfurled abruptly. In an instant, the sky turned as black as ink, as if plunging into night, and a torrential downpour cascaded, threatening to engulf the world. Everything around seemed to vanish, leaving only the street, 2 rows of buildings, and the boundless deluge. The invisible rain had returned. With his left hand supporting the umbrella, Shaolin slowly drew a white tang sword with his right hand, as a white mask gradually materialized upon his face. The rainy night butcher had reemerged. Simon stood in stunned silence, an indescribable shock coursing through him. How could this be? Each extraordinary being's power should be unique. The death of an extraordinary being also signified the complete obliteration of their powers. Yet why did Shaolin possess the same extraordinary powers as Bai Xiaoyan? Moreover, the invisible rain he summoned appeared even more violent, oppressive, and remarkably, he could maneuver freely while invoking the invisible rain. This was something even Bai Xiaoyan had been unable to achieve. Simon had yet to arrive at a conclusion when his eyes widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lin vanished into the rain, appearing before Simon like a gust of dark wind. "Get out," Xiao Lin commanded. The elongated tang, Dao, effortlessly pierced through Simon's neck. Still in his room, Simon came to his senses, instinctively clutching his throat, and then gazed at the typewriter. The machine was furiously at work, continuously spewing forth new sheets of paper. As Simon hastily pulled out the pages to peruse, he was struck dumb. The satellite plummeted from the sky. The deafening explosion seemed poised to shatter the rain curtain, and flames blazed fiercely in the downpour, unyielding. Xiao Lin's figure traversed the torrential rain and fire, the pale blade in his hand splattering blood with each swing, limbs flying in all directions. Blood mingled with rainwater, pooling on the ground in a dark crimson puddle. Xiao Lin was slaughtering the aberrant race? Had he lost his mind? Simon was filled with uncertainty. He knew all too well that when the corpses amassed in number, the Lord of the Feast would be summoned, annihilating the entire town. Yet Xiao Lin dared to proceed? The typewriter churned out another sheet. Xiao Lin realized something was watching him, and suddenly he laughed. "Simon," he declared loudly, "I know you can see what I am saying and thinking. Thus I am now conversing with you." For reasons unknown, a chill ran down Simon's spine. At that moment, Xiao Lin, under the shelter of an umbrella, strolled through the rain and flames, evading no attacks, making no defenses, only relentlessly slaughtering. The high-entropy ceramic blade, infused with his essence, became immortal, while the downpour rendered him exceptionally powerful. His strength surged, his speed intensified, his physical prowess surpassed that of Lan Shiyu, and even his recovery rate was remarkably swift. He moved with unimpeded grace, mercilessly decimating the twisted creations birthed by Simon. While engaged in the carnage, he bellowed, "Simon, I retract my previous assessment of you. You are not a talentless writer, merely an imbecile lost in fantasies. You lack understanding of creation. Your imagination is pitifully deficient. Lost in daydreams, imagining yourself a writer. Even the stories you take pride in are not your own. They are the tales of those you have wronged. As for you, you are nothing but a shameless plagiarist, a boring, dim-witted fool." These words were transcribed by the manuscript, presented before Simon. He trembled, his face flushed with rage. His mind clouded in a crimson haze. D, 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 he screamed, an anguished roar erupting from his throat. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin's blade felled the last of the aberrant race, the entire street awash in blood, a multitude of corpses piled high behind him. "Simon, you claim to have created a deity, yet have you ever encountered a god? Have you ever contemplated his origin, pondered the nature of divinity, and questioned why one becomes a god? Come, allow me to witness whether a creation born of impotence can indeed obliterate my existence." In the next moment, the entire satellite town began to tremble. Torrential rain descended chaotically, and the surface of the long street, along with its walls, sprouted ghastly crimson tumors, resembling monstrous, deformed fruits. At the end of the long street, an immensely vast entity gradually revealed its form. The Lord of the Feast, this deity conjured by Simon, has finally made its appearance. Chapter 59. Breaking boundaries at the end of the road, an immense entity emerged, towering at approximately several dozen meters, its form exceedingly bizarre. It bore a semblance to humanity, with one half of its face gaunt while the other half was grotesquely bloated. Its body, similarly, was divided between emaciation and corpulence. The lean portion resembled an aged noble, while the rotund section evoked the image of a cold-blooded butcher. Numerous arms sprouted chaotically from its body, some emerging from its abdomen, others from its chest, resembling tangled roots. Each of these limbs was laden with an array of implements: staffs, forks, cleavers, handkerchiefs, and meat hooks. It possessed only an upper torso, and from a distance, it appeared as though it were seated at a banquet table, its deformed visage suffused with madness and avarice. "O master of the frantic feast, great sovereign who devours all, I present this being as a sacrificial offering to you. Please strip away its skin, dismantle its bones, desiccate its blood, roast its flesh over fierce flames, and consume it. Simon murmured softly. The master of the frantic feast gradually bent down, pressing many of its arms onto the ground, its colossal head stretching forward, and a fierce red light ignited in its large and small eyes. Under the gaze of the divine, those who are scrutinized must bear the weight of divine authority. The space surrounding Shaolin began to subtly distort, an omen of the master of the frantic feast's power commencing its effect. In Simon's narrative, upon the arrival of the master of the frantic feast, destruction was inevitable. All inhabitants of the city would instantaneously transform into charred, skinless cadavers. However, at that moment, a new line of text manifested in Simon's manuscript. Shaolin stood with his head bowed, silently attuned to the supreme power emanating from the master of the frantic feast. Then he slightly raised his umbrella, revealing a face tinged with mockery. "So what, Simon? Have your childish fantasies borne any fruit?" Simon's heart raced violently. Instinctively, he flung the paper away, shivering with dread. Useless? How could it be useless? Why would it not work? That was surely divine authority, the master of the frantic feast, a deity. How could it fail? His pupils trembled uncontrollably, unable to suppress the terror swelling within. Meanwhile, upon the long street, the master of the frantic feast finally recognized that this being before it was impervious to its authority. It abruptly raised its colossal arm wielding the fork and brought it crashing down. Yet Shaolin did not evade. Instead, he advanced to meet it. In that fleeting moment before the giant arm struck, his figure vanished into the curtain of rain. Boom! The enormous arm crashed to the ground, the fork embedding itself within the earth, shattering the road and causing the surrounding walls to tremble. In the next instant, Shaolin reappeared amidst the rain, swiftly delivering a horizontal slash. Swoosh! A torrent of blood erupted forth as the arm was severed and left behind on the ground. The colossal entity emitted a wail of agony, its body beginning to recoil. He could inflict damage upon a deity. Simon was in utter disbelief. From the inception of the plot, the master of the frantic feast had been conceived as an ultimate existence, impervious to injury, and indeed, impossible to attack. However, at this moment, Shaolin severed one of its arms, shattering the boundaries of narrative once again. "No, it cannot be," Simon whispered in a furious roar. The lord of the feast, writhing in pain, was consumed by an unparalleled rage, its countless arms lifted in unison, poised to strike down, as though it aimed to annihilate Shaolin along with the entire street. Yet, before its attack could descend, a crimson line cleaved through the sky. It was the eye of deep space. Like a colossal bullet, it pierced through the lord of the feast's left eye in an instant. The lord's assault was interrupted, and it clutched its eye, emitting a grotesque and thunderous wail. The typewriter began to stutter as the narrative boundaries were continuously breached, rendering it incapable of describing the current state of the lord of the feast or elucidating the reason for its injury. "This cannot continue." Simon clenched his teeth and yanked the typewriter closer. His fingers flew across the keys. The unexpected counterattack of the insignificant being enraged the invincible lord of the feast. It resolved to unleash its true power to bury the entire town, allowing all existence to merge into decay. The lord's lamentations ceased. As it gradually lifted its head, its abdomen began to writhe incessantly, producing a tremendous rumble. This was the ultimate and most formidable skill bestowed upon the Lord by Simon, the stream of oblivion. The Lord of the feast would regurgitate all the contents of its stomach, drowning the entire town in putrid matter and digestive fluids, transforming it into a vast mound of decay. Every living being within the town would likewise succumb to rot, with no one spared. Shaolin could save himself, yet he could not thwart such a large-scale assault, unable to withstand the deluge engulfing the entire city. As long as the town was obliterated, it would still count as his victory. The unsettling sound of writhing grew increasingly louder, and Simon bit down hard, watching line after line of text materialize. Shaolin remained remarkably composed. Why? How could he maintain his calm? What was he contemplating? Or was it merely uncertainty about his next move? Simon clenched his fists, overwhelmed by an unprecedented anxiety. Subsequently, the entire satellite town was engulfed in turbulence. The sky darkened to an inky black, forming a colossal vortex, with arcs of lightning dancing at its core. It was the thunder of the white, howling cloud, a tremendous expenditure of energy for a devastating blow. This was his trump card, the destructive force that had secured his status in Cloud City. The white, howling cloud seldom employed this attack, but when unleashed, it had never failed, even effortlessly vanquishing the king of the alien beings it had created. Little did he expect that Shaolin could replicate this move. What was the true extent of his abilities? In the next moment, a brilliant white lightning bolt descended like a towering tree from the heavens, brutally piercing the colossal form of the Lord of the Feast. The Lord's immense body suddenly froze, the sound of writhing ceased, and an overwhelming scent of charred flesh filled the air. Its exterior had been entirely scorched. The town was left with nothing but the sounds of wind and rain. However, mere seconds later, the sound of writhing returned. The Lord of the Frenzied Feast still lived, and the thunder of Bai Shaoyun had failed to vanquish it. The funeral preparations were still underway. It was over. Simon trembled with excitement, his entire being shaking. The thunder of Bai Shaoyun had not slain the Lord of the Frenzied Feast. That had been Shaoling's final trump card, and in this confrontation, he had lost. Crack! A second bolt of thunder descended, illuminating the entire satellite town with a blinding brilliance, as if the very world itself were roaring. Simon suddenly froze, all his exhilaration petrified on his face. Shaoling once again summoned the thunder? How could this be? The consumption of thunder was so immense that it could drain Bai Shaoyun's power entirely. Why was Shaoling able to wield it twice? A furious wind began to sweep through the entire town, a colossal tornado spiraling skyward, arcs of electricity dancing across the heavens. At that moment, the satellite town resembled a post-apocalyptic landscape. Simon suddenly realized that Shaoling had not merely mastered the power of Bai Shaoyun. He had transcended it. He had surpassed much more. Crack! The third bolt of thunder struck down. Crack! Thunder descended relentlessly, leaving nothing but blinding whiteness and a cacophony resonating through the realms. Chapter 60. The Second Dream. The Lord of the Feast has perished. Though it was conceived as a deity impervious to all harm, in essence, it was merely a creation of Simon. And Simon, being only a fifth-generation extraordinary being, endowed the Lord of the Feast with powers and attributes that were rendered ineffective in the presence of Shaoling. It was naught but a colossal beast. 17 bolts of thunder consumed 2/3 of Shaoling's essence, utterly vanquishing this beast. Its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, its arms shattered like charcoal. The typewriter on Simon's desk came to an abrupt halt, emitting a sharp, grating sound, the rollers incessantly moving side to side, yet no words were inscribed. The narrative could not persist. The Lord of the Feast, originally the narrative's terminus, the ultimate arbiter of the entire satellite town, was invincible and unassailable. Yet now it lay dead. This signified the breach of the story's boundaries, the collapse of logic, both of which constitute the lifeblood of a tale. Thus, the story ceased to exist. Words began to vanish line by line from the manuscripts that had been prepared. Simultaneously, the monstrous growths that had infested the streets began to dissolve into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Following this were the bodies of the aberrant tribe, the severed arm of the Lord of the Feast, and the charred, colossal carcass. Within mere seconds, the streets became desolate, stripped bare, leaving only shattered ground and ruins. Shaoling stood amidst the rain, indifferent to this inevitable victory, silently closing his umbrella. With a soft click, the torrential downpour ceased, the dark clouds receded, and the surrounding gloom dissipated. The slightly pallid sunlight once again graced the small town, making the damp tiles glisten faintly. Shaoling turned towards the church, where people had gathered at the entrance. Upon seeing his silhouette illuminated by the sunlight, although there was no cheering, their eyes sparkled with fervor. Shaoling gazed at the silent crowd. After Mr. Bai's funeral concludes, I shall journey to Honghe City to eliminate Simon. At that very moment, Simon huddled in the corner of his room, his hands clutching his head tightly, his body trembling violently, his face etched with terror. He could not fathom this conclusion. nor could he accept it. He had always believed that his loss in the wager stemmed from adhering too rigidly to the agreement, not exerting his full strength, thus granting Xiao Ling and his companions an opportunity. Yet this time he had given it his all, employing the most reckless and despicable tactics, and still met with defeat. What did this signify? Did it imply that Xiao Ling was stronger than he? How could this be? How could this be? He was one of the most formidable, extraordinary beings in the entire Red Territory, the architect of fate. How could Xiao Ling possibly surpass him? It must have been mere chance or coincidence. Just then, a clicking sound resounded once more, as the final sheet of paper, stuck in the typewriter, was ejected. This paper gently floated before Simon, and after a substantial blank space, it bore a single sentence. Xiao Ling gazed at the silent crowd. After Mr. Bai's funeral concludes, I shall journey to Honghe City to eliminate Simon. An unprecedented terror pierced Simon's heart in an instant. He stared blankly at the paper, finding even breath a laborious task. It dawned upon him the dreadful enormity of his actions. He had failed to avenge Lily, to complete his magnum opus, and the House of Philosophers would no longer embrace him. Moreover, Xiao Lin would not spare him either. The room fell into an eerie silence, as if everything was receding further away, leaving only the sound of his labored breaths and pounding heart. 3 days later, in Satellite Town, Bai Xiaoyun was laid to rest in the cemetery of the church district alongside other victims. The funeral was officiated by Lan Xiyu, who displayed remarkable composure and restraint. Nearly the entire town gathered, forming a vast circle to bid farewell to the one who had sacrificed his life to protect Satellite Town. Xiao Lin stood at the innermost circle, silently observing Bai Xiaoyun's body lying in the coffin, the lid closed, before it was placed into the grave by members of the enforcement team. He had contemplated bringing Bai Xiaoyun's body back to the Institute, but ultimately relinquished the idea. Having given everything for this cherished land, he deserved to rest here, to be remembered by those who lived in this place. After the funeral, Lin Yin sought out Xiao Lin, cautiously inquiring, Mr. Xiao Lin, when do you plan to leave? In 2 or 3 days, once this matter is fully resolved. Why do you ask? Xiao Lin countered. Lin Yin stood there, her face gradually flushing, struggling to articulate, may I come to your place to sleep for a while? Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow. Why do you wish to sleep at my place? I will pay for it, she exclaimed, producing 2 silver coins from her pocket and thrusting them into Xiao Lin's hand. Xiao Lin chuckled softly at the sight of the coins. Letting you sleep for a night is no issue, but why must it be at my place? With both hands gesturing, Lin Yin replied, this involves a colossal secret, so I cannot divulge it. Xiao Lin remained silent, disinterested in her grand secret, yet accepted the coins, acknowledging her request in silence. That night, he checked the doors and windows thrice to ensure they were securely locked, preventing both mosquitoes and Lin Yin from entering, before finally settling down to sleep. The Institute housed several staff dormitories, and Lin Yin slept in one of them. Before bed, she meticulously dressed, took 2 sleeping pills, and lay rigidly on the bed like a corpse. After an indeterminate period, she suddenly opened her eyes, excited by the faint sounds emanating from outside the door. Indeed, she had succeeded once more. She had entered the dreamscape. Hastily, she exited her room and headed straight for the water bar, only to find it desolate, with only Zhao Ningyue present. Propping her chin on one hand, Zhao Ningyue regarded Lin Yin with keen interest. Didn't I tell you not to come here again? I nearly acted against you just now. Lin Yin shrank back timidly. Sister Ningyue, I can't find you. Zhao Ningyue's curiosity piqued. All right then. Would you like some coffee? Lin Yin nodded slightly and then took a seat at the bar. She noticed an additional glass jar on Zhao Ningyue's counter, containing what appeared to be a brain. Indeed, both its appearance and size strikingly resembled that of a human brain. It was a trendy punk ornament, dark-themed, and rather inexpensive. As Zhao Ningyue brewed coffee, she inquired, so what brings you to me? Lin Yin shrank her head and replied, are you aware of the recent occurrences in Satellite Town? I am, Zhao Ningyue responded, her gaze dimming slightly. Such events are an inevitable part of life, but they shall pass. I have experienced similar. Chapter 61. Individual decisions. Zhao Ningyue placed the freshly brewed coffee before Lin Yin. who cradled the cup in her hands as if seeking warmth. A tranquil silence enveloped the two girls for a moment until Lin Yinyin suddenly spoke. Sister Ningyu, you mentioned earlier that I am actually quite strong? It is not easy to autonomously enter this realm. Individuals like you, who arrive passively, are exceedingly rare. Your spiritual domain is remarkably powerful. Zhao Ningyue replied earnestly, then flashed a bright smile. Of course, it is still quite easy to kill. I have a portion of my memories that are encrypted. Is this the reason I am not as strong? Lin Yinyin inquired further. Indeed. Is there a way to unlock this memory encryption? Zhao Ningyue did not respond immediately. Instead, she gazed at her intently. What if those memories are deeply painful? What if they transform you into someone else? Lin Yinyin fell silent, lowering her head. After a while, she spoke. Even if it is painful, I can accept it. I just want to protect Satellite Town. I truly cherish this place. And what if, after your memories are restored, you no longer love Satellite Town? Lin Yinyin froze, unable to articulate a response for an extended period. Zhao Ningyue poured herself a cup of coffee, stirring it as she continued. Memory encryption is an ancient technique that emerged during the Third World War. The Third World War? The conflict that marked the end of the extraordinary era? Zhao Ningyue nodded. The origins of this technology are lost to history, but it was employed for subversion, encrypting the memories of enemies, followed by brainwashing to convert them into loyal assassins or spies. Is there a method to decrypt them? The conventional approach involves using a key, which serves as a marker. Upon seeing it, memories will unlock. But the key is often held by the encryptor. Are there no alternative methods? Zhao Ningyue smiled wryly. I am uncertain. After all, I am an outdated relic of the past. Lin Yinyin's expression fell, her gaze fixed on the coffee cup. Zhao Ningyue observed her with a playful demeanor and suddenly remarked, while I cannot assist you in decrypting your memories, one could argue that as long as you can grow stronger, the necessity of decryption becomes irrelevant, does it not? Lin Yinyin quickly lifted her head. Sister Ningyue, do you have a way to make me stronger? Zhao Ningyue looked at her, a flicker of profound meaning in her eyes. Would you like to become my agent? Lin Yinyin was momentarily taken aback, then sprang to her feet, exclaiming with fervor, I am willing, am super incredibly willing, exceedingly willing. Her exuberance elicited laughter from Zhao Ningyue, who cautioned, however, I must forewarn you, my current state is quite frail, and the power I can bestow upon you is limited. Furthermore, do not use my powers until the final moment. Zhao Ningyue's gaze turned slightly colder, once employed. Leave no survivors. Why? Lin Yinyin asked, puzzled. To ensure your longevity. If certain individuals discover that you're my agent, they will undoubtedly eliminate you at any cost. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Xiao Lin visited Lan Shiyu's office. Despite having been reduced to an ordinary existence, Lan Shiyu remained the town mayor. Did Lin Yin disturb you yesterday? He inquired, rummaging through the filing cabinet. Yes, Xiao Lin replied with a solemn nod. And this morning? What happened? She was crying and shouting that she wants to guard the door for me. No matter how I tried to dissuade her, it was futile. Lan Shiyu rubbed his forehead. When she arrives, I will have a word with her, urging her to temper her enthusiasm. There's no need for that. I have acquiesced. Lan Shiyu widened his eyes in disbelief. What? You agreed? Xiao Lin remained silent for a lengthy pause, because she genuinely seems eager to guard the door for me, though I cannot fathom why. Lan Shiyu fell silent, but considering Lin Yin's recent state, he ultimately sighed. This girl may simply be reacting to some stimulus. A fleeting whim. Perhaps she will return to her senses in a few days. He extracted a stack of documents from the cabinet and handed them to Xiao Lin. Take a look. Xiao Lin perused the documents briefly. They were the transfer contract for the ownership rights of the Blue Dragon Mining Company. The contents of the transfer included a commercial property in Satellite Town, a suite in Yunza City, as well as shares, bonds, and cash valued at 500 gold coins. Once signed, the administrative center of Yunza City will acknowledge your legitimate ownership of Blue Dragon Mining, Lan Shiyu explained. Xiao Lin picked up a pen and inscribed his name on the document, fulfilling by Xiao Yun's last wish. On one hand, for Satellite Town, Xiao Lin, as an extraordinary being, could provide deterrence and ensure its safety. On the other hand, the identity and wealth of the president of Blue Dragon Mining would enable him to establish his standing in Yunza City swiftly, thereby creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. I must clarify in advance that I possess no knowledge of management, Shaolin remarked while signing. Rest assured, our various departments operate autonomously. Besides, as an extraordinary being, no one in Yunza City dares to scheme against us. If any significant matter requires your decision, we will contact you online. Ugh, Shaolin expressed mild irritation. Could you refrain from addressing me in such a manner? It sounds rather awkward. Lan Xiyu felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, you are now my superior. First a friend, then a superior, Shaolin retorted. This allowed Lan Xiyu to relax slightly as he leaned back in his chair and asked, "Are you truly intent on confronting Simon?" Indeed, he is one of the most formidable, extraordinary beings in the Red Territory. He will likely not be easy to deal with. Shaolin smiled at him. He is merely a corner dog. Handling him should not pose much difficulty. Seeing Shaolin's resolute demeanor, Lan Xiyu ceased to intervene. If you intend to head to Honghe City, passing through Yunza City is inevitable. You may go there first, and we will arrange the route and itinerary with the headquarters of the mining company. Understood. Shaolin nodded. By the way, regarding the security of Satellite Town, I lack the authority to delegate proxies, but I can leave Huema here. It will heed your commands. That is sufficient. Thank you very much. Lan Xiyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Throughout the years of establishment in this small town, the Huema had consistently posed a significant threat as the howling of the mad. The reason he had refrained from personally addressing this menace was due to the superiority of Huema's power. Now, the nightmare of the howling madman, the gravedigger, had transformed into the protector of Satellite Town, sufficient to intimidate and repel the nefarious individuals who coveted them. Lan Xiyu remained silent for a moment before raising his gaze to inquire, "Mr. Shaolin, will you return?" "Let's speak of that after we have dealt with Simon," Shaolin replied. Chapter 62, Schemes in Red River City. The door of Simon's studio was forcefully kicked open by the captain, revealing a scene of chaos, papers strewn across the table and floor. Both men frowned and glanced at Simon, who remained curled up in the corner, his expression vacant and hollow. The servant had mentioned that he had been in this state for several days. The captain, cigar clenched between his teeth, took a deep drag. The glowing ember casting a flickering red light. It seemed the rumors circulating online were indeed true. Simon had failed. The pianist approached, tapping his cane gently against Simon's forehead. A warm sensation gradually coursing through Simon's body, pulling him back to reality. He looked up at the pianist, his pupils trembling slightly, and, after a moment of hesitation, he managed to speak. "My plan has failed. The Satellite Town is out of control. We are already aware of that. We sought you out for this very reason." The captain leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest. "To be honest, I never expected you to botch something so straightforward. It's not entirely my fault. There was a peculiar supernatural being on their side, incredibly powerful. Regardless, you have failed. With your current abilities, you cannot pass through the gate of cognition, which renders you of no value to us," the captain interrupted. Simon paused, then slowly sank to his knees, his voice trembling with a blend of fear and desperation. "I beg you, grant me another chance. I must join the House of Philosophers, otherwise, that person will kill me." The pianist and captain exchanged a knowing glance, each understanding the gravity of Simon's predicament. Simon had never faced failure before and was at a loss on how to confront it. The blow had nearly shattered him, and he viewed the House of Philosophers as his last lifeline. This predicament, however, was advantageous for the House of Philosophers. Begging will do you no good. Lacking the strength to force your way through the gate of cognition will lead to your demise, the captain cautioned. Simon remained frozen, sweat dripping onto the floor as he realized he was in a dire predicament. To not join the House of Philosophers meant death. To join them also risked death. After a prolonged silence, the pianist finally spoke. "Considering the uniqueness of your abilities, we can offer you another chance, but the choice is yours." He gestured to the captain, who tossed a large leather suitcase from the doorway to the pianist. The pianist glanced over Simon's desk, swept all the manuscripts to the floor, placed the suitcase atop it, and unzipped it. As soon as the suitcase was opened, a heavy, grotesque odor of blood assaulted the senses. Simon stood up, peering into the contents of the suitcase. and was immediately filled with dread. Inside lay a collection of internal organs, hearts, livers, stomachs, and kidneys, immersed in glass tubes, each adorned with wriggling, insect-like legs, reminiscent of some independent life form that sent shivers down his spine. Simon swallowed hard, instinctively disturbed by these macabre sights. What is this? These are the means to empower you. The captain's voice was authoritative and unwavering. These organs originated from another extraordinary being. Implanting them within your body would elevate your power to a new echelon. Frankly, your fortune is rather remarkable, had he not perished at the opportune moment. Such a stroke of luck would have eluded you. Yet, Simon felt a sense of aversion towards these grotesque and sanguinary artifacts, prompting him to timidly inquire, what are the consequences of such an implantation? The captain grew increasingly impatient, responding, the consequence is that you gain the opportunity to join the House of Philosophers. The consequence is that you need not fear being hunted by your enemies. It's as simple as that. Stop dawdling. The pianist raised his hand to halt the captain's further discourse. Solemnly tapping his cane upon the ground, he declared, in summary, Mr. Simon, welcome to the crossroads of your existence. The moment of choice has arrived. Will you choose survival or annihilation? To become a knight or to devolve into a beast? Regardless of your decision, we at the House of Philosophers shall respect it, provided you can bear the consequences. Though Simon's heart resisted these peculiar propositions, he recognized that he did not wish to perish. Joining the House of Philosophers was his only avenue for survival. Gradually, he lifted his head, his lips pressed tightly together, his mind initially a cacophony of chaos before abruptly falling into a profound silence. Very well, I understand. I accept the implantation. Simon's voice emerged hoarsely. Splendid. The pianist beamed with delight, lifting Simon from the ground. Welcome to the House of Philosophers. May we enrich your existence. And what of Shaolin, the extraordinary being intent on pursuing me? Simon queried. Now that you have joined the House of Philosophers, such trivial matters are no longer of concern, the pianist replied, patting Simon's shoulder with a warm smile. Your paramount task now is to take a bath and rest well. Simon nodded slowly, then turned to descend the stairs. Entering the washroom, I did not expect him to agree so readily. I anticipated a more arduous persuasion, the captain remarked, removing his cigar and spitting onto the sheets of paper. Life cannot be overly smooth. Excessive ease can lead to a loss of discernment in times of peril. The pianist maintained his gentle smile, adding, however, we did not deceive him. He will indeed grow stronger and successfully navigate through the door of cognition. The captain scoffed. Yet the aftermath of the extraordinary will corrupt him. One day, his mind will sprout legs and escape from the crown of his head. Isn't that rather splendid? True freedom lies in shedding the confines of corporeality. Do you realize that you consistently misconstrue the meaning of such statements? I find it quite distasteful. The captain retorted with a snort. Meanwhile, the reconstruction efforts in Satellite Town gradually fell into a rhythm, drawing ever closer to the day of Shaolin's departure. As Shaolin's thoughts wandered, he gazed at the remaining tasks on his notebook. Most had been crossed off, with only one item left: to pay his respects to the corpse of the madman before his departure. I shall do so this afternoon, and then set off tomorrow morning. At that moment, Lin Yin Yin appeared, sporting dark circles under her eyes akin to those of Panda. In recent days, Lin Yin Yin has completely taken up residence in the Research Institute, and she has inexplicably learned to brew coffee. Perhaps this is what they call self-taught mastery. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Xiao Ling inquired. So, you are departing tomorrow? Lin Yin Yin asked. In fact, you could tether yourself to a satellite and swiftly soar away, returning just in time for dinner. Xiao Ling remained silent, for he too had contemplated such a method. However, this journey, although aimed at confronting Simon, held greater significance as it was an opportunity to engage with a broader world. Moreover, he needed to continue honing his skills along the way, striving to become stronger. He sighed, the winds are fierce up there. I fear I might catch a cold. Oh. Lin Yin Yin nodded earnestly, then stood there in a state of inner turmoil. There is something I'm unsure whether to tell you. What is it? Simon messaged me online, expressing his desire to negotiate with you. He mentioned that the Philosopher's House would act as a mediator. Deep down, she knew this information was essential to share with Xiao Ling, yet she was apprehensive about the prospect of him reconciling with Simon. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ling rose to his feet. Very well, I shall go and speak with them. Chapter 63. Negotiation. A few minutes later, Xiao Lin logged onto the internet and arrived at Simon's online studio. He knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by a burly man with a thick beard, a cigar in his mouth, and a somewhat short stature. Simon was seated on the sofa with a man dressed in a white suit, holding a cane, exuding an air of relaxation. Captain, pianist, we are the representatives of the House of Philosophers. The captain introduced himself succinctly, gesturing toward an armchair. Please take a seat there. Xiao Lin sat down silently on the sofa, while the captain settled across from him, causing the sofa to creak under his weight. The captain spoke first. We have heard about the situation in Satellite Town. Indeed, Simon has acted improperly. He violated our agreement, causing you considerable trouble. We have invited you here today to extend our apologies. He glanced at Simon, who immediately rose and said, Mr. Xiao Lin, I sincerely apologize for my breach of contract. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive my error. The pianist chuckled lightly. Do not worry. Mr. Xiao Lin is not unreasonable. I believe he will forgive you. Xiao Lin shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Is that all it takes? Certainly not. The pianist responded with a refined and gentle tone. From now on, he will no longer take lives. Instead, he will write stories that benefit humanity, which can be seen as atonement for his actions. Xiao Lin slightly raised his gaze, his eyes deep with intensity. I do not require his atonement. I only desire his death. The pianist's smile faded somewhat. He will become a hero, saving many lives. To kill him is to extinguish the hope for those who need saving. He has no future. The pianist sighed softly. I have a proposal. Perhaps you might consider it. He paused. If you are willing to settle this matter, I can recommend you for an opportunity to join the House of Philosophers. No need. An immediate silence enveloped the room. At that moment, the captain suddenly scoffed. As far as I know, Satellite Town has not been destroyed, and you have not suffered any loss. Your aggression seems rather excessive. I lost a friend. That was part of my life, Xiao Lin replied calmly. So you are determined to be an enemy of the House of Philosophers? It is you who are opposing me. If you do not interfere with my intention to kill Simon, we would not be enemies. Another silence fell. The captain raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and then chuckled. I see now. This fellow has no intention of negotiating with us. Indeed, I never intended to negotiate with you from the outset, Xiao Lin admitted candidly. At that moment, Simon, who had remained silent, finally lifted his head. He looked calmly at Xiao Lin and said, Mr. Xiao Lin, I regret the loss of your friend. However, I too have lost an agent, so in truth, I owe you nothing. I can unequivocally convey to you that you lack the capability to extinguish my existence. With the assistance of the House of Philosophers, my strength has experienced a substantial augmentation. Furthermore, I am on the verge of entering the gate of cognition. Once I traverse into the second layer of reality, my power will be beyond your reach. He gazed at Xiao Lin, a flicker of ire igniting in his eyes. Therefore, had it not been for the two gentlemen from the House of Philosophers urging me to sever causality, I would never have contemplated offering you an apology. Should you insist on my demise, it would be tantamount to digging your own grave. Xiao Lin silently absorbed his words, then turned his gaze toward the two representatives from the House of Philosophers. Their expressions were marked by a palpable weariness, clearly indicating their disinterest in further discourse. Only the captain appeared inclined to make one final attempt. In light of your participation in this dialogue, I extend to you a last opportunity to accept our compensation and let this matter rest. Xiao Lin leaned back slightly. How about you speculate on the reason for my presence at this meeting? Simon regarded Xiao Lin with a chilling intensity in his eyes, yet remained silent. Are you not a writer of horror tales? You ought to understand that despair is a vital element in such narratives. Xiao Lin smiled. It is the sensation that, regardless of your struggles, regardless of your actions, and regardless of the allies you summon, you are ultimately unable to evade death. I wish for you to experience this sensation. Xiao Lin's gaze gradually turned frosty, the smile fading from his visage. In the forthcoming period, You may engage in any endeavors and undertake any self-preservation tactics you can conceive. However, on the 15th of April, you shall perish amidst a tempestuous downpour. For reasons unknown, the coldness in his eyes sent a shiver down Simon's spine. He had witnessed the terrifying visage of Xiao Lin amidst a rain-drenched night, wielding an umbrella and a blade. Donning a white mask reminiscent of a lifeless visage, akin to a maniacal killer from a tale of horror. A sense of dread enveloped him. The negotiations had utterly collapsed. After a suffocating silence, the captain clapped his hands. Very well, since the talks have disintegrated, let us each prepare ourselves and refrain from squandering time here. Xiao Lin chose not to utter another word, casting them a fleeting glance before exiting the room, subsequently disconnecting. Upon returning to the realm of reality and opening his eyes, he found Lin Yin standing before him, her expression fraught with anxiety. Upon seeing Xiao Lin's return, she managed a strained smile and inquired, "Have you concluded your discussions?" Xiao Lin nodded. "Yes, it is finished." Lin Yin's expression grew tense. "Well, I am aware of the House of Philosophers. They're a legitimate force of extraordinary individuals, possessing several supernaturals and controlling the gate of cognition. Therefore, if you do not intend to eliminate Simon, we would be amenable to that, as a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade, and Simon will inevitably face retribution." Observing the girl's incessant chatter, Xiao Lin rose and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Silly girl." With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. Lin Yin called out after him, "Mr. Xiao Lin, I shall have some food, pay my respects to the corpse of the madman, and depart tomorrow morning." Lin Yin gazed at Xiao Ling's departing figure, and an indescribable sorrow welled up within her heart. Xiao Ling was on the brink of leaving, to venture beyond their small town and into a vast, uncharted world. Although she had anticipated this day, its arrival still cast a shadow of melancholy over her. She called out, "Is it truly impossible to just hang on to a satellite and return this afternoon?" Xiao Ling shot her a glance of exasperation before turning to leave. Chapter 64. Old Friends After Finishing His Meal. Xiao Lin held the bouquet he had prepared earlier, ready to pay his respects to the corpse of the madman. This was the final task he intended to complete before departing from Satellite Town. As he traversed the cobblestone avenue, the townsfolk paused to observe or greet him, to which Xiao Lin responded amicably. Initially, he found the attention somewhat disconcerting, yet he gradually began to relish the recognition. While crossing the commercial street, Xiao Lin encountered Yan Jie, who was engaged in conversation with members of the law enforcement team, and In Shi. They leaned against a pillar, smoking, and appeared to be in good spirits. Upon noticing Xiao Lin's approach, they greeted him warmly. "What are you discussing?" Xiao Lin inquired. "We're deliberating on compensation for Mr. In Shi." Yan Jie replied earnestly. "He generously donated numerous supplies during the war, and we must reimburse him for those after the conflict. Although his injuries had yet to fully heal, evident by the bandages on his body, he seemed to be in relatively good condition." Noticing the flowers in Xiao Lin's hand, he asked, "Who are those for?" "They're not for anyone in particular. I am leaving tomorrow, so I thought I would pay my respects to the madman's corpse today and ask for his blessings," Xiao Lin explained. Yan Jie appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that Xiao Lin held such beliefs. He instinctively asked, "Does he really bestow blessings upon people? While I cannot speak for others, I can assure you that he would surely do his utmost to bless me," Xiao Lin replied with a smile. Yan Jie seemed puzzled for a moment before recalling something. "By the way, Mayor Lon should also be there now. You may encounter him." "All right. I shall not interrupt your important matters any longer." Xiao Lin waved farewell to the group and continued on his way toward the location of the madman's corpse. This place was relatively remote, with the townspeople seldom venturing nearby, as few wished to be too close to the bizarre spectacle. After passing through a desolate and dilapidated street, the low wall where the madman lay finally came into view. Lan Xiyu was also present. From a distance, Xiao Lin could see him conversing with another individual. As he approached, he overheard Lan Xiyu casually ask, "Isn't it customary to come for the memorial in the latter half of the year? Why has it been so early this year?" "There is something of great importance to attend to, and it happens to be on my way, so I decided to stop by," the man replied, his voice calm, yet tinged with fatigue. I heard you faced an attack a few days ago. What was the extent of your losses? A formidable friend assisted us, so our losses were not significant, Lan Shiyu responded. That's good to hear. In truth, I've grown quite fond of this place. The man nodded in agreement. Shaolin paused momentarily as he observed the man before proceeding. Upon hearing footsteps, Lan Shiyu looked up and smiled. Mr. Shaolin, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Li. He is a traveling merchant who comes to pay his respects to the madman's corpse every year and has become somewhat of a friend to us. He then introduced Shaolin to Mr. Li, saying, This is Mr. Xiao. We owe our survival to him, for without his efforts, Satellite Town would surely have faced destruction. Shaolin and Mr. Li exchanged silent glances, the stillness between them lingering for quite some time before Shaolin finally spoke. Did you not reveal your true identity to him? No, I merely came to pay my respects, not wishing to create a grand spectacle. Mr. Li smiled. Lan Shiyu sensed an undercurrent of peculiarity and glance between the two. With astonishment, he inquired, Mr. Shaolin, who are you two? But Shaolin is from 200 years ago? How could he possibly have acquaintances in this era? Yet, Shaolin nodded affirmatively. He is Yang Qi, or rather, the Lord of Justice City. Justice City, Lord? Lan Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, his initial reaction one of disbelief. The Lord of Justice City, Yang Qi, a second-generation extraordinary being, one of the pinnacle powers that exist in this world. How could he appear here to pay homage to an unnamed corpse? Noticing the astonishment etched on Lan Shiyu's face, Yang Qi chuckled softly. He is not deceiving you. However, you two remain unaware of his true identity. Mr. Shaolin's true identity? Precisely. Yang Qi regarded Shaolin, the first extraordinary being, the pioneer of the extraordinary era, the very source of the extraordinary. Without him, this era would not exist. Lan Shiyu stood frozen, the enormity of the revelation crashing over him like a tidal wave. The Lord of Justice City, the first extraordinary being in history. His mind struggled to assimilate this information, leaving him in a stupor as he gazed at the grotesque corpse. A chill rising within him. If all of this were true, then who exactly was this body they referred to as the madman's remains? Xiao Lin observait Yang Qi, his appearance unchanged from 2 centuries ago, though now bereft of the fervor and impatience of youth, replaced instead by a calm demeanor tinged with weariness. For reasons unknown, upon seeing this old acquaintance, Shaolin felt no anger stirring within him. Even now, the act of killing Professor Yu Taizhou remained for Shaolin an empty legend. The Yang Qi he remembered was still that passionate young man working in a restaurant, dreaming of saving the world. Shaolin, I promise to treat you to a meal upon your return. I have not forgotten. I remember, Shaolin smiled. You mentioned treating me to roasted whole lamb. Yang Qi chuckled. I had intended to take you to that upscale restaurant called Wangaloo by the school, the one with the particularly lavish decor. Oh, that one. Before I went to Yinzhou, I had said I would treat you there, but you said it was too expensive, so we ended up going for skewers instead. Yang Qi gazed at Shaolin, his emotions swirling with complexity. After a pause, he said, Shaolin, welcome back. In any case, today, I shall host a feast in your honor. A tremendous roar echoed from the heavens, as dark crimson clouds parted instantaneously, revealing immense diamond-shaped light spots that coalesced into a vast expanse. In the blink of an eye, the luminous spots vanished, revealing a city standing majestically amidst the clouds. This was a city forged entirely of steel, its metal structures and pipes densely intertwined, rising upon a ground sculpted from iron. Below this surface lay an unparalleled engine, spewing forth brilliant blue flames. Hundreds of aerial aircraft carriers and fighter jets swarmed around the steel metropolis like a school of fish. At the very heart of the city stood a colossal figure, adorned in resplendent platinum armor, wielding a gigantic sword that rested upon the ground, its head resembling a blazing sun. Lu Shiyu was momentarily paralyzed, a profound shock coursing through his heart like a bolt of lightning. This was the City of Justice, the invincible City of Justice, and that giant was the embodiment of its lord. However, Shaolin smiled calmly and remarked, It seems to have fared quite well over these past 2 centuries, but it is merely an appearance. A shuttle descended slowly from the heavens, hovering less than a meter above the ground. Mr. Xiaoling. Belushiu gazed at him with a hint of concern. It's all right, you may return. Xiaoling waved his hand dismissively before boarding the aircraft. Chapter 65. Old Affairs. The impression that Justice City left on Shaolin can be encapsulated in 2 words: austere and fervent. As if it were a machine tirelessly forging steel, every component operating in perfect harmony. The shuttle glided past the towering steel edifices, finally coming to rest on the lawn before mansion. Here we are, my temporary abode, Yang Qi announced as he disembarked. Shaolin surveyed the structure. It was substantial in size, yet lacked opulence, and apart from the 2 of them, no one else was present. Yang Qi led him to the dining room, which was modestly sized and simply adorned. A large table was laden with an array of dishes, with a whole roasted lamb at the center, as previously agreed upon. Yang Qi had also prepared wine. Once seated, he raised his glass toward Shaolin, saying, "Shaolin, welcome back." Shaolin reciprocated the gesture, and they both drank heartily. The spicy liquor slid down Shaolin's throat with little reaction, while Yang Qi erupted into a fit of coughs. Damn, it's been ages since I inhabited a human body. It's quite an adjustment, he remarked, his words sounding rather peculiar to Shaolin. Did you see that colossal figure outside? The one with the fiery head? Yang Qi continued. Indeed, that is my true form. After we finish eating, I shall perform a dance of bliss for you in my original state. Shaolin smirked, replying, perhaps not. I fear your illustrious image as the city lord would be irrevocably tarnished. Yang Qi chuckled, pouring more wine for Shaolin and himself. By the way, Shaolin, now that you're here, don't leave. Stay in Justice City. Shaolin raised his gaze and queried, what would I stay here for? To be the city lord, of course. I'll appoint you as my deputy. With your intellect, it won't take long for you to manage this place. Although my Justice City may not hold much aesthetic appeal, it will not be bullied, and you'll have the freedom to flaunt as you wish. You handle the bravado, and I'll take care of the repercussions. Yang Qi appeared exuberant and warm, reminiscent of the youth he once was. Yet, Shaolin regarded him with calm eyes and replied, that won't be necessary. I have other matters to attend to. The smile on Yang Qi's face gradually faded, and he lowered his head to sip his drink. After a lengthy silence, he raised his eyes, a sardonic smile playing at his lips. Shaolin, do you already know that I killed Professor Yu Taizhou? Shaolin nodded without hesitation. Yes, I am aware. Do you hate me for it? For slaying your mentor who altered the course of your life? Yang Qi pressed on. If I said that I hated you, would you then take my life? Shaolin, you are my friend, my only friend, Yang Qi declared, gripping his glass tightly, a hint of irritation in his tone. Shaolin shook his head. I do not feel much about this matter. However, we're no longer friends. Yu Taizhou still accompanies me in spirit, and those at the Research Institute remain as well. He once instructed me not to seek vengeance. Moreover, I truly cannot bring myself to hate you. Yang Qi appeared to be in torment. His gaze flickered, and his face flushed. I venerated him truly. He was the most esteemed person in my life. Yet, I harbor no regrets about having taken his life. He abruptly lifted his eyes to Shaolin, his expression somewhat dazed. After your disappearance, the professor sought me out, expressing his desire for my involvement in your rescue mission. He was the individual I admired most, and you, my dearest friend. Thus, I agreed without hesitation. However, the rescue proved futile. No one could breach that damn door again. Time and again we endeavored, only to fail repeatedly. Everyone felt it was time to surrender, yet Professor, you refused to relent. Then war erupted, the Third World War. At this juncture, Yang Qi seemed lost in thought. The Third World War. Shaolin had attempted to scour the internet for information regarding this conflict that reshaped the global landscape, but details were scarce. It seemed that few were willing to speak of that war. Yang Qi continued, the catalyst for the Third War was an extraordinary being known as war. He believed that nations manipulated extraordinary individuals, treating them as mere machines. Thus he sought to liberate them by annihilating all sovereign powers. That madman was formidable, exceedingly powerful, and a remorseless killer. Only one force could thwart him. Can you guess who it was? Yang Qi leaned in closer to Shaolin, his expression fierce. It was the Tianyin Research Institute. We were the most powerful, extraordinary organization, the very origin of the extraordinary. Yet, Yu Taizhou forbade our involvement in the conflict, asserting that war was inconsequential compared to saving the world. I trusted him. I genuinely believed in him. There were many hawks within the institute, yet I steadfastly held that he was correct. Yang Qi clenched his fists. Then one day, my hometown was obliterated. My parents and sister were all lost. I went to recover their remains, but rather than corpses, I found mere fragments. I searched and pieced together, yet could not assemble a single complete body. As he recounted this, Yang Qi suddenly grew tranquil, leaning back in his chair. Thus, I became a hawk, colluding with others to murder the professor. I knew some among them harbored ulterior motives, but my sole aim was to quell the war. I was in immense pain at the time, yet eventually I recognized that I had acted rightly. For I led the extraordinary individuals to eliminate war in the Pacific, thereby ending the Third World War. From my experiences, I have become who I am today, justice incarnate, establishing the city of justice. Upon concluding, he looked up at Shaolin. And see, the professor was mistaken, utterly mistaken. You did not require anyone to rescue you. You return alive. The world did not need saving. It was not destroyed. The professor was wrong. He was entirely wrong. Shaolin remained silent, absorbing the narrative of Yang Qi's experiences. He then slightly lowered his gaze. I can comprehend your perspective. I cannot declare you wrong, yet I will not remain. Why? I intend to uphold the legacy of Professor Yu. Save the world? Shaolin, do you not find that utterly absurd? The world shall not perish, nor does it require salvation from anyone. Yu Taizhou was mistaken. Shaolin gazed at him, his eyes profound. Had you witnessed what I have, you would not hold such a belief. Yet, what can you truly accomplish? Shaolin, you have returned too late. You have missed 2 centuries, and there is no place for you in this era. I have never belonged to this age. I have come solely to fulfill my duty. Nothing more, Shaolin replied. Chapter 66. Right and wrong. Yang Qi regained his composure, feeling a profound weariness wash over him, as if the myriad emotions that had once played upon his visage had dissipated like mist. It seemed as though his earlier display had been naught but a performance. And now the actor had exited the stage, the curtain drawn on the spectacle. Thus, I cannot persuade you, no matter how I try, can I? He inquired. I am the heir of Yuedai Prefecture. Our paths diverge, Shaolin responded. True enough, yet the road of Yuedai Prefecture is interminable, stretching endlessly. No matter how long you tread upon it. Yang Qi sighed heavily, his tone tinged with regret. Shaolin refrained from further dialogue, instead focusing on the meal laid before them. So, shall we continue dining? Let's not discuss work, he suggested. Leaning back in his chair, Yang Qi closed his eyes momentarily. Let's eat, then, and speak of other matters. After our meal, I shall escort you below. The two resumed their repast, engaging in light conversation, reminiscing about their university days. The topic soon turned to Yuedai Prefecture, with Yang Qi recalling that when he was discovered by Yuedai, he was still immersed in his studies of modern mysticism. The invitation from Yuedai had sent ripples through the entire institution, catapulting him to stardom among his peers. As they conversed for nearly an hour, the plates around them gradually emptied. It was time for Shaolin to depart. Come, indulge me with one last drink. Yang Qi proposed, pouring a glass of wine for himself and Shaolin, then raising his cup to meet Shaolin's gaze. Shaolin, you shall not become a formidable force, nor fulfill your mission. You will drift through this world, inconsequential, until your final breath. Thus, I can only wish you safety and serenity. Shaolin raised his glass in return. If this is to be my fate, then I shall accept it willingly. They both downed their drinks, and afterward, Yang Qi waved his hand wearily. I find myself a bit inebriated. Allow me to summon someone to escort you down. Although Shaolin did not believe that second-generation extraordinary beings could succumb to intoxication, he chuckled softly and replied, very well. He then stood to leave. Outside, the sound of a shuttle taking off soon echoed, causing Yang Qi to look up at the ceiling, letting out a silent sigh. Moments later, a white, metallic-armored aide entered, inquiring, Lord, Are you truly allowing him to depart unimpeded? With a casual wave of his hand, Yang Qi replied, he poses no threat to us, neither by his chosen path, nor by his abilities. Yet even so, his origins were fraught with peril. It would be prudent to... The aide refrained from voicing the suggestion of eliminating him. Yet Yang Qi grasped the underlying thought. Weary, he pinched the bridge of his nose. He is my friend. My only friend. I have already slain my mentor. Must I now take the life of my last companion? The aide fell silent, recognizing the weight of Yang Qi's emotional state. After all, his sense of justice was paramount. Engaging in actions that he could not reconcile with himself would bear significant repercussions. Yang Qi gazed distantly toward the entrance, watching as the shuttle that had conveyed Xiao Lin departed, soaring high above en route to the hangar. A realization struck him. Xiao Lin was one of the sources of extraordinary power. Many second-generation extraordinary beings had emerged from the blood samples he had left behind, becoming what they were today. However, the current Xiao Lin is devoid of blood, bones, or organs, akin to a vast chasm carved into the world. No, this is not the moment for such contemplations. It is time to release these thoughts and embrace a future where he shall embody justice. It is time to attend to serious matters. Yang Qi, feeling somewhat fatigued, waved his hand and inquired, "Is the apocalypse engine ready?" "It is prepared. Awaiting your command to activate," came the reply. Yang Qi nodded. "I have grown weary of this vessel. Let us depart." He closed his eyes, and then the colossal sun giant standing in the city gradually lifted its head. Below the city of justice, the immense blue engine began to transmute into a brilliant white, as alarms resonated throughout the entire metropolis. The fabric of space began to warp, and all aircraft, including the escort fleet, suddenly vanished into the horizon. After much contemplation, Xiao Lin chose a night to confide in Yu Taizhou about his meeting with Yang Qi. Upon hearing this, Yu Taizhou reflected with a hint of melancholy, leaning back in his chair in deep thought before he spoke. "In truth, I would prefer to perish on the operating table rather than engage in office politics. It feels so foolish. And what of it? What is your perspective on this matter?" Xiao Lin inquired, suddenly intrigued. Yu Taizhou remained pensive, his expression growing increasingly solemn. After a moment of reflection, he articulated, "I believe my choice is justified. Even my current state, I would not permit them to intervene in the war." "Why?" The professor raised his gaze, ready to expound at length. "I have 2 reasons." He raised his first finger. The first pertains to a materialist view of history. If one examines the 2 world wars, it becomes evident that the conclusion and failure of global conflicts are inevitable. The emergence of heroes may accelerate events and alter critical junctures, yet fundamentally, it is the populace and economic foundation that ultimately end wars. He lowered his gaze slightly. "Allow me to illustrate. Einstein's letter to Roosevelt catalyzed the Manhattan Project, seemingly altering history, but in essence, it was merely a consequence of the advancement of heavy industry and nuclear physics." Xiao Lin pondered for a moment, concluding, "Thus, whether the Tianshi Research Institute engages in battle or not, war is destined to falter, and the Third War shall inevitably conclude." "Indeed," Yu Taizhou affirmed with a nod. "Although Yang Qi's role influences the war, it is not pivotal." "And what is your second reason?" Xiao Lin inquired eagerly. "Human nature," the professor replied. "Setting aside the impact of personnel loss on laboratory research, the greatest beneficiaries of war are invariably the arms dealers. What are the weapons of the Third War? The extraordinary individuals. Those who advocate for warfare, perhaps with the exception of Yang Qi, are seldom genuinely inclined to quell the conflict. They're merely seeking to elevate their own worth." Xiao Lin suddenly realized the implication. More precisely, it involves transforming the Tianshi Research Institute into an organization that sells force, participating in the world's division of spoils. Xiao Lin fell into contemplation once more. "Of course, this is merely my subjective interpretation. Whom you choose to believe is entirely up to you." Yu Taizhou gently patted Xiao Lin's shoulder. Xiao Lin shook his head, saying, "I have faith in you. You must reflect deeply." "I have contemplated deeply, and in truth, there exists a rather terrifying ambiguity." Xiao Lin raised his head. Pondering that Yang Qi hailed from a remote village nestled in the heart of the nation, a place seemingly impervious to the ravages of war. Do you suspect that the hawks within the research institute might have attacked his hometown? Yu Taizhou appeared to comprehend fully. Xiao Lin shook his head. I am uncertain, for he is an astute individual and should have anticipated this possibility. Yu Taizhou regarded him thoughtfully. Perhaps he did consider it, but by the time he did, it was too late. He had already become justice. He could not wield his sword against his allies, for that would instantly render him a second war and an enemy to all. Thus, he must categorically reject this possibility. He must convince himself that I am mistaken and transform the deaths of his family and mine into a stepping stone for his ascendance. Perhaps, Xiao Lin mused, perhaps it is precisely for this reason that he pays homage to Yu Taizhou annually. Chapter 67. The Battle of Dreaming Plains. At that very moment, on the Dreaming Plains, there lay an immense expanse composed of pitch-black shale, perpetually shrouded in darkness. With streams of lava flowing across the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Numerous aerial warships were relentlessly bombarding the surface, their hulls emblazoned with a colossal sun emblem, signifying their allegiance to the City of Justice, blessed by its divine favor. Enormous main cannons unleashed a continuous barrage of luminous projectiles, striking a colossal entity on the ground. This entity was a vast, irregular white sphere, its lower half deeply embedded in the earth, its surface resembling some form of dense fabric. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 5 small protrusions adorning this massive structure. If compelled to liken it to something, it appeared akin to an oversized white chocolate orb. This peculiar object had plummeted to the Dreaming Plains a month prior, initially attracting little attention, for both malevolent entities and extraordinary phenomena were commonplace. However, as its size grew increasingly larger, several extraordinary beings attempted to study it, only to succumb to madness, exhibiting bizarre corporeal manifestations of insanity, becoming increasingly terrified, grotesquely corpulent, and ultimately bursting from within. This uncontrollable affliction could neither be suppressed nor halted. Now, this object had taken on the likeness of a small mountain, showing no signs of abating in its relentless growth. The sole means to curb its infinite expansion was through continuous assault. Just then, the captain of one warship gazed skyward and declared, "The main city has arrived." In the next instant, the very fabric of the sky began to ripple, as a colossal iron city, accompanied by an innumerable array of aerial vessels, materialized upon the battlefield. Towering above the city, the figure of justice stood majestically, its sun-like head ablaze, as all those aboard the ships knelt in reverence, awestruck by its radiance. As the embodiment of justice, Yang Qi stood firm with his sword, his heart as tranquil as still waters, fixated upon the immense white object below. He slowly raised a hand, intensifying the flames of his head, while simultaneously activating the main cannon of the City of Justice. Several massive auxiliary engines extended from either side of the city's foundation, emitting brilliant blue light. Concurrently, the Apocalypse engine unfurled, transforming into an overwhelmingly large main cannon. It began to charge, shifting from blue to white and then to a vivid crimson, with a thunderous roar. Akin to a multitude of thundering bolts, an egg-shaped energy projectile was unleashed, hurtling towards the white behemoth below. The entire Dreaming Plains trembled violently, as a colossal vortex of energy swirled chaotically, forming a blinding white sphere. When the vortex dissipated, it revealed an enormous crater, with lava coursing through it and dust swirling in the air. However, the enormous sphere remained utterly unscathed. It lay serenely at the bottom of the crater, unburned and unmarred. Yang Qi found himself somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that even the main cannon of the City of Justice would fail to obliterate this entity. Yet, his surprise was fleeting as he resolved to take matters into his own hands. He drew forth the colossal sword, exerting his might in a leap, vanishing instantaneously into the weighty clouds above. Subsequently, the realm of eternal darkness, the Dreaming Plains, beheld its very first dawn. The immense sun illuminated the dense clouds, bathing the earth in a radiant glow as the air began to warm, seemingly on the verge of combustion. the renowned ultimate technique of the Lord of Justice City. The dawn of justice. In an instant, the platinum-hued giant sword descended from the heavens like a decree of judgment, crashing down upon the colossal entity below. A thunderous roar echoed across the plains. In the next heartbeat, a piercing female wail reverberated, a sound that was nothing short of cataclysmic. The colossal sword shattered abruptly. The warships scattered, and Justice City quaked violently. Simultaneously, an overwhelming dread erupted within the hearts of all present. It was not their own fear, but a terror forcefully implanted in their minds, inexplicable and profound. It was as if they were collectively confronting an unspeakable horror, teetering on the brink of death. Even Yang Qi was not immune. At the moment the wail reached his ears, his memories surged tumultuously, and the most agonizing recollection resurfaced. He was transported back to the moment he took the life of Yu Taizhou, a heinous act of collusion and treachery. Yu Taizhou gazed at him, his expression twisted in terror. You know you are in the wrong, yet dare not confess it, do you? Then, as his head was severed by outsiders, it rolled upon the ground, still fixated on Yang Qi. An unprecedented terror boiled within him, rendering him nearly immobile, as if he were plummeting from the sky. Yet he steadied himself, perplexed by the fact that, despite his extraordinary physique being nearly impervious to fear, he still experienced such overwhelming panic. Moreover, he recalled, the day Yu Taizhou perished, uttering not a single word, merely gazing at him with calm despair, speechless. Yang Qi severed his perception of the external world, striving to regain his composure, eventually breaking free from this illusory terror. He then peered through the dense clouds at the enormous entity below, which had ceased its wailing. It remained utterly unscathed, not a single scratch upon its form. What is this? Yang Qi murmured to himself. He was a paragon among the second-generation extraordinary beings. While not the strongest in overall combat prowess, his extraordinary body was lauded for its unparalleled offensive capability. Why had his full-force strike left this entity untouched, while it merely wailed, yet could so easily instill fear within him? What on earth was this thing? Yang Qi refrained from further assault. It would be unwise to act recklessly under such circumstances. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the origin and weaknesses of this entity. He began his descent, returning to Justice City, where several aides awaited his arrival. Issue the orders for the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th fleets to commence bombardment in succession without pause. Yang Qi commanded coldly. Yes. The aides responded respectfully before departing. The fragmented fleets in the sky began to reorganize, swiftly filling the brief void in firepower. This time, the wailing did not recur. The colossal chocolate sphere merely endured the deluge of cannon fire in silence. Yang Qi gazed upon the immense orb and once again commanded, furthermore, assist me in contacting my old friends. Inform them that I am not a fool. Should they choose to neglect this matter, I too shall turn a blind eye. When calamity strikes, their losses will undoubtedly surpass mine. P.S. I may take a day off tomorrow to organize the narrative threads for the next phase of the story, though I might not. Chapter 68. Zhongmu in a Virtual Realm. Within Lin Yanyan's residence, Zhongmu adjusted his glasses, craning his neck to scrutinize Xiaolin's face, which made Xiaolin somewhat uncomfortable. I still find it hard to believe that Mr. Bai entrusted his estate to him before his passing, he murmured. The elderly man appeared gaunt, yet he emanated a peculiar sense of strength, akin to an aged bamboo, somewhat withered, yet remarkably resilient. He had served as the general manager of the Blue Dragon Mining Council at the headquarters in Yunzi City for over 30 years, making him a venerable figure within the company. Have you not seen Mr. Bai's will? Inquired Lan Xiyu, who sat beside Xiaolin, while Lin Yan nodded in agreement. I have seen it, but he is far too young. It may be challenging to persuade the other board members. Zhongmu sighed, turning to Xiaolin. How old are you this year? Xiaolin smirked slightly. At least 220, perhaps even 300. Zhongmu, taken aback, looked at Lan Xiyu and raised his voice. What does that mean? Am I to address him as grandfather? No, he is roughly that age, Lan Xiyu chuckled. But that is not the crux of the matter. What is important is that this is Mr. Bai's final wish. Zhongmu's emotions were caught in his throat. His lips moved, And then he relented. Having served Mr. Bai for so many years, I shall certainly acknowledge his wishes. However, Mr. Shaolin, I strongly advise you to refrain from taking on this mess for the time being, and do not venture to Yunza City. Shaolin raised his gaze slightly to glance at him. Is the situation there truly dire? Zhong Mu shook his head, rather than dire. It would be more accurate to say, the edifice is on the brink of collapse. Shaolin leaned back in his chair, elaborate if you will. It is difficult to articulate further, for all misfortunes are occurring simultaneously. Zhong Mu's aged voice carried a note of anxiety. Our clients and allies are forsaking us, and our adversaries are poised to strike. Lin Yin appeared perplexed, but did we not just deal a significant blow to Simon? Should that not instill confidence in them? That is precisely the issue. Zhong Mu sighed helplessly. The prevailing sentiment in Yunza City is that if Satellite Town were to be destroyed, as long as Blue Dragon mining remains submissive, we could coexist peacefully with Simon. However, having thwarted Simon's plans, severe retaliation is now inevitable, and naturally, confidence in us has eroded. And what of the administrative center in Yunza City? What is their stance? Shaolin inquired further. They are willing to offer us a substantial sum to purchase our assets in Yunza City, allowing us to temporarily relocate to Satellite Town until our grievances with Simon are resolved. This approach has garnered basic approval from aboard, as we are in dire need of funds to mend relations and negotiate with Simon. Zhong Mu's expression was tinged with bitterness. They too were reluctant to accept this outcome. Yet the disparity in strength with Simon was insurmountable, forcing them to concede. He said to Shaolin, "It will be prudent for you to remain in Satellite Town during this period. Once we finalize the reorganization plan and conclude negotiations with Simon, we shall entrust the company to you." Shaolin lightly tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before he replied, "Cancel the reorganization plan and issue a public statement per my request." A public statement? Now is hardly the opportune moment. What do you intend to announce? Blue Dragon Mining will make Simon pay for his blood debts. Zhong Mu was taken aback, then blurted out, "Have you lost your mind? You wish to confront Simon directly? It is already a struggle for us to survive, and you want to provoke him?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lan Shiyu. "Zhong Mu, mind your words. He is the president now. That does not justify reckless behavior. We all mourn the passing of Mr. Bai, but preserving his legacy is of utmost importance." Lan Shiyu gestured for him to calm down and then smiled. "To put it another way, you were not the first to propose negotiations." "Who was?" "Simon." Zhong Mu felt as if his mind had momentarily short-circuited. Simon initiated contact for negotiations? They had disrupted Simon's plans, and with Bai Xiaoyan's recent death, how could Simon possibly seek dialogue with them? It was inconceivable, unless Simon had lost his senses. Zhong Mu could hardly believe it. "Were you suggesting that scoundrel had experienced a change of heart? You know I would never speak lightly on such matters." Lan Shiyu regarded Zhong Mu with a playful smile. Not only did Simon approach us for negotiations, but Mr. Shaolin also declined. But why? Because he understands that Mr. Shaolin possesses the capability to eliminate him. It is as simple as that. Zvonk Mo's pupils constricted sharply. When he looked at Shaolin again, his expression was one of solemnity and shock. He then spoke earnestly. "Then I must implore Mr. Shaolin to avenge Mr. Bai." Shaolin nodded. "I shall avenge him in a grand manner, ensuring that everyone knows the reason for Simon's demise." "I am deeply grateful." Zhong Mu closed his eyes and bowed slightly toward Shaolin. "When do you anticipate your arrival in Yunza City?" "I arrived at CS Station just last night and have arranged for a car through an acquaintance, though I am uncertain of its reliability." "We can dispatch someone to collect you," Zhong Mu offered. "Let's first see if we can contact the car. If not, you may send someone to fetch me." At that moment, a sudden and thunderous bang erupted from outside, causing the entire room to shake and distort erratically. Lin Yin opened an interface. A multitude of notifications flooding the screen. Another attack by the Millennium Bug. It has been relentless lately, akin to a fly drawn to filth. Incessantly crashing into things, so vexing. Shaolin's expression shifted slightly, a desire to punch the girl rising within him. He had begun to suspect that the black interface he frequently encountered was likely connected to the Millennium Bug. Indeed, as this thought crossed his mind, the ominous black blot reappeared before him, reminiscent of a scar on a malfunctioning display. Blood-red text materialized above it. Revenge. Shaolin pinched the bridge of his nose. He truly wished to respond, yet this interface offered no means to do so. All right, in these final moments, is there anything else? He inquired. I have one more thing. Lin Yin Yin raised her hand. I have exhausted all my credit points and unearthed a crucial piece of information. What information? I have heard that an extraordinary individual has been commissioned to assassinate the newly appointed president of the Blue Dragon Corporation, regardless of who that president may be. Shaolin fell silent for a moment and then said, Last night, while dining at a restaurant near the station, I overheard a conversation between two individuals. Oh, Lin Yin Yin responded, intrigued. They were discussing this very matter. Lin Yin Yin was taken aback. Shaolin pressed his temples. Speak. How much did you spend? I will repay you once I earn some money. Lin Yin Yin timidly extended 3 fingers. 300. Shaolin mused to himself. How fortunate. Although this girl is easily deceived, at least she is sufficiently impoverished. Chapter 69. The Red Wolf. Shaolin returned from the vast expanse of the internet to the tangible reality, finding himself in a modest inn at CS station. Upon pushing open the window, a panoramic view of the station unfolded before his eyes. Despite its designation as a station, its scale was akin to that of a quarter of a satellite town. The architecture primarily consisted of unremarkable row houses and warehouses, while beyond the station sprawled desolate fields. A long and dilapidated road cleaved the station in two, winding its way toward the horizon. This was the route leading to Yunza City. Here, grave diggers would transport the resources they had amassed to Yunza City, transforming them into wealth. At this moment, morning had graced the air with a lingering chill, and the parking lot was already bustling with numerous people. A knock on the door broke the morning stillness, prompting Shaolin to turn and say, Come in. The innkeeper entered, informing him, I've arranged for the vehicle you requested. A friend of mine, a reliable mercenary, is planning a trip to Yunza City to make some money and can give you a ride. He tossed a dog tag to Shaolin and continued. Head to the parking lot and look for a brown SUV adorned with a wolf head emblem. Although Shaolin had paid for the service, he instinctively nodded and replied, Thank you. The innkeeper offered a somewhat stiff nod before departing. Shaolin then gathered his belongings and made his way to the parking lot. Upon arrival, he observed approximately a dozen vehicles, ranging from large freight trucks to passenger buses, with groups of people congregated around each bus, seemingly inquiring about fares. Amidst the throng, he quickly spotted the brown SUV the innkeeper had described. Leaning against the car door was a man clad in a jacket, armed with a gun, and wearing a baseball cap, chewing gum nonchalantly. As Shaolin approached, the man's hand instinctively rested on his firearm, inquiring, Need something? Shaolin tossed the dog tag to him, which he caught and examined. Oh, so you're the passenger he mentioned, the man remarked, sizing Shaolin up as he noted his mobile phone, backpack, umbrella, camera, and a tang knife. What line of work are you in? I'm involved in research. An external personnel, Shaolin replied. I'm called the Red Wolf, a mercenary. Since we're not departing just yet, you may wait in the vehicle. He opened the rear door, clearing some items off the seat to create space. When do we expect to leave? Shaolin inquired. Uncertain. We'll depart once the convoy is assembled. If luck is against us, it could take 2 to 3 days, the Red Wolf replied. A convoy? Shaolin raised an eyebrow, surprised by the inquiry. First time taking this route? The Red Wolf asked, glancing at him with curiosity. Shaolin nodded. The establishment of this large station was necessitated by the perilous territories that lie ahead. To avoid mishaps, one must travel in a convoy. And how long until we arrive? That is even less certain. If fortune favors us, we might reach our destination in 6 hours. If not, I once found myself stuck on the road for half a month, but that was an extreme case. Shaolin refrained from asking further questions. For him, the priority was to arrive safely. He settled into the car, closed his eyes, and began to delve deeper into mastering the power of the black umbrella. By the time he regained his senses, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The Red Wolf was outside, engaged in conversation with others, handing over several silver coins before striding towards the vehicle. Oh, you're awake? The Red Wolf opened the car door and settled inside. The convoy was prepared to depart in 20 minutes, Fortune favored us this time, as we have encountered a significant figure. A significant figure? The red wolf gestured outside, and Shaolin followed his gaze to observe two armored vehicles painted a deep crimson, with an SUV parked in between. Their equipment was of high quality, with each individual clad in full military gear, and the machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles appeared to be brand new. Who are they? Shaolin inquired. The Red Wolf, maneuvering the car out of the parking lot, replied, the Deep Crimson Corps, the most formidable mercenary group in this region. However, the crucial aspect lies with the person in that SUV. Do you know him? I don't, but it's highly likely that he is the extraordinary individual behind the Deep Crimson Corps. Extraordinary individual? What business do they have in Yunza City? Is that even a question? Naturally, they aim to assassinate the new president of Blue Dragon Mining. It is said that numerous extraordinary individuals in the Red Territory have received this commission, with exceptionally high rewards. Moreover, the Deep Crimson Corps in Yunza City have always been at odds, so they certainly won't let this opportunity slip by. Shaolin glanced at the vehicle, contemplating whether he should take the initiative and eliminate this unknown extraordinary individual. However, he hesitated, pondering the possibility that the Red Wolf might be mistaken. If he acted rashly and ended up taking down an innocent person, it would be quite embarrassing. And what about you? What brings you to Yunza City? Similar intentions, to assassinate the new president of Blue Dragon Mining. However, I plan to seize the opportunity to assist the big shots and earn some extra cash. That sounds good. Perhaps I should eliminate this fellow first, Shaolin thought quietly. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that the Red Wolf was his hired driver. The vehicle swiftly ascended the winding road, merging into the convoy. This procession consisted of 9 vehicles, including 3 from the Deep Crimson Corps and Shaolin's own, along with 2 cargo trucks and 3 passenger vehicles, totaling over 50 individuals. They traversed the highway with an imposing presence, flanked by desolate and barren fields, extending endlessly as if reaching the edge of the world. The sparse scenery consisted of withered grass and scattered trees alongside enormous skeletal remains. Towering skeletons, around 10 meters high, lay in clusters, quietly sprawled across the barren land, resembling a vast graveyard. All of this was shrouded beneath a somber, dark crimson sky, creating a magnificent yet oppressive atmosphere. Shaolin took out his camera and captured a few photographs, only to hear the Red Wolf inquire, "So, what brings a researcher like you to Yunza City?" "I'm managing some assets, gifts from friends," Shaolin replied. The Red Wolf immediately displayed an expression of understanding. "You seem quite generous. It appears you possess substantial assets." "Indeed, I have quite a bit, bonds, shares, and some real estate." The Red Wolf let out a sound of discontent, his tone growing somber. "Let me tell you, based on my professional experience, such assets are rarely acquired easily, especially when there are other heirs involved. It would be prudent to hire a bodyguard for your protection. What do you say? Consider my offer. I could provide a discount." Shaolin smirked slightly. "Aren't you supposed to be scouting for opportunities?" The Red Wolf waved his hand dismissively. "The two tasks are not mutually exclusive. Besides, the chances of finding a bargain are slim. After all, that particular boss has only one head for the taking, and there are countless eyes upon him." Shaolin's curiosity piqued. "How do you typically charge for disputes over inheritance?" "That depends on the value of the assets and the complexity of the situation. If it's merely to lend an air of authority, I charge 0.5%. If it involves matters of life and death, then it's 5%. That's quite steep," Shaolin remarked. "But that is the market rate." The two continued their conversation in a leisurely manner, the vehicle gliding smoothly along the highway. At that moment, Shaolin couldn't shake the feeling that he was hearing. The sound of a piano. It was playing a piece he recognized well, Debussy's Clair de Lune. However, it was rendered slowly, languidly, imbued with an unsettling melancholy. "Are you playing music?" Shaolin inquired of the Red Wolf. "No, I haven't turned on my sound system," the Red Wolf replied. Chapter 70. The Blue Calamity. It was not an illusion. Indeed, the sound of a piano piece resonated amidst the chaotic roar of engines and the turbulent gusts of wind. Though faint, its presence was undeniable, remaining unchanged in intensity no matter how far the vehicle traveled, as if it were reverberating directly within his mind. Observing Shaolin's sudden shift to a grave expression, The Red Wolf furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What is it?" "The piano music. You truly cannot hear it?" The Red Wolf fell silent for a moment, seemingly straining to listen intently, then shook his head in disbelief. "Surely you must be imagining things. What piano music could possibly arise on this bustling thoroughfare?" A flicker of unease coursed through Shaolin's heart. He ceased speaking and instead gripped the tang, Dao resting beside him in silence. The Red Wolf cast a derisive glance in his direction, remarking, "Oh, come now. If anything were to transpire, what could that little trinket of yours possibly achieve? Besides, there are formidable individuals ahead." The piano melody persisted, slow and melodic. Yet it gradually approached its conclusion, amplifying Shaolin's growing disquiet. As the final note lingered in the air, an inexplicable sense of disorder began to gnaw at him, igniting a sense of restlessness. Suddenly, the convoy ahead came to an abrupt halt, prompting the Red Wolf to slam down on the brakes. "What happened?" Shaolin asked. "Uncertain," the Red Wolf replied, squinting towards the front. At that moment, a soldier atop an armored vehicle peered into the distance for a brief moment, his expression transforming drastically as he shouted back, "Turn around, quickly. The blue calamity is upon us." Upon hearing this, the Red Wolf wasted no time and fiercely yanked the steering wheel, executing a swift U-turn on the not-so-spacious road, flooring the accelerator. Their vehicle, compact and powerful, was among the first to pivot and burst forth from the convoy. In the rearview mirror, Shaolin observed other vehicles hastily following suit, turning around in a frantic rush. "What has transpired?" Shaolin inquired. "Unfortunate luck, and of the most dire kind," the Red Wolf replied, his face etched with tension. In the next instant, Shaolin spotted a dim, blue line surging rapidly from the horizon's edge. It resembled a blue wildfire sweeping across the fields, leaving in its wake a shroud of muted cobalt, while the sky above distorted with strange luminescence. Those eerie hues surged restlessly, and the desiccated grasses lining the road began to grow wildly, skyrocketing to waist height, presenting an unsettling color and a grotesque texture. The scene unfolded as if the night were relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Bringing up the rear was a large cargo truck, its size rendering it cumbersome and slow to turn, unable to keep pace with the convoy. In mere moments, it was overtaken by the encroaching dark blue. The truck stalled abruptly, rapidly succumbing to decay from the rear to the front, as though being disassembled by some unseen force, leaving only a skeletal frame in its wake. The driver and guard leaped from the vehicle, sprinting towards the periphery of the blue expanse. Yet their speed was utterly insufficient to match the swift advance of the blue calamity. Soon, large patches of crimson appeared upon their bodies, swiftly transforming into festering sores, which in turn morphed into gaping wounds that exposed bone. They fell to the ground, and within mere seconds, they transformed into stark white bones, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood behind. It was at this moment that Shaolin comprehended the origin of the colossal skeletons scattered across the wilderness. The next target of peril was a passenger bus, its age-worn state rendering it slower than the encroaching blue disaster. The distance between it and the spreading wildfire was rapidly diminishing. Noticing Shaolin's apparent concern for the vehicle, the Red Wolf continued to accelerate, saying, "Stop looking at them. They are doomed. They frequently traverse this route. Surely they must have some precautionary measures?" Shaolin furrowed his brow. Encountering a blue disaster during its formation was a rare occurrence. How could they possibly maintain constant vigilance? At that very moment, in the rearview mirror, the bus's rear was already overtaken by the blue disaster. Its metallic exterior began to shed, glass shattered into fragments, and the framework started to decay. Approximately 20 passengers occupied the bus, most appearing to be ordinary people, including a woman clutching a child. In a state of panic, they surged towards the front of the vehicle, inadvertently exacerbating the situation as the bus began to tilt and sway precariously. Seeing this, Shaolin reached for the door. "Hey, what are you doing?" the Red Wolf questioned hastily. "I'm going to help them. Are you out of your mind? If there was a chance to save them, someone would have intervened by now. They're finished. Just leave it to fate." Ignoring him, a white mask materialized on Shaolin's face. He vaulted onto the roof of the bus and leaped onto the back of a truck. His audacious act immediately captured the attention of nearly everyone present. What the hell is that guy thinking? Is he trying to get himself killed? It looks like he wants to save the bus. Should we lend a hand? Lend a hand? It's hopeless. Do you think he can pull that bus out from the blue disaster? It would only result in another casualty. On the truck, Shaolin gathered his strength and leaped again, landing flawlessly atop the bus. At this moment, the rear of the vehicle was nearly in ruins, the dark blue tendrils incessantly eroding its structure, threatening to reach the rear wheels. The cacophony of chaos and weeping enveloped the air. The mask on Shaolin's face dissipated as he knelt on the roof, placing his palm against the surface of the bus, channeling his essence into the vehicle. In the next instant, an effect akin to time reversing manifested on the bus. The deteriorating sections began to restore themselves rapidly. The blue erosion ceased its advance, gradually receding instead. The driver, frantically pressing the accelerator, was momentarily transfixed by the spectacle, forgetting his task at the wheel. Yet, the bus did not decelerate. Rather, it surged forward with renewed vigor. The sounds of metal grinding and the roar of the engine harmonized, seemingly pushing the aging passenger bus to its limits. In just a few fleeting seconds, the vehicle had burst forth from the blue disaster's grasp. The driver was astonished to discover that even without his hands on the steering wheel or his foot on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward at an astonishing speed. He immediately surmised that the individual atop the car was employing some method to assist them. Overwhelmed with excitement, he trembled uncontrollably, yet was rendered speechless. Just moments prior, he had genuinely believed they would be consumed by the ominous blue calamity, reduced to mere bones. At that moment, the window of the SUV ahead gradually descended, revealing a stern-faced, middle-aged man seated in the rear. He regarded Shaolin with an impassive expression. After a brief pause, his gaze shifted away, and the window slowly ascended once more. Chapter 71. Escape from disaster. The harrowing escape lasted approximately 20 minutes, concluding only when the blue calamity ceased its advance. The convoy lay scattered across the highway, and the survivors exhaled in collective relief. Shaolin leaped down from the roof of a vehicle, casting a glance back at the direction of the blue disaster, where the world had been submerged in an eerie azure hue, as if day and night had been severed in this place. On one side lay the bright, parched fields, silent and still. On the other, the dark and frenzied high grass swayed ominously. He gazed entranced by this surreal vista as passengers from the bus gradually descended, gathering around him. Shaolin observed their faces, each one marked by the lingering terror of their ordeal. Some bore traces of tears. The driver clutched Shaolin's arm, nearly collapsing to his knees. "Sir, I truly believe we were doomed. I am at a loss as to how I might repay your act of salvation. It was merely a matter of expertise." Shaolin replied, steadying him. "There is no need for repayment. After all, you cannot provide what I seek." "And what is it that you excel at?" came the voice of the Red Wolf, who stood outside with arms crossed, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "Mr. Shaolin, you claim to be a researcher? Surely, yes. My primary occupation is indeed research, but I dabble in other trades as well." Shaolin shrugged innocently. "What other trades?" "Automobile repair," he stated nonchalantly. The Red Wolf slapped his forehead in exasperation, eyes shut as if to counsel himself to remain calm. "Very well. Considering your selfless act, I shall forgive you this once. But let it not happen again." Shaolin remained silent. While he had indeed rescued others, he had not sacrificed anything himself. For given the destruction wrought by the blue calamity, it was far from posing a threat to him. The Red Wolf, arms crossed, surveyed the dark azure expanse, his tone tinged with irritation. "What a stroke of misfortune. The blue disaster has directly encroached upon our borders." "What exactly is this phenomenon?" Shaolin inquired. "The blue calamity, a natural disaster of the wasteland. Yet, it is rare for it to manifest directly on the highway. To encounter its emergence is akin to winning the lottery. How long must we remain here? I cannot say. Given the vast area affected, it may take at least 5 to 6 days to dissipate, potentially extending to half a month." Shaolin furrowed his brow, involuntarily recalling the piano melody he had just heard. The moment the music ceased, the blue disaster unfolded. It was troubling to ponder whether this calamity was somehow directed at him. If memory served, during the discussions days prior, there was an extraordinary individual at the philosopher's house known as the pianist. Furthermore, the assassination contract on the new president of Blue Dragon Mining was likely proposed by them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to rally so many extraordinary beings in the red territory. But why not take action themselves? Why not come personally? Such questions stirred in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Lin resolved to walk toward the edge of the blue disaster, startling the red wolf. "Hey, what? What are you planning to do?" "I shall test the power of this thing," Xiao Lin declared. "Do not touch it. I will inform you of where you can and cannot touch," Hong Lang quickly interjected. Xiao Lin cast a fleeting glance at him before boldly stepping into the area of the blue calamity. "Are you out of your mind? What the—" Hong Lang's incredulity shifted from anger to confusion, then morphed into shock as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The onlookers stood with their jaws agape. For Xiao Lin remained silently amidst the blue calamity, not a shred of flesh or fabric marred by harm. Can a mortal body withstand the blue calamity? Is this within the realm of scientific possibility? At this moment, Xiao Lin quietly attuned himself to the sensations coursing through him. A faint tingling akin to something gnawing at his skin, though the sensation was not overwhelming. "What exactly is this phenomenon?" Xiao Lin queried Hong Lang. "How would I know? You are the scientist, not I," he retorted. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling and resonant voice interrupted. "You may perceive this phenomenon as a widespread curse." Following this proclamation were the crisp sounds of footsteps. Xiao Lin turned in the direction of the sound and beheld soldiers from the Crimson Legion parting the crowd. At their center stood the stern-faced, middle-aged man he had glimpsed earlier in the SUV. He squinted at Xiao Lin, who stood amidst the blue calamity, and inquired, "So, you possess a method to be immune to the blue calamity?" Xiao Lin replied, "At the very least, an introduction would be in order. I am Qin Zongshan, war advisor to the Crimson Legion. Are you also intent on assassinating the new president of Blue Dragon Mining?" Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow. A flicker of malice crossed Qin Zongshan's eyes, yet he ultimately nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Are you familiar with this so-called blue calamity? I have commanded wars in the great wilderness and once contemplated utilizing the blue calamity," Qin Zongshan stated nonchalantly. "As I mentioned, it is a form of widespread curse, with its core residing over there." He gestured toward a direction, and when Xiao Lin gazed that way, he saw nothing at first. Only upon employing his demonic vision did his pupils begin to dilate, revealing the object Qin Zongshan indicated. Before him stood a colossal crimson pillar, resembling a towering edifice, seemingly constructed from countless bones. It was said that this wilderness, standing in the second layer of reality, was not merely a barren expanse, but an ancient battlefield. These totem pillars were manifestations of the second layer's influence, appearing randomly throughout the wilderness and radiating the blue calamity outward. "Destroy that object, and the blue calamity will cease?" Xiao Lin inquired. "It is not that simple. The scope of the blue calamity is vast, and there is more than one totem pillar. You will not have the opportunity to locate them all." Xiao Lin furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. He cast a glance at Xiao Lin, stating, "Now that your queries have been addressed, it is time to discuss my matters. I wish to propose a transaction." "What sort of transaction?" "I possess a certain resilience against the blue calamity, roughly 2 hours' worth. However, without a vehicle, traversing beyond the reach of the blue calamity within that time frame is implausible." He paused momentarily. "You are uniquely immune to the blue calamity and can also safeguard the vehicle. Therefore, I shall offer you 10 gold coins to escort me through it." Xiao Lin contemplated for a brief moment. "Are you not afraid that I might abandon you along the way?" Qin Zongshan's expression remained unchanged. "I am unafraid. I am an extraordinary being. Should you truly betray our agreement, I would ensure that both of us meet our demise together. Fair, wouldn't you agree?" "That could indeed be deemed fair." Xiao Lin chuckled softly and nodded. "Yet in truth, if you wish to traverse the blue calamity, I have alternative methods." "What methods?" Xiao Lin directed his gaze towards the colossal totem pillar standing in the far distance. A crimson flash streaked across the sky, akin to a massive bullet plummeting from above, instantly piercing the totem pillar. An inferno erupted, and the immense column, situated a considerable distance from them, suddenly collapsed into their line of sight. Chen Zongshan found himself momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 72 Demonstration. Gazing at the totem pillar, now reduced to ashes amidst the inferno, Chen Zongshan found himself in a state of bewilderment. The straight-line distance from his position to the pillar was approximately 7 kilometers. However, Shaolin's formidable and precisely aimed assault struck without warning, instilling a sense of inexplicable dread within Chen Zongshan. He realized that the individual before him was most likely another extraordinary being. Yet, extraordinary beings were scarce in the Crimson Realm, and he had never encountered this one before. Though his methods were impressive, destroying a single pillar held little significance. The remaining pillars were scattered at greater distances and difficult to locate. Chen Zongshan suppressed the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, feigning calmness. "Do not rush. This is merely the beginning," Shaolin remarked with an air of nonchalance. Closing his eyes, his consciousness swiftly transitioned to the deep space eye, a colossal entity that soared skyward in an instant. The winds howled, and the earth receded as Shaolin surveyed the entire Blue Calamity region through the lens of the deep space eye. The 6 towering totem pillars, constructed of skeletal remains, became vividly apparent. They were indeed built from bones, with crimson liquid coursing down their surfaces and grotesque flesh filling the crevices, eerily unsettling. These 6 totem pillars were distributed quite sparsely, with the furthest one nearing the boundary of the Blue Calamity region. Yet, this distance was but a mere step for the deep space eye, endowed with Shaolin's innate enhancements. It perpetually operated at an unparalleled speed, impervious to damage. Like a bullet shot from the celestial realm, the clouds parted as the deep space eye descended once more from the heavens. From Chen Zongshan's perspective, all he could witness was a crimson beam piercing through the first totem pillar, ascending once more before plummeting to a more distant location after a brief pause. Boom! Another distant rumble erupted, resembling the ominous roar of thunder. Although the sound was faint, it sent a jolt through Chen Zongshan's heart. Judging by the sound, the attack had originated at least 15 kilometers away. 15 kilometers devoid of visibility, yet an assault could still be launched. What transpired thereafter remained unknown to him, for the object of attack had already surpassed the limits of his sight and hearing. However, Chen Zongshan's hand involuntarily clenched, his gaze fixed upon the dark blue expanse of the Blue Calamity. He hoped that this extraordinary being would exclaim, "Ah, I have failed." Yet, after approximately 2 minutes, Shaolin opened his eyes and declared, "It is done." "All destroyed?" Chen Zongshan's voice bore a barely perceptible rasp. "Indeed, all 6 have been dealt with," Shaolin affirmed with a nod. Chen Zongshan found it hard to believe, but soon an overwhelming and bizarre blue began to recede. The thick and eerie underbrush gradually withering away, reverting to a parched yellow hue. A tempest of astonishment surged within him, and his expression nearly betrayed him. Until Shaolin interjected, "I appreciate your patronage. 10 gold coins. Shall we settle the bill now?" Chen Zongshan snapped back to reality. "What? You mentioned that I assisted you in overcoming the Blue Calamity. Now that I have quelled it, I trust you consider this task complete, correct?" Chen Zongshan glanced back, and immediately someone handed a small box to Shaoling. Shaoling opened it and gave it a quick look. "Excellent. It has been a pleasure doing business with you." He turned to the dazed Red Wolf and said, "Let us go. We must continue our journey." At that moment, Chen Zongshan suddenly spoke. "Would you like to ride in my vehicle? I have another proposal, one that might pique your interest." Shaoling understood that he was likely attempting to recruit him for an assassination of the new president of Blue Dragon Mining. "Sorry, I'm not interested. And I have a piece of advice for you." "Advice?" Shaoling's expression turned serious. "The conflict between the Crimson Legion and Blue Dragon Mining has a long history. I can comprehend your desire to seize the opportunity to crush Blue Dragon. However, trust me, the nature of this conflict is entirely different from what you envision. This is a matter of blood feud, so it would be wise for you to refrain from getting involved." Chen Zongshan seemed poised to say something, but abruptly halted, revealing a contemplative expression. Xiaoling turned and walked towards the off-road vehicle, with Red Wolf quickly following suit. After a few minutes, the convoy set off again, heading towards Yunja City. While driving, Red Wolf occasionally glanced at the gold coin box in Xiaoling's hands, swallowing hard. "Buddy, the money you made in these few minutes surpasses what I've earned through hard work over the past 6 months." Xiaoling shot him a glance and replied, "That's why automotive repair is worthwhile. One must learn it." Red Wolf rolled his eyes. "All right, enough of the pretense. Do not underestimate my remarkable judgment and deductive skills. I've already deduced your identity." "Oh, is that so? You're the new president of Blue Dragon Mining, correct?" Xiaoling did not find his deduction particularly impressive, considering he had stated from the beginning that he was going to Yunja City to inherit a friend's enterprise and had just openly spoken on behalf of Blue Dragon Mining. If Red Wolf couldn't figure it out, it would only imply a deficiency in his intellect. Suddenly feeling mischievous, he tossed the gold coin box onto the car dashboard. "This is for you." Red Wolf was taken aback, then instantly became excited. "Bro, is this for real? I didn't expect you to be so generous. You're amazing, bro. Didn't you just say you were a decent mercenary? Be my bodyguard, and this money will serve as a deposit." Red Wolf's face swiftly turned from red to pale as he snatched the box and forcefully shoved it back to Xiaoling. "Bro, don't mess with me. I'm just a mercenary. Do you expect me to go against the entire extraordinary realm of the Crimson Territory?" "So, the entire extraordinary realm of the Crimson Territory wishes for my demise? After all, it is said that the behind-the-scenes force is incredibly formidable, having summoned nearly half of the extraordinary beings from the Crimson Territory, including the very elite." Xiaoling pondered that the only thing likely to have immense allure for extraordinary beings would be the gate of cognition. The House of Philosophers must be leveraging this as a bargaining chip. "Xiaoling, let me tell you, they're not targeting you, but rather this position. It would be best for you to avoid Yunja City, as going there is tantamount to courting death." "It's all right. I will discuss matters with them when the time comes." "Discuss? Do you think they would engage in rational discourse?" Xiaolin remained silent, leaning against the car door with his eyes closed in contemplation. The Red Wolf let out a dejected sigh and glanced at the box in Xiaolin's hand, choosing to say nothing further. Inside the leading SUV of the convoy, Chen Zongshan mulled over Xiaolin's counsel repeatedly. He had begun to suspect Xiaolin's true identity. If he indeed were the new president of Blue Dragon Mining, then the recent display of power he exhibited was a clear demonstration towards himself. Chen Zongshan clenched his fists, a fire of anger igniting within him, only to gradually subside. The Crimson Legion had failed to gain any advantage in Yunza City over the years, primarily due to the presence of Bai Xiaoyun guarding the city. Furthermore, the destructive capability displayed by this new president was undeniably on par with Bai Xiaoyun. Moreover, he was correct in stating that there was no substantial animosity between himself and Blue Dragon Mining. Their differences were more a matter of employer and stance. Perhaps it was indeed unwise to wade into these murky waters. Chapter 73. Welcome to Yunza City. In the living room beside the fireplace, a pristine white piano stood elegantly, its sheet music displaying the notes of Clair de Lune. The pianist, donned in a tailored white suit, sat before the instrument with his eyes closed, seeking tranquility. However, the heart-wrenching screams emanating from the upper floor intermittently disrupted his peace, inciting a sense of irritation within him. Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, the door to the room above swung open, and the captain emerged, clad in a white lab coat and wearing blue rubber gloves stained with blood. He exuded an unsettling presence. "Must you continue with the wailing? It's driving me to distraction," the pianist lamented, his fingers striking the keys in a fit of restlessness, producing a monotonous sound. "It is impossible. He is undergoing a rejection response. In this state, anesthesia cannot be administered, or the newly implanted organs will consume him from within," the captain replied, discarding his gloves and coat on the floor. He reached for the pipe on the table, igniting it and inhaling deeply before turning his gaze upon the pianist. "Why the agitation? Is the plan not proceeding smoothly?" he inquired. The pianist sighed and shook his head. "I triggered a massive blue catastrophe on Xiaolin's route, yet he unraveled it within mere minutes." The captain scoffed. "His strength surpasses that of Simon, and he defeated Simon while at a disadvantage. How could he be thwarted by a mere catastrophe? Furthermore, those mediocre, extraordinary individuals you sought would only lead to their own demise. If you wish to eliminate Shaolin, you must take action yourself. Do you think I desire to act myself? The pianist countered, turning his chair to face his companion. The greatest dilemma lies in the fact that even if I were to intervene, I may not be able to overpower him. The captain's expression faltered. What do you mean? Is he truly that formidable? The pianist helplessly shrugged. According to Simon's account, he possesses an immortality trait, which in itself is a means of overcoming the strong with the weak. Moreover, his immortality appears to be remarkably advanced. He neither becomes incapacitated nor sustains injuries. Unless we can unravel this mechanism, even my efforts would be futile in eliminating him. The captain's brow furrowed deeply. Immortality? How could such an advanced trait manifest in a first-realm extraordinary being? Immortality is a formidable yet exceedingly rare quality, mastered only by a select few through self-exploration. However, as far as we know, all forms of immortality are mere facades, imperfect in nature. The pianist continued, additionally, the blue catastrophe is a curse that emanates from the second realm of the great wilderness, known as the ancient battlefield, and is highly destructive. Yet he voluntarily engaged with the blue catastrophe and emerged unscathed, which is indeed perplexing. Could it be a self-repair mechanism, perhaps at an extraordinarily rapid rate? After all, no matter how destructive the blue catastrophe is, it primarily damages the physical body, and many extraordinary beings in the red zone can resist it for a limited time. The captain speculated. That is highly improbable. When Simon clashed with him, he employed lethal techniques against him, and if it were a self-repair, those fatal strikes would have breached it. The pianist shook his head. The captain fell into deep contemplation once more, then murmured, "It cannot possibly be a mythological form of immortality, can it? Like Achilles' heel or Balder, where vulnerabilities exist in specific, minute aspects or are susceptible only to particular entities." The pianist scoffed. Who knows? Yet, the notion of invulnerability certainly would not manifest in such a character. He gazed upward at the ceiling. I had hoped to unravel his immortality through the blue catastrophe, but alas, I have utterly failed. Now, it rests upon the expendable pawns I have employed to see if their meager lives can furnish me with a spark of insight to pierce the enigma. The captain, feeling a surge of irritation, raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. Never mind, discussing this is futile. Our objective remains Simon's ascension. The fate of Shaolin is inconsequential. Very well, let us cease this discourse. The pianist rose, stretched languorously, and flopped onto the couch in the parlor. What news from Simon? How much longer must we wait? Once he navigates this phase of rejection, he will essentially be able to pass through the portal of cognition. As soon as he crosses that threshold, Shaolin will be unable to harm him, the captain replied. After a brief pause, he continued, in fact, we could simply escort Simon away. That would be the most prudent course of action. The pianist shook his head. The upper echelon disagrees. One of the reasons we selected Simon is due to his abilities and his influence in the red zone. The ultimate practice of philosophy must unfold in the red zone, reliant upon Simon's sway and deterrence. If the populace learns that Simon is under threat and retreats in fear, the impact will be significantly diminished. After all, our plans are intricately tied to the entirety of the red zone. The captain suddenly recalled the arrangements made by the House of Philosophers regarding the red zone, momentarily lost in thought. What do you suppose will become of the red zone if the upper echelon's plans succeed? The pianist's enthusiasm surged. It would undoubtedly transform into an exquisite arena for the practice of philosophy, a perfect utopia of order and freedom, where every inhabitant of the red zone attains happiness. Utopia and hell on earth sometimes are not so different. The captain took a deep puff from his pipe. Enough of this musings. After all, it is a noble endeavor for the benefit of humanity. The pianist stood. Let us go. It is time for dinner. Time passed, and at 8 in the evening, the convoy finally arrived at Yunza's city, aglow with lights beneath the night sky, its towering edifices standing tall. Just as Lan Shiyu had described, the city bore no trace of a doomsday atmosphere. Their convoy halted at the checkpoint outside the city, undergoing scrutiny from the government forces. Here, they would part ways. Xiaoling disembarked from the SUV, tossing a gold coin to the Red Wolf for the remainder of the fare. The Red Wolf caught the coin, visibly satisfied, and prepared to turn back. "What are you doing? Are you leaving already?" Xiaoling inquired with surprise. The Red Wolf shrugged. "Isn't that obvious? I cannot contend with the extraordinary. Neither can you. It's best to make a hasty exit. Not going to scavenge? Not worth it. A dog's life is paramount." The Red Wolf revved the engine and sped away, leaving me with the unsettling sensation that lingering any longer might lead to my demise. After uttering those words, he pressed the accelerator and dashed off. Xiaoling found the situation somewhat amusing. He turned his gaze and noticed Chen Zongshan seated in the car. Observing him, he hesitated, contemplating whether to bid farewell, when suddenly 2 sharp honks pierced the air. A luxurious black sedan glided to a halt beside him. Zhongmu emerged, bending slightly to open the door for Xiaoling, saying, "Mr. Xiaoling, welcome to Yunzi City." Chapter 74. Xiaoling schemes. The car glided smoothly along the expansive, flat road flanked by towering buildings with a string of shops on either side, most of which were shuttered, lending an air of desolation. The interior of the vehicle was adorned with exquisite elegance, complete with a table and fine red wine, as Zhongmu, while driving, provided Xiaoling with a work report. Xiaoling, swirling his wine glass, found himself momentarily distracted, pondering, "At last, I can consider myself a domineering CEO." Just then, he heard Zhongmu's voice tinged with irritation. "Mr. Xia, are you paying attention?" Yes. Xiaoling quickly nodded, feeling somewhat less than domineering. Zhongmu sighed, shaking his head. "Mr. Xia, I sincerely hope you take this seriously. The situation is quite dire. The administrative center has informed me that nearly all the extraordinary individuals in the Hongjing region have congregated in Yunzi City, presumably for you." Xiaoling nodded. "Have you issued the statement I requested?" "Not yet." "Why not?" "I have devised a more prudent method to defuse this hunting scheme and would like to discuss it with you." Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Zhongmu to continue. "Our target is merely Simon, is it not? Thus, I have contacted a death row inmate. Tomorrow, we will appoint him as the new CEO. Once he is assassinated, the commission for assassinating the new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining will be considered fulfilled. We will then discreetly transport you to Honghe City, where you can take the opportunity to eliminate Simon." Resting his chin on one hand, Xiaoling gazed out at the passing streets, the flickering shadows of streetlights dancing across his face. After a moment, he spoke again. "Please consult with the administrative center and secure the rental of all outdoor screens in the bustling districts of Yunzi City for a single day, ensuring they are equipped for simultaneous live broadcasting." Zhongmu grew increasingly perplexed, sensing a disconnect from his own plan. What purpose does renting outdoor screens serve? Xiaoling shook his head. "I intend to converse with those extraordinary individuals." Zhongmu's expression shifted dramatically. "Mr. Xia, please adhere to my instructions and refrain from questioning." Xiaoling interjected softly, yet firmly, leaving no room for debate. Zhongmu, driving with a conflicted demeanor, eventually replied, "Very well. By the way," Xiaoling tossed a small box of gold coins forward, stating, "The company has been struggling lately. Consider this as a supplement." Zhongmu opened the box and remarked, "Is this your personal savings?" "Not at all. Merely some earnings I garnered along the way." Zhongmu was taken aback, surprised to discover Xiaoling's adeptness at generating income. "By the way, arriving in such a lavish car, so ostentatiously to collect me, won't that conflict with your earlier plan? Rest assured, I've been picking up people from outside the city in recent days. Your identity remains concealed." He paused, adding, "So, should you reconsider and wish to adopt my plan, feel free to approach me at any time." Xiaoling was not taken to Blue Dragon Mining, but rather to a modest hotel nearby, which was also a property under the Blue Dragon Mining umbrella. He settled into the sole presidential suite, momentarily savoring the sights of the civilized world, indulging in a bath before succumbing to a deep slumber. As he drifted into sleep, he naturally awakened within the confines of the research institute. He proceeded directly to seek out Yu Taizhou, who was engrossed in scribbling on a whiteboard, with a panoramic map of the route from Satellite Town to Yunzi City hanging beside him. This map had been crafted by Shaolin using satellite imagery, subsequently synchronized with the dreamscape. Not wishing to disturb Yu Taizhou, who appeared deeply immersed in thought, Shaolin poured himself a glass of water and seated himself on a chair. "What is the blue calamity?" Yu Taizhou suddenly inquired. "Someone informed me that it emanates from an artifact of dual reality known as the ancient battlefield, located within the great wilderness," Shaolin replied. "Do other dual reality artifacts also disperse?" Yu Taizhou questioned. "I cannot say. I did not inquire further." Yu Taizhou seemed to ponder this for a moment before suggesting, "Tomorrow, you should find someone to ask about this matter." "Understood. I shall make a note of it." Shaolin nodded. "This is quite important. It should take precedence." "Very well." Yu Taizhou capped the marker and placed it back in the whiteboard's holder before returning to his seat. "Have you arrived in Yunzi City?" "Indeed. While Yunzi City may not be particularly large, it is a remarkably modern metropolis." "What the plan? Is it progressing smoothly?" "Just as we anticipated. The opposition has begun employing tactics to delay me. It is said they have enlisted numerous extraordinary individuals, including some of the finest." Yu Taizhou nodded. "That is favorable. After eliminating them, choose one to inherit their abilities, and you should attain your current saturation state, thereafter seeking promotion." "Agreed." Shaolin nodded once more. He was aware that Simon sought to establish an advantage through promotion and understood that the pianist and captain by his side were likely extraordinary beings of the second reality. Thus, from the outset, he had no intention of allowing Simon to genuinely gain an advantage. His plan was to attain saturation with his associated entities before seeking out the unclaimed gateways of cognition to complete his own promotion. He had heard from Lan Shiyu that all secure gateways of cognition were under the control of extraordinary powers, while those perilous enough to be deemed worthless remained unguarded. The following morning, Shaolin went straight to Chun Zongshan's residence. His ability to locate it stemmed from the fact that since their parting the previous day, the Eye of Deep Space had been monitoring his movements. Upon seeing Shaolin at his doorstep, Chun Zongshan appeared somewhat bewildered. "What brings you here?" Shaolin raised the 2 cartons of milk and a bottle of iced tea in his hands, stating, "I came to visit." Chun Zongshan hesitated, his mind racing with uncertainty. He had been contemplating whether to participate in an assassination plot against Shaolin, and now found Shaolin at his doorstep. "May I come in for a moment?" Shaolin asked politely, yet with a hint of caution, which struck Chun Zongshan as somewhat absurd. He opened the door, allowing Shaolin to enter, and instructed his attendant. "Prepare some tea. There is no need for such formality. I merely wish to exchange a few words before departing." Shaolin placed the milk and herbal tea beside the coffee table and settled onto a sofa. "This individual likely intended to dissuade me from becoming embroiled in this turmoil. Perhaps, for me, it presents a splendid opportunity for a graceful retreat, provided he initiates the conversation. What would you like to discuss?" Chun Zongshan maintained an aura of commanding presence. "You mentioned yesterday that you possess extensive knowledge about the great wilderness and have even researched the blue calamity. I am curious to know if all products of the dual realities tend to dissipate downward, or is it solely the ancient battlefield that exhibits such behavior?" Chun Zongshan appeared somewhat bewildered. "You brought 2 boxes of milk to inquire about this matter?" "And the herbal tea," Shaolin interjected. He noted that this herbal tea was rather expensive, costing slightly more than the milk. Chapter 75. Notification. Chun Zongshan remained silent for an extended period, only taking a seat opposite Shaolin once the tea was served. He suppressed the doubts within him and began to address Shaolin's inquiries. The different levels of reality are generally absolutely sealed off from one another. Thus, most secondary realities do not penetrate downwards. Under what circumstances does such penetration occur? Shaolin leaned forward, feigning an earnest, listening posture. Typically, it involves external interference, such as an entity that simultaneously traverses 2 layers of reality, or certain malevolent entities that actively seek to penetrate downwards, or the intervention of extraordinary beings. What about the blue calamity? Which category does it belong to? The first scenario involves an entity in the vast wilderness that connects primary and secondary realities. Do you know what that entity is? You do not know? Chun Zongshan retorted, "For the existence of that entity is no secret. All extraordinary beings in the Red Realm are aware of it. I have not been in the Red Realm for long, Xiao Ling admitted, touching his nose awkwardly. Chun Zongshan crossed his legs, arms folded across his chest, gazing impassively at Xiao Ling. Let me pose a question to you. What is capable of simultaneously connecting and severing two spaces? Xiao Ling was momentarily dazed, struggling to find an answer. The response lies within this room and is visible everywhere. You may take a look, Chun Zongshan revealed, displaying a hint of a teacher's demeanor. Xiao Ling scanned his surroundings, contemplating whether it was a certain extraordinary object, when suddenly a servant pushed open the kitchen door, bringing forth a platter of fruit. It dawned upon him. He realized the answer and why Yu Taizhou insisted he inquire about this matter. In other words, deep within the wilderness, there exists a cognitive gateway? Precisely. Then why do the extraordinary beings in the Red Realm not ascend through that gateway? Chun Zongshan squinted slightly, seemingly attempting to penetrate Xiao Ling's thoughts. Because that gateway is a dead end. A dead end? What does that imply? Its difficulty far surpasses the capabilities expected of a primary reality extraordinary being, and no one has ever succeeded in passing through. Chun Zongshan regarded Xiao Ling. I know your aim is Simon. If you intend to ascend to the second tier through that gateway, consider this a word of caution. Do not even think about it. Xiao Ling remained silent for a moment before standing up. Thank you for your advice. I shall not impose any further. Is there nothing else? No, that will be all. I appreciate your clarification. Xiao Ling replied politely with a nod. As Chun Zongshan observed Xiao Ling's departing figure, he slowly sank back into the sofa, realizing his palms were slightly sweaty. This new president of Blue Dragon Corporation appeared quite amiable, yet for some reason, he instilled a sense of dread within him. He glanced at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock, yet he had yet to make a decision. Should he continue to involve himself in this matter or withdraw? Perhaps he should first consult with those individuals. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Ling found Zhong Mu waiting anxiously for quite some time. Has the matter regarding the outdoor large screen been resolved? Xiao Ling inquired. Everything has been arranged. The most bustling streets and all the outdoor screens have been coordinated. Zhong Mu replied, sighing. However, the administrative center has begun to pressure us, urging for the swift liquidation of assets and our departure from Yunzi City. Did you inform them of the new president's arrival? No. I fear there may be moles within the administrative center. He hesitated for a moment, adding, I still hope you will consider my proposal. We are not evading direct confrontation, but rather seeking to maximize our advantage. You need not worry about this matter. Your only task now is to wait patiently. Xiao Lin patted his shoulder and instructed, Take me to the control room. We shall commence broadcasting promptly at 12. Zhong Mu's lips moved, and he ultimately sighed. Very well, I shall escort you there. At noon, precisely at 11:40, Chun Zongshan entered a dimly lit room, the windows tightly shut, the air thick with the scent of tobacco. 3 others were already present, 2 men and 1 woman, all extraordinary beings. We have been waiting for you. A bespectacled man greeted him with a smile. A friend paid me a visit, hence my delay, Chun Zongshan replied with a somewhat forced expression. The woman, exhaling smoke, remarked, It matters not. Now that everyone is here, let us convene. The situation is dire. I hear Yin Xing has also arrived. Ah, this complicates matters. Too many monks for too little porridge. The other man sighed, reclining against the chair's back, gazing at the fluorescent lights overhead. Chun Zongshan felt a mix of emotions. The 4 of them had allied not out of fear of their target's strength, but rather due to concerns about competing with peers. Thus, they banded together to seek opportunities. The extraordinary being named Yin Xing was their greatest hypothetical adversary. He too was a 5th-generation extraordinary, his power and renown rivaling that of Simon. His presence at the hunt likely indicated he had learned of Simon's impending passage through the cognitive gate and was unwilling to be left behind. In any case, let us give it a try. We are already here, and failure will not cost us dearly. The woman shrugged, suggesting, Now let us discuss the distribution of rewards, especially concerning the quota for passing through the cognitive gate. Quite simple. Whoever ultimately kills the new president shall claim that quota, while the remaining rewards will be equally divided among the others, the bespectacled man stated. If you proceed in this manner, we will surely face internal conflict. Before we eliminate the president, I might first eliminate you, The other man retorted, shrugging. What do you propose then? Let's distribute based on merit. After the deed is done, we can assess who deserves the most credit, or we may draw lots. Internal strife can ensue post-battle, provided we do not interfere during the hunt. Chun Zongshan had been listening in silence until the woman inquired, Chun Zongshan, what is your opinion? Taking a deep breath, Chun Zongshan replied, I may have already discerned the identity of the new president. The woman gasped, her expression shifting to one of ecstatic joy. What do you mean? Does that mean we can act in advance? At that moment, the wall clock struck midnight, and a resounding surge of electricity echoed through the streets, interrupting the conversations of those present. The man closest to the window pushed it open, revealing the bustling thoroughfare outside, where images of a singular figure began to illuminate the large outdoor screens. It was a composed young man, seated at a table, impeccably dressed in a suit. Greetings to the extraordinary individuals of Yunja City. I am Shaolin, the newly appointed president of Blue Dragon Mining Company. There are matters I wish to discuss openly with you. Ryder Simon has severely undermined our interests, jeopardized our assets, and orchestrated the assassination of our executives. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. We have no intention of retreating. We will ensure that Simon pays for his transgressions in blood. I am aware that you have received contracts to eliminate me, yet I implore you to reconsider in light of my mission to rid the community of harm. Of course, some among you may be reluctant to forego this contract. Tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, I shall hold my inauguration ceremony at Bailon Square. And for those who choose not to relent, I shall leave no one unscathed. In closing, I hope you all find joy in your endeavors. Chapter 76. Withdrawal. Shaolin's speech lasted a mere 30 seconds. Yet within that brief span, it felt as though the entire city had fallen into a hushed reverence, with all eyes raised to behold the young man on the screen. When his address concluded and the screen faded to black, advertisements resumed, as if the world had returned to its ordinary rhythm. In the chamber where Chun Zongshan resided, a man who had opened the window now shut it. Turning to his companions behind him, what are your thoughts? What scheme is Long Mining concocting? I've never seen him, don't recognize him. Perhaps they are merely offering a scapegoat, replied a woman, exhaling a cloud of smoke without a care. Long wouldn't dare create such a commotion unless they were courting danger. However, before she could finish her thought, Chun Zongshan interrupted them. It is him. The other three occupants of the room paused in surprise, directing their gazes toward him. Chun Zongshan continued. He is the new president of Long Mining. A hush fell over the group as they struggled to comprehend the implications. Was Long Mining truly audacious enough to declare war against the extraordinary beings of the entire Red Realm? Was it excessive arrogance, or was there a deeper motive at play? Chu Xian, Su Ning, and Qin Yi. Chun Zongshan's eyes swept over the three before him. Regarding this assassination mission, I am withdrawing. Chu Xian, a woman, raised an eyebrow and queried, what? After acquiring the intelligence, do you intend to go solo? I said, I am withdrawing. Chun Zongshan reiterated, his voice low and resolute. Chu Xian furrowed her brow slightly, shaking the ash from her cigarette. Have you encountered him in combat? I have witnessed his prowess, he replied. Yet, many desire his demise. And with Yin Xing in the mix, his strength rivals that of Simon. Regardless of his capabilities, he is doomed. Chun Zongshan shook his head. He sought me out this morning. I initially thought he wished to persuade me to retract from the assassination, but he merely inquired about matters concerning the Blue Calamity. And he is indifferent to whether I engage in the battle. And of course, he is equally unconcerned about you, Chun Zongshan stated. The woman frowned slightly, while Su Ning, donning glasses, began to exhibit impatience. If you intend to withdraw, you may leave now. Your presence here is unwelcome. Qin Yi shrugged. Perhaps you should reconsider. Give it a try. After all, there are many of us. If you can't win, just flee. I will not wager my life, Chun Zongshan declared before turning to exit. Simultaneously, the door to the central control room was forcefully kicked open, and a throng of impeccably dressed personnel from Yunza City surged inside. Leading the charge was Chun Qian, the chairman of the Yunza City Administrative Council, who seized Zhongmu by the collar and bellowed, Zhongmu, what in the world are you doing? Are you provoking the extraordinary beings of the entire Red Realm? Zhongmu remained unfazed, responding coolly, "This does not concern me. I am merely following orders from our new president, Mr. Shaolin." He gestured to the side, where Shaolin sat at the far end of the long table, perusing some documents. Chun Qian recognized him as the one who had just spoken on the outdoor screen, and he approached Shaolin, slamming his hand on the table in fury. "Shaolin, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" "I understand. I'm addressing the issue," Shaolin responded. "Addressing the issue? You are plunging Blue Dragon mining off a cliff. You are sealing your own doom, provoking the extraordinary beings of the entire Red Realm. How could you possibly do such a thing?" Shaolin raised his head to look at Chun Qian. "Mr. Chairman, may I kindly request your assistance? I have already done more than enough for you. I will no longer offer my help." Chun Qian gritted his teeth. "This is a perfectly reasonable request that you must accept." Shaolin remained calm, unaffected by Chun Qian's fury. "I hope you can expedite the evacuation of the residents near Bylon Square. They must all be evacuated." "You." Chun Qian's forehead throbbed with anger, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, this request was undeniable, as it pertained to the safety of the residents' lives. "This is crucial." Zhongmu quickly placed a hand on Chun Qian's shoulder. "Our new boss is rather obstinate. Let us discuss this matter in another room." Chun Qian scoffed and turned to leave, with Zhongmu following suit. Shaolin then addressed the publicity minister, who had been silently standing in the corner. "By the way, Minister, tomorrow is my inauguration ceremony. Could you lend me a few cameras?" The minister nodded, bewildered. Shaolin signed several documents and handed a few gold coins to the minister, reflecting on how extravagant his spending had been these past 2 days. He waited in the corridor for a while until he soon saw Zhongmu and Chun Qian exiting another room. Upon seeing Shaolin, Chun Qian did not appear angry. Instead, he cast a sympathetic glance at him before departing. "Did you finish talking with Chun Qian?" Shaolin inquired. "Yes," Zhongmu replied. "What did you tell him?" "I deceived him into believing you are merely our sacrificial pawn, who will meet a swift demise at tomorrow's inauguration ceremony, resulting in universal satisfaction among us all." "He believed you?" "He expressed some sympathy for you, suggesting that a death row inmate would be preferable. We informed him that a death row inmate would not have the same impact as you." Shaolin couldn't help but chuckle. "What if he discovers you deceived him? If you truly die tomorrow, then I have not deceived him. But if you survive, he would not dare hold me accountable for my deceit and would still feel compelled to treat me to a meal." Zhongmu wore a weary smile. "Mr. Shaolin, leave the remaining matters to me." That evening, residents within a 10-kilometer radius of Bylon Square began to evacuate. Streams of vehicles and people flowed outward along every road, while the military from the administrative center of Yunza City maintained order among the crowd. Before long, dozens of blocks surrounding the square had been completely emptied, leaving behind desolate streets and rows of streetlights standing silently. A void had been carved out of the bustling metropolis. The extraordinary beings also commenced their actions, converging toward that vacant space against the flow of people. Among them were the 3 companions of Chun Zongshan, whose vehicles were parked at the edge of the urban area, facing the quiet, vacant streets ahead. Without Chun Zongshan, our combat effectiveness would indeed diminish somewhat. Qin, you felt a sense of unease. "Fear not. Our core strength lies with Chu Exen. Even in his absence, our strategy remains unaffected." At that moment, the streetlights behind their vehicle abruptly extinguished with a resounding pop. The trio paused, and, simultaneously, they beheld a figure slowly materializing within the encroaching darkness. It was a tall man, cloaked in a long black robe, his head bowed, resembling a spectral apparition against the night. An icy dread surged from the depths of their hearts, sending shivers down their spines, compelling them to hold their breath involuntarily. They recognized this individual, a formidable being on par with the Rider Simon, an equally terrifying superhuman known as the Unclean One, Yin Xing. As he advanced, the lights around him flickered and died. When he passed their vehicle, the interior illumination vanished instantaneously, leaving only an abyss of darkness. For a fleeting moment, the trio felt as though death awaited them in the next heartbeat, and Chu Exine trembled slightly. However, Yin Xing paid them no heed, merely gliding past, shrouded in shadows, until he faded into the distance of the long street. It was only after his departure that the three realized they were drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 77. Inaugural speech at the break of dawn on the following day. Blue Dragon Mining commenced its activities. A truck emblazoned with the company's insignia rolled into Bylon Square, where an official venue was hastily erected. A backdrop bearing the Blue Dragon Mining logo, a podium, and a microphone were arranged, despite the knowledge that no one would attend this inauguration ceremony. Rows of chairs were set out beneath the structure. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, darkness began to envelop the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. The relentless rain cascaded upon the steel jungle, rendering the city eerily silent, save for the sound of the rain. The extraordinary individuals lurked in the vicinity, patiently biding their time. At 6:30, the figure of Shaolin emerged at the end of the street, an umbrella in hand, clad in a suit, making his way toward Bylon Square. He seldom donned formal attire, although 2 centuries prior, he frequently attended high-profile events, where the attendees were rather lenient, as long as one appeared clean and presentable. Perhaps the extraordinary beings were genuinely intimidated by his presence, for the journey from here to the square was uneventful. Upon arriving at the venue, Shaolin activated the preset floodlights and cameras, sheltered from the rain beneath the awning. The moment the camera was switched on, the footage of this speech began broadcasting throughout the city. Holding his speech manuscript, he ascended the stage and gently placed the encased document upon the podium. He tapped the microphone and began his address. Esteemed colleagues, shareholders, and honored guests, before the formal commencement of my inauguration, I wish to pay tribute to a dear friend of mine, the former president of Blue Dragon Mining, Mr. Bai Xiaoyan. He was a man of integrity, kindness, and compassion, who abhorred the chaos and malevolence that plague our world. Now, he rests in the land he cherished, and I shall assume the role of president of Blue Dragon Mining in his stead. My address will encompass the following segments. First, the burdens and responsibilities we bear. Second, the path that lies ahead. Third, the solidarity among friends. And fourth, raising our banner to obliterate our adversaries. Is he truly delivering a speech there? Qin Yi remarked, peering through binoculars, incredulous. Has no one yet attacked him? Chu Xian inquired while adjusting a heavy sniper rifle. Not yet. It seems no one is eager to be the first to take action, Qin Yi replied. Suddenly, Su Ning, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and declared, "Then let us be the first. We will proceed as planned. The 2 of us will restrain him, and Chu Xian, you seize the opportunity to fire." Chu Xian raised her rifle and nodded in silent agreement. The psychological assassin, Chu Xian, though not physically powerful, wielded devastating mental destruction capabilities. Her bullets were undetectable and, upon striking a target, would expel the very spirit from its body. This state would not last long, but it would provide ample time for Su Ning and Qin Yi to eliminate the target numerous times. As Su Ning rose to depart, Qin Yi suddenly called out, "Wait! Someone is coming down." Who? It appears to be Yin Xing. Through the torrential downpour, he discerned the figure cloaked in black, steadily advancing towards the illuminated area. Indeed, he was certain that this individual was none other than Yin Xing. At that moment, Shaolin, delivering his speech, also took note of Yin Xing. The enigmatic figure draped in a cloak, renowned as a powerful transcendent. Shaolin had garnered some intelligence from Zhongmu. Yet aside from the unsettling reputation of making people vanish entirely from this world, he had little useful information, only knowing of the whispers surrounding his cannibalistic tendencies. However, Yin Xing did not initiate an attack. Instead, he found a chair below and quietly settled in to listen to Shaolin's discourse. What were these 2 up to? A shared sense of camaraderie? Surely, it couldn't be that melodramatic. Qin Yi clenched his teeth. No, I've heard that Yin Xing has a habit of studying his opponents. He would not strike unless he was sufficiently assured, Su Ning remarked. Then this presents an opportunity for us. If we eliminate Shaolin before he acts, Yin Xing would not dare retaliate against us. Qin Yi said, his excitement palpable. Well, it seems we have no other choice. Su Ning turned to Chu Xian. This time, you are our trump card. Remember, the attack must be unexpected. If you can create an opening for me, we can dispatch him in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, The sound of rapid splashing echoed as Xiao Lin raised his head, witnessing two figures flanking Yan Xing's position, hurtling towards him. Su Ning launched the first strike, wielding a slender sword aimed directly at Xiao Lin's throat, a probing attack. In an instant, Xiao Lin's pupils split into 7, his white mask obscuring his face, as the Tang Dao leaned against the table, unsheathing in a flash. Clang! The tips of the two weapons collided, igniting brilliant sparks in the rain-soaked night. Very well. It seems this fellow is not as formidable as I envisioned, Su Ning thought, continuing to feign an assault to keep him engaged, while awaiting Chu Xian's strike. However, Shaolin abruptly turned his gaze towards the building where Chu Xian was concealed. Wait, how could he know where she was? At that moment, Chu Xian was biding her time for an opportunity when suddenly, an overwhelming sense of dread surged from within, and a deafening roar filled her ears. She looked up, only to see a colossal entity materializing before her, leaving no time for reaction. Boom! The building concealing Chu Xian was abruptly pierced by the Eye of the Void, severing the structure in half, which then cascaded to the ground. This spectacle rendered Su Ning's mind a blank, standing frozen as he could hardly fathom that within mere seconds of the conflict commencing, their pivotal figure had perished. Yet, Qin Yi did not remain immobile, seizing the opportunity. He swiftly circled behind Xiao Lin and plunged his military dagger into Xiao Lin's heart. As long as the transcendent had not lost their human form, most would fear fatal attacks, which is why they constantly sought to explore the perfection of their physicality. Had he succeeded? Was the ultimate victor truly Qin Yi? Su Ning found it hard to believe. In the next moment, Xiao Lin turned with a graceful swiftness and delivered a single, decisive strike. Qin Yi was utterly unprepared for the shocking reality that one could survive a heart pierced so thoroughly. Caught off guard, he had not the slightest defense. A crimson line split open across his neck, and his head tumbled to the ground. The overwhelming terror rendered Su Ning devoid of reason. He was unwilling to continue this futile endeavor. Death was imminent, there was no doubt. He discarded his weapon and fled, but after merely 2 steps, he found himself engulfed in darkness. Nothing was visible. He could only hear the chaotic patter of rain, the sound of footsteps, and the clatter of weapons dragging across the ground. Fear gripped his heart with an iron vice, leaving him with no avenue of escape. In the next instant, a blade pierced through his back, and Su Ning felt his lifeblood gradually growing cold. These 3 extraordinary beings had not even had the chance to unleash their supernatural powers before they were all eliminated. Xiao Lin did not glance at the corpses, but instead retrieved his speech notes and continued to recite. Yan Xing remained motionless, the body concealed beneath his robe, twitching slightly before he resumed listening to the address. Chapter 78. The Lord of the Lake. The demise of 3 extraordinary beings ushered in a fleeting lull in the hunt for Xiao Lin. Those hiding amidst the edifices began to grasp the futility of evasion and ambush in this confrontation. Xiao Lin was acutely aware of their every position and would not succumb easily to an attack. Victory hinged not on tactics, but on sheer strength. At this moment, Xiao Lin remained composed, earnestly reciting the words inscribed on his manuscript. In the 3rd section, he spoke of uniting friends, forging alliances with those who shared their ideals, transcending corporate confines to form a greater force. This augmented power would enhance their ability to influence the world and vanquish their foes. As he articulated this, he lifted his gaze slightly downward, noticing Yan Xing still seated in silence. Yan Xing's attire seemed to embody extraordinary power, rendering Xiao Lin's comprehensive vision incapable of retrieving any information from him. However, it mattered little, if he required meticulous preparation to contend with Yan Xing. Seeking Simon was rendered unnecessary. The rain continued to pour incessantly, and the drainage system in the square appeared to falter. Water pooled upon the flat surface, creating a delicate mirror that reflected the somber sky, only to be shattered by the relentless downpour, inducing a sense of dizziness. A peculiar and distant roar echoed from an unknown source. Xiao Lin beheld a colossal shadow suddenly glide across the watery reflection. In the next instant, it surged forth from the shallow water, a massive grayish-yellow whale, exceeding 20 meters in length, with its head grotesquely divided into 3 segments. It hung momentarily in the air, its deformed maw agape toward Shaolin, as a radiant glow began to emanate from the depths of its throat, a blinding stream of light surging towards him. In response, Shaolin merely raised a black umbrella before him, infusing its handle with his essence. The overwhelming white light crashed heavily against the umbrella's surface, yet this umbrella was a symbol of transcendent power, and Shaolin's essence rendered it indestructible. The brilliant light could not penetrate his defenses. However, in the next moment, another enormous creature erupted from the water behind him. A gigantic crab, its shell encrusted with barnacles, towering over 2 men in height. Its coarse pincers clamped tightly around Shaolin's waist. Without hesitation, Shaolin reversed his grip on his tang knife and plunged it fiercely into the crab's shell, black blood oozing along the pristine blade. Yet, this strike was insufficient to slay the beast. Instead, it dragged Shaolin violently beneath the thin layer of water. With a splash, he felt as though he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss. He caught sight of the extraordinary being, standing effortlessly upon the surface of the lake. As if merely an independent reflection, he stood there, silently observing as Shaolin was drawn towards the depths. The Lord of the Lake, Yitan. Shaolin severed the crab's claw with a decisive stroke, then thrust his tang knife into the very center of the creature's head, finally extinguishing the life of this formidable beast. He raised his gaze towards Yitan, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. However, Yitan remained unfazed, merely offering him a slight smile. In the next moment, a multitude of yellow eyes opened around Shaolin, revealing a host of grotesque water monsters. The smallest among them measured over 1 meter in length, sporting enormous mouths filled with sword-like teeth, while the largest loomed comparable to that of a whale monster. This colossal creature lay anchored at the lake's bottom, its massive limbs swaying like algae around Shaolin. Shaolin discerned the adversary's intention, to drag him to his demise within this watery domain. After all, even an extraordinary being could not endure an anaerobic environment for long, and the exertion underwater would only increase. When oxygen and stamina were depleted, death would be inevitable. Raising his head, he peered through the throng of water monsters once more at Yitan, who gazed back at him with calm assurance, seemingly convinced that Shaolin could not return to the surface. Yet, he ought to have felt a greater sense of urgency. Had he been more observant, he would have realized he was not breathing. Soon after, the veins beneath Shaolin's skin began to blaze with a fierce blue hue, spreading across his body and neck, converging upon the black umbrella above. In an instant, a brilliant white lightning bolt erupted, centered around Shaolin, creating a brief void in the water. The electric arcs expanded outward like a colossal white tree. This searing brightness momentarily stunned Yitan, and before he could react, a jet-black streak surged towards him, Shaolin's black umbrella. The square lay desolate, with only Yin Xing remaining seated, while the lurking extraordinary beings grew increasingly bewildered. They had not anticipated the Lake Master's involvement in this battle, and the rainy weather provided a significant advantage for him. Yet in the next instant, the water pooling across the square suddenly exploded, accompanied by arcs of electricity, silver light darting chaotically across the ground, and water spraying up to several meters high. Shaolin and Yitan re-emerged into the sight of the onlookers. Shaolin stood tall, while Yitan lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. Shaolin approached him with his blade drawn. In a panic, Yitan raised his hand and implored, "Wait, spare my life. I'll agree to any conditions. I warned you yesterday not to come. That was your last chance," Shaolin replied. Yitan sighed softly, then lay back in resignation, saying, "Very well. Then please make it painless." Without a word, Shaolin complied, driving his blade through Yitan's throat. The Lake Master, Yitan, was declared dead. Shaolin retrieved the fallen black umbrella beside him and cast a glance at Yin Xing, who remained motionless, not bothering to linger on him any longer. Shaolin made his way back to the podium. Although a large hole had been created, it was still serviceable. He picked up his speech notes, and as he straightened up, 2 extraordinary beings gradually emerged from the curtain of rain. They stood at the edge of the stage, their attention fully captivated by Xiao Lin's every movement as they slowly drew their weapons. However, Xiao Lin remained utterly unconcerned, merely wiping the moisture from his speech manuscript with his sleeve. In the next instant, dark, tubular tendrils pierced through their chests in an instant, leaving both extraordinary individuals momentarily stunned, incredulously turning to look at Yin Xing. It was Yin Xing who had struck first. As they attempted to retaliate, they felt their strength rapidly dissipating, a numbing sensation swiftly spreading from the tips of their limbs to their hearts. Subsequently, their bodies began to wither at an alarming rate until they were reduced to mere desiccated corpses, at which point the tendrils gradually withdrew, retracting back into Yin Xing's form. Yin Xing then rose slowly from his seat and declared, "Very well, now I am confident I can end your lives." With that, he began to remove his long robe, revealing a body of the most unsettling and bizarre nature. Chapter 79. Yin Xing possessed 2 heads, with the upper portion of his cranium appearing disproportionately large, as if harboring a colossal brain. His exterior was riddled with numerous orifices, continuously secreting a viscous substance that enveloped his form. A tail adorned with densely packed scales, glistening with a metallic sheen, trailed behind him. From a gaping maw in his chest and abdomen sprouted several tubular appendages, menacingly reaching out like tendrils. His visage defied age. Although he appeared youthful, the myriad wrinkles on his skin invoked memories of the curious case of Benjamin Button. Noticing Xiao Lin's gaze, Yin Xing raised an arm and spoke in a low, resonant voice. "My physique is quite extraordinary, is it not? Are you aware of the nature of my extraordinary powers? I had assumed everyone would conceal their own information. It matters little to me," Xiao Lin replied, "for those who witness my form are already doomed." Yin Xing offered a faint, amicable smile. "My extraordinary power is adaptability or survival, the essence of natural selection. This appearance is solely a response to your extraordinary abilities. For instance, I am aware of your capacity for mental corruption. Thus, I have developed 2 heads to share the burden of mental strain." As soon as he finished speaking, the eye of deep space erupted from the ruins of the building, cutting through the air in a sharp trajectory before crashing down with a thunderous impact. The immense shockwave and explosion temporarily halted the torrential rain, creating a vast crater in the solid ground. The eye of deep space embedded itself at the center of the crater, radiating a chilling light. However, moments later, the ground within the crater fractured, and Yin Xing rose slowly, his form utterly unscathed. Xiao Lin's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of astonishment in his heart. "Surprised, are you? It is rather simple," Yin Xing continued as he approached Xiao Lin. "I modified my physiological structure. Instead of resisting the impact, I utilized it to anchor myself like a nail in the ground. Your ranged assaults are ineffective against me." No sooner had Yin Xing spoken than a tremendous bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing through his body with ferocity. The immense energy instantly charred Yin Xing's form, leaving his surface cracked and interlaced with crimson flames. He stood rigidly as if lifeless. Yet, mere seconds later, Yin Xing continued his advance, the charred remnants beginning to shed from his body. It was then that Xiao Lin realized the scorched exterior was merely a layer of gelatinous substance. "This gelatin is specifically designed to withstand your lightning," Yin Xing said coldly. "You cannot kill me. To you, I have become an immortal entity. However, the thunder does have some effect on you." "Indeed, but your opportunity has passed," Yin Xing declared. In the next instant, he surged forward with ghostly speed, appearing before Xiao Lin in the blink of an eye. Xiao Lin's reaction and speed were no less formidable than Yin Xing's. As he charged forward, he had already swung his blade. In an instant, Yin Xing's 2 heads were severed by the pale blade. However, the horrifying reality was that before those severed heads could even touch the ground, 2 identical heads had already sprouted from Yin Xing's neck. He had nearly explored the ultimate limits of the human body, with only a single step remaining to transcend its constraints. He raised his hand, and a bony spike erupted from his palm, thrusting violently towards Xiao Lin's neck. Xiao Lin managed to sever his wrist with a swift strike, yet proved futile. In an instant, his hand had regrown, plunging the massive bone spike deep into Xiao Lin's side neck. Simultaneously, the tubular tendrils extending from his abdomen lunged forth, piercing into Xiao Lin's internal organs, unleashing various types of devastating toxins into his body. Witnessing this scene, an extraordinary being standing indoors remarked, "It's over." "Is this really the end?" his companion inquired. Yin Xing intended for it to conclude at this moment. Had he not yet completed his adaptation, Xiao Lin might have had a chance. But now, Yin Xing had completely transformed into his nemesis. No matter how powerful he was, he could never triumph over his natural adversary. This outcome was not entirely unexpected. I had suspected from the beginning that he would most likely perish at Yin Xing's hands. A light chuckle echoed in the air. The new president of Blue Dragon Mining does possess some strength, but what a pity. Yet, as they conversed, Yin Xing's expression gradually shifted from indifference to astonishment. Just moments before, he had felt he had overwhelmingly defeated Xiao Lin. The mixed toxins had infiltrated him, and any one of them could spell immediate death. Thus, he had begun to siphon Xiao Lin's blood and flesh with his tendrils. However, to his bewilderment, he found himself absorbing nothing. It was as if his tendrils were penetrating an empty void, unable to touch anything regardless of the direction. It was as if this individual had merely an exterior layer, while the interior was hollow. Xiao Lin offered a faint smile. "You claim you won't die, correct? Very well. Let us see whose life force is more enduring." Subsequently, blue veins began to emerge beneath his skin, spreading to his eyes, while multiple tornadoes swirled up in the plaza, and storm clouds converged overhead in a vortex. Yin Xing felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What was this man planning? Summoning thunder from such a distance would undoubtedly inflict damage upon him as well. With a crackle, blinding white lightning descended upon the earth, piercing through both Yin Xing and Xiao Lin. The gelatinous layer on Yin Xing's surface once more shielded him from the thunder, while Xiao Lin absorbed the full brunt of the strike. Yet, Xiao Lin's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any tremor. What on earth was this person? Why did he seem more monstrous than himself? No, he must eliminate this individual at once. Yin Xing gritted his teeth fiercely. From his back, several elongated appendages sprouted, each tip adorned with sharp bony spikes. They charged at Xiao Lin like a tempest, relentlessly striking at his vital points. Yet, Xiao Lin remained unresponsive. Instead, the flickering azure light reignited. With a crack, another bolt of lightning descended, piercing through the two. This time, Yin Xing had not produced enough viscous substance in time, and his internal organs trembled violently, as if seared. His regenerative abilities swiftly worked to mitigate the damage. Yin Xing sought to retreat, but Xiao Lin detected his intent, casting aside his Tang Dao and seizing Yin Xing's wrist with both hands. With a crack, a third bolt of lightning struck. Yin Xing endured the pain this time, yet it felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. When he glanced back at Xiao Lin, he found him utterly unscathed. No, this was wrong. The invulnerability of this individual surpassed his own by leagues. If this exchange of injuries continued, he would surely meet his demise. Overwhelmed by terror, Yin Xing made a decisive choice. A bony blade sprouted from his back, severing his own wrists. With force, he propelled himself backward, and from his lower back unfurled a pair of enormous flesh wings. He had to escape this place before meeting his end. Chapter 80. The moon Yin Xing's flight was remarkably swift. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended to a height of over 10 meters. Elevation was crucial for his escape, as the impending thunder summoned by Xiao Ling bore unmistakable signs. With his speed and reflexes, evasion was entirely within his grasp. The satellite posed no tangible threat to him, especially since it was currently embedded in the ground. His sole objective was to flee the scene expeditiously. However, Xiao Ling had no intention of allowing him to escape. Swiftly, he grasped the Tang Dao, channeling the might of the rainy night butcher into his being. With a sudden surge of strength, he leapt 2 to 3 meters into the air. At the apex of his ascent, he propelled himself toward Yin Xing's direction for a short-distance assault. In an instant, his figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was mere inches from Yin Xing. Seizing his ankle with a firm grip, Yin Xing's countenance shifted dramatically as the tip of his tail shot forth a sharp bone blade. decisively severing his own calf. He continued his ascent, while Xiao Ling plummeted from the sky. "Advance," Xiao Ling whispered to himself. His figure flickered once more, this time materializing at the same level as Yin Xing. The blade of his Tang Dao pierced through Yin Xing's chest, leaving less than 20 centimeters of the blade protruding from the wound. With his other hand, he tightly grasped Yin Xing's throat. Yin Xing spiraled through the air, desperately attempting to dislodge Xiao Ling, his hand straining against Xiao Ling's wrist with all his might. "Let's converse. There is no need for this life-and-death struggle." Yin Xing gritted his teeth, his voice barely audible amidst the roaring winds. "We have already conversed. I warned all of you," Xiao Ling retorted fiercely. "Yet you still chose to come. This is your own decision." He abruptly thrust the hilt of the knife deeper. "I know I cannot kill you, but neither can you kill me." Xiao Ling suddenly erupted into laughter, a hint of savagery in his mirth. "Is this truly what you desire? To flee like a mere fly? Do you not find that utterly ludicrous? Get away." Yin Xing seemed to strike a nerve, roaring in fury. His tail coiled around Xiao Ling's waist, and with a violent twist, he hurled Xiao Ling into the sky. His strength was immense. In an instant, he propelled Xiao Ling nearly 20 meters away, far exceeding the limits of Xiao Ling's advance. Now, all that remained was to distance himself from this madman. Yin Xing flapped his wings, preparing to depart, but just then he noticed Xiao Ling extending his arm in his direction, beckoning with a finger. Was he watching him? No, his gaze was fixed on something on the ground. A chill coursed through Yin Xing. The deep space eye, embedded in the ground, stirred to life, launching skyward and executing a rapid maneuver before soaring upward. Boom! Yin Xing felt as though he had been struck by a locomotive from behind. The deep space eye surged upward, pressing him firmly against the metallic surface with overwhelming force. Moments later, the satellite collided with Xiao Ling, who had long been anticipating this moment. He clenched his fist and met the titanic metal beast with a powerful blow. Clang! His fist created a gaping hole in Yin Xing's chest, exposing a heart reminiscent of biomechanical design. "Do you not relish the thrill of flight?" His eyes, filled with ferocity and madness, urged them onward. "Let us soar to the very ends of this damned world." The satellite adjusted itself vertically in an instant, propelling the two of them swiftly into the depths of the sky. Within mere seconds, the entire city had shrunk to an insignificant size beneath them. They soon entered a thick layer of deep crimson clouds, the air heavy with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Everything around them became a blur. Xiao Lin glimpsed the heart, instantly recognizing it as the emblem of Yin Xing. Without hesitation, he reached out to seize it. Yet, before he could extract it, Yin Xing roared in fury. The gaping wound in his chest mended instantaneously, flesh enveloping Xiao Lin's arm within his body. Xiao Lin strained with all his might to pull away, but Yin Xing's flesh was exceedingly dense, resisting his every effort. Yin Xing realized Xiao Lin's intent to sever his emblem, and he fought desperately for survival. In that moment, Xiao Lin was consumed by a frenzied madness. With a swift motion, he broke the tang knife embedded in Yin Xing and wielded the remaining shard like a dagger, plunging it fiercely into Yin Xing's chest, attempting to cleave open his ribcage. However, with every stroke, the blade barely grazed the surface before it began to heal anew. Simultaneously, numerous tendrils slithered up Xiao Lin's arm, coiling around his limbs, immobilizing him. "Let me go. I will do anything," Yin Xing screamed. "Impossible. You have already refused." Xiao Lin bellowed back, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Beneath his skin, blue veins began to surface, and his eyes shifted from white to crimson. Though Bai Xiao Yun's emblem was absent, their connection remained intact. Crack! A tremendous thunderclap reverberated through the clouds, spreading like wildfire into the distance. Then came a second and a third. On the ground, all the extraordinary beings gazed skyward, witnessing the arcs of electricity unfurling, their hearts gripped by awe and terror. The battle had escalated to a level of madness beyond their comprehension. High above, the eye of deep space lifted the two from the clouds, as if they had transcended into another realm. The earth below was shrouded in dark red clouds, while the sky above was a profound blackness. The torrential rain could no longer reach this place, where a colossal moon hung in the heavens, casting a radiant glow upon the ascending satellite and the two figures atop it. The victor would soon be determined. Yanxing's body, succumbing to hypothermia and oxygen deprivation, began to weaken. While these conditions were not fatal for him, they dulled his reflexes and rendered him nearly immobile, hindering his physiological functions. In contrast, Shaolin was enveloped in a thick layer of frost, yet this extreme environment did not impair his capabilities. Seizing the opportunity of Yanxing's frailty, Shaolin gripped his heart tightly and once more pulled outward. Yanxing, still yearning to resist, grasped Shaolin's wrist with all his might, but it was futile. Shaolin roared, and with a fierce motion, he yanked both the heart and his arm from Yanxing's chest cavity. The tendrils were torn asunder, blood and shredded flesh gushing forth. Yanxing ceased his struggles, tilting his head back as he lay upon the cold metal surface. And there, he beheld the moon. It was so immense, so magnificent. A sudden tranquility enveloped Yanxing as he pondered how long had it been since he last beheld the moon. No, that was incorrect. It seemed he had never seen the moon at all. With the last vestiges of his strength, Yanxing refrained from reclaiming his heart and instead reached out toward the moon. Yet, in an instant, the ascent of the satellite halted, and it began to topple. The two of them broke free from the surface of the satellite, plummeting towards the dark crimson sea of clouds, akin to two specks of dust destined to vanish into the ocean. The moon receded further away from them. Yanxing felt a twinge of regret before closing his eyes. When had he transformed into a monster? He had long forgotten. Chapter 81. Encirclement. The extraordinary beings did not depart. They remained, awaiting the conclusion of the battle. It was not until two figures plummeted from the clouds, descending into the torrential rain, that they crashed heavily to the ground. One was Yanxing, and the other was Shaolin. Yanxing's body lay shattered, reduced to a mere puddle of mud, while Shaolin lay motionless on the ground, clutching a half-mechanical heart that emitted a faint blue glow. Yet, Shaolin was still alive. The onlookers silently observed this scene, a surge of astonishment swelling within their hearts. It appeared that the battle had reached its end, with Shaolin emerging victorious. I never imagined Yanxing would meet his demise. I thought it was impossible for him to be killed. The new president of Blue Dragon Mining is truly formidable, murmured one of his companions. The bearded extraordinary being waved his hand dismissively. Enough, the night is over. We should prepare to leave. This matter is beyond our involvement. However, just as the two were about to depart, they suddenly spotted a figure approaching Shaolin, weapon in hand, moving slowly through the rain. What the hell? Is that person insane? How can they approach in this situation? His companion exclaimed, astonished. The extraordinary being entering the battlefield fixed his gaze intently on the motionless Shaolin amidst the rain. He drew a gun and, from a distance, pulled the trigger towards Shaolin's head. Bang! The bullet caused Shaolin's body to tremble slightly, yet he remained unresponsive. The bearded extraordinary being's pupils constricted slightly, and he whispered, Shaolin, he is at his last gasp. In the downpour, the extraordinary being fired 2 more shots, but Shaolin still showed no reaction, which only heightened his excitement as he cautiously advanced a few steps closer. At that moment, another figure appeared directly in front of him, and they both halted simultaneously, engaging in a silent standoff. Each hoped the other would serve as cannon fodder, yet neither wished to relinquish their own glory to another. More extraordinary beings emerged from the curtain of rain, including the bearded one, forming a loose circle, wary of Shaolin as well as one another. This bizarre tableau persisted for several seconds before someone finally spoke. He remains motionless. It seems he is indeed on the brink of death. This is an opportunity. Does no one wish to test it? I believe we should not take advantage of someone in peril, replied another. If you do not wish to exploit his misfortune, then why approach? Why not simply walk away? Another retorted, their tone laced with sarcasm. The questioned individual, exposed, snorted in indignation, yet remained still. After another spell of silence, someone suggested, we can no longer linger like this. Such an action benefits no one. He began to step forward, only to feel several wary gazes lock onto him, compelling him to halt immediately. Should he advance further, Even if Shaolin were genuinely on the brink of death, he would surely face attack from his peers. After all, there was only one Shaolin, and only the one who struck the fatal blow would claim the coveted reward that all desired. At that moment, the bearded extraordinary being spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. First and foremost, Shaolin must die. This is our consensus. We are all aware that taking advantage of others in their moment of vulnerability is an egregious act, yet we find ourselves compelled to do so. Indeed, someone echoed the sentiment, asserting that this individual poses a grave danger. Allowing him to live would only wreak havoc upon the entire extraordinary realm of the Red Domain. The bearded extraordinary coughed twice, reclaiming the floor. Thus, I propose a method for us to set aside our disputes and engage in fair competition. Let's all strike simultaneously, betting on fortune, and see who can claim this merit. The crowd exchanged glances before silently nodding in agreement. I concur, one voiced. So, do I, another chimed in. However, before the collective decision could be reached, Shaolin, curled upon the ground, suddenly stirred. It was but a slight movement, yet it sent chills down the spines of the assembled extraordinary, causing them to instinctively recoil, akin to hyenas encountering a lion. Do not panic. He has killed so many, and with Yin Xing gravely wounded, he is no longer our adversary. The bearded extraordinary shouted. Wounded? Shaolin found amusement in the thought. He had merely been establishing a connection with the totem of Yin Xing. It was said that once the master perished, the totem would become ineffective after a short period. So, you all intend to kill me? Shaolin rose slowly. Indeed, for the sake of the entire extraordinary realm of the Red Domain, you must perish. You are far too perilous, the bearded extraordinary stated solemnly. Shaolin gazed up at his resolute face. In truth, you need not worry, for after tonight, the entire extraordinary realm of the Red Domain shall cease to exist. In the next instant, a pair of massive wings erupted from Shaolin's back. His head began to morph into a pitch-black tome. The pages of the book flipped open rapidly, revealing an interior brimming with countless eyes. A grim and ominous aura surged forth from Shaolin's being. He had once studied the physiological structure of the wise demon, researched by Yu Taizhou, who explained that Shaolin was unable to fully harness the power of the wise demon due to the limitations posed by the erosion entity's physiological structure. He lacked the biological makeup of the wise demon. Yet now, through the essence of survival, he was finally able to transcend this limitation. The extraordinary beings beheld this terrifying creature before them and finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Shaolin was by no means incapacitated. He was merely taming the power of Yin Xing. What they now faced was a fusion of Shaolin and Yin Xing, a creature of unfathomable terror. Run! Flee! The bearded extraordinary suddenly shouted. But in the following moment, black characters erupted like a storm from Shaolin, expanding outward in a tumultuous wave that engulfed all present. Though extraordinary beings possess a degree of resistance to mental pollution, they began to experience sluggish reactions and sticky thoughts under such potent contamination. The bearded extraordinary sought to escape, yet his mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts. At that moment, he felt his hair begin to levitate, and as he looked up, the clouds above started to glow. Defense. Escape. He yearned to react, yet the rigidity of his thoughts rendered his movements sluggish. Suddenly, a thunderous strike descended, piercing through his body and innards, instantly evaporating the moisture within him. Before he could even feel a flicker of pain, his body had already collapsed. The others present began to flee in a frenzy, utterly devoid of the courage to confront Shaolin. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Shaolin made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he lifted his gaze, his myriad eyes fixed upon the heavens. The eyes of the deep void were restored to functionality, silently marking each individual. I have proclaimed it. Today, none shall escape this place. Chapter 82. In the downpour on the desolate, elongated street, a vehicle sped towards the outskirts of the city. Behind the wheel was an extraordinary individual, his demeanor fraught with tension, his gaze fixated on the road ahead, maintaining full speed without a moment's reprieve. Suddenly, a torrential rain descended, enveloping everything in its wake, draining the color from his face. The deluge signified that he had unwittingly entered Xiaoling's range of attack. Gritting his teeth, he violently swerved the steering wheel, crashing into a well-lit commercial building. If memory served him correctly, that location was a temporary evacuation point for citizens, presumably brimming with people. The vehicle ascended the low staircase, shattering the glass doors, which elicited a chorus of screams from the gathered crowd. Yet, the extraordinary individual remained oblivious, tumbling from the car, arms outstretched. Countless golden tendrils dispersed, ensnaring the individuals within the building, swiftly dragging them to his side, forming an impenetrable wall of bodies. Panic ensued among the people. Yet they found themselves immobilized, with the extraordinary individual standing resolutely at the center, his eyes locked on the entrance. Xiaoling, I do not wish to commit wanton slaughter. Do not force my hand, he bellowed. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him. Footsteps mingling with the ominous sound of blades scraping against the ground resonated from all directions. The extraordinary individual became hysterical. I am serious. I will indeed kill them. But the footsteps drew nearer, showing no signs of abating. Kill, he thought, only to find, in the next heartbeat, a multitude of eyes fixated upon him from the shadows, mere inches away. His mind momentarily faltered, and then the world began to spin. His head succumbed to gravity. The crowd remained huddled together. At the center lay a headless corpse. Minutes later, another extraordinary individual was also in flight, navigating through crevices in walls, narrow pipes, and even holes in the structure with astonishing agility. The relentless rain shadowed him as he sought the edge of the storm, hoping to escape Xiaoling's onslaught. His movements were marked by caution, charting an exceptionally intricate path, but upon squeezing through a gap in a wall, he entered a narrow alleyway. There, he beheld the abomination. A head composed of black tomes, numerous eyes, colossal wings, a blade in hand, and an unfurled black umbrella. It stood quietly at the end of the alley, observing him. The extraordinary individual took a step back and whispered, "We are merely striving for survival. Can you not grant us a sliver of mercy?" Xiaoling silently raised his blade. "Then I shall fight to the bitter end," declared the extraordinary individual. "Do as you wish." 2 minutes later, Xiaoling soared into the sky, setting his sights on the next target, leaving behind only a shattered corpse at the alley's mouth. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhongmu and Chun Qian sat in the chairman's office, deliberating over asset liquidation and relocation matters. Zhongmu scrutinized the contract in hand. The concessions offered by Yunzi City were substantial. On one hand, they genuinely wished to assist them, while on the other, they were eager to rid themselves of this troublesome burden. After all, Chun Qian is the chairman of Yunzi City, responsible for the well-being of its hundreds of thousands of residents, ensuring they are not caught in the crossfire of extraordinary beings. He gazed at Zhongmu and remarked, "You seem somewhat distracted." "No, I am focused. Contracts require meticulous scrutiny," Zhongmu replied. "Are you still troubled by the events at Bailon Square?" Chun Qian inquired gently. Zhongmu sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Qian reassured him, "Rest assured, as long as the expendable you pushed forward perishes, you will be temporarily safe. Once this crisis has passed, Yunzi City will always welcome your return." Zhongmu furrowed his brow slightly, ultimately conceding he is not merely expendable. He is our new president, personally selected by Mr. Bai Xiaoyan. Chun Qian appeared to have anticipated this revelation, showing no surprise. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and stated, I once caught a glimpse of Yin Xing. To be precise, I witnessed him in the act of murder, annihilating an entire armed hunting company. Yes, he consumed them whole, bones and all. Following that, I endured a month of nightmares, haunted by his sinister visage. Since then, I have adopted a life principle. He fixed a serious gaze upon Zhongmu. Never oppose Yin Xing. If possible, avoid meeting him for life. Therefore, regardless of the identity of that young man named Shaolin, you may relinquish any hopes. He nudged the contract forward, saying, "Once the details are finalized, let us sign. Our survival is paramount." Zhongmu glared at Chun Qian, his throat tightening as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately allowing his gaze to droop. He picked up a ballpoint pen and began to sign the contract. Just as he finished writing the first character of his name, the conference room door burst open, and Chen Qian's secretary stood panting at the threshold. Chen Qian, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "What is it? Do you not see we are engaged in significant matters?" It was no small feat to pull Zhong Mu to the negotiation table to sign the contract. This was his closest approach to success. "Chairman, there is an extremely urgent situation," the secretary gasped. "We have received reports of 7 or 8 fatalities." Chen Qian sprang to his feet. "Fatalities? What is happening? Who is responsible?" "We do not yet know who is behind it, but it appears that all the deceased are extraordinary beings." Chen Qian's expression morphed into one of incredulity. "Are you jesting? There are fewer than 20 extraordinary beings in the entire Red Realm, and you claim 7 or 8 have perished. Most of them have been confirmed. Their identities are essentially verified." "It was Yin Xing," Zhong Mu murmured, feeling a throbbing at his temples, his body nearly faltering. He realized that Yin Xing had finally descended into madness. Or perhaps he had merely revealed his true nature, discarding his understanding of humanity and transforming into a genuine monster. Yet, at that moment, the secretary interjected, "It is not Yin Xing. We dispatched personnel for long-range reconnaissance at Bailon Square and discovered Yin Xing's corpse." Chen Qian could scarcely comprehend this revelation. Even a creature as monstrous as Yin Xing could meet his demise one day. Yet, an even greater question looms. Who possesses both the capability and the motivation to pursue other extraordinary beings? Someone has captured a blurry photograph. You may take a look. The secretary slid several images across the table, revealing a figure soaring rapidly through the air. Chen Qian found it impossible to identify this individual, as the head appeared exceedingly peculiar, bearing no resemblance to the structure of a human skull. However, Zhong Mu suddenly interjected, "I recognize this person." "You do? Indeed. Do you see his suit?" He pointed to the creature in the photograph. "Yes. This is the bespoke outfit I ordered yesterday from the clothing store you recommended." He paused. "It was tailored for our new president." Chapter 83. Annihilation at dawn. The last extraordinary being was intercepted by Xiao Lin outside the city. He had already driven a considerable distance away from Yunza City, yet the torrential rain still enveloped him. The eye of the deep sky hovered directly in his path, effectively blocking his vehicle. He attempted to maneuver around it, but with a resounding crash, Xiao Lin descended onto the hood of the car, gazing down at him from above. This extraordinary individual was of considerable age, likely in his 50s. He cautiously emerged from his vehicle, raising his hands in surrender. "I am but a nameless pawn. Killing me bears no significance for you." His voice was hoarse. "I understand your desire to establish authority. I can divulge the whereabouts of the others. Before I left the city, I saw where they went." "You're the last one." Xiao Lin interrupted him. The extraordinary being paused, bewildered. "What about the others?" "They are all dead." The extraordinary being felt a dryness in his throat, staring blankly at Xiao Lin. "You are a madman, a complete lunatic." Xiao Lin had no intention of debating morality. The prolonged pursuit and flight had left him fatigued, and he was disinclined to engage in further conversation. Thus, he took direct action. This extraordinary being was formidable and possessed cunning tactics, but it took Xiao Lin 5 minutes to ultimately vanquish him. Concerned that the vehicle would obstruct traffic, he pushed it into the adjacent wilderness. Having completed these tasks, he unfurled his wings and soared into the sky, traversing the city before landing before the hotel where he was staying. He dispelled all anomalies, adjusted his attire, and then entered the hotel lobby. The night attendants, 2 young women, were preoccupied with some paperwork and completely unaware that the guest passing through the lobby was their new president. Little did they know, Xiao Lin had just spent the last few hours annihilating the entire extraordinary realm of the Red Domain. Upon returning to his room, he shed his expensive suit and carelessly tossed it onto the sofa. After taking a shower in a bathroom, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to deep slumber. Meanwhile, it was a sleepless night for Yunza City. All city security and patrol forces had been mobilized, their objective not to engage in combat, but to ascertain the casualties of the night. The corridors of the administrative building were bustling with footsteps, while Chen Qian sat at his desk, fielding a barrage of phone calls. Most of the time, he simply responded with "All right, and I understand." Zhong Mu remained by his side. appearing composed as he sipped his coffee leisurely. In Bylon Square, the confirmed fatalities numbered 6, all extraordinary beings, including Yin Xing. Chun Qian raised his head, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps to Zhongmu. What about the others? Zhongmu inquired. 5 death incidents have been confirmed, all involving extraordinary beings. How many extraordinary beings are there in the red domain? Zhongmu asked. Fewer than 20. Does this mean that over half of them are already dead? Zhongmu murmured. At that moment, another call came in. Chen Qian answered the phone, and after listening for a while, said, "All right, I understand." He turned his gaze back to Zhongmu. 2 more cases have been confirmed. I believe we should not dwell on who has perished, but rather on who remains alive, Zhongmu remarked. The cold night air caused Chen Qian to shiver slightly. What exactly is the background of our new president? Zhongmu looked down at the dark coffee in front of him and shook his head. I'm not sure. I only know that he is our new boss. And that is all. As dawn gradually illuminated the sky, the final call rang out just as the first rays of light broke through the dark red clouds. After completing the call, Chen Qian glanced at Zhongmu, who was sound asleep on the sofa, and crumpled the unfinished contract before tossing it into the trash bin. He poured himself a cup of coffee and walked towards the window, uncertain whether he felt light or heavy in spirit. In any case, Shaolin had fulfilled his promise made on the big screen. Nearly all extraordinary beings in the red zone had perished overnight. Now, among the living extraordinary beings in the entire red zone, apart from Shaolin and Simon, only Qin Zongshan remained alive. The reason Qin Zongshan survived was that he was the only one who had not participated in the hunt. On the other side of the city, in a 2-story building, Qin Zongshan had not slept well throughout the night. He was uncertain whether his choice was right or wrong, and he did not know the outcome of the hunt against Shaolin. For a few minutes, he felt a twinge of regret for having backed down, fearing he might be ridiculed in the future. However, those few minutes passed, and he ultimately subdued his unwillingness. He spent the night in a state of half-dreaming, half-waking, until someone knocked on his door. He opened the door to find a stranger standing outside. Judging by the individual's attire and demeanor, they appear to be from the administrative center. Although they were adversaries, their conflicting interests often led to communication and mutual understanding. What brings you here? Qin Zongshan asked tersely. The chairman sent me to congratulate you, the administrative staff member said politely. Congratulate me? The courteous demeanor of the visitor only increased Qin Zongshan's irritation. If you have something to say, just say it directly. There is no need for circumlocution. Last night, Mr. Shaolin, the new president of Blue Dragon Mining Company, eliminated nearly all extraordinary beings in the red zone. Now, only 3 extraordinary beings remain in the red zone, and you are one of them. The staff member slightly bowed towards Qin Zongshan. Thus, congratulations on escaping this calamity. I hope we can reassess our relationship moving forward. The staff member continued to speak. But at that moment, Qin Zongshan could no longer absorb a single word. He closed the door and, as if in a daze, returned to his room. Sitting on the sofa, he pressed his hands against his temples. An unprecedented fear surged through him like a raging storm. His heart raced, and he struggled to breathe. Shaolin had eradicated them all, truly left no one behind, just as he had proclaimed. None were spared. Whether it was his companion, the soul slayer Chu Xian, the lake Lord Yi Tan, or the formidable figure Yin Xing, renowned alongside Simon, each stronger than himself. Yet, by the night's end, they had all perished. Not a soul survived. He had contemplated the possibility of Shaolin's demise, considered the notion of him ruthlessly eliminating the powerful to instill fear in others. However, he had never fathomed that he would indeed wipe them out entirely. An uncanny sense of solitude began to envelop Qin Zongshan. His mind remained devoid of any semblance of reality, utterly incapable of comprehending how such a fate could befall them. In the span of a single night, the extraordinary realm of the Red Domain had ceased to exist. Chapter 84. The significance of education. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the captain entered the residence, carrying a bag brimming with vegetables and 2 letters in hand. Simon sat on the sofa, his curly hair completely shorn, his cheeks sunken, and his body marred by numerous stitches, resembling a zombie. He struggled to converse with the pianist. For some reason, I always feel as if there is another person within me, Simon's voice was dull and slow. That is merely a figment of your imagination, the pianist casually reassured him. Yet, the sensation is so vivid. It feels as though he has woven a web and made a nest within my body. I can even sense him consuming my innards. It is all just an illusion. It will pass in due time. Simon seemed poised to say more, but upon noticing the food the captain held, a fierce longing erupted in his eyes, and he began to swallow incessantly. He was ravenous. Since the surgery, he had been perpetually hungry, never satiated regardless of how much he consumed, and he was uncontrollably losing weight. The captain furrowed his brow and tossed a piece of raw meat onto the table. Simon seized it and began to tear into it voraciously. The pianist draped his arm over the back of the sofa and inquired, "Has there been any news from headquarters?" "The keys will arrive in 3 days. It all depends on Simon's condition now," the captain replied. The pianist cast a sidelong glance at Simon, his eyes glinting with mockery. "His condition is excellent. His progress is remarkable, quite the prodigy. Perhaps, after his ascension, he will easily surpass us." These absurd lies elicited a cold smile from the captain, who then glanced at a locked small room. Headquarters also mentioned Lily. "They regard her with importance and will send someone tomorrow to bring her back as a clue for investigating Utaijo. That has nothing to do with us. Our mission is Simon," the pianist yawned. "Let's discuss something pertinent to you. Intelligence from Yunza City indicates that last night, Shaolin nearly exterminated all the extraordinary beings in the Red Realm." Simon's tearing motion abruptly halted. He raised his head, his expression one of sheer panic. The entire Red Realm's extraordinary beings could not stop Shaolin? "Oh, I'm aware of that," the pianist replied nonchalantly. "You did not intervene? I cannot conceive of an effective means to impede him. Moreover, the annihilation of the extraordinary beings benefits Headquarters Red Realm transformation plan." The pianist then cast a subtle glance at Simon, stating, "At this rate, Shaolin will likely reach Homeha City within 3 days, even faster than us." Upon hearing this, a profound terror swiftly boiled within Simon. He gripped the piece of meat tightly and began to gag. Observing his disheveled state, the pianist patted his back, assuring him, "Do not worry. You are the future star of our philosopher's house. I will assist you with your matters. What do you intend to do?" The captain inquired. "Find a suitable location along his path and eliminate him," came the response. "You must understand that it is unnecessary for us to expend great effort on that minor character. He poses no threat to our plans. Moreover, until we ascertain the nature of his immortality, eliminating him will prove challenging. It is all for the sake of education. My friend, look at him now, basking in his own glory. He must feel quite proud. I take pleasure in imparting lessons to others when they are at the pinnacle of their success, providing them with a more accurate perspective of the real world." The captain appeared somewhat displeased, but ultimately remarked, "Do as you wish, just do not let it interfere with the important matters at hand." Within the dreamscape of the Tianyan Research Institute, at the bar, Shaolin sat upon a stool, engrossed in a game of 2048 on his mobile device. A slender finger danced across the screen, disrupting his entire strategy. Shaolin lifted his gaze, finding Zhao Ningyue resting her chin on one hand, her expression a blend of amusement and scrutiny. She then blinked and remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, it is nearly 11 o'clock in the real world. Aren't you going to return?" "I am indulging in a lazy morning," he replied. Zhao Ningyue chuckled softly before saying, "Is it due to last night's events?" "Perhaps." Shaolin conceded. "Regret?" "Not quite. I merely did not anticipate so much, and I feel somewhat mentally fatigued, hence the desire to pause." Shaolin set his phone aside and leaned on the table. Suddenly, Zhao Ningyue reached out and tousled his hair, saying, "Little guinea pig, in truth, there are few absolutes of right and wrong in this world. Generally, we perceive the world through our own metrics of correctness, whether it pertains to you or them. It is merely a matter of making choices and deriving outcomes." With his cheek pressed against the cool bar top, Shaolin gazed upward at Zhao Ningyue's subtly alluring visage, his eyes drifting past her shoulder to behold a peculiar object on the second shelf. A Jared brain. "What is that?" Shaolin inquired. "A dark-themed trinket. If you fancy it, I can give it to you." "That is unnecessary. I do not appreciate such aesthetics." A spark of mischief ignited within Shaolin. "If you desire it, shall I procure a real one for you outside?" Zhao Ningyue paused, regarding Xiao Lin as one might a child, and then squinted playfully, laughing. Perhaps not. As a girl, I find such things rather frightening. At that moment, his phone chimed from his pocket. It was a call from Yu Taizhou. Xiao Lin bid farewell to Zhao Ningyue and sought out Yu Taizhou. Upon entering the office, he found Yu Taizhou staring blankly at a whiteboard. As soon as Xiao Lin stepped inside, he said, "Our next step should be to prepare for the gateway of cognition." I share the same sentiment. There must be a gateway of cognition deep within the wilderness, Xiao Lin replied, crossing his arms and examining the whiteboard filled with codes and phonetic abbreviations that were indecipherable to him. Yu Taizhou inhaled deeply, stating, "This may very well be the most perilous endeavor we have undertaken in some time." Xiao Lin, however, remained unfazed. "Professor, let us not forget that your recruitment of me was precisely to embark on a grand adventure. This is merely a continuation." Yu Taizhou smiled, adding, "Regardless of what transpires, be sure to contact me at the first opportunity." Understood, Xiao Lin nodded in response. There is another matter concerning Yin Xing. After Yu Taizhou departed from the whiteboard, he retrieved a stack of documents for Xiao Lin. "Based on your description, I have analyzed Yin Xing's abilities, which he has developed rather rudimentarily. This is partly due to his superficial understanding of biological structures, which allows him to only imitate relatively primitive forms. Furthermore, his own structural limitations are quite significant. Now that this ability is in your hands, our approach is straightforward. We shall associate it with some powerful entities, while I will take responsibility for deciphering their physiological structures. With that understanding, you should be able to replicate these biological structures, thereby enhancing your capacity to wield the abilities of non-human extraordinary entities. However, it is crucial to note that utilizing the abilities of things beyond humanity incurs a greater expenditure, so one must exercise utmost caution." "Very well, I understand." Xiao Lin nodded earnestly. Chapter 85. Subsequent plans. It was not until noon that Xiao Lin returned to the realm of reality. His phone displayed over a dozen missed calls, all from Zhongmu. After stretching languidly, he returned Zhongmu's call. As soon as the call connected, Zhongmu inquired, "Mr. Xiao Lin, where are you now?" "In the hotel," Xiao Lin replied. "In the hotel?" "Yes. After concluding matters yesterday, I returned to the hotel to rest." Zhongmu found himself at a loss for words. Their CEO had wreaked havoc throughout Yunzi City the previous night, forcing the entire administrative center to work tirelessly until dawn. Meanwhile, he had simply returned to the hotel to sleep after committing such chaos. One could only say his mind was at peace, and his sleep quality was exceptional. "Is that why you call me so many times? Is there something you need?" Xiao Lin inquired. "Chun Xian wishes to speak with you. He acknowledges that our crisis is not yet resolved, but he is willing to take a risk and stand by our side." "I am not proficient in management. You can handle this matter," Xiao Lin responded. "Mr. Xiao Lin, he expressed a desire to discuss this with you personally." "Then tell him I do not require his risky support or his loyalty. His stance is irrelevant to me." Zhongmu fell silent for a moment before nodding and saying, "Understood, I will convey your message." He realized that although their CEO lacked management skills, he possessed a clear understanding of many matters. "Also, Zhongmu, I need you to assist me with something," Xiao Lin continued. "Please instruct me. It is my duty to serve you," Zhongmu replied with professionalism and respect. "Help me organize a meeting for all extraordinary individuals. I wish to discuss matters with the remaining extraordinary beings." "That is not feasible," Zhongmu rejected without hesitation. "Surely you jest. Assisting me is your responsibility, as you stated merely 10 seconds ago. Aside from you and Simon, the only other extraordinary being left in the entire Red Realm is Chun Zongshan. The others, well, they were all eliminated last night." "What? Did you not say that nearly all extraordinary beings in the Red Realm were present?" "Indeed, but they were all eliminated by you last night." Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback. "That cannot be true. I only killed a handful, not even 20. That constitutes the entirety of the extraordinary beings in the Red Realm." Xiao Lin fell into a prolonged silence. "There are so few extraordinary beings in the Red Realm. Extraordinary individuals are not commonplace. Each is unique, representing the pinnacle of strength in their regions, akin to local deities. They can protect their territories, but when malevolent, they can also bring about great calamity. Why would one assume such beings could be found in abundance? Shaolin was left speechless. So, only Qin Zongshan remains? Indeed. Why did you not inform me sooner? Had I known, perhaps I could have spared a few last night. Shaolin lamented, tapping his forehead in exasperation. Zhong Mu was momentarily taken aback. Although their new president possessed formidable strength, he evoked the sensation of having traversed from another realm. Do you require my assistance in contacting Qin Zongshan? A meeting between the two of you? Perhaps not, Shaolin replied. I shall seek him out myself. After concluding the call, Shaolin reluctantly rose from his bed. Following a light lunch, he ventured into the supermarket, purchasing a fruit basket and 2 cartons of milk, expending a single coin. He subsequently exchanged 5 silver coins for 100 silver beans, with the cashier thoughtfully providing him a small bag for his items. He then hailed a taxi outside, directing the driver to Qin Zongshan's residence. Meanwhile, within the confines of his abode, Qin Zongshan had already packed his belongings and was engaged in a telephone conversation with the leader of the Crimson Legion. So, there truly is no room for maneuver? The leader's voice carried a note of resignation. Maneuver? How could I possibly contend with him? Qin Zongshan replied coolly. We do not expect you to confront him. We merely wish for you to retain your position as a war advisor and do your utmost to safeguard our interests. At this juncture, my life is of paramount importance. I remain unaware of his disposition towards me. The wisest course is to quietly vanish. As their conversation progressed, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Qin Zongshan gestured for an attendant to answer it. Upon opening the door, the attendant was met with a sight that left Qin Zongshan momentarily speechless, his mind a blank. Hello, Mr. Chun. What seems to be the matter? Inquired the leader of the Crimson Legion. Nothing. Nothing at all. It's merely that I feel as though I might perish. Qin Zongshan replied before abruptly ending the call. He stepped back, stating, about yesterday I did not attend. Shaolin, well aware of this fact, smiled and replied, I know. Thank you for sparing me. Qin Zongshan felt a twitch at his temple. Recognizing Shaolin's politeness, yet struggling to comprehend the underlying logic of his words. However, upon noticing the milk and fruit in Shaolin's hands, he felt a slight release of tension. At least he had come bearing milk, rather than weapons intended to bring about his demise. Even Shaolin, it seemed, would not find that an easy task. I was just about to depart from Yunzi City. Qin Zongshan gradually steadied himself. Leaving so soon? Indeed, there is nothing else for me here. As for your reason for seeking me, I have a request, a rather troublesome one, Shaolin stated. Qin Zongshan sighed silently before responding. Then come in and speak. Seated upon the sofa, the attendant served them both tea, and Qin Zongshan then inquired, what is it you wish to discuss? You must be aware that my ultimate goal is to eliminate Simon, avenging my friend. Qin Zongshan nodded, I understand. But as far as I know, Simon is expected to be promoted in the coming days. If he ascends to the second reality, it will become exceedingly difficult for you to carry out your plan. Therefore, if you intend to act, it would be wise to do so swiftly. Speed is of little consequence. He is accompanied by 2 extraordinary beings from the House of Philosophers, who have likely already entered the realm of dual realities, remarked Shaolin. Qin Zongshan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the House of Philosophers would regard Simon with such importance as to dispatch 2 bodyguards for his protection. If Simon is safeguarded by 2 extraordinary beings of dual realities, the likelihood of eliminating him is, I fear, exceedingly slim. He refrained from declaring it as 0, concerned that Shaolin might take offense. However, Shaolin appeared unfazed and abruptly shifted the topic. You previously mentioned that there exists a death gate in the vast wilderness. Did you not? Qin Zongshan immediately grasped the implication. He fixed his gaze on Shaolin and asserted, trust me, confronting those 2 extraordinary beings of dual realities will likely prove far less challenging than traversing the death gate. Chapter 86. The essence of the gateway of cognition. Let us engage in a discussion. What do you perceive the gateway of cognition to be? Qin Zongshan reclined with his legs crossed, hands clasped upon his knees, resembling a teacher deliberating with a student. A portal to aid the extraordinary in their ascension? Shaolin ventured. Incorrect. Qin Zongshan fixed a penetrating gaze upon Shaolin, his demeanor frigid. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he softened his expression, conceding, not entirely erroneous, but rather, somewhat misguided. Shaolin, perplexed by his reaction, inquired, what precisely is erroneous? Firstly, the gateway of cognition is not a door in the literal sense. It is merely an abstract metaphor. For instance, when one says someone has opened the door to a new world, it does not imply that a tangible door has been opened. Shaolin pondered, yet I have genuinely opened the door to a new world. It was indeed a door. Chen Zongshan fell silent, realizing this individual was merely engaging in a verbal sparring match. No, I must remain composed. The second error is of far greater significance. He resumed his icy, authoritative demeanor, asserting that the existence of the gateway of cognition is not intended to facilitate the ascension of the extraordinary. It merely happens to serve that function. It is not a trial for the extraordinary, nor does it cater to your abilities. At the threshold, one may encounter challenges far beyond their capabilities, potentially leading to demise or eternal entrapment. Has anyone attempted it? Shaolin queried once more. That door has existed for many years. Certainly, individuals have tried. However, I cannot ascertain the exact number, Chen Zongshan replied. The most recent attempt was 7 years ago, when an extraordinary being even stronger than Simon sought to pass through, but he never returned. Shaolin found amusement in this. At some point, Simon had inexplicably become the benchmark for combat prowess. Has no one considered seeking a skilled ally? For instance, someone who has already entered the second reality? Chen Zongshan shook his head. That is unfeasible. For those in higher realities, the gateway of cognition in lower realities does not exist. They cannot access it. Shaolin ceased his inquiries, choosing instead to silently contemplate the information he had gleaned. It indeed appeared that traversing the gateway of cognition was no trivial endeavor. Nonetheless, he resolved to make an attempt, not solely to hunt down Simon, but also for his own sake. Should he fail to cross the dead gate, his only recourse would be to join forces with those extraordinary factions that hold dominion over the gate. However, the time investment is considerable. Locating a faction that commands the gateway of cognition is no simple task, and even upon joining, one must earn their trust to possibly traverse the gateway. The process could take a year or two, or even longer. Furthermore, this plan diverged from his intended path. He currently did not wish to affiliate with any extraordinary factions, as it would impede his work. Do you know where the dead gate is located? Shaolin inquired, lifting his gaze. You still intend to go? Chen Zongshan raised an eyebrow slightly. Shaolin nodded. Take me there, and I will compensate you for your assistance. Chen Zongshan found himself in a state of complex emotions. He thought that if Shaolin were to disappear forever into the gates of death, it might be a fortuitous event for him. Yet, despite his fear of Shaolin, he could not say he harbored any true animosity. The mere thought of becoming the sole, transcendent being in the entire Red Realm filled him with trepidation. Should a calamity arise in the future, he might not be able to confront it alone. After much contemplation, Chen Zongshan shook his head, resigning himself to the situation. Very well. If this is your desire, I believe I cannot impede it. I can assist you in contacting the Crimson Legion. They should know where the gate lies. Excellent. When shall we depart? Let us set off tomorrow at noon. However, regarding the Crimson Legion, you are aware of the grievances they share with Yunza City. Chen Zongshan hesitated, his words trailing off. Shaolin understood his implication. I shall not interfere in their disputes with Yunza City. What transpired during Bai Xiaoyun's tenure shall remain unchanged henceforth. Understood, Chen Zongshan replied. However, you must resign from your position as a war advisor. I am aware, and I shall no longer meddle in their conflicts, Chen Zongshan affirmed. The simultaneous departure of two transcendent beings effectively replaced Shaolin with Chen Zongshan, a remarkably advantageous outcome for the Crimson Legion. Very well, let it be settled then. We shall meet tomorrow. With that, Shaolin rose, bid farewell to Chen Zongshan, and exited the room. As the door closed, Chen Zongshan let out a sigh of relief, his heart finally settling. He glanced resignedly at the 2 crates of milk before dialing the number of the leader of the Crimson Legion. Before he could utter a word, the other party spoke first. What transpired there just now? Shaolin came to see me, the one who slaughtered all the transcendent beings last night. What did he say to you? He sought my assistance. Yet it would be more fitting for you to offer that help. He is the president of Blue Dragon Mining. My adversary. Why would I assist my foe? It would be prudent not to regard him solely as an enemy. That could prove exceedingly perilous. Xiao Lin returned to his residence, where Zhong Mu awaited him outside. Upon seeing Xiao Lin, he approached and said, I have come to report on the company's current status. Xiao Lin used his key card to unlock the door and invited Zhong Mu inside. How did the conversation with Chun Qin go? It went well. Our collaboration remains unchanged. He now has great confidence in you, Zhong Mu replied. Moreover, our clientele has begun to return, and we have even acquired some new clients. The losses incurred from the recent attack on Satellite Town should be recuperated shortly. And the board of directors? Xiao Lin inquired further. Although you were absent, everyone is aware of your situation. Your approval ratings are remarkably high, with only a few remaining non-committal, while the majority are quite supportive. Xiao Lin nodded good. Henceforth, the operations of the headquarters shall be entrusted to you. Rest assured, with your reputation, no one would dare challenge us. Zhong Mu reassured him as they settled onto the sofa, where he expertly prepared tea. Mr. Xiao Lin, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. There is no need for thanks. It is merely my duty. This is not mere politeness. I speak with utmost sincerity. Zhong Mu remarked, to be candid. Ever since I received the news of Mr. Bai's passing, I have endured some of the darkest days of my life, feeling as though all was lost. Now, to be seated here in tranquil company, sipping tea with you, feels almost surreal. Xiao Lin gazed at the somewhat weathered elder and replied, It's quite all right. Zhong Mu gently shook his head, saying, Mr. Xiao Lin, I am aware that I cannot offer you much assistance. Yet Blue Dragon Mining will remain eternally loyal to you, just as it was to Mr. Bai. Chapter 87. The Crimson Legion. The following noon, Xiao Lin set out towards the outskirts of the city. Donned in his usual tourist attire, a simple outfit, a backpack, and a camera hanging around his neck. 2 kilometers from the city's outpost, 3 armored vehicles were stationed on the roadside amidst the overgrown grass. Chun Zongshan arrived ahead of Xiao Lin, engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man clad in camouflage. This man, appearing to be in his 40s, bore numerous scars across his face and a significant burn mark, giving him the look of a seasoned warrior frequently immersed in the throes of battle. Upon noticing Xiao Lin's approach, Chun Zongshan introduced him, saying, This is Mr. Yen, the commander of the Crimson Legion. He is perhaps the most knowledgeable about the Great Wilderness and is well acquainted with the location of the Cognitive Gate. Yen offered a somewhat stiff handshake to Xiao Lin, revealing an air of discomfort. Let us board the vehicle. We could discuss further once we are on the road, suggested Chun Zongshan. The 3 men climbed into the same armored vehicle. Although the interior was spacious, it was far from comfortable, with no visibility of the outside world, save for 2 small windows that offered a glimpse of the desolate, yellowed landscape. Yen was a man of few words. He turned on the light and settled onto a bench along the side of the cabin, closing his eyes in a meditative state, seemingly disinterested in conversation. Is he typically this reticent? Xiao Lin inquired of Chun Zongshan. Glancing at Yen, Chun Zongshan replied mildly, He tends to be so in times of tension and fear. Yen's expression twitched slightly, yet he remained silent. So where are we headed? To the camp of the Crimson Legion? Xiao Lin asked. Not to the camp. We shall proceed directly to the Cognitive Gate. Yen finally opened his eyes and spoke. Encouraged by this response, Xiao Lin pressed further. Having spent so long in the Great Wilderness, what insights do you possess regarding the Cognitive Gate? Yen fell silent for a considerable time before shaking his head. I have not delved into that. My primary focus has been on the Blue Calamity and issues pertaining to soil and geology. Do you know why I became a war advisor for the Crimson Legion? Chun Zongshan suddenly posed. Why is that? This man, though reckless in battle, does not hail from a military background. He is an agricultural expert who arrived in Yunza City over a decade ago to address food security issues. To be precise, it was about land reclamation and restoration. Yen interjected coldly. I gathered a large number of refugees, intending to cultivate farmland in the Great Wilderness to resolve the food crisis in the Red Territory, facilitating the establishment of villages and ensuring that the displaced had sustenance. We contemplated recultivating the land and optimizing its use. We even considered utilizing the mechanisms of the blue calamity to enhance crop yields. However, all of it was but a fleeting dream. Crops could not thrive, and the blue calamity proved unmanageable. I sought assistance from Yunza City, but they declined to help. Bai Xiaoyun provided me with a meager supply of food, but it was utterly insufficient. I could not bear to witness those who followed me perish from hunger. Then one day, I suddenly discovered that while this wasteland could not sustain crops, it could yield something entirely different. What kind of thing? Xiao Lin inquired. Guns, firearms, and corpses. In the aftermath of the blue calamity, remnants of weaponry and the bodies of soldiers drift across the desolate wilderness. Occasionally, even armored vehicles and tanks surface, bartering our right to survive. After hearing this, Xiao Lin remained non-committal, choosing silence. He understood that Yunza City was not without its own struggles, having long endured immense strain, making the reception of refugees a formidable challenge. This predicament had become the root of the conflict between both parties. Suddenly, Xiao Lin recalled Bai Xiaoyun, perhaps the most successful among these endeavors, having established a satellite town that allowed 5,000 souls to live in peace. He felt a surge of relief that he had preserved that town during Simon's assault. Lu Yin continued, stating, I have never paid attention to the gate of cognition, so I have little to say. However, I surmise it must be associated with warfare. Indeed, I share this belief, Chun Zongshan interjected, for it is said that the second reality of the great wilderness is an ancient battlefield, and the blue calamity emanates from some noxious miasma of that war. Va? Xiao Lin began to ponder. According to his memories from 2 centuries past, this region should be near Yenzhou City, untouched by the Third World War. Who then? Were the combatants in this battle? Did it occur in a mid-stage of the extraordinary era, post-World War? Xiao Lin's attention shifted to the weaponry that adorned Lu Yin. All of it was standard military gear, and the assault rifle he held bore a striking resemblance to the military firearms he had encountered 2 years prior. If you require weapons and equipment, I can sell you some, Lu Yin offered. That will not be necessary. I doubt I will have any use for standard gear. Xiao Lin replied, glancing at his knife, which he had broken during his last encounter with Yan Xing. Fortunately, he had subsequently repaired it with his essence. Feeling quite adept in the art of restoration, he turned his gaze towards Chun Zongshan, inquiring, if the theme is war, what might I encounter within the gate of cognition? Chun Zongshan shook his head. I prefer not to speculate recklessly. Thus I cannot provide an answer. After all, this is the death gate, and no one has ever passed through. Xiao Lin silently sighed. The only information they had gathered pointed to a possible connection with a battle, and he hoped this knowledge would prove useful in due course. The armored vehicle continued its journey deep into the great wilderness for nearly 2 hours, until Chun Zongshan, nearly dozing off, announced their arrival. Lu Yin declared, we have arrived. As the armored doors swung open, Xiao Lin leapt from the vehicle, gazing at the endless expanse of golden hues before him. Directly ahead lay a vast area afflicted by the blue calamity. The azure hue tainted the sky and earth alike, with thick, tall grasses undulating unervingly on the ground. This patch of blue calamity was small yet persistent, never fading or transforming, and the gate of cognition should be situated at its very center. Xiao Lin closed his eyes, transferring his consciousness to the satellite. Casting his gaze towards the heart of the blue calamity, he discovered something peculiar there, a square metallic box, approximately 3 meters in height. It existed in a bizarre, phantasmal state, flickering incessantly between intact and damaged. During a fleeting moment of disrepair, Xiao Lin could glimpse what appeared to be a constantly twisting luminous entity within the box. Well, this should be the place. Thank you all, Xiao Lin expressed his gratitude, then ventured alone into the blue calamity zone. Chun Zongshan observed Xiao Lin's departing figure and remarked, well, this matter is settled. At least he now owes us a favor. Lu Yin shook his head, saying, I do not need his favor. Do you know why I ultimately agreed to assist him? Why? I wish for him to perish within the gates of cognition, never to return. Chapter 88. The gateway of cognition. Xiao Lin stepped into the dense thickets of deep blue grass, which towered above his knees in their overgrown vigor. As he passed by, the grass instinctively coiled around him, and when severed, it oozed a sanguine fluid from the cut. A mild, prickling sensation coursed through his skin, a slow depletion that was undoubtedly a consequence of the blue calamity itself. However, the consumption was so gradual that it went unnoticed, and Shaolin remained unperturbed as he continued towards the metallic cube. The closer he approached the cube, the taller and denser the grass became, eventually obscuring his entire line of sight. With no other recourse, he resolved to carve a path with his blade. Drawing his Tang Dao, he swung forcefully, and a vast expanse of grass fell before him in an instant. Yet, an eerie phenomenon ensued. The grass blades writhed and twisted like wounded earthworms, entangling themselves in a frenzied mass, continuously expelling crimson fluid. The grotesque sight induced a sense of physiological discomfort in Shaolin, prompting him to harness the power of survival. Great wings unfurled from his back, and he soared skyward, racing towards the metallic cube. At this moment, he was perilously close to the cube, having flown merely a few hundred meters to find himself directly above it. From his elevated vantage point, the cube flickered between two states, at times intact, at others ravaged. He descended before the metallic construct, beginning his examination of this enigmatic object. It appeared to be an artificial creation, its exterior a smooth metal adorned with intricate engravings, its overall thickness considerable. The interior was lined with another type of bluish-gray metal, presumably lead. Could there be radiation emanating from within? Narrowing his eyes, he glimpsed the contents during the cube's damaged state. Regrettably, even with a view, he could not discern its nature, only perceiving a swirling mass of colorful luminescence. Activating his celestial vision, Shaolin's pupils began to shift as he endeavored to probe the contents of the box once more. However, in the next moment, a wave of intense vertigo struck him, causing him to stagger backward as his celestial vision was forcibly terminated. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, he felt a twinge of astonishment. The contents of the box were beyond his comprehension, overwhelming his vision in an instant. He refrained from assuming the form of the celestial being, for based on the object's behavior, even if he imitated its physiological structure, it would yield little significance. So, how does one breach the gateway of cognition? The air was thick with the squirming, viscous sounds of the surrounding grass, accompanied by the cube's incessant, peculiar hum. Shaolin fixated on this strange artifact and cautiously placed his hand upon its surface. In that moment, it was as if the entire world had been muted. All sounds ceased to exist. Subsequently, a monumental transformation unfolded. The pervasive blue that enveloped the realm began to dissipate, and the eternally shrouded crimson clouds in the sky began to disperse, revealing a resplendent moon behind them. The moon? Although the blue disaster zone resembled a nightmarish landscape, he was certain it should have been midday. Suddenly, the tall grass surrounding Shaolin began to recede, as if swiftly retreating into the earth, and the metallic cube before him vanished. As the grass dipped below his line of sight, he beheld soldiers. Countless soldiers spread across the vast expanse of the plain, their numbers staggering, perhaps amounting to hundreds of thousands. Each was fully armed, equipped with weaponry identical to that of Elian. Yet, their faces were gaunt, their skin darkened, and their pupils mere pools of inky blackness, appearing far from normal humanity. They stood silently, resembling shrubs that had sprouted from the wilderness. Shaolin attempted to capture their attention, but these figures seemed oblivious to him, or perhaps indifferent. They remained quietly oriented towards the direction behind him, as if awaiting something. Elian's conjecture was not mistaken. A battle lay beyond the door. However, the question lingered. Whose battle was it? It appeared these soldiers were stationed here to primarily intercept something. Just as Shaolin grappled with his confusion, missile vehicles ignited, their colossal launchers gradually elevating, unleashing a barrage of missiles that soared into the night sky, trailing long flames. After flying several kilometers, they seemed to collide with an unseen object, resulting in a cascade of explosions and a multitude of fiery sparks. Amidst the illumination, Shaolin finally discerned the silhouette of a colossal creature, momentarily frozen in awe. It was a gigantic, arachnid-like entity, towering over 200 meters, though shrouded in darkness. Its outline bore a striking resemblance to the enormous shell he had encountered in the whale of the madman. Despite its immense size, it traversed the ground without producing a sound or causing any tremor, gliding forward with a deliberate slowness, gradually revealing its full form. Its exoskeleton shimmered a pale gray-white, adorned with countless translucent, luminescent spines, and it possessed a pair of massive, butterfly-like wings composed of radiant light. Shaolin realized that this creature was indeed the one from the wail of the madman, seemingly more formidable after undergoing a molting process. The battle commenced with a sudden eruption of gunfire, a cacophony of artillery. Bullets, rockets, and missiles rained down upon the enormous arachnid, while tanks roared in the night. Yet, none of it halted the creature's advance. It remained utterly unfazed, moving forward with a tranquil slowness. Subsequently, the soldiers surrounding it began to ascend into the sky. Though it defied logic, this was what Shaolin witnessed. They were drawn upward by some unseen force, as if falling into the air. Activating his mystical vision, Shaolin finally captured the state of those soldiers suspended high above. They floated in the sky, their bodies contorting in an eerie manner, blood seeping from various orifices, as if being wrung out. The blood did not plummet downward. Instead, it transformed into minuscule particles that mingled with the vapor in the air. Gradually, they coalesced into a layer of deep crimson clouds. This monstrous being traversed the land, slaughtering as it went, while simultaneously guiding the expansion of the red cloud. Shaolin had once heard Lin Nian mention that the region known as the Red Realm earned its name from the perpetually crimson clouds that adorned the sky. In this moment, Shaolin realized the origins of these red clouds. This creature was indeed the very genesis of the Red Realm. Chapter 89. The embodiment of calamity. This was a slow yet serene annihilation. The sky was engulfed in crimson clouds, while a colossal arachnid creature advanced languidly, the specter of death spreading with a steady, unyielding pace. This scene plunged Shaolin into profound shock. At that moment, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he found a middle-aged man standing a few paces away, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing up at the immense arachnid creature just as he was. Magnificent, isn't it? Though I have witnessed it countless times, it still evokes awe akin to the judgment of a natural disaster. The man spoke with reverence. What astonished Shaolin further was the realization that there were still living beings within the gateway of cognition. Instinctively, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, contemplating whether this man was part of the gateway or had entered from the outside. Yet before he could inquire, the stranger spoke first. How did you get in here? Did you inadvertently wander in? Or are you an extraordinary being seeking ascension? Shaolin immediately discerned that the man must be from the outside world. Otherwise, he wouldn't pose such a question. To seek ascension, Shaolin replied. Ascension? The middle-aged man regarded Shaolin with interest. Did no one inform you that this is a dead end? I was warned, yet my curiosity compelled me to try. So I entered. Very well. The man shook his head. It appears you are as foolish as I, sharing the same experience. Humans never learn without first-hand encounters, yet regrettably, some lessons come at a dire cost. He then turned and asked, So, do you intend to remain here and await death, or will you accompany me? Accompany you? Where to? To a safe place. Otherwise, when that creature arrives, our fate will mirror that of those soldiers. Is there truly a safe haven within the gateway of cognition? Shaolin pondered, contemplating why he was still alive. With that, the middle-aged man began to stride toward the side of the arachnid creature's path, where a gentle hill ascended upward. Although Shaolin was uncertain of the man's true nature, after a moment's hesitation, he decided to follow. After all, he was utterly ignorant of the bizarre circumstances surrounding him and had no idea what constituted passing through the gateway of cognition. This middle-aged man appeared to possess considerable knowledge of the area. Perhaps he could provide valuable information that would aid Shaolin in navigating the gateway. You haven't introduced yourself, Shaolin inquired as he trailed behind. Jiangmi, once the most formidable, extraordinary being in the Red Domain. You should have heard of me, the man responded nonchalantly, devoid of pride. However, Shaolin had never come across that name. Just as he was about to press for more information, he suddenly recalled Chun Zongshan's warning against entering the dead end. Chun Zongshan had mentioned that 7 years prior, A being more powerful than Simon had ventured into the dead end, yet ultimately they never emerged. Since that incident, no one had dared to challenge that door. He immediately realized, "You are the extraordinary being who entered the door of death 7 years ago? I have heard of you from Chunzongshan." Jiangmi suddenly turned around, astonished, gazing at Shaolin, then murmured to himself, 7 years, I never knew I had been here for so long. He inquired, "What is the situation outside now? Who is the top extraordinary being in the Red Realm? Is it Simon or Yanxing?" Shaolin pointed to himself. "It is I." Jiangmi chuckled. "That is because you have not encountered Simon and Yanxing. Had you faced them, you would not deem yourself the strongest. Though they may not surpass me, they are undoubtedly among the elite in the Red Realm. I have slain Yanxing, and I have bested Simon once," Shaolin remarked. Jiangmi cast a glance at Shaolin, clearly skeptical, yet indifferent, merely shaking his head and stating, "It matters not. Now that you are here, everything outside is irrelevant to you. So, where are you taking me? You shall know shortly." As they spoke, the two had already traversed the hill. Upon reaching the summit, Jiangmi pointed downward. Shaolin looked in that direction, momentarily stunned. At the foot of the hill lay a village. The village had few houses, fewer than 10, constructed from a rough mixture of wood and stone, appearing crude and primitive. Scattered trees grew nearby, with traces of cultivated farmland, yet the village seemed desolate and silent, devoid of movement. This scene, anywhere else, would be an ordinary landscape, but here, within the confines of the Door of Cognition, it struck Shaolin as particularly strange. "What is this place?" he instinctively inquired. "Your final resting place in this life. Henceforth, you shall reside here," Jiangmi replied calmly. Shaolin shook his head. "My goal is to pass through the Door of Cognition. I shall not remain here." Jiangmi laughed derisively. "I said the same when I first entered, until I witnessed the living calamities with my own eyes. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to survive their onslaught?" Shaolin turned back to the battlefield, where the arachnid creature was now passing through the very spot they had just occupied. Countless corpses floated in the air, contorted and twisted, then consumed by the crimson clouds. No one, be they soldiers, extraordinary beings, or those with superpowers, could escape this fate. Ultimately, they all transformed into the clouds above. Jiangmi continued, "This Door of Cognition is essentially a reflection of the past, where events that led to the formation of a second reality replay here. Therefore, each day, this war recurs endlessly. The method to pass through this Door of Cognition is rather simple. You must survive on this battlefield. However, regrettably, what you see before you is the embodiment of a second-generation extraordinary being. Even if it is merely a phantom, it remains an entity we could never hope to defeat. The chance of surviving its attack is less than 1 in 10,000. Shaolin fell into a contemplative silence, instinctively gazing towards the village. Thus, the inhabitants of this settlement are, indeed, the village is home to all the extraordinary individuals who have ventured into this region over the past decades, with the earliest arrivals dating back 50 years. Unfortunately, throughout these 5 decades, not a single soul has managed to withstand the calamities wrought by that elusive specter. All who have attempted have met with a tragic end." He turned his gaze toward Shaolin. "Before you lie but 2 paths. One leads to certain death, while the other confines you within the village until the day you are driven to madness, at which point you may again choose the path to your demise." Chapter 90. Confrontation. This village appears to be a relic from centuries past, diminutive, primitive, and decrepit, evoking little fondness. The village lies deserted, with only rudimentary dwellings standing silently, their partially ajar wooden doors occasionally creaking before succumbing to silence. The stones used in the construction were quarried from a dark, profound pit at the foot of the hills. At the heart of the village lies a well, facing the largest edifice in the settlement. This structure, composed of hewn stone blocks, boasts neither adornment nor style, resembling a diminutive fortress, seemingly safeguarded by some transcendent force, with blue lines coursing over the surface of the stones. Jiangmi led Shaolin through the door, and Shaolin finally beheld others, approximately 16 or 17 individuals, seated loosely in the spacious, hollow chamber. He pondered, that if these people were all extraordinary beings, their number would surpass that of the entire Red Territory. However, the atmosphere within the room was oppressive. Silence reigned until the door swung open, prompting them to glance over with a mix of curiosity, skepticism, but predominantly indifference. "I have brought a newcomer," Jiangmi announced. "His name is Shaolin, an extraordinary of the Red Territory, here for promotion." As she spoke, she closed the door and found a stone bench to sit upon, leaving Shaolin standing amidst the crowd. At the far end of the room sat an elderly man, appearing remarkably aged, with sagging skin, drooping brows, and a hunched back, his entire weight resting upon a cane, exuding an aura of imminent demise. "Another inexperienced youth, I see." The elder slowly shook his head, his tone imbued with a sense of weariness. "Greetings, I am 01, the representative of this village." The peculiar name intrigued Shaolin. "I have lived here the longest and was the first to discover a safe haven, hence my name, 01. The old man managed a faint smile. Shaolin, curious, inquired, "How long have you resided here?" "Nearly 60 years, he replied. Shaolin was taken aback. 60 years is a significant portion of life for an ordinary person. And even for an extraordinary being, it is an exceedingly lengthy span. The elder paid no heed to Shaolin's astonishment and continued, "In any case, welcome to this place. The initial days may be rather challenging, but in time, you will gradually acclimatize." He then addressed the others. "If you have the time, assist him in arranging accommodation. Ascertain his skills, and once he is settled, help him construct his own house." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Shaolin interjected, disrupting their discourse. "I have come here to complete my promotion and do not intend to stay." A brief silence enveloped the room, until Jiangmi awkwardly spoke up. "Wait. If you do not plan to remain, then why did you come with me?" "Because I was unsure how to navigate the passage," Shaolin shrugged. "Later, did I not inform you?" Yet by that time, the spider had already scurried far away, and I required additional intelligence, which is why I accompanied you. Jiangmi tapped her forehead, seemingly vexed. At that moment, Ling Yi interrupted their dispute. "You stand no chance, not even 1 in 10,000, he declared, his tone almost frigid, clearly sensitive about the matter of departure, his dark eyes brimming with ire. "I believe I possess some merit. Those outside perceive me as quite formidable." Shaolin shrugged. "He claims to be the foremost expert in the Red Realm," Jiangmi interjected. "The foremost expert in the Red Realm? Do you consider that worthy of pride?" "Here, you are nothing," the elder responded coldly. Then, a middle-aged man